After everyone heard Luo Chong's statement on the future development direction, everyone felt excited. They were happy to have an enlightened and ambitious leader. They could follow the leader's footsteps and push the Han tribe to glory. This was their lifelong dream. And glory. However, anyone with a little experience in governing can see the current situation of the Han tribe. The Han tribe is actually not suitable to continue to expand its territory now. The first is that they have just attacked Qingshu Island. This war has consumed too much manpower and material resources from the Han tribe. Not only can these consumptions not be replenished immediately, but blood transfusions have to continue to Qingshu Island. Just like this immigration incident, in a short time, don't think about getting feedback from Qingshu Island. It will take at least a few years, and as long as a generation, to stabilize it first and firmly control it in the hands of the Han tribe. Luo Chong is absolutely confident that he can completely assimilate this place. At present, the population of the Han tribe is already stretched thin. Just like what Luo Chong said just now, the Han tribe has not even occupied the large territory between the 8 counties of Hanyang and Tuahai County. It is not that it cannot be occupied, but that there is no extra population. Move here. The food in your own bowl has not been digested yet, so don't think about the rice in other people's bowls. So what if we occupy other places? How many soldiers are sent to stand guard every day? Without the population to develop and cultivate it, it would be a useless wasteland. Chief, we don't have that much population at the moment. Our current transportation from Luoyang County to Tuahai County can be fully supported by the mature waterway transportation. There is no need to waste manpower, material, and financial resources to build this railway, right? And even if it is really repaired, it will be difficult for us to even maintain the railway in this large deserted area between Luoyang County and Tuahai County. Our Han tribe's high steel production does not mean that other tribes have such high production. A railway so far away is placed in the deep mountains and old forests. It has been impossible to go there for several days. I am worried that those savages will destroy our steel rails. Take it apart and use it to make other things. Jing Yan, as the most powerful and experienced county guard present, expressed his different opinions on the spot. It is a good thing that the leader is determined to expand the territory, but now they have really encountered a bottleneck and are unable to continue to expand in a short period of time. Everything can be created, but population cannot appear out of thin air. Even if you encourage births, you still have to wait for those children to grow up, right? Luo Chong, on the other hand, was thinking about what Jing Yan said just now, stealing the railway tracks? This is really possible. After all, it is iron. It is the most important material in this era. On the thousands of kilometers of long railway lines, not to mention the rails, even if you pull out a spike, you can make a small dagger. If you pull out a spring clip, you can make several arrows. The rails are even more valuable. Alright. If no one patrols regularly, it is normal for it to be stolen. In fact, Luo Chong also knew about this. When he chatted with Chu Bing and said that he wanted to form a special railway corps, this was what he planned to do. However, Luo Chong did not want to carry out such a big project immediately, because as Jing Yan said, it was completely unnecessary. The transportation from Luoyang County to Tuahai County can be satisfied by the already very mature shipping system. In addition, the flying fish speedboat just presented by Xian can even increase the speed of shipping. Therefore, the Han tribe is very concerned about north-south transportation. There's actually not that much of a sense of urgency. Even if a freight railway is really to be built, the east-west section must be built first. So I heard Luo Chong say, I know this very well. I have no idea of building a long-distance railway immediately. First, as you just said, we no longer have the extra population to expand outward. Second, the second thing is, even if I ask you to build this railway now, you still don't have the ability. The railway is not that easy to build. As for railways, my idea is to popularize rail transit systems in various mining areas next year. First, increase mining production capacity and steel production capacity, so as to lay a material foundation for building longer railways in the future. Then, when the conditions are ripe, we will build a short-line freight railway first, look for experience and so on, and serve as a talent reserve for workers and managers for future large-scale projects. The first choice line in my plan is the transportation line from Weishan County to Qingshu County. The current land transportation pressure on this section is very high, with a large amount of steel, coke, limestone, grain, meat, and Qingshu County the daily necessities of the people need to be transported by this road. Now they all rely on horse-drawn carriages, which is not very efficient and requires a lot of human and animal power. It is in great need of optimization and transformation. This is from the perspective of demand. Then there is the technical aspect. The distance between Qingshu County and Weishan County is more than 100 kilometers long, which is not very long. Moreover, its geographical structure is plain and hilly landform. There are no rivers. We do not need to build bridges. There are no, in the mountains, we don't need to dig tunnels. At most, we can shovel the small mounds on the plains and lay the foundations, and then we can directly lay the railways. There is basically no technical difficulty. After all, we have never laid a railway, so we first found a short and easy line to practice our skills. Moreover, this line is indeed what we urgently need, and it is not built just for show. I have roughly calculated that based on the current carriage road, mobilizing thousands of slaves, and preparing enough materials in advance, this road can be built in about half a year. You have no objection to such a plan? Bar? Everyone present nodded frequently and expressed that they had no objection. The plan Luo Chong mentioned was obviously the result of careful consideration. He was not just a slap on the thigh without thinking. I want to build a Beijing-Guangzhou line. Isn't that nonsense? It requires skilled workers, but not skilled workers, and experience, but not experience. No one has ever built a railway. After all, rabbits still have eagle sauce to touch. Who can touch the Han tribe? I'm going to start a super big project right now. I'm afraid it's not just a dream. Luo Chong's plan is very constructive. He first promotes narrow-gauge trains in mines on a small scale. This will not only increase the production capacity of mining and steel, but also train the first batch of workers to build railways, as well as use them in the mines. Accumulating a lot of railway operation experience can at least train a group of train drivers, right? After completing the first step, increasing steel production capacity, training basic craftsmen, and accumulating a certain amount of experience, we can then practice on a low-difficulty heavy-haul railway. This will not only optimize the existing transportation routes, but also accumulate a wave of experience again. Experience, once these foundations are in place and conditions are mature in the future, it will not be too late to consider a national artery super project like the Beijing-Guangzhou line. Seeing that no one had any objections, Luo Chong stood up and erased the words on the blackboard again, and then wrote another word and sentence. Big deal. He who accumulates money is the great destiny of the world. After he finished writing these things, he prepared it again and said to everyone, I plan to change the name of the year to Deming next year. There are 3 chapters left today, please reward me. The era name was invented by Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty. It was specially used to record the year, and it also had a very strong connection with politics. Through the era name, we can see the attitude of the court or the emperor towards world politics. Changing era names was a very common practice in the Han Dynasty. Each emperor of the Han Dynasty had more than a dozen era names, and Emperor Xuanzong of the Tang Dynasty used 14 era names alone. Wu Zetian also 13 year names were used. In the Han Dynasty, the reign name was usually changed every 4 to 6 years. It was a bit like the modern 5-year development plan. The emperor could change the reign name every time he completed a stage of the plan or every major event. It was not like the Ming and Qing dynasties. The emperor had only one reign name for his whole life, and in the end, the reign title even became the nickname of the emperor, such as Emperor Yongle and Emperor Qingshu. The current situation of the Han tribe is also of this kind. The Han tribe's external development has reached a bottleneck. For the time being, it has no energy left to expand externally. It is better to take advantage of this time and opportunity to consolidate internally. When everyone saw that Luo Chong suddenly proposed to change the reign name, they all looked puzzled. The previous reign name of Jian Yuan only took 4 years, and it is now being used well. Why should it be changed suddenly? Luo Chong didn't expect them to understand the meaning of that sentence, so he took the initiative to explain. He who accumulates hoards is the great destiny of the world. The meaning of this sentence is that accumulating food and materials is the lifeblood of the country and the survival of the people. It is also the mission of a leader and his subjects. A country without 9 years of savings is said to be insufficient. A country without 6 years of savings is said to be in a hurry. A country without 3 years of savings is said to be a foreign country. If a tribe's material reserves are not enough for 9 years, it means it is not rich enough. If it is not enough for 6 years, it will be in trouble. If it is not enough for 3 years, then the tribe is basically finished. If it encounters some big events, such as if a tribe encounters a war or a major disaster and is unable to use its savings, it will immediately fall into a financial and food crisis. Luo Chong paused and continued, in the era of small tribes before you joined the Han tribe, each tribe had the tradition of storing food and furs. Some were to cope with possible crises, and some were simply to survive the cold winter. I believe everyone has experienced and understood this. Now that the Han tribe has grown, this tradition cannot be abandoned. Instead, it should be carried forward and made larger. We have just discussed that the development of the tribe is now in a bottleneck period. We are unable to continue to expand outwards, but we can consolidate ourselves. I plan to put forward a new development plan starting next year, and the theme is just 2 words: accumulation. The most important thing is food, and then cotton and cloth. We must first ensure that the people can have enough food and clothing. However, our current storage technology is limited. The initial goal I have set is to store 100% of the food in the next 5 to 6 years. Enough to supply food and clothing for the entire tribe for 5 years. Grain storage is a strategic task for every country. Take Luo Chong's previous life as an example. The country's strategic grain reserve system was prepared to deal with the situation of nuclear war. When the people of the country do not grow a single grain, can also meet the food needs of more than 1 billion people for 8 years. This is the lifeblood of a country. The Han tribe currently does not have such high-tech CNC automated granaries, but shelled grains such as rice, wheat, millet, yellow rice, and sorghum can be stored for 5 years if they are well preserved. The storage time of corn is relatively short. In modern automated granaries, corn can be stored for 3 years, and the Han tribe can store it for 2 years, which is already very good. But corn doesn't need to be stored for that long. Even Luo Chong doesn't want to store corn at all. If there is too much corn, people can't eat it all and can feed it to pigs. After all, 3 pounds of corn grows 1 pound of pork. Wouldn't it be better to turn corn into meat and enrich the people's non-staple food? Letting the people afford meat and eating more meat is also a way to strengthen the country. At least the average national physique should be better, right? Only by consuming enough nutrients can you grow taller. To sum up, from a technical perspective, the Han tribe can store strategic grain reserves for up to 5 years to deal with various possible crises. The ancients said that if you had 9 years of water and Tang had 7 years of drought, if the country was destroyed and barren, it would be better to have more livestock to prepare for it. During the time of Tang Yao and Xia Yu, there were 9 years of great floods, and during the time of Shan Tang, there were 7 years of severe drought. However, there were no abandoned or emaciated people in the country. This was because there were enough supplies stored up. Be prepared for disasters in advance. Luo Chong also had the same idea. This attack on the Xian tribe consumed a lot. If there is no spare population to continue to expand outward, it is better to take advantage of the past few years to save more food and supplies. You can't do nothing and just wait for the people to create humans, right? Obviously, none of the people sitting here were stupid. When Luo Chong revealed the new future development plan, everyone expressed their support. This is a good idea, Chief. I agree to store grain and other materials. Not only grain and cotton, but also meat, salt and sugar. We also need to store things like salt and sugar. Shi Xian was the first to express his stance. That's right, we were just talking about increasing production capacity after the popularization of mine trains. Steel, as one of the most important materials, needs to be stored more, so that if we encounter any situation and cannot continue mining and iron making, we can still have it. Enough iron is available. Dolly followed suit. Just like what Luo Chong said just now, whether it is the ashes of the elders of the Han tribe or others who later joined the Han tribe, who has not lived a hard life. Not to mention anything else, in the northern region of the Han tribe, it is normal to store a large amount of food in autumn for winter, right? Even though the Han tribe people now have no worries about food, they still store enough meat and pickles in advance every autumn to survive the winter. After all, there are no greenhouses now. If you don't store pickles in advance in winter, you will really have to pour rice with broth every day in winter. We in Dongxing County must also support it. When the plan starts next year, we will not only meet the demand for expansion of the steelmaking plant in Xin'an County, but also store more coal for future consumption of trains. Jing Yan also immediately a wave of support was raised. Chief, since we want to store grain, we must adjust the proportion of crop varieties in various places. For example, we can reduce the planting area of corn, because corn is not resistant to storage, and then expand the planting of rice, millet, yellow rice, and wheat. Scale, planting more shelled grains will help us achieve our goals as quickly as possible. Yunji of Ruyang County naturally expressed his support, but his speech was more pragmatic and started directly from adjusting the types of food. This was a very good suggestion, and Luo Chong immediately agreed. That's right, we not only need to adjust the planting proportion of crop types in various places, but also build large-scale strategic reserve granaries in various places. The initial goal is to have one in every county. If there is not enough, we will build more in the future. Then there is the issue that Dolly and Jing Yan just talked about. Accumulation is not just about storing grain and cotton. We also need to accumulate other things. For example, steel, coal, rubber, these industrial material reserves, and others include tung oil, paint, hemp and other things. In addition, we also need to reserve livestock. But this has nothing to do with you people. Starting next year, the 3 counties of Honghu on our grassland will also begin to expand the scale of breeding various livestock, including more sheep, more cattle, and more war horses. And draft horses. Generally speaking, as long as it is something that we can use daily and can be stored, we must store it. In a few years, when we have enough strategic reserve materials, no matter what we do, we will have enough confidence to deal with it. After hearing this, everyone nodded. Regarding the train development plan before, they had never seen the actual object. They did not know the importance of trains to land transportation, so they had no idea. In addition, they did not understand this very well, so Luo Chong what they say is what they say. But they know about accumulation. Everyone sitting here has never experienced storage, so they all understand the importance of accumulation. Whether it was a small tribe with hundreds or thousands of people in the past, or a Han tribe with a population of hundreds of thousands now, the accumulation is actually the same, but now it is more standardized and larger scale. Moreover, it is a unified and planned action for all tribes and regions. Luo Chong specifically changed the year name for this 5-year plan, which is enough to show his importance and attitude towards this matter. Isn't the era name the best thing to reflect the political attitude? For example, Luo Chongqi's fate and Showa on a certain island were finally recruited. After determining the development plan for the next 5 years, everyone began to discuss the details of the accumulation task. Luo Chong also put forward his own purpose for this national policy. Grain preservation is to preserve grain, but industry should continue to develop. Grain preservation cannot affect the Han tribe's progress in climbing the technological tree. However, in order to respond to national policies, some adjustments must still be made. For example, Luo Chong proposed to promote the newly developed steam engines to the fields. Deep wells should be dug in farmland in various places, and well rooms should be built above the wells. Each well room should be equipped with a steam pumping and drainage equipment to prepare for possible droughts or floods. In this way, even if there is a drought in a certain area, the Han tribe can use the wells scattered throughout the fields to draw groundwater to irrigate the grain fields, so as not to lose the harvest that year. If we want to sum up this attitude into one sentence, it would be, everything is based on agriculture and animal husbandry, and all industries serve agriculture. Steam engines should still be developed, but priority must be given to agricultural projects. After the meeting, Luo Chong invited these guests who came to pay New Year greetings to have lunch, and they hurried back. After all the guests left, Luo Chong looked at the sudden extra things at home, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. His new year had turned into a science and technology expo, and the governors from various counties rushed to present gifts to him. Lots of surprises. A pair of vases from Lizi, Dolly's Ukishi Qingyin, Yunji's silk, Shi Xian's flying fish ship model, Yang Yan's white deer, Jian Dun's 2 little lions, Lu Guangzhu's glassware, Jing Yan's a box of jade, clocks and scales from the first institute, and a model train from the second institute. These gifts really gave him a lot of surprises. In particular, one thing reflected in these gifts surprised Luo Chong, and that was creativity. In the past, it was Luo Chong who taught them what to do, instilled in them aesthetics and values, and taught them various production techniques. Now these people finally broke away from Luo Chong's influence and began to try to create on their own. Whether it's the powerful sword, the lame man's vase, Yunji's silk, or Lu Guangzhu's glassware, these are all things they recreated according to their aesthetics without Luo Chong's knowledge. Shi Xian's flying fish ship model, as well as the clocks and scales from Ili Institute, are the sublimation of their pursuit of science and technology. From listening to Luo Chong's instructions on how to do things to what they want to do now, they have completed a complete transformation. The comprehensive sublimation of these arts and technologies made Luo Chong realize one thing. The seed he planted called civilization finally sprouted today. This was more satisfying than any gift he got. In the afternoon, Luo Chong and his family had nothing to do, so they went out shopping in Hanyang City together. The streets were very lively during the Jingdan festival, especially today when the photo studio in the city officially opened, attracting a lot of people, including people from the 3 surrounding counties. The post house where the photo studio is located is full of people inside and outside. Fortunately, there are enough photographers trained before going to the hospital, and a lot of small cameras were purchased from the institute, so that the needs of so many customers can be taken at the same time. People who take photos are easy to train. As long as they can operate the camera, aim at the target and open the shutter to expose, there are very few people who develop photos. There is only one photo developer in a shop. This person is not only responsible for developing the negatives, but also developing the photos. Responsible for transferring it to photo paper, the work is very tedious. However, Chu Bing also knows the importance of cultivating talents. He has assigned several apprentice assistants to the developer masters in the 4 stores. He hopes that they can learn it early and use these people to continue opening branches. At the same time, equally busy were the immigrants who were preparing to immigrate to Qingshu Island. They cooperated with the photographers sent by the government to take commemorative photos, and then packed up various things to take away at home, some of which were far away from Luoyang. Families from counties far away began to rush to Luoyang County on the 10th of the month to gather in Luoyang County, such as immigrants from Makino County and people from the 3 western counties of Hanyang County. In order to allow these immigrants to arrive in Luoyang County smoothly and on time, the Han tribe also sent a large number of horse-drawn carriages to help them carry the gifts. In order to temporarily accommodate these immigrants, they also vacated school classrooms during holidays for them to live temporarily. Just like that, on the 20th, 1,000 sets of hardcover photo albums in wooden boxes were ready and distributed to the heads of these 1,000 households according to the information on their ID cards. The immigration team of nearly 4,000 people were very happy to get this set of photo albums. In addition to the photos they requested, there are also characteristics of each of the 8 counties of Hanyang. Seeing these black and white photos, you can let them think of their hometown. If they feel homesick after immigrating in the future, maybe taking a look at it can soothe their thoughts. In addition, this 1,000 sets of photo albums are also a window to show the Han tribe to the local people in Qingshu. When the immigrants live with them, I don't believe that the locals can't see it. After the 20th day of the first lunar month, immigrant families who were relatively close to Luoyang County also began to move towards Luoyang County. Han tribe officials were not idle at this time, and began to move various materials prepared in the past half-month to Luoyang County. Collection, such as the latest printed books, these will be distributed to immigrant teachers in the future, to open rural primary schools. They mainly cover pinyin, Chinese rules, poetry, and arithmetic. These are the most basic things. It does not require them to be good at teaching, nor does it require the local people to be able to teach them. No matter how much you learn, as long as you can change the language, it is a great achievement. A few days before the immigrants boarded the ship, a notice from Luo Chong formally changing the year name was carried by a giant eagle to the entire territory of the Han tribe. At the beginning of the new year, all counties uniformly changed the year name to the first year of Daming. The accumulated national policies will also be implemented in each county, in strict accordance with the detailed rules and standards issued by the central government. However, Qingshu Island is an exception. The people there are unstable. There is no need to push them too hard for the time being. Forcing the accumulation plan will definitely arouse the resentment of the local people. Some of them still want to insist on growing corn, so let them do it first. When they see the benefits of growing other crops, they will know whether to follow the arrangements of the Han tribe. 3 days before the first year of dashing, all the immigrants were in place, and the official preparations of the Han tribe were completed. 10 three-masted sailing ships and sailors were already ready at the dock. Seeing that there was nothing else to prepare, Luo Chong, he directly ordered to board the ship and set off. There was no need to wait until January 1st. He could arrive at Qingshu Island 1 day earlier and feel at ease 1 day earlier. Nearly 4,000 people were divided into 10 three-masted sailing ships. Each ship actually had only more than 400 sailors. There was enough space on the ship. So many ships were mobilized, mainly to transport the immigrant families. Some of them even brought their looms and various farm tools, as well as some cats and dogs. There were definitely no cattle, sheep, or pigs, and it was not easy to take them away. Most of them were sold by them during the Chinese New Year, and they were exchanged for cash and carried with them. As for the livestock welfare promised by the tribe, they will have to wait until they arrive on Qingshu Island to replenish supplies to the local area. It is impossible for them to bring the livestock on board now and let people stay with the livestock, right? It was the first time for many immigrants to ride on such a large sailing ship, and they couldn't help but feel a little excited. However, when they thought that they would leave this place forever, they couldn't help but feel sad. On the other hand, those young families with only 2 people are more open-minded. They just immigrated a little further away, but they can directly rely on the benefits provided by the tribe to become a wealthy family with a title. This is obviously a profit, right? 10 three-masted sailboats raised their sails one after another and sailed south in an orderly queue. Many immigrants stepped onto the deck, lying on the side of the ship and watching their hometown gradually disappear. They may not have been born in the Han tribe, but after joining the Han tribe for so many years, they have long regarded the Han tribe as their home. Now, they have become part of the Han tribe. No matter where they go in the future, they will all be from the Han tribe. 3 days after the immigrants left, the first year of the Great Ming Dynasty, which represents the latest national policy of the Han tribe, gradually kicked off. Spring has arrived, and the temperature everywhere has reached the temperature where seeds can germinate. Whether it is the south or the north of the Han tribe, farming activities have been launched in both places. Naturally, it was impossible for Luo Chong to farm the land himself. Although he did plant some symbolic crops with his 2 children, he did not expect that food to be eaten at all. If we really want to make money to support the family, who can compare with Luo Chong? What about rushing? Luo Chong, who had nothing to do, began to find something to do for himself. He first took a bunch of drawings to Luoyang County, where a slightly smaller flying fish sailboat was being built in accordance with Luo Chong's requirements, and he was going to build one to test the waters first. Luo Chong discussed improvement suggestions and construction plans with the craftsmen at the local shipyard for a few days, and then ignored the matter. The shipbuilding yard in Luoyang County has accumulated several years of shipbuilding experience. Such a ship is not a problem for them at all. He began to deal with his own affairs. Luo rushed to the Luoyang County Sheriff's Office and found Shi Xian. In the lobby in the backyard of the county magistrate's office, Shi Xian hurried back from the construction site of the Strategic Reserve Granary. The granary is also a key construction project. It must be built in a place with high terrain and a solid foundation. Otherwise, if there is a flood, the people will not be able to build it. If the granary is not drowned, someone will really die if the granary is flooded first. Therefore, from site selection to construction materials, Shi Xian has to check every step and rush to the construction site whenever she has time. When he saw Luo Chong in the lobby, he immediately saluted and asked, "Chief, are you looking for me?" "Well." Luo Chong put down the tea bowl in his hand and asked him, "Go and find me some more skilled craftsmen who are good at making ship models. I have something for them to do." "Oh, Nua, I'll go find him right now." Shi Xian agreed. From the time he came in to the time he left, he didn't even drink water or sit on the chair. The leader opened his mouth and broke his leg while running down. Luo Chong was thinking of saving. There is no need to worry about the food orders once they are handed over, but the officials in the counties below are really busy without touching the ground. It didn't take long for Shi Xian to find 6 carpenters who were good at making ship models. These people were basically from the shipyard, so it was easy to find them. After bringing the 6 carpenters in front of Luo Chong threw the drawings he brought with him on the table for them to see and asked, "I heard from you, Governor Shi, that you are all craftsmen who are good at making ship models. I wonder if you can make house models?" Several carpenters looked at each other and didn't understand why Luo Chong asked this question. Building a ship model is not just about doing handicrafts for entertainment when you are idle, but you can rehearse the entire shipbuilding process during the process of making a ship model, and learn from it. Come up with the most suitable construction plan, as well as various problems that may be encountered, and build a model of the house. Is it so troublesome to build a house? Can't it just be built directly? But the house should be simpler than the ship model. So one of the craftsmen nodded and said, Chief, there is no problem in building a house. Although we have not built a model of a house, the structure of a house is actually similar to that of a ship, and the superstructure of some large ships is actually a house. One kind of problem is that you don't know what kind of house the leader wants to build. Luo Chong spread out one of the floor plans on the table, then knocked on the table and said, I want you to make a set of miniature palace models. What Luo Chong planned to ask them to make was a model of the palace. The Han tribe had now entered a stage of comprehensive strategic contraction and began to consolidate itself. The theme of this stage was accumulation and construction. Food must be preserved, coal and steel must be preserved, railways must be built, and palaces must also be built. At present, except for the group of cannibals in the north, the Han tribe has no enemies that must be killed. The Tang tribe across from Tuahai County is now getting along very well with the Han tribe, and the Tang tribe has shown a very low attitude. In the next 10 years, the Tang tribe will 89 of them need to be brought in peacefully. Therefore, the Han tribe is actually not far away from the founding of the country, and preparations must begin where necessary. Although it is a bit unrealistic to start construction immediately, but first design the appearance of the palace, then choose the address, then select a person to be responsible for supervising the construction of the palace, and then start preparing various building materials. Just do these things. I'm afraid it will take several years. After these works are completed, we can start to recruit manpower and craftsmen to build, then the construction speed will be very fast. A palace? What is a palace, a new type of house? The craftsman who had just answered the question asked in confusion. Then he first looked at the drawings given by Luo Chong. That is not the design drawing of a single building, but a plan of a huge building complex. There is only a square frame on the plan. Naturally, the shape of the building cannot be seen, but you can see from this plan that each element is the footprint of a building, and the footprint of an entire complex of buildings. After reading it, the craftsman called Qingshu took a deep breath. Good guy, although he hasn't seen the specific shape of the building yet, just looking at the site area of each building and the area of the entire building complex, he can feel its grand scale from this drawing. A shocking feeling appeared in my heart inexplicably. This is the palace? The other 5 carpenters nearby also gathered around and looked at the drawing together, unable to help but secretly smacking their lips. Chief, what kind of place is this? Our Han tribe wants to build such a huge complex of buildings? It doesn't look like the cities in our current counties. There are houses, squares, and even artificial lakes. What is this place? Moxian was shocked and couldn't help but ask. Palace, didn't I say that? Luo Chong paused and thought about how to explain to them. He thought for a moment and said, this is the royal palace, the home of successive Han tribe leaders, and the core building of the Han tribe's largest capital. This place was not only used to house the successive leaders of the Han tribe, but was also the center of the entire tribe. For example, the 3 halls arranged along the central axis in the picture were actually a place for officials and leaders to hold meetings. You see, there are altars here to worship heaven and earth. There is also the ancestral temple here to worship ancestors. Here is my family's private golf course, and there are these side halls on both sides of the 3 main halls. This is the main hall used to hold state banquets, and here it is the Privy Council, where the 3 provinces and 6 ministries will be housed in the future. The latter are all private courtyards used for living, with some bedrooms, pavilions, corridors, landscapes and the like. The scale of this building will be very large, so it will be very troublesome to build. Shouldn't you know the purpose of making ship models? Ship models can not only show various details of the actual ship, but also find a suitable solution for the actual construction process. I asked you to make this model of a building complex, but the same principle applies. Moxin and others nodded after listening. They almost understood. That is, the leader wanted to build himself a home in the largest capital city of the Han tribe. This home would also have a place for many officials to hold meetings and offices, and even hold meetings. As a place for large-scale banquets, the backyard of the leader's house must not only be elegant, but also beautiful and have various landscapes. Now this building is too complex, so the leader hopes that they can make a set of models to preview it, and use this model to leave a physical object for reference during the actual construction process. It's that simple. But is it really that simple? No, Luo Chong's palace is really big. He absorbed several famous ancient buildings he knew and mixed their features together, and finally he had such a thing. The theme of the palace refers to the Daming Palace of the Tang dynasty, especially the three main halls arranged along the central axis of the palace complex, followed by the Hanyuan Hall, which was used for holding large dynasty meetings in the former dynasty, and the Hanyuan Hall, which was used for daily handling of government affairs and small businesses in the Chinese dynasty. There is also the Xianjing Hall at the court meeting and the Zichen Hall at the end, which is used to handle specialized affairs and summon individual officials. These three halls are lined up along the central axis. The tall towers on both sides, and the pavilions, connecting the towers. Going to both sides are the offices of the 3 provinces and 6 ministries. These places together form the former dynasty. The back courtyard is mainly used for living. Luo Chong made more reference to the design of the Daming Palace and the Old Summer Palace. The Daming Palace is magnificent, while the Old Summer Palace is more elegant and beautiful, especially the mixed Chinese and Western architectural styles in the Old Summer Palace. Luo Chong liked the elegance of Soviet-style gardens and the classical Greek sculpture art very much. Since it is the place where he wants to live, of course he wants to decorate it according to his favorite style. In addition to these, there are also some indispensable functional places, such as the Imperial Dining Room, Tay Pool, and even the Forbidden Army barracks that protect the palace, all of which must be within the palace. In addition, Luo Chong also divided the entire palace complex into 4 parts. The middle part is the front court and the back court, which belong to the emperor. Then there are the East Palace and West Palace on the left and right sides. The East Palace is naturally where the Crown Prince lives, studies, and works. Place. The West Palace was probably Luo Chong's initiative. He thought that after he abdicated early in the future, he couldn't rely on the harem. How could he let his son share a harem with him? After he retired, he would move to the West Palace to retire. Don't occupy it. A harem of other people's children upsets the child. To be honest, being an emperor is such a hard job, and Luo Chong doesn't want to work until he dies. Are there not many people who die from exhaustion as an emperor? Luo Chong's lifelong wish was to establish an empire, straighten out various rules and regulations, and put the entire empire on the right track. At that time, Luo Chong was almost a teenager. At that time, he would let the prince supervise the country and let his son start handling government affairs. Then he would retreat to the second line and give guidance to his son. Then Luo Chong would find a quiet place to write a book, or he would bring the researchers from the Han tribe with him. They climb the technological tree and strive to leave everything they know in books to future generations before they die. It's not in vain that God specially arranged for him to travel to this world. After everyone read the floor plan, Luo Chong took out the partial drawings of other buildings, which were detailed structural drawings, as well as the rendering sketches drawn by Luo Chong in pencil. Moxin and others were even more shocked after seeing it. The scale of this building was beyond their imagination, because in their minds, isn't a home just for living in? Why do you want it so big? Looking at the drawings given by Luo Chong, just for the section from the palace gate to the front main hall Hanyuan Hall, there is an artificial river 1 mile in front of the palace gate, and there are 9 white marble towers on top of the artificial river. The stone bridge is called the dismounting bridge. Officials had to dismount their horses and walk when they went to court. After crossing Xiaoma Bridge and reaching the middle section of Hanyuan Hall, there are towers more than 10 meters high on the left and right sides. There are two huge attics above the tower. The two Han Towers and the Hanyuan Hall surround a square with a length of 1 mile on 3 sides. The Hanyuan Hall on the front is actually built on a high platform with a height of 15 meters. Let's not talk about how well the Hanyuan Hall is built. Just the 15-meter high platform below would be difficult to pile up on flat ground. Know how much earth to use. Several people looked at several other main halls, as well as the side halls in the back courtyard. Most of the larger ones would be built on high platforms, unless there was a small mound or hill on the site. Otherwise it will be a problem for them to get so much soil. If they excavate from a slightly farther place and want to transport it there, the freight cost is astronomical. Even if a four-wheeled carriage is used to transport the earth, it will not cost dozens. Even if there are millions of cars, don't even think about raising these high platforms. Mo Xian thought of this question first, and he asked Luo Chong directly and tentatively. Chief, all the halls in this building complex are built on high platforms. If you want to raise the foundation so high, you will need a lot of earthwork? Are there any hills or mounds in the area? Luo Chong already had a solution for this problem. He pointed directly to the back courtyard on the plan and said, "Did you see the Tay Pond here? This is an artificial lake. Do you understand?" "Oh, that's it." Mo Xian and the others instantly understood that this was the same process as their construction of the city. Whether it was rammed earth or fired bricks, building a city wall required a lot of earthwork. What would happen if there was no earthwork? Of course, it was directly dig it from the original place. Dig a moat and use the soil dug out from the moat to build a wall. Wouldn't that be enough earth? The same goes for the palace. Doesn't it mean that the foundation of the palace is relatively high, so does it need to be covered with earth? If there is no soil, dig directly from the artificial lake at the back. Dig as much as necessary until the foundation is padded. After seeing that they understood, Luo Chong added, "Actually, you don't have to worry about these foundations. I mainly ask you to make the architectural models above. Have you seen the sand table? The foundation and other things can be simulated directly on the sand table, and then the model you made can be placed on it, so there will be no problem. As for the construction of the back courtyard, depending on the actual situation, we will dig the lake first, use the excavated earth to lay the foundation, build the front part first, and then build the back courtyard. Finally, if the artificial lake is too big, then the positions of the buildings in the back courtyard can be adjusted temporarily at that time. There is no need to build them according to the drawings, but the front part must not be moved." "Yes, we understand." Mo Xian nodded again. If they just made a model of the building above, their workload would be much smaller. Well, you've all seen brackets, right? It's the wooden support structure on the eaves of the official lobby. If you don't understand, you can find a craftsman who is good at this to help. The brackets, columns, and beams of the palace must be tall, and the eaves should be floating, raised high outwards, and bells should be hung below. All in all, I want you to follow the actual construction process, make everything that should be there, and then form this model. And it's best if these models can be opened, so that when it comes to actual construction, you can find the corresponding place for reference as to what each part looks like. If you work hard, this palace will be built in the future, and I will let you join the Ministry of Industry as officials." Luo Chong gave some more instructions to them, and finally promised them official positions as a temptation. This is not something Luo Chong made blindly. To be honest, if you really have the ability to build such a magnificent palace, you can join the Ministry of Engineering just by relying on this skill. "Thank you, Chief, for trusting us. We will never let the chief down." Moxin, and several others quickly agreed. Although I don't know what kind of department the Ministry of Industry is, Luo Chong said this when he introduced the purpose of the palace just now: 3 provinces and 6 ministries, which means there are only 6 ministries in total, and these 6 ministries all work in the palace. At one point, it's definitely a senior official. In addition, Luo Chong also said just now that if they don't know enough about architecture or something, they can also find others to help. Coupled with their own skills, there is no way they can't complete it. In other words, they can get this thing done. If they are beautiful, their future official positions will be secure. After arranging these craftsmen, Luo Chong ordered Qingshu to find a place for them to work in the government compound. They would come here to make models every day. They could bring in tools and materials, but they could not bring Luo Chong's drawings. Walk. He just drew this one drawing, without even leaving a manuscript. If it was lost, it would take a lot of time to draw another one. After arranging all these things, Luo Chong set off back to his home in Hanyang County, and then began to think about asking someone to supervise the construction of this imperial city. The big tree is the closest. He is in Tuahai County, but the big tree is not suitable. He is originally the governor of Tuahai County. In addition, he is also responsible for transporting various supplies to Qingshu Island. After all, Tuahai County is the frontline supply center of Qingshu Island. In addition, Dashu is also responsible for establishing good relations with the Tang tribe across the river and helping the Tang tribe build 8 counties. He is extremely busy. Although he only held the official position of county guard, his actual power was much greater than that of Xue Qingyao, the governor of Qingshu. In addition, he is also busy and has no time to be distracted from taking care of the affairs of the palace. The construction of the palace is no small matter, so it is best to find someone to manage it. Luo Chong thought about it, thinking about the important personnel of the Han tribe. Who has the ability, the time, and the qualifications? Finally, after going through the important personnel of the Han tribe, Luo Chong suddenly thought of the Yu brothers, and the commander of the Jinwu Guards, Yu Ji. Although the Jinwu Guards are an intelligence department, on the surface, they are Luo Chong's imperial guards. It should be appropriate for the imperial guards to supervise the construction of the imperial city, right? After all, after the imperial city is built in the future, these imperial guards will also be responsible for guarding the imperial city. They should be considered their own people. When thinking of the boy Yu Ji, the more Luo Chong thought about it, the more suitable he felt. As the commander of the Jinwu Guards, he was very good at organizing large teams to do things. He also supervised the construction of the imperial city. His current work was mainly site selection, and then make material reserves. The materials definitely cannot be gathered in one place. They need to be transported from all over the Han tribe, even the 8 counties of the Tang tribe, because the Tang tribe is rich in white marble, which is marble. This is the current territory of the Han tribe. What it doesn't have. Building the palace will definitely require a lot of this kind of stone. Materials must be collected from all directions. As the manager of an intelligence agency, Yu Ji's organization's work is inherently extremely scattered, so in closer comparison, Yu Ji is even better than others. More suitable. In addition, the most important point that Luo Chong considered was the issue of Yu Ji's current status. After the Xian tribe was completely destroyed by the Han tribe, the Jinwu Guards had temporarily lost the targets that needed to be monitored. In addition to the daily supervision of some of their own people, there were also among the several forces on the grassland, the Jinwu Guards' current reconnaissance has begun to shrink, so Yu Ji is not very busy at the moment. In this way, it seemed logical to let him, the commander of the Imperial Guard, be responsible for supervising the construction of the imperial city. After making up his mind, Luo Chong immediately issued a recall order to Yu Ji. Then he thought for a moment and summoned Yu Fu, who was still helping Dashu in Tuahai County. As for Yu Yi in the north, Luo Chong, I also sent him a letter asking about the development status of the northern survivors' camp, but he was not recalled. After sending the letter to the three of them, Luo Chong stopped caring about them. They would definitely come back or reply after receiving the letter. If they waited for Yu Fu and Yu Ji to come back, it would take a month and a half at the fastest, so Luo Chong set off again to Xin'an County. Xin'an County now has a lot of tasks. It needs to develop a lot of new equipment, as well as railways and steam locomotives, which are key projects this year. These are key projects related to the future development of the Han tribe. He still needs to take a look at them when he is free. At the same time, on Qingshu Island, after entering the first year of dashing, although it received special care and did not need to enforce the national policy of accumulation like other places in the Han tribe, the reform of farming methods here was no better than other counties. The accumulation task should be light. Qingshu Island, Xinhua County, Shangha Village, is still a large village with more than 100 households. The agricultural technician sent by the county magistrate's office has been staying at Guan Tao's house for several days. The purpose of his coming here is in order to fulfill the promise and bet that Andal promised. Taizhan said at the beginning that due to the shortage of agricultural technicians and the lack of seed materials and other things, the entire conversion to rice planting on Qingshu Island was directly postponed for one season, and the people were allowed to continue planting corn for one season. But growing corn is also different. Tai Andal said that all those who are willing to accept the land distribution method of the Han tribe will uniformly cultivate according to the methods taught by the Han tribe, and then wait for the harvest, and those who are unwilling to accept the land distribution of the Han tribe will make comparisons. If the land allocated by the Han tribe, combined with the Han tribe's planting methods, can produce more food than them, then everyone must follow the Han tribe's land distribution law. There was a reason why Taiyan dared to say this, because he knew very well the way the Han tribe cultivated corn and the yield of corn per mu, so he greeted Xue Qingyao and first mobilized some farmers from Tuahai County. Let's finish the corn planting in the first season. So the agricultural technician named Jing Chen came to Shangha village. He was very clear about his responsibilities. The county governor had said that he would teach these new people who joined the Han tribe to farm. Jing Chen originally he immigrated to Tuahai County from the 8 counties of Hanyang. When he first came to Tuahai County, his task was to teach 9 families in Tongshire how to farm, so he was very skilled in this matter. On the first day he came to Shangha village, he told Guan Tao that he wanted them to dig a big pit downwind of the village to store human and animal excrement. Although Guan Tao didn't understand, he had already agreed to the Andal's request. He had to learn new planting methods from agricultural technicians, so he had to take the villagers to dig manure pits. After the manure pit was dug, he took Guan Tao's family members who had redistributed their fields according to the Han tribal system to plow the land. The oxen and plows they used were from the Han tribe. The curved shaft plow with 3 plows made by the Han tribe is extremely efficient in plowing the land, and the depth of plowing is even, and the soil layer is loose and breathable. This is incomparable to the human-powered plows originally used by the local people. This situation actually made the local people have a good impression of the Han tribe. After all, as long as they agreed to the Han tribe's distribution method, they could spend money to rent the government's cattle and use the Han tribe's most advanced plows. At first, the people who did not agree to redistribute the land looked at them happily plowing the land, but they had to pull the ropes to turn over the soil themselves. They felt very uncomfortable. They didn't know whether to regret it or to scold those in charge. But 3 days later, after everyone else's land had been plowed, the same plows and oxen were lent to those people by the Han tribe. They were extremely surprised at the time. They didn't expect the Han tribe to be so generous. When teaching them how to use the Tsuyuan plow, Jing Chen said to the people who had not accepted the land reform, "Although you are unwilling to do things according to our new rules, we are all Han tribesmen after all. As for the two families, those who should help should still help. I believe you just don't know the benefits of the new rules now. When you see the output of my farming, you will figure it out sooner or later. After Jing Chen said this, he stopped caring about them and began to take the Tao clan members with shovels and hoes, carrying bamboo baskets on their backs, to dig mud in ditches by the river and in the fields. This behavior puzzled Guan Tao and the others even more, and even made the other half of the village laugh at them. Isn't it stupid to not farm when it's time to farm, but to dig mud in the river instead? The farming season has been delayed. Guan Tao was extremely embarrassed when he saw what Jing Chen led them to do. It would be hard for him to explain to his fellow tribesmen who support him if you do such nonsense. So Guan Tao asked bluntly, "Brother Jing, our soil has been plowed very well. Why don't you go sowing it this time, but come here to dig mud? If you delay the sowing time, it will be harvest time. I'm afraid there will be some loss in production." Jing Chen didn't intend to listen to Guan Tao's opinion. He said directly, "Brother Guan, I'm not conditioning you. What we are doing now is business. Originally, according to the method taught by our leader, we should not care about you like this. Whatever you plant needs fertilizer, and the best fertilizer is decomposed human and animal excrement. But you don't have a tradition of collecting excrement for redding. Since there is no excrement to use, we have to dig some from the ditches and river ponds. The pond mud is here to use. Although this pond mud is more difficult to dig, it is definitely easy to use. You can rest assured that as long as we apply this pond mud to the fields and then sow the seeds, even if it takes 2 days at night, the yield at harvest will definitely be higher than theirs. To beat them, I don't feel any pressure at all." Jing Chen explained very sincerely. Really just spreading this mud in the fields will make more grains grow?" Guan Tao asked doubtfully. "Brother Guan, don't worry, I've been farming for so many years, how could I not even know this? Okay, everyone, listen to Brother Jing, let's dig mud as long as we dig." Guan Tao reluctantly agreed, and then began to cheer for his fellow tribesmen who supported him. In fact, Guan Tao is under great pressure now. He understands that after the Han tribe takes over Zhudao, they will not be able to resist the rule of the Han tribe. The best way to survive is to follow the Han tribe's lead. However, when faced with land reform, which violated the fundamental interests of local villagers, the elder of his village, the de facto village chief, did not protect the villagers, but instead sided with the Han tribe. If the Han tribe loses in this farming competition, then Guan Tao's prestige in the village will plummet, and everyone will poke his spine and scold him. "Look, it's okay now. I asked you not to go to everyone, but to lick those foreign Han tribesmen. As a result, the Han tribe not only deprived you of your land, but now you use their Han tribe's methods to cultivate it. Not as much as we planted before, cut it." If this really happened, Guan Tao, the elder of the clan, would no longer be recognized, and would even be shunned by his fellow villagers. Therefore, he was worried that the Han tribe's method would fail, so he repeatedly asked Jing Chen about the reason for dredging. In the same field, those villagers who had not redistributed their land had already started sowing. They did not just grab a handful and scatter it into the field. They also used drill sowing. They first dug a ditch in the field and then planted it along the field. Scatter the corn down the ditch, and finally flatten the ditch with your feet to cover the seeds. Guan Tao and the others were following Jing Chen in applying fertilizer to the fields. After applying the pond mud, they pulled the rope to measure the row spacing and plant spacing, and finally started drilling. By this time, the contrast between the two sides is more obvious. For villagers who farm according to the old method, the row spacing and plant spacing in their fields are very large, which is enough for people to walk through the cornfield at will. However, Guan Tao's side, according to the row spacing and plant spacing given by Jing Chen, is densely planted, etc. After the corn grows, it is not easy to get in. At this time, those villagers who had not accepted the reform began to laugh again. I'm afraid this agricultural technician from the Han tribe is not a fool. Our land has been cultivated for many years, and the soil is already weak. He is planted so densely and in so many ways that he may not be able to produce even a single corn by then. I really don't think a single piece of corn will be produced. Can we exceed our production by growing more varieties in the field? Hey, that's all. I am dedicating a new book to my friend, I'm really not her disciple, by Lan by Tian Kai, the author of Dungeon Player. Introduction. The protagonist goes to the end of the mountain and becomes a disciple of Bai Zairu, the number 1 fairy. The author is a serious person and does not step on the brakes. The writer below said there is a portal inside. Jing Chen didn't take it seriously in the face of the ridicule from the people who had not accepted the reform, but those who were in charge of them felt uncomfortable, as if they had really done something wrong, because they had no idea about the farming methods of the Han tribe. And the barren land caused by hundreds of years of farming makes them realize that planting too densely will only result in no harvest, and they have to pay 2 or 3 times more seeds than others. These seeds are also food. If they cannot grow, or if the harvest is not good, then they will be miserable. Especially 3 days after Jing Chen and Guan Tao finished sowing, seedlings had begun to sprout in the land of the unreformed villagers who had sown in advance. Green seedlings came out of the ground one after another, but there was nothing in Guan Tao's land. Under this comparison, coupled with the ridicule of those people, even those who supported Guan Tao couldn't stand it. They went to Guan Tao to give advice and see if they could dig out some seeds from the soil, even if they were seeds. It's a waste, but as long as nothing is harvested, it's fine. Guan Tao was also in a dilemma, because after hearing some things a lot, he felt they were reasonable for some reason. Guan Tao now even began to doubt whether Jing Chuanfei had asked them to plant so much in 1 acre of land. The idea that if you are longer, you will win over them in the end. But, after all, Jing Chen was sent by Governor Tiezhen, and he said that everything must be cultivated according to the method Jing Chen said, so it was hard for Guan Tao to say some things. He specially killed a duck to entertain Jing Chen in the evening. Although there was no wine, the two of them were not good drinkers. They had never even drank wine, so they didn't want to do it. At the dinner table, Jing Chen and Guan Tao's family ate duck together. Guan Tao pretended not to care and said, "Brother Jing, you were sent by the county governor to teach us our skills, but our place is remote and there are few people, and the villagers have little knowledge. Some people don't understand you, there are always rumors in the village, please don't take it to heart." Jing Chen chewed the duck wings and smelled the fragrance. Hearing Guan Tao's words, he couldn't help laughing and said, "Rumors? Did Brother Guan say, you can grow more if you plant more, and you can win them if you grow more?" Brother Jing, please don't meet them like that." Hearing Jing Chen's reply, Guan Tao looked a little embarrassed. He thought Jing Chen didn't know, but he knew what the villagers were talking about after having been arguing for a long time. However, before Guan Tao could finish speaking, Jing Chen immediately waved his hand and said, "Brother Guan, don't worry, I won't be the same as them, because what they said is right, and what they said is right. I just want to plant more so that we can produce more corn. Otherwise, we don't have as much land as they do, so how can we win? The sheriff told me to win." Guan Tao immediately opened his eyes in surprise. "No, do you really think so about feelings?" Guan Tao felt heartbroken when he thought that people like him might really become as useless as they mocked him. He tried to calm down, and then explained to Jing Chen in a serious voice. "Brother Jing, you may have just arrived and don't know much about the land conditions here. The land here is different from that of your Han tribe. We have been farming here for hundreds of years and several generations. It is becoming more and more barren, and the production of food has been decreasing year after year. If it were not for the difficulty of moving, we would have planned to move the village elsewhere and reclaim the wasteland. By then, we would be able to leave the acres here fallow for a few years. If you ask us to plant so much like this, we may not be able to grow well if we only plant 30% of it now. Now that we have planted so much, there is a real possibility that we will get nothing. Otherwise, why don't we go over there tonight and secretly dig out some seeds? Let's plant less. As long as we plant well, we still have a chance to surpass them, Guan Tao tried to persuade. Jing Chun was speechless for a while, and he asked in confusion, why does Brother Guan have the same view as them? Because the land is barren, we have never planted it so densely. There is a real possibility that it won't grow. It doesn't matter if I lose then, but I'm afraid those people who support me will starve together. Guan Tao tried to persuade again. Said. No, wait a minute. Brother Guan, I know the land here is barren, but didn't I help you fertilize it? After hearing his suggestion, Jing Chun couldn't complain, so he hurriedly stopped him. Guan Tao was speechless for a while. Just that mud? Really useful? Brother Jing, I know that the governor has given you a task, but Guan Tao tried to persuade him again, but was immediately interrupted by Jing Chun. Brother Guan, I know what you want to say, but I didn't do it deliberately to win. It's always been like this over there. Whether you believe it or not, the emergence of seedlings will only take a few days anyway. Why not wait a few more days and see? Besides, all those things you are worried about are unnecessary. Didn't the sheriff tell you before? Just plant as I told you. If there is really a loss, the sheriff will not sit idly by and ignore it. I will definitely not let you go hungry. The sheriff is here to take care of you, so what are you afraid of? Okay then. Guan Tao's persuasion failed. Thinking about it, he could only do this. At worst, he would no longer be the elder of the clan if he lost. If it didn't work, he would ask the county governor for help in moving to another county. Is there really no place for him? Is it a success? The next day, Guan Tao had no choice but to use Jing Chun's words to enlighten the villagers who supported him. It was hard for everyone to say anything. They just said, wait and see. If the seedlings don't grow well, dig out all the seedlings quickly. Then replant again. At most, I will be a little tired, and then lose a batch of seeds, harvesting only half a month later than others. The worst is that I will keep my head down in the village from now on, otherwise what else can I do? Who let them be under the control of the Han tribe now? Woolen cloth. 3 more days later, Guan Tao and their fields finally had seedlings. Everyone was relieved, as the seedlings were not unable to grow. However, some older people also noticed that these small corn seedlings seemed to be smaller than the corn seedlings. The ones they usually grow are stronger? But it had just grown, and they didn't dare to confirm it. Seeing the seedlings sprouting in the field, Jing Chun came to the field again, stepping on the ridges to inspect the conditions of each field. He looked at the ones he had directed to plant, and found out whose seedling emergence rate was lower, so he wrote it down, and then went to this family and asked them to dig some seedlings from the extra growth elsewhere and replant them. With Guan Tao's endorsement, everyone did not dare to do anything to the agricultural technicians sent by the county guard, so they had no choice but to do so. After patching up all the seedlings in the fields, Jing Chun looked at the other people's fields when he came back. The corn seedlings in their fields had grown a trumpet-shaped leaf. Several years of planting experience told him that the corn seedlings were not growing well, and they clearly looked malnourished, especially since there were a lot of weeds growing in the fields competing for nutrients with the corn seedlings. However, the villagers turned a deaf ear to it, as if they didn't see it, and didn't even care. He shook his head and went back without saying anything. Those relatives who were related to Guan Tao couldn't help but sigh in their hearts when they saw that the seedlings in other people's fields had already grown leaves, while theirs had just emerged. Just like this, a few days later, when Guan Tao's corn in their field also grew one leaf, the corn in other people's fields had grown 2 leaves. At this time, their trick came, and they put it on the ground. Instead of removing the weeds, they started watering the corn. When Guan Tao's tribesmen saw this situation, they quickly approached Guan Tao and asked him to water the water together. Guan Tao couldn't decide on his own, so he directly asked Jing Chen about the matter, but Jing Chen's answer was, "No need, I saw that the sky in the east turned red in the morning. It will definitely rain in the past 2 days, even if it doesn't rain today, it will definitely rain tomorrow." What he said was categorical, but Guan Tao and the others were dubious. As a result, it started to rain lightly in the evening. This ability to predict the weather by looking at the sky made Jing Chen famous in the village, and Guan Tao and his family were also involved. Those tribesmen all felt proud, but before they could even exhale, they were dumbfounded again. Because this spring rain was very light, the raindrops were not heavy originally, it just felt like drizzle, and it lasted for an hour. What can such a little rain be enough for? It's better to lie down on the ground and lick a few mouthfuls of drool. The other villagers continued watering the next day, but Jing Chen still refused to let Guan Tao and the others water. After several days, the fields in other villagers' fields were moist and dark, while the fields of Guan Tao and his friends were wet. The surface of the soil was dry and white. Guan Tao was helpless and went to Jing Chen again to ask about watering. However, Jing Chen didn't pay attention to it at all. He just said, "Brother Guan, ask the villagers to prepare their hoes. We will start at sunrise tomorrow. I'll go to the ground together. Do we need to water the water too? But we don't need a hoe for watering." Guan Tao asked, puzzledly. "No, we won't water it, let's weed it." Guan Tao was speechless again. Weeding? Why weed? They never did it at all, okay? It's obviously just farming, when did it become so troublesome? Things have come to this point. Guan Tao has no way out. Now even some people in the clan have begun to say something wrong about him behind his back, but what else can he do? He has offended the villagers and even his own clan, and then offends the Han people. Tribe? Then there will really be no place for him. Guan Tao had no choice but to inform everyone in the tribe to prepare hoes tomorrow and work with the agricultural technicians of the Han tribe to remove weeds. Early the next morning, a large group of people went to the fields with hoes to weed, which immediately provoked ridicule from other villagers. I'm afraid those members from the Han tribe are really stupid. Look at their land. They don't water it when it's time to water it. Now they are so full that they come to weed it. How tall can the grass grow? How tall can it be? It's higher than the corn, and it won't be in the way, so what else can it do? Maybe that person has never seen what corn looks like? He doesn't know how tall corn grows. Ha 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 ha. A group of people immediately started laughing, causing some young people on Guan Tao's side to clench their fists. Dad, are we really just messing around with that guy from the Han tribe? Did you hear how those people laughed at us? I feel like I have really become a fool now. One of Guan Tao's nephews heard that other villagers. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth and complained to his father in a very angry voice. His father is Guan Tao's brother, so he naturally knows his brother's difficulties. In addition, he has been farming for 20 years since he was a child, so he can still see some things. After glaring at his son and gesturing for him to speak in a lower voice, he lectured him. Use your brain more in everything, talk less, and see more with your eyes. If others like to talk, will they still lose a piece of your flesh? And didn't you discover anything? What did you find? His son asked in confusion. I told you to use your brain more and see more with your eyes. Others only said a few words, but you just made the fire yourself. Look carefully at the corn in the field. What can you see? Guan Tao's brother said again. He taught his son a lesson. His son looked carefully again, first at his own land and then at other people's land, but he couldn't see anything wrong with it. "Dad, what did you see? It's obviously the same on both sides." There was a snap, and his father instantly slapped him on the head and cursed in a low voice. "The problem is the same. We obviously sowed the seeds 3 days later than them. Their seedlings emerged first, and we emerged last. When their corn grew 2 leaves, ours only had 1 leaf. Now their corn has 3 leaves, but ours also has 3 leaves, didn't you notice? I always feel that the corn here seems to grow faster than theirs." The young man covered the back of his head and felt aggrieved. After hearing his father's reminder, he compared it carefully again and found that it was exactly the same as what his father said. It was obvious that his side was a few days late for sowing, but now both sides the lengths are almost the same. It seems that my side is growing faster. That guy from the Han tribe is quite capable. Stop making trouble. Let's just listen to what he says and do what he says. We'll see what happens next. The young man's father told his son a few more words, then he followed the team with a hoe and started weeding his own fields. This man even took the initiative to invite Qingshu to visit his fields and teach him the weeding techniques. He learned it very seriously. Qingshu was here to teach them, and he did not hide his secrets. He passed on his several years of farming experience to them without any reservation. It was just that when Brother Guantao was weeding, he looked at the cracked ground beneath his feet and couldn't help asking Qingshu again. "Well, Brother Jing, look at the cracks in our land. When should we water it? If we don't water it, it won't die of drought. I feel like the corn seedlings are a little wilted." Qingshu also looked at the ground under his feet, but he still insisted, "If you don't water it now, it doesn't matter if it's a little dry. As long as it doesn't die of drought, you don't need to water it. When it grows its 4th leaf, we can water it again. Not too late." "Oh, that's okay, I get it." Guantao's brother saw that Qingshu still looked confident, and he felt more and more that Qingshu was a capable person. People had said that he was not really going to die from drought, but there was a specific time for watering. He should wait until 4 leaves have grown before watering. Although he didn't know what it meant, he still silently remembered it in his heart. If it was useful, wouldn't he have learned it? After several days of weeding, Guantao's family's land was clean, with no weeds except corn. And just 2 days after they finished weeding, their 4th corn finally grew. Upon seeing the leaves, Qingshu immediately asked them to start watering, but they were also required to water only in the early morning or evening, and were not allowed to water at noon. Guantao and the others couldn't help complaining. The Han tribe had so many rules when it came to farming, and they even had requirements for watering time. However, looking at the dry and cracked fields, they didn't object. After all, they were allowed to water the fields. Now let Chun say whatever he wants, just let them water it. After the water was poured this time, the villagers who did not accept the reform immediately stopped laughing. They changed to Guantao and they smiled every day. Because the corn that Guantao and his team planted began to grow rapidly after drinking enough water, as if they had eaten chemical fertilizers. They looked the same overnight. Every time they got up in the morning and went to the fields to look at it, they could clearly see it. The corn has grown by 1 section. This growth rate is something they could never imagine before. Some people have even grown corn for decades and have never seen anything like this. By the time Guantao and his team's corn grew 7 leaves, the corn of other villagers who had not accepted the reform had just grown their 5th leaf, but Guantao and his team had successfully overtaken it by a large knot. Not only did they grow faster than them, they also grew very strong, with tall and straight roots, and the green leaves looked very pleasing to the eye. Although they were planted very densely, they did not appear to be malnourished at all. When many people saw this magical situation that was beyond their knowledge, they couldn't help but humbly ask Qingshu for advice. Qingshu did not hide his secrets. He directly called everyone over and gave everyone a lecture in the cornfield. You all say that the land is barren. You only know that you have to plant less and leave it fallow so that you can produce corn. But you have never thought about adding fertility to the soil. The pond mud I asked you to dig is the best fertilizer. You don't want it. Ask me why, and I don't know. Anyway, these are the methods passed down by our leader. The second step is weeding. I don't know if you have ever seen a bird feeding its chicks. An average bird will give birth to 2 or 3 chicks at a time, but its hunting ability is limited and it can only feed 1 or 2 of them, leaving one. Only the weakest ones will be thrown out of the nest and given up. The same principle applies to weeding. We knew the land was barren and didn't have much fertility, but in the end we had so many weeds competing with the corn for nutrients. Can the corn grow well? Therefore, in order to make the corn grow well, we must abandon the useless weeds and kill each one when they come out. Don't even think about competing with the corn for any nutrients, so that the corn can grow strong. The third step is watering. The period from the emergence of corn seedlings to the growth of the 4th leaf is called the seedling stage of corn. The seedling stage is the main time for corn to grow its roots. Don't look at the growth on it. Slowly, but the roots below grow very quickly. If you water the seedling frequently when it is growing roots, there will be a lot of water on the surface of the soil, and its roots will be full on it, so it will not grow downward. However, if you water less at this time, it will. If the soil is a little drier, the seedlings will root down to find moisture deep in the soil in order to obtain enough water to survive, which can promote root growth. According to this method, when it grows the 4th leaf, the seedling stage is over, and the root system stops growing. We will start watering again at this time. Coupled with our previous intensive farming and fertilization, the fields are no longer barren, except for grass has nothing to compete with corn for nutrients. If we water less, the root system will grow more developed, penetrate deeper, and absorb more nutrients. If our corn doesn't grow quickly, then our previous intensive farming will be in vain. Ha 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 ha, Brother Jing is awesome. Brother Jing is still capable. Yes, Brother Jing, you know so much, why didn't you tell us earlier? It's so hard for you to hide it from us. Ha, even if I told you, you didn't see the corn today, would you believe it? Jing Chun understood their thoughts without hesitation. Ahem, we didn't know this before, so please don't mind Brother Jing. From now on we will listen to whatever you say, as long as Brother Jing teaches us how to farm. Don't worry, everyone, I'm here just to teach you how to grow corn, but as promised, I will go back after planting this season. I won't stay here long, but you don't have to worry, the leader has already found more if someone more capable than me comes here. Then when the time comes, more people will come to teach you about growing rice, wheat, vegetables, and weaving. Jing Chun pressed his hands and reassured everyone that there was no need to brag like this, he was just following orders anyway. Come, you will definitely do what needs to be done, because it is a task. Brother Jing, won't you stay? If you stay, we will definitely build you a better house. If you want to live in a brick house like yours, we will also find a way to build it for you. Someone heard that he was leaving, and immediately began to retain him. Jing Chun's intensive farming finally showed the results it deserved. Despite the disadvantage of late planting, he successfully surpassed the local farming model. This wiped away all the doubts about him in the past and increased his local reputation. Rose to a maximum peak. Guan Tao and his clan members expressed their intention to stay in Jingchun forever, but his family was still in Tuahai County, and they were living a good life there, and he had a title, so why bother to come here and work hard all over again? Woolen cloth? So he had to politely refuse. I appreciate everyone's kindness, but my family is still in Takumi County across the sea. I can't leave them here alone. When the corn is planted this season, I will definitely go back. If it is convenient later, I'll come here to visit you again. If you come to Tuahai County in the future, you can also come and see me. Jing Chen politely declined everyone's kindness, but Guan Tao and the others had no intention of forcing him to stay. They already knew what Jing Chen said just now about the Han tribe's immigration to Qingshu Island, and even Andel sent someone to do so. They came here to inform them that someone would move to live with them in 2 months, and they would be mainly responsible for teaching them various Han tribe techniques. At first, Guan Tao and the others were a little repelled by these foreigners living with them, but now they see that just one spring has brought them so many benefits, and they no longer dare to look down on these immigrants. The carefully selected immigrants from the Han tribe must all have great abilities, right? Here, the corn planted by Jing Chen and his team surpassed the latecomers again, surpassing the corn cultivated by local methods. The people of the Guan Tao clan suddenly felt proud and let out all the unhappiness they had been holding in their hearts these days. I don't know who deliberately showed off the methods Jing Chen mentioned about weeding, drying the ground during the seedling stage, and fertilizing. Those villagers who have not accepted the reform, looking at their own weak corn, are also determined to learn. After experiencing this ruthless slap in the face from reality, they no longer have the mood to ridicule others. At this time, they listen to the opinions of the boss and make timely remedies. It's serious. Even if it grows like this, we will definitely get corn, but who doesn't want to get more grain? It's very difficult to apply fertilizer now. They don't have anyone to guide them and they don't know how to apply it. The method of promoting root development by drying the ground is only useful in the seedling stage, which is over now, but they can weed. They know how to do this. That's what they did before. I haven't done that before. Who would have thought that those inconspicuous grasses are the culprits that cause corn to grow slowly? After a month like this, the corn that had grown 13 leaves stopped growing in the tillering stage and stopped growing. Jing Chen led them to do less and less things, because the corn was not needed in the later stages of planting. More management. Just keep an eye on the dryness and wetness of the ground and remember to water it in time. On this day, a young official on horseback suddenly came to Shanghe village to talk to Guan Tao about something. Mr. Guan, we have made a decision from above. The immigrants will be here in 1 month. Your Shanghe village is a big village and will be divided into 10 households in total. So the county sheriff asked me to allocate a piece of land for them here. Come on. Join me as a counselor? Of course it's no problem. We welcome immigrants from the north. It's up to you how much land the superiors need. There are many places in our village for new folks to live. Why don't you look at the place behind my house? How about a piece of open space? It would also be good to clean it up and build a few bamboo buildings. Guan Tao immediately agreed generously. No, we want to build a brick house on flat land, and it can't be too close to your bamboo house. As soon as the clerk heard that Guan Tao wanted to build a bamboo house, he immediately rejected his suggestion. Guan Tao was stunned for a moment. He didn't understand why the little official in front of him rejected him. It would be fine if he didn't build a bamboo house. Maybe the Han tribe couldn't get used to it? But why should we stay away from them? Is it because we are afraid that they will bully the new immigrants? This might have been possible before, but after Jing Chen showed his ability, Guan Tao and the others gave up this idea. Do you want to exclude others, or do you want to learn various skills from others? I believe that, as long as you are not a fool, you should know how to choose. Seeing Guan Tao stunned on the spot, looking like he couldn't understand, Jing Chen walked over from the side, patted him on the shoulder and said, Brother Guan, don't worry, the higher-ups have no intention of doubting you. Then why is this? We will definitely not exclude new blind daters. Guan Tao asked confused. Here, Jing Chen paused for a moment. The two of them were already familiar with each other anyway, so he simply explained bluntly, Brother Guan, don't want to hear the truth if I tell you the truth? Well, you tell me. Guantao frowned, not knowing what Jing Chen meant. I don't know what the tradition of this bamboo house of yours is. There is air leakage below and rain leakage above. Not to mention these, just climbing up and down the stairs is extremely inconvenient for children and the elderly. I can only go up there if I am young. If there is an old man with inconvenient legs and feet, he will have a hard time climbing the stairs here. What's more, we actually have a lot of things at home. It's very inconvenient not to have a flat yard or house, and we have to raise a lot of livestock, such as sheep, pigs, cats, dogs, etc. They always can't we also put it on the bamboo building? Jing Chen talked eloquently there, and Guantao immediately understood what he meant. The Han tribe did have more property there. The main reason is that the productivity of the Han tribe is strong, which means that more tools are needed. Large things such as looms and millstones cannot really be moved to the bamboo building, right? Even if you move it up, it won't be usable. He can understand this, and it's true that as Jing Chen said, their bamboo building is really inconvenient to get up and down, and it's not particularly friendly to the elderly and children. Why our ancestors built bamboo houses in the first place cannot be traced back. Maybe it was to prevent wild animals from entering the house, or simply because there were many bamboos and building materials were readily available everywhere? Anyway, no matter what the reason is, it seems that in the future it will be reformed along with the Han tribe. In fact, Guantao could understand these things. The only thing he couldn't figure out was why the clerk said that the house was far away from their bamboo house. Seemingly understanding Guantao's doubts, Jing Chen led Guantao to the window of the bamboo building and pointed to the open space outside. Brother Guan, look at it, if a courtyard is built here, do you think the people living here can have any privacy? If there are women washing in the courtyard, wouldn't everything be seen? Oh, so it's because of this. Hey, look at me, I didn't notice such a problem. Guantao said a little embarrassed. Jing Chen groaned and rolled his eyes. You didn't expect it, but the people from the Han tribe had already thought of it. The thinking inertia of the two sides is different. When the people from the Han tribe came here and saw the bamboo houses of the locals, their first thought was I wonder if there would be any inconvenience if you were next to such a family and were under their gaze every day. In Shanghe village, Guantao knew the reason why he was building a house far away from them. He smiled sheepishly and no longer had any worries in his heart. So he led the clerk and Jing Chen to choose a house address for the new immigrants. There are actually not many requirements for the location of houses built by the Han tribe. First of all, it should not be too far away from the village, and then it only needs ventilation and drainage, and the place is large enough for easy access to water. As for farmland, the 10 newly arrived immigrants, their fields it happened to come out of the extra fields in the village. After the village undergoes land reform and redistribution, there will definitely be a lot more farmland, which will be allocated to the new immigrants, eliminating the need to open up wasteland again. The three of them walked around the village, and finally selected an open space in the north of the village. The bamboo building at the edge of the open space was the bamboo building of Guantao's nephew's house. It was basically surrounded by relatives of Guantao's family. To facilitate the care of new immigrants in the future. In addition, although the open space here is very close to the bamboo building, there is a bamboo forest about 30 meters wide in the middle. Building the house on the other side of the bamboo forest can effectively protect the people. Even if the local people stand on the building, it is also impossible to see other people's yards through the bamboo forest. Moreover, at such a short distance of 30 meters, even shouting in the air can be heard, which will not cause the immigrants to leave the village. After choosing the address, they began to measure the land, cut bamboos, and drive pilings to determine the location, and then agreed to bring the building materials over tomorrow. The population distribution of Qingshu Island is a big problem. This is very different from the traditional governance method of the Han tribe, and it also causes great inconvenience. For example, there are no brick kilns on Qingshu Island, and it is impossible to build a brick kiln directly in each village. It would be a waste, but the population is too scattered, and they are all in villages, so immigrants in each village build houses. The required bricks have to be transported from the county, and the same is true here in Shangha village. It is said that the immigration matter has been decided as early as the end of last year. This house should have been built long ago, but because there was no building materials, it has been delayed. Anvil has not been idle this month. He has been building infrastructure near the governor's house, building brick kilns, river docks, granaries, government offices, and other necessary facilities. He also applied for some soldiers from the local garrison and guarded a group of people. Prisoners of war worked here. It took a month to finally bake the bricks, and then immediately began transporting them to villages to build resettlement houses for the immigrants. Early the next morning, Jing Chen, Guan Tao, and many others met the fleet transporting building materials by the river. Because the bricks were very heavy and difficult to transport by land, and the water transportation in Shangha village was convenient, the anvil simply made the fleet was brought over. This time they transported not only building materials, but also various seeds to be distributed to the local people. I haven't gotten the livestock yet, mainly because I'm afraid that if they are given to the local people, they won't know how to raise them. If the piglets they finally got are raised to death, the Han tribe will suffer a big loss. It was not until half-noon that the fleet arrived at the shore of Shangha village. They were all small single-masted sailboats. Even if these flat-bottomed boats washed ashore, they could easily be pushed back into the water without fear of running aground, so they were here very convenient for planting in small rivers. When the fleet stopped, Anvil was the first to jump off the ship. As soon as he landed, he saw Guan Tao leading people from the village to greet him. Next to Guan Tao stood the man who was seconded from Tuahai County. Jing Chen. Master Sheriff, why are you here in person? Guan Taodang said hello first. Haha, don't I worry? Come and take a look. These ships are not light. I'm afraid something might go wrong. Besides, I brought you some good things. Anvil also said hello with a smile. Oh, I wonder what the sheriff has brought. As soon as he heard that there was something good, Guan Tao became even more enthusiastic. He went up to Anvil and cupped his hand, and then followed Anvil. Well, it's just the seeds of some crops and vegetables. The food you eat here is really small. Apart from corn, it's beans. The only dishes besides mushrooms are bamboo shoots. After eating here for more than 3 years, I still can't get used to it, and I don't know how to eat it. I don't know how you spend such a long time. While complaining, Anvil pointed to the sacks that the boatmen were moving down and said, "This is a good thing specially distributed by the leader to the people of Qingshu, so that you can have some good food in the future." He opened a sack and said, "These are alfalfa grass seeds." Alfalfa is a kind of grass that humans cannot eat, but it can be used to feed livestock. Whether it is rabbits, sheep, or cattle and horses, they all like to eat it. There is also half a bag of sesame seeds here. This is a good thing. Even in our northern counties, there are not many sesame seeds. This is a good thing that was brought back from the Tang tribe last year. It has not become popular yet. It is a kind of people. There are many ways to eat food. Come back and wait until the immigrants arrive and let them teach you. And this is peanut, try it. This is also a good thing. It can not only squeeze out the oil, but it is also very delicious for daily consumption. Once fried, mixed with salt, it can be eaten with food or wine. There is also cotton. Cotton is not eaten, but used as a material for weaving. The cotton cloth woven from cotton is much finer and softer than linen, and its greater use is to fill quilts. Although it's not too cold here in Qingshu, but it's still very cold when it rains in winter. You'll feel much better with this quilt, which is much warmer than animal skins. In addition, these kinds of grains are also good things. This boat is full of rice seeds. The rice is divided into indica rice for steaming rice and glutinous rice for making rice dumplings. There are also improved wheat, millet, and yellow rice, which can all be used as staple foods. Good thing to use. By the way, this sweet stalk sorghum is also very good. This sorghum is about the same length as corn, but it does not produce cobs. It only produces red millet on the top of its head. This millet is sorghum. Sorghum can be eaten or used. Let's make wine. The sorghum straw is also rich in sugar. It can be eaten raw or used to squeeze sugar. As you know, sugar is similar to honey and is a very sweet thing. The rest include cabbage seeds. This is Chinese cabbage, also obtained from the soup tribe, as well as our radishes, cucumbers, and this is red persimmon. These two things can be used for cooking or as raw fruits. Don't have a taste. There is also our special dish, chili, which goes very well with rice. We have a lot of humidity here in Qingshu, so people can eat more in the future. The last two are lacquer grass and yellow willow. This willow tree is a tree that can emit light. It doesn't have much use, but it can be planted in front of and behind the house. When it grows up, it can provide lighting at night. As for the lacquer grass, it is used for painting things. If you see that there are no colorful places on the ship, the color on it is the paint produced by the lacquer grass. You are of little use for it, but you can sell it if you grow it. Money, our tribe pays for the raw lacquer. Listening to Anvil's introduction, Guan Tao and other villagers became more and more happy. These things sounded like good things. At least everyone would have a lot more to eat in the future. Not to mention vegetables and fruits, there are several kinds of staple food here. Before these things were not available, the only food that the people of Qingshu could eat was corn. If beans were also considered a staple food, they could barely add more. The previous one. What can the people of this era care about? Isn't that just what you eat and wear every day? Thank you so much, Lord Sheriff, and thank you so much to our chief. We haven't even met the chief yet, but we have already been so favored by him. He sent people to teach us how to farm, and also sent us so many seeds of new crops. If there are, I really want to see our leader in person, Guan Tao said excitedly. Pfft, ha 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 ha, cough. Jing Chun, who had been following him all the time, couldn't hold it back and burst out laughing. He quickly coughed twice to cover it up, and then whispered in Guan Tao's ear. Reminded. The leader of our Han tribe is quite young. He seems to be only 16 or 17 years old now. He is not considered an old man. Tube. Who I am? Where am I? What am I talking about? Guan Tao blushed and froze in embarrassment, not knowing what to say. Anvil didn't mind this. After all, the leader had never been here, and the local people didn't know and were willing. He patted Guan Tao on the shoulder and said, Brother Guan, don't worry. There will definitely be a chance to meet the leader in the future. Let's talk about building a house first. The immigrants are on the boat now, but they will come soon. Oh, yes, let's build a house. Guan Tao borrowed his donkey from the slope to get over the trouble, and then he took the initiative to pat his chest and take the lead. Don't worry, Lord Sheriff, our village is very welcoming to the folks from the north. We will definitely help with building houses, and so on. I called everyone here today, just to help transport these things. Okay, I'll trouble you folks, but you won't suffer any loss. When these immigrants arrive, you will know the benefits. This time the leader specially selected some capable people to come over. Only you can't think of it, but they can't do it: farming, breeding, weaving, cooking, and reading and writing. If you don't understand something in the future, you can ask them. Anvil originally planned to ask Guan Tao and others to help move things. Seeing that Guan Tao and others responded enthusiastically to the arrival of the immigrants, He relaxed a little and took the opportunity to publicize the abilities of the immigrants so that the local people could pay more attention and respect to immigrants. It's just that he was overthinking it. In the past month or so that Jing Chen had been there, he had already established a very good image for the immigrants from the Han tribe. Not to mention his personal image, but his ability was real and made the locals appreciate it. Very impressed. Don't worry, Lord Sheriff. You have already benefited us a lot by sending Brother Jing. How could we not know the importance of other people? Don't worry, I will definitely take good care of those folks from the north when they come. Hearing Taizhan's words, Guantao immediately expressed his stance on behalf of the people in the village. Sacrifice of Friend's new book, The Legend of Tsongli. Introduction. The Tsongli Ling family is stained with blood. This is the rise of a legendary family that will surely be unmatched. A novel about the Qingshu family, cultivating immortals. If you like this genre, you can read it. There is a portal for the writer's words below. Guantao's words made Andal very happy. He had always been worried about whether immigrants would be squeezed out by the locals. It seemed that in the face of actual interests, they still chose to obey. Who would have trouble with interests? In fact, those families in Shangha village who did not accept the land reform of the Han tribe have now begun to regret it. Seeing that their 60 or 70 acres of land are growing more food than their own hundreds of acres of land, and the growth is it's so delightful, who wouldn't be envious after seeing it? Even with the various crop seeds brought by Andal this time, they doubted whether the Han tribe would not give them to them. However, when Andal announced that every family had them, they were relieved at this time. Although Tiezhen made a bet with them to compete in corn production, it was only to let the local people understand the benefits of the Han tribal system, and it was not to target them differently. The original purpose of the Han tribe was nothing more than to make them willing, it's just about complying with the land reform system. Since the local people are willing to accept the reform, there is no need to antagonize them anymore. After understanding the situation, Taiji immediately decided, Guantao, since your village is willing to accept the redistribution of land, then I will ask someone to register the land and houses for the remaining people tomorrow. As for the grain this time, let's wait until the ministry completes the registration before allocating them uniformly. Okay, we have no problem, it's up to the governor to make the decision. Guantao also happily agreed. Shangha village was originally a very harmonious village, and it was also a relatively closed village. Originally, the more than 100 families of theirs were their own. Now, due to the Han tribe, especially the bet proposed by Andal, the village has become vague. Two factions were separated and started to be a bit hostile to each other. Now the people on the other side are finally willing to bow their heads and admit their mistakes. This is a good thing. As the elder of the village, Guantao will not play tricks of showing off and slapping people in the face. At this time it is best to repair the relationships and rifts between the people in the village. Seriously, after all, if you lower your head to see your neighbor, do you really want to become your enemy? Taizhan and the villagers agreed on the remeasurement and registration of the land, and then accompanied by Guantao, they went to inspect the farmland. He was relieved to learn that they were farming well under the leadership of Jing Chen. Everyone began to unload various building materials from the boat, first stacking them on the high ground by the river, and then preparing to slowly move them into the village. As for whether someone would steal the bricks, that's impossible. Now all the living people on Qingshu Island are under the rule of the Han tribe. Except for the villages everywhere, there are no people wandering around at all. So even if someone steals, it can only be the people in the village themselves. Stealing, but what's the point of stealing bricks, making sure others can't see them? The next day, as the farmland in the village was redistributed, Shangha village once again returned to a harmonious state. Jing Chen began to teach the remaining villagers how to grow corn, and the foreman from Anvil was also sent to build a house. and carpenters and others began building houses. Guan Tao and the people in the village took the initiative to help transport building materials and learned the house-building techniques of a wave of Han tribes. There were even skilled people in the village who were cutting down bamboo and weaving some daily necessities for the new immigrants. There are many projects that need to be built this time. The first is resettlement housing for immigrants in various villages on Qingshu Island. Then, a mill will be built in each village to grind wheat and corn for the villagers. There will also be a tofu mill and press. The oil mill is also used by the village. There are no large settlements on Qingshu Island, and the people are very scattered. If you want to meet their daily needs, you can only rely on this method. Compared with the situation of the Han tribe, the economic system of places like Qingshu can be regarded as a real small-scale peasant economy. There is basically no need for commercial trade between villages, because they can all produce for their own use. At most, they can interact with each other among the families in the village. Exchange something. Finally, there is a school in each village. It does not need to be too big, as long as there are 2 or 3 large houses, and a yard is enough for use. Anyway, the students are all children from the village. There are at most about 200 school-aged children, divided into 2 or 3 classes. There is no need for accommodation, let alone a canteen. It is only a few steps to go home directly after school. As time goes by, the entire Qingshu Island has also entered a period of rapid construction. The prisoners captured in the previous battle with the Qingshu tribe are currently assigned to various counties for construction, but this is not their final destination, because there are bigger engineering projects waiting for them. Jiahai County at the northwest end of Qingshu Island is at the end of the hidden bridge, connected to the mainland. The current governor of Jiahai County is Elder Zhu Qingshu. Because he is just a mascot, Shui Qingyao did not let him be responsible for Jiahai County. As for the government affairs of the county, he didn't understand the system of the Han tribe anyway. How could he be allowed to manage a county? The Anvil and Niue are different. Although the Anvil is Elder Jin of the Qingshu tribe, he is originally from the Han tribe and is relatively familiar with the affairs of the Han tribe. Although Niue is an elder Shang of the Qingshu tribe, he has been on an envoy to the Han tribe. He studied in Hanyang County, and later during the Han-Qingshu War, he was taken away by Luo Chong and served as the county magistrate of the Han tribe in Shuifu County, Ruyang County. This guy was very familiar with the government affairs management of the Han tribe, so he was made the county magistrate. It's okay to stick to nature. As for Zhu Ping, he didn't understand the government affairs of the Han tribe, but he knew how to build houses. This is the reason why Luo Chong asked him to serve as the official governor of Jiahai County. He can be exempted from the government affairs of Jiahai County, but there is a construction project here that requires him, and that is the Cross-Sea Bridge in Jiahai County. At this time, Shui Qingyao smoothed out the government affairs of Qingshu and handed them over to the county guards of the following counties. He also arranged for the 8th Division of the governor's office to provide guidance and supervision, and then he went to Jiahai County himself. On this day, he and Zhu Ping were taking a boat to study the construction plan of the Cross-Sea Bridge. This Cross-Sea Bridge project was originally proposed by Bestia to fool the Qingshu tribe. The Qingshu tribe did listen, but the strength is too weak, and it has never really started to take action. Now this work has been left to the hands of the Han tribe. The Han tribe naturally wants to build it. They must open up the connection between Qingshu Island and the mainland. Shui Qingyao stood on the side of the boat, holding a letter from Luo Chong in his hand and said, "The leader said that this bridge cannot be built as a sea dam. In other words, our bridge must be built, but it cannot be built according to the previous plan was to simply fill it with stones and earth and roughly raise it to expose it to the sea. Why? Isn't this the method proposed by the Han envoy before? Isn't this the simplest method?" Zhu Ping asked in confusion. He was the person who worried the most about this cross-sea bridge project. The leader said that this would destroy the ecology and affect the biological communication on both sides of the strait. Fish must have passed through this place in the past. We just blocked it. Who knows what will happen in the future? Also, if we directly use reclamation to build dams and bridges, will it have an impact on the tides here? If this sea-blocking dam is built, will it have any impact on the land on both sides of the strait? What if the tide rises, and the seawater cannot get out here, and Qingshu Island is directly flooded? Shui Qingyao showed the letter given by Luo Chong in front of Zhu Ping and said, Then, how to build this? Do we need to use boats to build a pontoon bridge? Zhu Ping had never thought about this problem before. He only thought about the technical aspects of building a bridge, but he never considered the ecological impact. But Luo Chong is different. He came from a modern civilized society, and his vision and understanding are much higher than those of the people here. In modern infrastructure projects, geological and environmental considerations must be given top priority. For example, in order to protect the grassland ecology of the Qinghai Tibet Plateau and the wild Tibetan antelopes and yaks living there, the country spent a lot of money when building the Qinghai Tibet Railway. A lot of money is spent on environmental protection. Railways could have been laid directly on the ground in some sections, which would have saved a lot of costs. However, in order to facilitate the migration of Tibetan antelopes and yaks, the country deliberately spent money to build more viaducts to allow trains to pass on the bridges, allowing Tibetan antelopes and yaks to migrate. Yaks can migrate under the bridge calmly, thus avoiding affecting their lives. The same is true for the cross-sea bridge of the Han tribe. It cannot affect the passage of fish in the strait, nor can it cut off the seawater and affect the tide, thereby avoiding unpredictable consequences. So Luo Chong specially wrote this opinion letter to Shui Qingyao on the construction of a cross-sea bridge connecting Qingshu Island to the grassland. This document first put forward the considerations of ecological protection and geographical and hydrological environment, and finally made a decision to change the original sea dam construction plan into a continuous arch bridge, and deliberately improved the quality standards of the cross-sea bridge. Because the original plan was to pass people and carriages, but now the goal has become to pass heavy-haul trains, the construction standards are naturally different. It was also mentioned above about the future political relationship between Qingshu Island and the entire Han tribe, as well as the direction of development. The most important part is that Luo Chong plans to use a railway to run through the entire Qingshu Island from east to west, and then pass the cross-sea bridge at the west end of Qingshu Island, connecting the grassland, and then turning back eastward from the grassland through the coastal area on the south bank of Honghu Lake, and finally connecting to the future capital. This cross-sea railway was integrated into the transportation network of the entire Han tribe. With the existence of this cross-sea bridge and cross-sea railway, no matter how the political situation of Qingshu Island changes in the future, it will never be able to break away from the control of the mainland. The place that Luo Chong finally conquered will never be separated again. Even if the Han Empire is destroyed in the future and the world changes dynasties, Qingshu Island will never be able to become independent. Of course, this is just a statement. With the current level of scientific and technological civilization of the Han tribe, there is basically no danger to the outside world. Unless there is an internal split, this kind of thing will never happen. The leader said, "Let us first erect bridge piers like tall buildings, then build arches from the piers, add small arches on top of the arches, and finally lay the bridge deck." Shui Qingyao pulled out a structural sketch from the document to compare the construction. Ping introduced. Sukuhai glanced at the sketch, then looked at the design indicators next to it, and suddenly asked in surprise, "Isn't this too difficult?" "Yes, it is difficult. If you really just want to build a continuous arch bridge, it is not that difficult. Is it just a string of Zhaozhou bridges connected together? The technical difficulty is not that big, as long as you are willing to spend the money, you can do it. It can definitely be built. But this bridge is not. Luo Chong clearly stated above that this bridge should allow the current three-masted sailboats to pass normally under the bridge at low tide. What is this concept? The height of the mast of a general sailing ship is basically the same as the length of the ship. The three-masted sailing ship of the Han tribe is 40 meters long, and the height of the ship above the waterline is about 10 meters. Plus the mast is nearly 40 meters high. If such a ship can for normal passage under the bridge, the arch of the bridge must be at least 50 meters away from the sea to allow sailing boats to pass. If that's the case, no wonder Luo Chong asked them to erect a bridge pier like a high-rise building first. This is already 50 or 60 meters high. Plus the underwater part, one bridge pier alone must be 70 meters high. What is this if not a high-rise? Zhu Hei's eyebrows knitted together. He would not refute the opinions and standards proposed by Luo Chong. This guy was purely a technician. The only question in his thinking mode was, can this work? Zhu Ping immediately started thinking about the entire project and the technical indicators proposed by Luo Chong. He thought for a moment before speaking. The leader said that it is too difficult to pass a three-masted sailing ship at low tide, but we may have a way to lower the standard. How to lower it? No matter how you lower it, the leader requires that the three-masted sailing ship must be able to pass under the bridge. You can't let them cut the mast, right? Do you want them to paddle across and then put the mast back on? Shui Qingyao also raised his eyebrows and asked Zhu Ping. No, the governor misunderstood. What did we do by cutting down the mast? In my opinion, it is the hidden bridge that should be removed. Lord Governor, please see, if we can cut off a few sections of the hidden bridge under the sea, lower their height under the water, and leave enough space, wouldn't it be possible to allow ships to pass? Then our bridge piers can be built a little lower. In this way, both the construction difficulty and the construction cost will be reduced by a big margin, and at the same time, it can also meet the requirements of the leader. Zhu Hei immediately explained. Before Shui Qingyao joined the army, he was also engaged in construction, so when he heard what Zhu Ping said, he understood what it meant, and he immediately said with enlightenment. Oh, you mean, instead of increasing the height of the bridge piers, we lower the height of the bridge foundation to lower the minimum tide level proposed by the leader by another section, thereby meeting the requirements of the leader for passing ships? This method is okay. It can indeed reduce the technical difficulty and construction costs. As for the underwater rocks and places that need to be removed, we can just blow them up and make several deep water gaps in the entire hidden bridge for the passage of ships. Our bridge piers are still built on top according to the original plan. In this way, starting from the lowest water level, we only need to build more than 30 meters of piers on the hidden bridge to meet the needs. Yes, that's exactly what I mean. I think it shouldn't be difficult for the Han tribe to dig underwater channels, right? Zhu Ping nodded quickly in response. Of course there are still some difficulties, but there must be a way to complete it. The leader is the expert in this area. We can ask the leader for specific construction methods when we come back. Our current work is to conduct preliminary geological exploration, and then design detailed engineering drawings. We can just ask the leader for the final construction method. The first step is to measure the total length of the bridge, then calculate the span of each arch based on the load requirements and the structure of the bridge, and then calculate the total number of piers needed based on this span. The second step is to actually measure the location of each pier and mark the construction location for each pier. Then when the hidden bridge is exposed to the water, use waterproof sand and gravel bags to surround the location of the pier and collect the water inside. Drain and prepare for the subsequent construction of the bridge piers. After hearing Zhu Ping's idea, Shui Qingyao agreed very much, and then he began to arrange the specific work steps, dividing the various stages of the project with reasons. He was worthy of being a contractor in the Han tribe. A person who has directed thousands of workers to work together. Zhu Ping was even more interested in this project. He dreamed of learning the new construction techniques of the Han tribe. Now that he had just joined the Han tribe, he was entrusted with an important task. Although the county guard only had a name, he was not involved in building the bridge. He is one of the real people in charge. Because among the entire Han tribe, there may be many more powerful construction engineers than Zhu Ping, but those who are familiar with the local hydrological conditions and understand architecture must be Zhu Ping. Then when will we build the bridge piers, and what materials will we use to build the bridge piers? Zhu Ping was very interested. When he heard that Xue Qingyao had casually made a phased plan for the project, he immediately asked about the details of the construction of the bridge piers. I don't know about this, but it shouldn't be very soon. The leader mentioned in this document that he plans to use reinforced concrete to pour this bridge pier, but neither steel nor concrete is available in the Han tribe now. I didn't even hear it. As I said, the leader said here that the tribe is studying it. It shouldn't take a long time, but even if it is faster, I estimate it will take 1.5 years. If we have this time, we might as well have people fill sacks first, then mark and surround the bridge piers, and then find a way to open a few holes. After we finish these things, the leader should be almost ready by then. Xue Qingyao said. Well, that seems to be the only way to do it. But I didn't expect that the leader would actually create new building materials and methods for this bridge. It seems that the leader attaches great importance to this bridge. This is what the saying about tendons and soil is, and I am also the first to do so. I heard about it once. Sukihai also complained. Yes, Luo Chong is indeed studying these things now. When there was no steam engine before, this thing was really difficult to fix, but now that there are steam engines, small trains, and steel rolling mills, he finally has the competence to waste steel on infrastructure. In addition, there is the research and development of cement. In fact, the Han tribe has long had the ability to bake cement, but Luo Chong has never wasted manpower to do this. This is because such indigenous firing technology is too inefficient and costly, and it is simply impossible. It is used for infrastructure construction, but with the newly developed stone crushers and grinders, iron ore and gypsum can be easily ground into powder. This efficiency can naturally be applied to large-scale infrastructure projects. In the industrial county of Xingang County, the newly built factories are arranged in an orderly manner. Next to the steel mill is the newly built steel rolling mill. The huge steel rolling mill workshop is several hundred meters long, like a long shed. The huge space here seems extremely empty at this time. The workshop that should have been filled with machines only has 2 poor production lines working at this time. This is the only place where the Han tribe can roll rails. In the newly renovated steelmaking plant, next to several earthen blast furnaces, the original regenerators and human-powered blowers arranged in a star array have now been replaced by steam-powered fan blowers made of steel. The huge fan blades driven by the steam engine continuously blow the hot air that has been heated in advance into the blast furnace at a speed that is indistinguishable to the naked eye. The blowing equipment is replaced by a steam engine instead of manpower. This improvement alone can save dozens of dollars. Each worker's workstation can be used as a workstation, and the blast furnace can produce more powerful production capacity. However, these workers will not be laid off. The Han tribe is now very short of population and does not have the luxury to abandon skilled workers at will. These workers who were laid off from the blast furnace blower positions were sent to the rolling workshop of the steel rolling mill to receive new skills training, and then continued to live as workers. In the steelmaking plant, earthen blast furnaces transformed from steam engines are producing molten iron one after another. The molten iron is placed in heat-resistant crucibles with steel shells, and then sent to the open hearth furnace, not far away for new baptism. The hot molten iron is transferred to the open hearth furnace. A hollow steel pipe is slowly lowered from the open hearth furnace until it is inserted into the depth of the molten iron. The next moment, the blower is started, and the steelmaking furnace using the open hearth top blowing process blows a large amount of oxygen-rich air into the molten iron. Inside, oxygen reacts with the carbon in the pig iron to form carbon dioxide, which is then discharged from the surface of the molten iron in bubbles, reducing the carbon content in the pig iron to the requirements of steel, completing a gorgeous transformation. There is no need to add any additional fuel or energy supply during the entire process. Just the oxidation reaction of the molten iron can release a large amount of heat to maintain its own temperature in a red-hot liquid state. Not far away, the conductor of the open hearth furnace located in the high-rise tower was wearing large sunglasses and observing the entire process of molten iron turning into molten steel in the open hearth furnace. When he relies on experience to judge that the steel water has basically reached the standard, he will ring a hanging bell on the top of the house, then wave the corresponding colorful flag to stop the blower. Next, he will pour the molten steel back into the transferred ladle, and the furnace worker will, after scooping out the floating impurities and slag with an iron spoon, they moved it to the sand pit nearby and parked it at the casting position. The large sand mold at the casting station was ready. The molten steel was hoisted by iron chains and gradually poured into the mold. Finally, it was poured into large rectangular steel ingots. Each steel ingot weighed about 3,500 kilograms. This large steel block, weighing nearly 2 tons, had not yet completely cooled down and was in a red-hot state. Workers used steel drills and hammers to dig it out of the mold, then hoisted it with iron chains, and then used it to lift it. Iron brushes clean the sand and impurities on the surface, and finally they are lifted to the steel rolling workshop. Waiting for these steel ingots will be another tempering of fate. Workers hoisted these steel ingots that had cooled to dark red into a heating furnace to reheat them to orange red, and then lifted them out to the rolling mill. 2 cast steel wheels weighing several tons, driven by the iron bowl steam engine, instantly squeezed and deformed the steel ingot. The originally square steel ingot was gradually stretched, thinned, and squeezed like dough. I-shaped load-bearing structure. After several rounds of rolling, this square steel ingot weighing 3,500 kilograms was squeezed into a 100-meter-long narrow-gauge steel ingot like making ramen. Rails. Finally, it was measured with calipers and weighed to meet the design standard of 35 kilograms per meter. Then workers used hammers to hammer the qualified steel stamp on the side of the rail, and it was ready to be used for laying railways. In the open space at the end of the steel rolling mill, there are now countless steel rails piled up, at least several thousand. If 10 rails are 1 kilometer long, divided by 2, these rails are enough to lay more than 200 kilometers. Narrow-gauge mining railway, but the current production is still continuing, and there is no intention to stop. The role of narrow-gauge railways is actually much more useful than that of heavy-haul railways. Heavy-haul railways have high construction costs, long construction periods, and large carrying capacities. They are suitable for super projects such as national arteries. However, narrow-gauge railways are more convenient for short-distance transportation on complex terrain. The biggest advantage of this thing is that you don't need to lay a foundation. You just need to level the road surface and roll it several times with a stone mill, and then you can lay it directly. It is the kind of railway that goes west this morning and can be demolished in the afternoon. Paved to the north, this is its special value. The installation is flexible and can be maneuvered at any time according to different needs. The railway can be maneuvered at will. Can you believe this? Chief, how many more narrow-gauge rails like this need to be produced? Our warehouse is still under construction. The temporary storage in the workshop alone adds up to tens of thousands of tons of rails, and we can't hold them anymore. Dolly followed Luo Chong to visit the improved steel mill and the newly built steel rolling mill. Watching the rails being produced one after another, Dolly felt the inventory pressure and immediately reminded Luo Chong. Let's start with 10,000 rods. One rod is 100 meters long, and 10,000 rods only cover 1,000 kilometers. If we divide that by 2, we can only lay 500 kilometers of railway. We don't have to worry about too many narrow-gauge rails. The iron mines here, the copper mines in Babaishan, the copper mines in Qingshu Island, the coal mines in Dongxing County, and the iron ores and stone mines in Tang Tribe all need these narrow-gauge railways. Transportation, and even the construction process of the future capital, will also require this kind of railway to transport earthwork and building materials. Where is this? Don't stop the production of narrow-gauge rails. Once the goal of 10,000 rails is completed, stop one production line and keep one production line working for a long time, and then start producing rebar. How is the rebar rolling mill doing now? Luo Chong first arranged the future rail production plan, and then asked about the development progress of the rebar rolling equipment. Rebar is also steel bar. This kind of thing may not seem very important, but modern countries are supported by these steel skeletons. Not to mention buildings, just every kilometer of heavy-haul railways and highways need to be used. How much steel? A few years ago, the cost of constructing Wawawajia's expressway exceeded 100 million per kilometer. Does anyone know how much steel bars are used in 1 kilometer of expressway? Of course, the Han tribe does not need paved roads such as highways. The existing land transportation of the Han tribe is mainly horse-drawn carriages. Horse hooves running on dirt roads are the most comfortable. If you really want horses' hooves to run on asphalt roads, I am afraid it will be useless in a few days. A horse. The Han tribe has now begun to manufacture steel bars, entirely for the construction of bridges and heavy-haul railways. For example, the most urgent one is the construction of the cross-sea bridge. Looking back at the head, the rebar rolling mill is relatively slow now. I have seen this thing. From a technical perspective, I feel that it is not as difficult as the rail rolling mill. However, there are too many models, and rails are only a specification is required. In addition, I think our Power Research Institute needs to expand its scale. You have assigned so many tasks to them now that I feel sorry for them. Dolly relied on his kinship with Luo Chong and couldn't help but complain. Yes, rebar is indeed much simpler than steel rails, but what Dolly said makes sense. No matter how difficult the rails are, isn't it just the same model? There are 10 models of rebar ranging from the smallest diameter of 6 mm to the largest diameter of 50 mm. Each model requires the use of different models of rollers, which indirectly increases the difficulty and workload. In addition, the Research Institute needs to develop more equipment than these. In addition to narrow-gauge rails and heavy-duty rails, as well as rebar rolling mills, there are other supporting equipment, such as large spring winding machines, which are used to produce train frame springs. Each carriage requires 2 people at one end and one end. Each frame requires 4 wheels and 8 large shock-absorbing springs. These are all essential things. There is also a gravel crusher. In the past, the Han tribe did not have such a thing and did not need it. Even if gravel was needed, the most would be to collect some pebbles from the river. But things are different now. To build railways, ballast is needed, which is the gravel on the railway. In addition, making concrete also requires a lot of stones. Just building the cross-sea bridge does not know how many stones will be used, so the crushing stone machines are also important. In addition, Luo Chong is also developing cement industrial production equipment. The production process of cement is not difficult to say. You only need to crush the limestone into powder, mix it with clay iron powder and calcine it. After burning, grind it into fine powder again, and then mix it with gypsum powder according to a certain proportion. It becomes cement. Calcination is not a problem for the current Han tribe, because they have accumulated a lot of experience in coking and steelmaking. The most troublesome thing now is how to grind various minerals into fine powders. In this production process, the minerals also need to be broken into small pieces first, then ground in a crusher, and finally finely ground again. After 3 times of processing, the ores can be turned into what the Han tribe needs. Shape. So these crushers and fine grinders have also become research projects of the Institute. Coupled with the simultaneous manufacturing of trains and the research and development of other new equipment, even after Luo Chong added a group of interns to the Power Research Institute last year, the Research Institute's personnel still felt a bit stretched. All the researchers were working continuously, with no time to rest at all. Even the interns who came last year went to the production line to train workers. The vigorous complaints actually make sense. Luo Chong currently has too many research and development projects thrown at the institute. After all, he wants to build an industrial system. Even the most rudimentary industrial system is no small task. It was obviously just a power research institute, but Luo Chong used them as the second machine department. The pressure on these researchers was a bit high, but once this industrial road started, there was no way back. Moreover, Luo Chong's life does not allow him to slack off at all. Although he is only 18 years old now, who can guarantee that Luo Chong will not die suddenly? After all, the medical conditions in this era are so poor. Therefore, Luo Chong has been treating one day as 2 days, wishing that he could leave something more to the world while he was in the best condition and full of energy. I know their task is very heavy, but there's nothing we can do about it. We've come to this point now, so we can't give up halfway. I'm not saying, go ask those researchers, are you willing to stop? I'm not forcing you. They did it. Luo Chong couldn't help but complain. Dolly reluctantly nodded and admitted, yes, Luo Chong did not pressure those researchers. They all worked overtime voluntarily, and Dolly couldn't stop him. Seeing that the rolling mill has been built, the rails are being produced rapidly, the model experiment of the train has been completed, and the rail train is being made. The railway will be laid soon and their trains can run. At this time, you tell them to stop? Do you think the researchers themselves can agree? Now those researchers are in a state of excitement, as if they have endless energy. They don't know what tiredness is, and they just want to get their trains running on the rails as soon as possible. Of course, the title and rewards are part of the reason, but more of it is the belief in my heart and the pride of being a pioneer. As long as they accomplish this, how will future generations talk about them? This is definitely a great opportunity to make a name for yourself. Having gained fame, status, and wealth, who would refuse such a good thing? Luo Chong paused and continued, as the governor of Qingshu County, you are not allowed to take care of farming and breeding. You are only responsible for coordinating and managing the miners and steel mills, as well as the newly built for the production planning and workers of these factories. Can't you think of ways to add some benefits to them? For example, what type of work, how many mung beans and sugar are distributed every quarter? Summer is coming soon and the steel plant is so hot. How to ensure the health and motivation of workers? If you are able, arrange more benefits for them. I think that blower is good. It will not only be used to blow up the blast furnace, but also be used to install exhaust fans in the workshop to cool down the workshop. By the way, before summer, you build another dormitory for workers to use for lunch break. Fans must be installed. Ice cubes in stock are available for you to use. Mung bean soup to relieve the heat is allowed to be drank by them as they please. You are a county guard. The big housekeeper of Qingshu County must take good care of these workers. Have you seen these tens of thousands of tons of steel? This is the cornerstone of our Han tribe, and these workers are our treasures. We must take good care of them. If you have anything to add to the things I just mentioned, if you need to build a house, need grain and sugar, write a report and I will approve it for you. Dolly nodded helplessly again, accepting the matter, but he still said, however, even if we arrange benefits for them, they are still tired. I think it is better to add more manpower to them. Well, it's okay to increase manpower. Otherwise, I can transfer some people from the Comprehensive Research Institute. The mechanical team there is also very capable. Although the two sides have completely embarked on different paths, let them work together. For a while, maybe you can learn something from each other, and it can be regarded as an academic exchange. In addition, some people can be transferred from the chemistry team. Regarding the cement formula, a lot of chemical experiments and analysis are needed. If it doesn't work, I'll go back and select some people from schools in various places. Although they won't be of great use, it's still okay to do odd jobs for them. Luo Chong thought for a moment before making a decision. That's good, that's good. There is really a shortage of people here now. I think the people at the Institute of Comprehensive Research are not bad. The scale and mechanical clock they brought out during the Chinese New Year are quite good. They look very impressive. It looks like that. Dolly said very happily when he heard that Luo Chong was going to transfer the mechanical team from number 1. In fact, it is indeed similar to what Luo Chong said. Although the mechanical group and the Power Research Institute of the same institute are both studying machinery, they have actually embarked on completely different paths. One is engaged in precision instrument manufacturing, and the other is engaged in large-scale power production. Equipment. The first institute is working on camera shutters and pocket watches, while the research projects here at the second institute can easily pull out a few tons of parts. This is the difference between the two sides now. It doesn't matter which one is stronger or weaker. For the Han tribe, they are all equally important. Now if the two groups of people are brought together to work, maybe they can create some sparks, learn from each other's experience, and then come up with other good things? Luo Chong expressed great anticipation for this. The 8 counties of Hanyang are like a huge machine, rotating in an orderly manner. On the other side, 1,000 families of immigrants who took a boat to go south at the beginning of the year finally arrived at the dock of Tuahai County. They are now far away from their destination for the rest of their lives. There was only one last stop left, across the channel, and these people would be able to settle down immediately. 10 large sailing ships stopped at the dock of Tuahai County, which attracted the attention of the people on both sides of the Taiwan Strait, because although the Han tribe often had ships traveling between the north and the south, such a large fleet of 10 three-masted sailing ships was rare. These immigrants need to rest here temporarily, and then set off again from Tuahai County to Qingshu Island together with other supplies that need to be replenished to Qingshu Island. After all, there is not even a place to take a shower on the ship. After a month and a half, the whole person is going to be rotten. Before arriving at the destination, it is definitely necessary to take a shower, change clothes, and freshen up. Dashu had been contacted by the fleet a few days ago and had already made preparations to receive these thousands of immigrants. In addition, there were many sets of photographic equipment and photographers who came with the ship to be responsible for the arrival of these immigrants. While making ID cards, training operators, etc., the same equipment and personnel are also prepared for Qingshu Island. After the immigrants arrive there, the local people will also have to accept the same ID card system. Okay, everyone is on the deck. Our destination is almost here. Everyone has brought a change of clothes. Let's go to the shore to rest for a few days. Let's take a shower, wash clothes, and eat a few good meals. After resting, okay, let's go across the sea. Upon hearing the captain's announcement, the immigrants on the ship quickly picked up their personal luggage and walked onto the deck. The scenery immediately changed. Unlike the green mountains and green waters of the 8 counties of Hanyang, the coastal city of Tuahai County was full of blue sea and blue sky. Standing on the deck, they could smell the salty sea breeze. This was a smell they had never smelled before. The immigrants lined up to get off the boat and looked around at this coastal city that also belonged to the Han tribe. The salty sea breeze blew the rice fields on the shore, setting off waves of green rice waves. There were officials from Tuahai County who had been prepared here in advance to receive and guide them. Due to the large number of people, Tuahai County did not prepare carriages and just took the immigrants on foot to the city. They have all been suffocating in the cabin for a month and a half, and it feels good to be able to walk now. Takumi County has prepared all the posthouses and schools for them to live temporarily. For this reason, they also specially gave the students a few days off. Otherwise, they would not have so many places to settle the nearly 4,000 immigrants. Not long after, this huge team of immigrants arrived at the temporary residence. Everyone went to the post house in batches to take a shower. The school also prepared a large number of toilet tools for the immigrants to wash their own clothes. The original school square was temporarily turned into thousands of pieces of clothes are hung to dry in the clothes drying yard. The view from the teaching building is quite spectacular. Not long after, the immigrant dinner party organized by Dashu was also ready. The school desks were put together to form a long dining table, with benches on both sides. It was simple, but also very affordable. Bowls of food were placed directly on the table. Arrive at the table and have the immigrants drooling. It's not that they haven't eaten good food. After all, they came here after Jingdan at home, but for more than a month on the ship, due to the limited fuel on the ship and the inconvenience of cooking, the daily meals were extremely simple. Now they encountered such rich food, of course, I can't help but want to eat more. While the school was hosting immigrants, Dashu was also in contact with Shui Qingyao on Qingshu Island, asking about their specific arrangements for immigration, how he could cooperate, and various livestock supplies, etc. In fact, the Han tribe began to mobilize their livestock here before the Chinese New Year, but they have always been fostered here in Tuahai County. The pressure on the big tree is also great. He hopes to get these things to Qingshu Island as soon as possible. Save it for yourself. I'm upset because in the end, it's not from my county anyway. After Shui Qingyao learned that the immigrants had arrived in Tuahai County, he quickly asked about the preparation progress of the following counties, whether the most basic resettlement houses were ready, and which places were ready to receive immigrants. When he asked this, he was not only asking about the status of resettlement houses built locally for immigrants, but also about the attitude of local people towards the Han tribe. Are they looking forward to the arrival of immigrants like Shangha village, or are other villages more repellent to immigrants from the Han tribe? Speaking of this, when it comes to the public sentiment of the local people, Anvil is undoubtedly the best. He has lived in Qingshu Island for several years and is very familiar with the local situation. His long-term undercover work has made him very good at figuring out people's hearts. So it's quite easy to be the county guard. Things didn't go so smoothly in other places. In those areas where the garrison Sima temporarily acted as the county guard, their governance methods were a bit rougher. They just followed whatever instructions were given, but their control over people's hearts was definitely not as good as that of an Anvil. Delicate. Fortunately, the basic resettlement work is going well everywhere. The one that accomplished the best was Xinhua County in Taiyan. Although its population and fields were the largest in the entire Qingshu Island, its management was also the best. In addition, the situation here in Chaoyang County is also good. Only one local fishing tribe in Chaoyang County is a big clan, which is now the Yu clan. The Yu clan has had a good relationship with the envoy led by Beastia from early on, and later even defected to the Han tribe in advance. Therefore, there is basically no need to worry about immigration, as the Han tribe has already been there. Of course, Yashan County needs no introduction. It was originally the residence of the mission, and it was the area where the mission worked most intensively. The local attitude towards the Han tribe was relatively friendly. In addition, it is now the seat of the governor's office, and is under the direct supervision of Shui Qingyao. So the current situation is not bad. The most troublesome thing is Jiahai County. Although Zhu Ping is the governor there, he is only in name. In addition, the place is the home base of the Xian tribe. Commander Xian left a profound influence here, even now. The administrative management of Jiahai County has always been under the high-pressure control of the military. However, immigration is not a problem. The people here have always been in a state of fear of the Han tribe. They dare not refute any decision made by the local government. They can do whatever they are told. But if they want to completely identify with the Han tribe, they need to. It took time and gentler governance to heal the trauma the Han tribes had inflicted on them. At first, the Han tribe had a great time killing people here, which indeed intimidated the local people, but it seems that the intimidation was too much, which led to the current situation. Xue Qingyao is even thinking about whether to wait until the situation in Xinhua County stabilizes before transferring Andal to Jiahai County for 2 years next year. This guy's ability to govern and his understanding of the local situation will make even Xue Qingyao itself is incomparable. Due to the limited transportation conditions in Jiahai County and the different preparations in different places, Xue Qingyao decided to transfer 600 households first put these people in Chaoyang, Yashan, and Xinhua counties, and then wait for the arrival in Jiahai County. Once the situation is a little more stable, we can send the remaining people there. Guanhai County has a small population and is still a mountainous area. Xianfeng County mainly produces salt, and Jiahai County also engages in mining and metallurgy. Anyway, there is not much cultivated land there, so it doesn't matter if it's a little later. In addition, Xue Qingyao wanted to wait for the 4 county guards sent by Luo Chong to take over the governance of the garrison Sima, and then organize them properly. It would be best to organize them to go to Xinhua County and follow them before they took office. Andal learns experience. After Dashi received Xue Qingyao's reply, he immediately made preparations and asked people to bring the immigration files and select suitable skills as the first batch of immigrants to land on Qingshu Island. At first, they were mostly immigrants who were mainly engaged in agricultural planting and breeding. Now it is mid-February of the first year of dashing. They will rest here for 3 days, then take a week's boat to Qingshu, and finally arrive at their new home. Waiting for them once settled, it will be the end of February. This is the right time for immigrants to lead local villagers to transform paddy fields, and then they can immediately switch to rice planting after the corn harvest in March. In schools in Takumi County, the first batch of people selected to be included in the immigration list have also received notifications. They are both looking forward to and nervous. They are afraid that the local conditions are bad. After all, are they immigrants? If the conditions are good, why would they immigrate? In addition, they are more looking forward to their future life. The tribe has given them so many subsidies and benefits to allow them to immigrate. I believe that as long as if the business is run well, life in the future will definitely be good. 3 days later, the first batch of immigrants was ready. They just rested in Jiahai County and did not make too many stops before being arranged to board a ship to Qingshu Island. Although there are only 600 households going to Qingshu Island this time, the fleet is larger than when it came before. In addition to these immigrants, there are also a large number of livestock that will go to Qingshu Island with them. These livestock can be distributed to local people. 6 3-masted sailing ships and more than 10 2-masted sailing ships formed a huge fleet heading towards Qingshu Island. At the outlet of Luyang River, some immigrants stood on the deck and looked at the boundless sea in front of them. They were very shocked. There was a sailor on the boat who was manning the sail and introduced them to them casually. The salty sea breeze you smelled in Takumi County before was blowing from here. Did you see the blue water under the boat? Hey, this water can be unlike the Luyang River. The water here is salty. Although there is a lot of water here, it cannot be used to drink, so if we on the boat want to drink water, we can only drink the drinking water brought on the boat. Ah? Salty? Real or fake? How big is the sea? If this is all salty, how much salt must be put in it? A half-year-old child named Renzhua among the immigrants asked in surprise. I don't understand. The salt here is not put in, but is innate. The leader said that the salt in the sea grows naturally. This is an endless treasure mine. The light, you can make a lot of money by refining salt from seawater. By the way, when you were in Hanyang County before, you all ate the rock salt there, but it will be different in the future. There is Tuahai County here, Tang Tribe opposite, and Qingshu Island where we are going. These places eat sea salt. Xianfeng County on Qingshu Island is a salt-producing place, specializing in drying sea salt. The sailor boasted about his knowledge, and also gave the immigrants some knowledge about the nearby situation. Is the Qingshu Island we are going to big? Is there drinking water on it? The young man named Renzhua continued to ask. Of course Dauda is big. There are 6 counties there, and there is drinking water on it. There is a big river on Qingshu Island called Qingshu River, and there are usually boats on it. That's fine. As long as there is water to drink and land to grow, we can live the same life wherever we go. It's all our Han tribe's place anyway. The young man said without any worry. Hey, you kid, you're quite open-minded, but you immigrants are not bad either. When you get there, you will get a second-level title, and there are so many rewards from the leaders. The photos alone are worth a lot of money. I envy you. Those of us who run boats all year round haven't had a chance to take a photo yet. When I get home from my vacation, I will take my wife and children on our boat to take some photos. This is the only advantage for us boat owners. The boat doesn't cost anything, and there's also a salary. The sailor was talkative, chatting endlessly with the immigrants on the boat. As he said, sailors who work on a ship are indeed good, with high salaries and benefits, and they can often eat delicious seafood. These are the benefits of running a ship. However, there are also disadvantages to the profession of sailor, that is, you cannot return in 1 year. I've been home several times, and I'm very lonely. If I catch up with people, I can still chat with the passengers. If I'm transporting goods, I'll be surrounded by sailors like myself every day. After a long time, I don't know what to say, so this guy just caught the immigrants and kept talking. After a while, it seemed that a school of fish was discovered. A catch that came with it lowered the trawl net from the stern of the ship. Then it spread its sails and struggled forward, quickly surpassing the entire fleet, and the trawl net behind the ship became tighter and tighter. Tight. Renzhua curiously ran to the side of the ship and looked around for a while, then asked the sailor, "What are they doing? Why are they running so fast all of a sudden? Are they not leaving with us?" "No, that's fishing." "Did you see the rope hanging on the back of the boat? There is a net under the rope, and there is a pottery hanging on the net. You can drop the net under the water, and then net all the fish below. Just wait, you are in for a treat, we will let you eat all you want at noon." The sailor was indeed right, the catch was fishing, and he harvested a lot from this net. The outlet of the Luoyang River is a large fishing ground. The rushing Luoyang River brings a large amount of plankton and organic matter to this sea area, thus attracting countless marine life. There are many kinds of fish here, and the meat is delicious, but it has basically never been fished. There are so many fish in the sea, and a single net can bring you a valuable catch. It's just that the fishery of the Han tribe is not very developed at present and is still in its infancy. In addition, seafood is difficult to transport, so it can only be sold in small quantities in coastal areas, and the economic value generated is not very high. At lunchtime, these immigrants really enjoyed the feeling of eating all-you-can-eat meat, including all kinds of delicious sea fish, lobsters, sea crabs, and even squids and giant sea turtles. Whether these were simply steamed or steamed, adding some salt and stewing it can bring out the deliciousness of the seafood itself. There is no need for any special seasonings to cook it. Even if it is just grilled on a charcoal fire, it will make people praise it. The young man named Renzhua had a great meal. Although he was not a big man, he ate a grilled fish and 3 large lobsters by himself. He felt full, touched his belly, and burped, and finally sighed. This sea is really nice. I have touched shrimps in the ditches in the fields before. Even in the autumn, the big green shrimps in the ditches can grow to the size of a finger. I never expected that the shrimps in this sea can grow as big as cats. It's the same, with 2 big clips, it's very powerful, it's covered in armor, and the shrimp meat is so delicious. Hey, you will have more opportunities to eat in the future. If you are assigned to Chaoyang County, the people there will have fishermen who specialize in fishing. They are not good at farming and their lives are not rich. They can only survive by eating the seafood every day. But you can definitely eat to your heart's content, the sailor said while introducing the local situation. Then they are really dissatisfied. They have such delicious fatty fish and prawns every day, and they still need rice for nothing. The young man named Renzhua couldn't help but complain, but within 3 days of complaining, he decided to take back his words. Eat seafood every day and don't want rice? That must be someone who has never eaten seafood before saying that. Anyway, after eating seafood for 3 days, Renzhua missed the taste of rice and steamed buns. After a week of sailing, the fleet finally arrived at their destination, the dock at the mouth of the Qingshu River in Yashan County, Qingshu Island. The immigrants will disembark here and then regroup. This time the grouping is directly divided into counties and villages, to which they belong. They will form according to the Shirwu system and take a single-masted boat to their final destination. The governor's office was responsible for the temporary reception of the immigrants. There was no spacious school for them to live here, only temporary tents. This alone can explain the backwardness of this place. After all, it was a place where the Han tribe had just taken over. The county guards of Yashan, Chaoyang, and Xinhua counties have sent their officers to pick up people, and each person is responsible for the immigration affairs of a village. Before officially arriving at the village, these officers responsible for collecting people must also inform their local residents in advance. Environment to facilitate their future production and life. After all the immigrants disembarked, the officials from each county also found several immigrant families in their charge, and then began to explain the situation to them. Is Hushan from Danshan County, Hanyang County, in your tent? A small official in official uniform came to the door of one of the tents and asked with a list in his hand. Yes, I am Hushan. In the tent, a middle-aged man in his 20s quickly agreed. I am the Xinhua County official who is responsible for taking you to the immigration point. You can call me by my name, Tan Qiao. Now I will read out the heads of the other households and agree to whoever is called. Then you will be assigned together. The clerk named Tan Qiao nodded, and then said to the others in the tent. Yes. Everyone responded in unison. Hushan, Yuanhua, Lu Jianan, Wenshou, Xiaoli, Renzong. Tanahashi read out a list in his hand and began to call the names. The heads of households who were called also quickly agreed. In addition to this tent, there were 2 other tents from other families nearby, and Hushan and the others also came over. After the 10 families came together, Tanahashi, who was responsible for their resettlement, said again. I am the Xinhua County official who is responsible for your resettlement work. My name is Tian Qiao. I will be in charge of your 10 households for the time being. From now on, your 10 households will be assigned to a village, just enough to make up for it. Then we can get to know each other, and we will be neighbors for the rest of our lives, and we can get along well with each other. Although you all come from various counties in the 8 counties of Hanyang, when we get here, we are fellow villagers, right? In the future, the local people may not be able to help you, so everyone has to help each other. This neighbor relationship really needs to be improved. You have been on the boat for a few days. Let's take a rest here, chat and communicate with each other. I will arrange meals for you now. During the meal later, I will introduce to you the situation of the village you are going to, and the tasks assigned to you by the tribe. Don't be nervous, everyone. In fact, you are quite lucky. The village you are going to is a big village with more than 100 households and thousands of people. The people in that village have a very good attitude towards our Han tribe and they treat you guys very well. Immigrants who come from afar are also looking forward to it. Your house is now, it has been repaired before. They are all newly built brick houses. They are all built according to the specifications of the second-level nobility. You can move in directly when you get there. Whatever tribes are missing will be arranged for you. When building a house for you, the locals have know, if you put in less effort, you will all be grateful when the time comes. But you don't need to deliberately please others, we can just interact normally. I often go to that village, and they are very easy to get along with. I will introduce more specific things to you during dinner. Okay, you can rest first, I'll go arrange meals for you. Tanahashi counted all the 10 households, explained a few more words, and left directly. Only the 10 households who stayed in the same place were left. A total of 30 people gathered here, staring at each other, and from now on after that, they were neighbors for the rest of their lives. Hushan, whose name was called just now, was the first to stand up. He cupped his hands in front of everyone and introduced himself, I am Hushan. I have a wife and a son at home. I don't have much ability. I only know how to do crops. I'd like to ask my neighbors to take care of me in the future. My name is Lu Jianan. I'm from Weishan County. I have a wife, a son and a daughter. I know how to do carpentry. If you need anything in the future, feel free to come see me. Another person followed and introduced his family's situation. Hello uncles, my name is Yuan Hua. I am 15 years old today. This is my daughter-in-law, Qingshu. We have just gotten married. We are just 2 people. We are here to teach. A young man wearing a sky blue robe also held his hand. He walked out holding his newlywed wife's hand and introduced her. It's good to be able to teach. If you can read and digit, you can be an official in a government office in the future. You are more capable than us. Another head of the household in his 20s or 30s stood up. He first praised and then introduced himself. Road. My name is Wen Shou, I am a husband and wife, 1 son and 1 daughter. I can press oil, grind surface, and cut lacquer, and my wife can reel silk and weave brocade. Ordinary cotton and linen are also not a problem. If you can find anything useful, just ask. Renzhua, we are married and have 2 sons. This is my son Renzhua and Renyu. I am a blacksmith and my wife is a shepherd. She is good at raising livestock and can also ride horses. If you need it in the future, my family will, it's a must. After hearing this person's introduction, everyone couldn't help but look sideways. This person named Renzong was indeed different. He had a strong build, strong arms, sharp eyes, and a seemingly good sword hanging on his waist. Combined with this man's identity as a blacksmith, I guess he should have made this sword himself. But such a person should be able to live well in the 8 counties of Hanyang. Why would he immigrate here? Something is wrong. Of course this is not right, because this Renzong is a member of the Jinwu Guards, and he was specially arranged this time. On the one hand, he is to monitor the situation of the people on Qingshu Island, and on the other hand, he can also monitor the governance methods of local officials. If the people here, the county governor deceived the superiors and deceived the subordinates, and raided the countryside, so Luo Chong would not know everything. Another point is that even his family members do not know the identity of Renzu's Jinwei. His wife and children only know that Renzu decided to immigrate, but they do not know the reason. However, as the head of the family, Renzu has never had any just a lot of explanation. In Xiaoxieli, we have a wife and a son. Our family knows nothing but eating. According to our leader, we are here to promote delicious food. Oh, by the way, my family can also grind tofu and make soy milk. From now on, everyone, please take care of my business. A slightly chubby middle-aged man also stood up and said, "Grinded tofu is good. I love to eat it. Sweet tofu is my favorite." Another man in his 20s came out and said. Seeing everyone looking at him, he introduced. "My name is Sherbo, I have a wife and 2 children. I used to drive a car in Sidong County. I know how to order everything, but I don't know anything. Hee, I don't know if there is a car here for me to drive. I would like to thank all my neighbors for taking care of me in the future." La. The man named Sherbo said cheerfully. He didn't have the consciousness of a 20 or 30-year-old, but looked like a young man. "Bai Maguan Shanpeng, we just got married. My father is a potter. I also learned some skills from him. I will make pots and pots for everyone when I have the opportunity." A young man who seemed a bit honest. He also introduced himself. "Aochi, I'm just a child. I'm a cobbler. I can tanner and make shoes. My wife is a tailor and can make clothes. If you use it, just say nothing." The last middle-aged man also stood up and hugged everyone. He cupped his fists and said. Everyone returned the gift one after another, and now they understood the power of their small group. They could do just about anything, including carpenters, blacksmiths, potters, cooks, tailors, teachers, and the most incompetent ones could even be farmers. There are big cars and stuff, and there are even people who press oil and grind flour. If nothing else, even if they are just here, life will be easy in the future, right? There are 10 families in total. The largest family members are 4 and the smallest are 2. The total adds up to 34 people. The average family is more than 3. It seems that having only 1 child is a minority after all. Everyone chatted, telling each other about their origins, and some even took out photo albums to show other relatives in the family, or the glory of their own family in the past. The relationship between them quickly became closer. After everyone was almost familiar with it, they started to discuss their views on Qingshu Island and how they should live in the future. If they encountered oppression and crowding by the locals, they must stick together and so on. After a while, Tan Xiao, who was responsible for settling them, also came back. He went to get meals for everyone. At the same time, he also tapped the various livestock supplies that were to be transported to Shanghe village with the governor's mansion, and then took a portion. The list came back. Following him were 2 people who were responsible for delivering food. One person was carrying a bucket of porridge and pancakes, and the other was carrying vegetables and meat. The meat here is still mainly sea fish. Seeing Tan Xiao and the food delivery people coming back, the 2 children of Renzong's family, Ren Sui and Ren Yu, immediately got up and spread straw mats on the ground, then helped the 2 food delivery people to unload the food, and then let their dad share the food for everyone, and no one disliked it. Even among the 8 counties of Hanyang, the food was the best, but the dining environment was a bit crude. Everyone sat on the ground and formed a circle, with Tan Xiao as the leader, ready to listen to his introduction to the local situation. "I just went to report to you. I will also come over to share the livestock in your village. All the rewards promised by the leader will be cashed in for you now. As for the livestock, each family has 1 donkey, 2 piglets, 2 sheep, and 1 cage. There are 5 pairs each of rabbits, chickens, and ducks, and 1 pair each of cats and dogs. The settlement fee of 100 yuan per family should have been given to you. In addition, each family also has a shuttle loom and a pedal spinning machine. Now let me ask you first, are you going to get the things on the list, or do you want to change them?" For example, if any of you doesn't want a donkey and thinks it's not needed, I can replace the donkey with a pig for you. If you don't want a pig, yes, I can also change it into a sheep for you. We haven't left yet. It's easy to say anything here. When we get on the boat tomorrow, we won't be able to change it even if we want to. You should think about it quickly. It won't happen anyway. If you suffer a loss, even if you really suffer a loss, it will be converted into money and given to you. After hearing the question raised by Tanahashi, everyone started thinking and discussing. They already knew the skills that each family is good at. Some people really don't need so many livestock at home, and they don't have time to raise them at all, so they can change them now. It will definitely be more convenient in the future. If some livestock can be replaced, it is actually necessary. Just like the Yuanhua couple just now, both of them are here to teach. In addition, they will definitely have children in the future, and they usually have to farm. If we give them so many livestock, they won't have time to feed them. After all, just serving these creatures every day requires energy. The two discussed for a while, and finally proposed that they only wanted chickens, ducks, cats and dogs, a cage of rabbits, and 6 sheep, donkeys, and pigs. They planned to exchange those things for money and use them to raise their children in the future. Chickens and ducks don't need much care. They can be left free-range in the yard. Feeding is also convenient. Just feed them grain or rice bran. The key is that chickens and ducks can not only provide meat, but also eggs, which are very nutritious. It is necessary. Cats and dogs can be used as housekeepers, and you can just throw some leftovers to them, and there is no need to take care of them. Rabbits reproduce quickly and can not only provide fur, but also meat. Sprinkling some alfalfa on them is enough for them to eat, and it can be the main source of meat in the future. As for the couple's request for 6 goats, Yuanhua's answer was that he was worried that his wife would not have enough milk after giving birth, so she could use goat milk to support them. This was also to prepare for the feeding of the child. The young couple thought very carefully, and Tanahashi also expressed his understanding, and then took out a small notebook and wrote it down. The other families listened to their ideas and made their own decisions. The Shili family, who was mainly responsible for promoting cooking, refused to accept anything. After all, you need ingredients to have cooking skills. Blacksmith Renzong's family didn't want donkeys and pigs. They wanted to exchange these things for a horse, even a pony, and they were willing to pay more. The other families also expressed their opinions. Some didn't want donkeys. They didn't have many opportunities to go out anyway. As for plowing land or pulling carts, it would be more cost-effective to rent them directly from the government, because when they lived in the 8 counties of Hanyang before, came here like this. The majority of people don't want donkeys. For the extra space for donkeys, some people choose to replace them with 2 big fat pigs. This is much more cost-effective than small piglets. Big pigs will have to have a litter of piglets every year. There are at least 7 or 8 piglets in the nest, and there can be as many as 12 or 13. It only takes 1 or 2 years to grow into a big pig again. Isn't this much better than having a donkey or 2 piglets? Others choose to exchange donkeys for a few more sheep. Sheep reproduce quickly. It is normal to give birth twice a year in captivity. 2 or 3 at a time can quickly expand the population. In addition, the economic value of sheep is also high. The meat can be eaten, the milk can be fed to children, and can also be made into cheese. The wool can be made into brushes, and can also be used to weave cloth. The skin can be made into jackets or tanned and used as leather. Use it, it's basically full of treasures. As for small things like cats, dogs, rabbits, chickens, and ducks, no one refuses them, because raising these things does not require too much worry, and the economic value is not small. The weirdest among these people are Shampung and his wife, descendants of the Baimogwan potters. They wanted neither donkeys, pigs, nor sheep, but exchanged these items for 5 alpacas. 2 males, 3 females, and other little things also did not refuse. Everyone was puzzled, but Shanpeng answered rationally. Alpacas can also produce milk, which will be a supplement to feeding children in the future. In addition, you all raise donkeys, pigs, and sheep at home. These things will give birth to piglets sooner or later. Then I can buy piglets from your home. Lamb, and a few years later our family also had everything. But you don't choose alpacas. If I don't choose alpacas, won't we never see alpacas again? Moreover, alpacas can also bring huge profits. If used for grinding, alpacas are as good as donkeys. In addition, alpacas also produce wool and the meat is edible, and the price is higher than that of sheep, especially the cloth woven from alpaca down, even more priceless. By the way, Brother Tian, can we replace the things in our house with alpacas? Yes, there are indeed alpacas here. Although there are not many, I don't think many people will want those things. I can agree to 5 of your alpacas. Even if you don't have them now, I can apply for you, and then I can apply for them from Takumi if the county transports us. These won't be a problem. Tan Xiao agreed directly. That's fine. Although each of our families doesn't have all the livestock, we can still have everything if we pool it together. In a few years at most, we can even out the livestock, and then we can have all the livestock. Hu Shan also nodded and calculated. Yes, this is the same issue I want to tell you. Tanahashi wrote down the number of livestock everyone wanted before continuing. This time we have not only prepared livestock for you immigrants, but also for the local people here. However, the number is not very large. They are basically small things, such as chickens, ducks, rabbits, and other livestock, piglets. There are some, but it is definitely not enough to have 2 for every household in the entire village. There are also sheep, and the number is also not large. So after you move here, try your best to breed these livestock in the first few years, expand the population, and spread it in the village first. I guess you won't be able to eat much pork in the first few years, and the piglets you give birth to will basically be sold to the same applies to local people and sheep, so you have to plan well in the first few years. Although you can't eat pork, you can still make money by selling it to local people. Furthermore, you should have heard of the tribe's purpose for letting you immigrate here, right? Tanahashi first talked about the future livestock promotion work, and then asked about the purpose of their immigration. Everyone nodded. They had been on the ship for more than a month and had chatted with each other. They knew a lot about many things. The tribe spent so much money, giving them titles and things. Is it really true? Just let them move to another place to live? Any fool knows that there is no such good thing in the world. I read in the D newspaper of our county that Qingshu Island was conquered by the tribe just last year. The people here live a different lifestyle from our Han tribe. They mainly grow corn and beans. They don't have other grains. We don't know how to grow, and livestock are scarce, so the tribe asked us to teach the local people these things? Yuanhua nodded and told the results of their own analysis. That's right, rice sowing has not started on Qingshu Island yet. Although we have sent rice seeds there, there are no local people who can grow rice, so after you have passed there, in the second quarter of this year, which is when the harvest after harvesting this crop of corn, we must immediately lead the local people to sow rice. The village you are going to is called Shangha village. It is located on the edge of a tributary of the Qingshu River. This Shangha village has a population of more than 1,000 people and a total of more than 100 households. After you arrive, it is best to talk to the village chief there. It has been agreed that each of your families will be responsible for teaching more than a dozen families to grow crops from our Han tribe, and also teach them to raise various livestock. The largest clan in this village is the Guan clan. They and their relatives account for more than 40 households. The village chief is a man in his early 30s named Guantao. This man is relatively friendly to our Han tribe, and they are the only family in the village who can speak Chinese, so when you arrive, you will mainly deal with him. If you have any conflicts with the villagers, you need to find him to deal with it for you. At present, in addition to you, Shanghe village also has a person seconded from Tuahai County, named Qingshu. He is mainly responsible for teaching the people in the village to grow corn in the first quarter, but after you pass, he will go back. You mainly deal with Guantao. But before Qingshu leaves, you'd better talk to him. He has lived in Guantao's house in Shanghe village for 2 months, and he is more familiar with the actual situation in the village than I am, such as which people in the village are easier to get along with. You can ask him about this. Tanahashi introduced the situation of Shanghe village to everyone, and while eating, he took a bowl of porridge from the bucket and took a sip and said again. When we built your house before, we used bricks and lime provided by the county, and we also sent some craftsmen. But when building the house, the people in the village did a lot to help. From this point of view, you are very welcome. Your housing has been arranged, and your fields have also been divided. They are together with the villagers' fields. But when it comes to this field, I want to remind you that it takes less time to cultivate crops here. Our Han tribe is older, and most of the fields have been cultivated for hundreds of years, so the fertility of the land is definitely not as good as ours. When you are teaching the local people to farm, you'd better add more fertilizer. The fertilizer pond in Shanghe village has been dug. After you go there, you should also use the local human and animal excrement. If the villagers don't listen, you can find Guantao. Let him come forward. In addition, we have transported the various crop seeds you need to Shanghe village. When you arrive, you can distribute them according to the number of acres of each household. Vegetables and various grain seeds, as long as our Han tribe has them. Currently, there are also allotments. If you want anything in the future, remember to ask Guantao and the county, and we will find a way for you. In addition, there is a village school built in the village, with 3 large rooms, 2 wing rooms, and a large courtyard. As for which of you will teach, you will allocate it yourself when the time comes. The matters of running the village school will also be up to you. Come and do it. When you arrive, first count how many school-aged children need to go to school, and then report the number to the county. We will distribute textbooks to you according to the number of people. In addition, there is a windmill and an oil mill in the village. You should be able to do these things. However, the mill and oil mill have not been built yet. Once they are built, you will be responsible for their distribution and management. Both the mill and the oil mill belong to it as public property, but it is given to your village for free use. You have to understand this. As for what price the villagers are willing to pay to ask you to take charge of these facilities, that is for you and the villagers to negotiate. However, you cannot take it privately. Even if one of you is responsible for the management and operation, you must let the locals join in and teach the locals how to operate it, so as not to cause a separation between the people of the 2 places. I hope you can all remember one thing, that is, although they have all recently joined the Han tribe, you are not allowed to look down upon them and treat them as foreigners. These people are now also members of our Han tribe, and so is this county. We are the county of the Han tribe, so I hope you can live in peace and hand over the various customs of our Han tribe to the locals as soon as possible so that the 2 places can be integrated as soon as possible. Especially you. As Tanahashi spoke, he pointed at Renzong's 2 sons, Renzhua and Renyu. The 2 children are currently 13 and 11, and they will both reach adulthood and get married in a few years. Tanahashi pointed at the half-grown children among the 10 immigrant families and said, "You will be adults in a few years at most, and you will have to separate your family and start your own business by then. It is impossible to go back to ask for a wife, so we will talk to the villagers. If you build a good relationship, you will have to choose your wife from the village in the future, Do you understand, boys? Tanahashi teased them, and the group of young men all smiled sheepishly. Okay, that's all I have to say. You just need to remember Guantao. After all, others can't speak Chinese. If you have any problems, just go to this person to solve them. Everyone will stay in the tent here for one night today. We will set off by boat early tomorrow morning and arrive at Shangha village on the same day. I will stay with you in the village for a few days until I have completely settled you down before leaving. I will introduce you to each other when the time comes, so you can rest assured. Brother Tian, I have another question. When we moved here, we brought a few carbide lamps with us, but I don't know if there are any carbide lamps for sale here. Also, are carbide lamps for sale here? If so, when opening a school, I think there is always a need for light, right? Seeing that Tanahashi had finished explaining the matter, Lu Jianan, who was immigrating, suddenly raised a question. This is indeed a problem. The people who came from the 8 counties of Hanyang have long been accustomed to a bright life. If after moving to their new home, it will be dark every day, it will be too unaccustomed. This is really not available for the time being, but I have written it down. I will report it to the superiors when I come back. If there is calcium carbide in Takumi County, you will be able to buy it next month at the latest. If Takumi County does not have it, we can only transport it here from our 8 counties in Hanyang, and it will take at least 2 months, so you'd better make some preparations in advance. Tan Qiao spread his hands. The materials currently being transported to Qingshu Island are all strategic materials, such as grain seeds, steel farm tools, livestock, or immigrants. These cannot be transported alone. How can they be divided? The transportation capacity is used to transport calcium carbide and lamps. These things are not necessary. Qingshu Island has just been taken over by the Han tribe, and there are still many things that are not fully prepared. Now the governments in various places mainly focus on the transportation of strategic materials, and other things that are not very urgent have to wait for the time being. For example, there are not many pieces of paper, carbide lamps, or cloth. They mainly rely on local people to produce them. Fortunately, during the period of the Beastia mission, some basic textile industries emerged on Qingshu Island. Although the weaving machines are not the best and most advanced, but they can also be used to weave cloth, just not as good as those of the Han tribe. After Lu Jianan finished asking, Renzong also asked, Brother Tian, is there any salt and iron for sale here? Of course we have this. Salt and iron are all sold by the government. Xianfeng County, not far away from you, is originally a place where salt is produced. There will naturally be no shortage of salt. Iron, for the time being, we mainly rely on transportation from us. So there won't be many, but for your daily use, you can still buy it from the county. Tanahashi explained immediately after hearing this. Everyone asked some inconsequential things in daily life, such as whether there is a place that sells wood here. If it is not sold, can it be cut down privately? Are there any restrictions on cutting down trees? Can I build my own kiln and make pottery and porcelain? You can't make your own charcoal, etc. After all, there is currently no coal for sale here. If Renzong wants to make any iron tools, he can only burn some charcoal for use. Tanahashi also gave unified answers to these questions. Let me talk about these problems of yours together. As for felling trees, of course it is no problem for you to cut firewood on a daily basis. At most, you can only cut down some branches. If you want to cut down the entire wood, you can do this, but it requires, the scope is divided, and there are some forests that you cannot cut down without permission. I can't tell you the specific scope now. I need to ask the county governor when I get back and then give you a reply. If you insist on making any wood products yourself, you can send someone to the county to buy wood. After all, even if you cut it yourself, you will have to dry it in the shade for 2 or 3 years until the wood is completely dried before you can use it. However, our county has built a dedicated wood processing plant, which not only has a saw machine, but also a drying room. You can buy dried and processed wood directly there. For example, if you want to make a table or a bed yourself, you don't need to saw and cut the boards yourself. You can directly buy the sawn boards. In addition, regarding building kilns, there is no problem with small ceramic kilns. You can bake some ceramics for your own use, or sell them in the village, or sell them outside. However, private brick kilns are absolutely not allowed to be built in the village. Because brick kilns require a lot of clay, you can't dig it out from the rice fields. If you are guilty of destroying farmland, you will be punished. Then there is the issue of burning charcoal. We currently have no coal to sell to you. If you want to use the charcoal yourself, it is of course no problem to burn some. As long as the wood used is felled within the prescribed area, then there is definitely no problem. Question. Tanahashi explained to them in turn. Okay, then we have no other questions. Several household heads who got the answer expressed their understanding. This conversation about future life and tasks is officially over. After everyone finished eating, they took an early rest. At the Yashan County Pier in the evening, there were already many small boats taking the immigrants who were about to be resettled to their respective resettlement sites. However, the dozens of people in Shangha village waited until breakfast the next morning before they hurriedly set off. The single-masted boats formed a fleet and headed for their destination, Shangha village. The scenery along the way was completely different from the 1.5-month voyage and the 1-week sea voyage. During the previous journey from Luoyang County to Tuahai County, basically both sides of the river were deserted forests. Later, when I saw the sea, it was completely different. I was surprised by the vastness of the sea, but it was also bare and nothing. Now they finally arrived at an inhabited place. On the boat, they had seen large areas of farmland on both sides of the river, and even some villages scattered among the fields. The signs of human activities and more smoke were getting heavier and heavier. This is what life feels like. Everyone just kept going up the river. They simply got a mouthful of dry food on the boat at noon, and finally arrived at Shangha village in the middle of the afternoon. Tanahashi came out first to look for any familiar figures, and then saw Guan Tao and Jing Chun in front of the crowd. The two were waiting here with a group of villagers. He immediately jumped ashore to greet them. Brother Guan, Brother Jing, you two brothers have been kept waiting for a long time. There are a lot of people and things transported today, and they have only been shipped now. Tan Qiao said to the two of them immediately after landing. Soon, we learned that coming from Yashan County will take us the afternoon, so we came in the afternoon. Don't forget that our brother Jing also came from there. He knows how much time it takes. Guan Tao immediately said enthusiastically. He greeted them, and then looked at the immigrants from the Han tribe in the north who were getting off the boat. Brother Tian, how many people are allocated to our village? Guan Tao couldn't help but asked curiously when he saw several boats in front and behind disembarking passengers at the same time. There are 10 families in total, more than 30 people in total. I know what you want to ask. Don't worry, these people really know everything. In a while, you will organize the villagers to help them move things, and then we will have some livestock. After a while, it should also be distributed to everyone so that everyone can collect it according to their household registration and ID card. Let's settle these 10 families first. Later, I will explain the situation to you, and you, Jing Chun, will also participate. Tan Qiao knew what Guan Tao meant. They in Shangha village had already seen the benefits from Jing Chun. The cornfields on the bank were proof. If nothing unexpected happened, there would definitely be a bumper harvest of corn this season, so they were very much looking forward to seeing more. There are many immigrants, and they want to learn more skills from immigrants. Jing Chun laughed and pretended to complain, "Oh, you still won't let me leave. I thought I could go back immediately after they arrived." It's been 2 months, and I'm afraid even my children don't know me. I'm a dad. Don't worry, it will take 2 days at most. The main purpose is to let you take these 10 families of immigrants to get familiar with the situation in the village. When they have no problems, they will send you home. And listening to what you just said, it seems as if the government office has not provided you with any benefits. Tanahashi directly and ruthlessly exposed Jing Chun's complaints. Hee, I was joking, please don't take it seriously, superiors. Jing Chun said he was the first to admit his mistake. The three of them were talking as they came to the immigration office, where they had just gathered on the shore. Tanahashi first introduced everyone. This is Satomasa of Shangha village, Guantao. You can ask him to solve any problems you have in the future. There is also our brother Jing Chun from Tuahai County, but he will not be here until now. It won't be long, I'll be back in 2 days. You all have come a long way and worked tirelessly. In the future, we will all be fellow villagers in the same village. Don't worry, as long as I, Guantao, am still alive, I will not wrong you. I hope that in the days to come, all the powerful people in the north can take care of the people in our village. After listening to Tan Qiao's introduction, Guantao immediately expressed his welcome in Chinese, and then solemnly bowed to everyone and said hello. The immigrants also hurriedly returned the greetings, saying some familiar greetings. Next, it was time for the resettlement of the immigrants. Tan Qiao was responsible for directing the boatmen to unload the goods, while Guantao and Jing Chun led the villagers to help transport things to the immigrants' homes. They carried many luggages on their shoulders to the immigrant bungalow area, and then distributed them according to the different functions of each yard. For example, the 2 courtyards built next to the school are reserved for the Yuanhua couple and the Shanpeng couple. They are mainly responsible for teaching, so it will be more convenient to be closer to the school. As for the side house with a small stone mill, it was reserved for the tofu grinder's family. Others were close to the mill and were directly given to the carpenters. Ren Zong's family was more powerful and was placed there. The closest house to local villagers. Ren Zong wears a sword on his waist and is a blacksmith. He has a fierce wife who is a shepherd and 2.5-year-old sons. They are a family with a lot of strength. Put them in this position to protect everyone's safety. Ren Zong himself had no objections, and everyone else was also very happy. Everyone chooses each house according to convenience. In fact, it is just to choose a location that is convenient for living in the future. There is really nothing else to choose from, because they are all built according to the same specifications, so no matter how you choose, it will be the same. After all the things that each family brought from the 8 counties of Hanyang were moved into the house, and then the livestock allocated to them were also moved into each family's pig pens and barns, the matter of settling the immigrants was considered complete. Of course, it is just a place to stay first. For example, in their new house, they still have a fire pit according to the custom of the Han tribe in the north, and a bamboo mat made by the local people is spread on it. Other than that, the family basically there is no other furniture on the floor, and all the tables and stools need to be rebuilt. However, there are still windows and doors that should be there, and brand new window paper has been pasted on them. As for the indoor furniture, it depends their own ideas. After preliminarily arranging all these things, the Hushan family immediately found Guantao and Jing Chun and asked them where the alfalfa in the village was. There was grass and the like there that could temporarily feed the livestock, and also, is it possible to buy some straw, corn, beans, and the like from them to feed the pigs, sheep and donkeys? It's easy to feed people, but there are so many livestock that cannot starve and cause problems. We can still expect them to give birth in the future. Promoted in the village. Guantao and Jing Chun immediately arranged this matter and mobilized the people in the village to help. In fact, they had already received notice that the immigrants were coming today, and a large number of allotted livestock would arrive with the immigrants, so Jing Chen had already discussed this matter with Guan Tao and made good preparations. After all, the people in the village, also have to distribute livestock. If they don't prepare feed, will they all starve to death when the livestock comes? The immigrants' livestock was settled, and the livestock of other people in the village also began to be distributed. A large number of livestock were driven directly to the grain drying field in the center of the village, and then Tan Qiao and Guan Tao were responsible for the distribution to each family. Most of the cages here are stacked like a hill, and most of them are rabbits. Rabbits are ruthless breeding machines. If they are not controlled and consumed, they will breed and even overrun. Therefore, the number of these things is extremely large, even if each family was given a large pile, and the Han tribe could also use it. This time, in addition to the pigs given to the immigrants, the only pigs given to the villagers were more than 22-month-old piglets. These pigs were all black and white piglets introduced from the Luo tribe. A kind of native pig with a high head and high buttocks, 2 raised heads, a low back and a sunken belly. This kind of pig has a relatively short face and is not as long as the modern improved large white pig. Regardless of its size, docility, or meat production, it is currently the most suitable domestic pig for promotion by the Han tribe. In the early years, the Han tribe did not get many of these pigs from the Luo tribe, less than 1,000 in total. Later, after the Han tribe raised them, they were not willing to eat them for several years. They only focused on expanding the population. 1 pig sows give birth to at least 1 litter per year, and each litter can produce about 10 piglets, so the number of pigs increases relatively quickly. It's just that the Han tribe is expanding at a very fast rate, so even if the Han tribe works hard to promote it to various places, the number of domestic pigs per capita in the Han tribe is still pitifully low, not even 1/5 of the pigs per person. So this time in Qingshu, when promoting domestic pigs, it is naturally impossible to produce much. Tanahashi pointed at the 20 or so groaning piglets in front of him. Brother Guan, this kind of domestic animal is called a pig. It has no special use. It is raised to eat meat. It is the meat livestock mainly promoted by our Han tribe. However, the number of domestic pigs in the tribe is also limited at present. For the time being, it can only be given to you have been given so many heads. After a while, you can ask the people in the village who is willing to raise this thing, and let their family take one back and raise it. Let's first say that this thing needs to eat vine-like grass, as well as grains and vegetables. It is very expensive. If you are not willing to buy it, just don't keep it. You can explain it to everyone and confirm the adoption family. And then I will then ask someone from the immigration to teach you how to raise this thing. In addition, I need to trouble you to translate for them immediately. None of these 10 immigrant households can speak your local dialect. Okay, this is no problem. There are just over 20 pigs. This is an easy arrangement. But I think there are a lot of white rabbits like this. Could it be that every household in the village has one? There are actually rabbits in our local area, but they are all relatively small gray rabbits. Hunters occasionally catch some, but I have never heard of them being bred, and I have never seen them so big, and they are all white. Rabbit with red eyes. Guan Tao first agreed to distribute the piglets, and then sighed with emotion when he looked at the huge white rabbits in front of him. Yes, every household has this snow rabbit. With this thing in the future, you will be able to live a life of having meat to eat every day. Tanahashi nodded firmly and said. The livestock in Shanghe village were quickly distributed, and the villagers were very happy. Of course, they also saw that the immigrants had more livestock that they had never seen before, but they didn't know how to breed it now, so they didn't think about it now. While livestock were being distributed on the grain drying field in the center of the village, many children in the village also ran to the door of the newly arrived immigrants' homes in groups to peek curiously. Although they had seen adults building these yards in the previous month, they still didn't know how people should live in them. For children who have only seen bamboo buildings since they were born, this kind of building located on flat land is simply incomprehensible to them. In addition, many small animals brought by immigrants are also the objects of their curiosity, such as those kittens and piglets, which they have never seen before. Come on, my dear, come in quickly, I'll get you something delicious to share." Seeing many children gathered around the door, looking around curiously, Lu Jianan's wife immediately found some red hard candies from the box. These were all bought in Hanyang County. There must be no sugar in Qingshu Island now. If they don't bring it themselves, they don't know when they can taste sweetness again, so these immigrants have no shortage of reserves at home. After all, Luo Chong originally, however, each of their families was compensated with 100 yuan of settlement allowance. Several children could not understand Chinese, but when they saw that the woman looked kind and did not look like a bad person, they walked over cautiously. Lu's wife stuffed a piece of brown sugar into the little girl's mouth. The little girl's eyes immediately lit up, as if it was the first time she had tasted such sweetness. She laughed happily, and even imitated an adult's behavior and helped Lu's wife. A wanfu gift, and then he took a large handful of candy bars and went to share them with the friends at the door. The newly arrived Northlanders had sweet delicacies to eat at home, which were sweeter than honey. The news spread quickly in the village. After the little girl just distributed the candy to her friends, she ran to the weaving bungalows in the middle of the village, found her mother, and then spit out the candy and stuffed it into her mother's mouth. Her mother was weaving when she saw her daughter sneaking in. Before she could react, she felt the sweet smell in her mouth. Her eyes suddenly lit up. She spit out the candy and put it in the palm of her hand to look at it. She saw that it was a round and square piece. The translucent red lump, I knew in my heart, must be something only the newly arrived Han tribesmen had. "Did someone give this to you?" the woman asked her daughter. "Yeah, it was given by the new people in the village, and she gave a lot of good things. We went to look at their door, and she gave these good things. Good boy, you can eat it yourself. I'll give it a taste." After the woman said that, she handed the candy to the girl. The little girl happily ran away with the candy. On the other side of the village, Carpenter Lu Jianan heard from Tan Qiao that the windmill in the village had not been built yet, so he decided to go and see if there was anything he could do to help. In addition, building a large wooden machine like a windmill would definitely require a lot of wood, so he wanted to ask the mill builder about the local wood prices. It would be great if he could get some scraps from the mill, just in time to get it back and build some furniture. After hearing the news, Wen Shou, the man in the immigration team who knew how to grind flour and extract oil, also said that he wanted to go there and have a look. If nothing else happened, he would definitely be responsible for one of the mills and oil mills in the village in the future. Now go over and take a look just to get familiar with the situation. After the honest man, Hu Shan, settled down at home, he immediately took his son to the fields by the river. He wanted to see his own fields and the fields of several surrounding neighbors. Nothing was planted on this land. There are only some weeds that grow on their own. In this era where agriculture is the basis and food is the most important thing, it is not a good thing to let the fields fall into disuse. It was fine if they didn't arrive before, but now food must be planted as soon as possible. Although the settlement allowance given by the leader is enough for them to live for a year without producing anything, how will they live in the future? We just earn a living from these fields, so we must produce something. Hu Shan walked around the field and found that it was indeed similar to what Tan Qiao had said before. In terms of the fertility of the land, it was certainly incomparable to that of the Han tribe, but it was not so much that he could not grow anything. Haven't you seen that people who have been enemies for so many years have been working hard? Transforming dry fields into paddy fields is a little more troublesome and may take several days, so he discussed it with his son and decided to plant auxiliary fields first. He has just learned from the people here that there are currently no vegetables in Shangha village, only corn, eggs, meat, and bamboo shoots. However, people in the Han tribe are basically not used to eating that food, so they should plant vegetables as soon as possible. Let's talk after you come out. Ren Zhu, the blacksmith, and Shan Peng, the potter, led the donkey and horse and ran out of the village with their tools. Ren Zong planned to go to the nearby bamboo forest to cut some bamboo and use it as building materials. He wanted to build a blacksmith shop in his yard and make some small things such as kitchen knives, scissors, awls, thimbles, etc. These must be urgently needed by the villagers, as well as various other items. Farm tools such as sickles are used. Only corn and beans are grown here. I don't know how the locals harvest them or whether they have sickles to use. But no matter what, after they switch to rice planting next season, they will definitely need sickles for harvesting. You can't just start harvesting this. Shan Peng led his own donkey and walked with Ren Zong. His main purpose was to cut some firewood for fire, and by the way, he searched around the village to see if there was a suitable source of clay, and it couldn't be a field. He came back to collect some clay to burn. Making ceramic ware. They were all assigned courtyards with the smallest second-level title, and the area was very large, so Shan Peng also wanted to build this ceramic kiln in his own home, so that it would be convenient for him to work in the future without affecting other people in the village. The Xiaoli family had just borrowed an ox cart from Tan Qiao and Guan Tao, and then moved the small stone mill they brought from their hometown to their new home from a boat on the shore. They paid a stonemason to make this stone mill, and later placed it in their tofu shop. It made the Xiaoli family a lot of money. It was not lost when they immigrated this time. I asked if they were allowed to carry it. After that, he directly brought the stone mill with him, and now it is finally settled in his new home. The couple and their children got busy, going to the newly dug well to collect water and soak the beans, preparing to start work tomorrow and resume operations of their tofu shop as soon as possible. The cobbler Ao Chi and his tailor wife have now become the guests of the local villagers. One of them makes shoes and the other makes clothes. They are not good at anything else, but they are the best dressed among the 10 new immigrant families. In addition, Shangha village already has its own textile industry. There is no shortage of cloth in the village, but it does not know how to make clothes. As a result, after the introduction of Tan Qiao and Guan Tao, the two people immediately became popular in the village. Ao Chi's daughter-in-law has the ability to tailor clothes to suit her needs. She can fly up and down with a pair of scissors, and she immediately wins the favor of the older girls and younger daughters-in-law. Ao Chi himself also took out a bunch of shoe patterns and shoe sole patterns carved from wooden boards and shared them with the people in the village. If there were old linen or the like, they could cut them according to the shoe patterns and sew them into the most commonly worn cloth shoes. Early the next morning, the immigrants in Shangha village began to resume their previous routines. The sun had just emerged from the horizon. Men and women, adults and children, led donkeys, farm tools, and large bundles of thin bamboo poles to their fields. While working, Guan Tao, Jing Chen, and Tan Qiao also followed closely with a large number of villagers, all of whom went to learn from them. Jing Chen was familiar with the local situation, and took the villagers and new immigrants to dig out the silt in the river to use as fertilizer. Although the village had dug a retting pond, there was not enough manure, so there was no manure to use yet. You can only use pond mud to rescue the emergency first. Some people followed Jing Chen to dig fertilizer, while the rest used their own donkeys or rented cattle to plow their family fields. The women dug furrows and ridges in the tilled land, and then built A-shaped supports with bamboo poles along these ridges. The villagers around Guan Tao were chattering, not knowing what these new Han tribesmen were going to do. Didn't you say that you are here to plant vegetables today? Why do we need to put up a shelf in the vegetable patch? Could it be used to shade vegetables? But the orientation of this shelf doesn't look like it's for sun protection. After Guan Tao heard their discussion, he also looked at Jing Chun beside him and asked, "Brother Jing, what are they doing? Why are they setting up these bamboo racks in the vegetable field? Moreover, the bamboo used for these racks is not enough. It's as thin as a finger and so sparsely spaced, what's the use of such a frame?" "Oh, these are beans, cucumbers, loofah, and cotton. The beans are similar to your beans. The only difference is that you don't have to wait for the beans to be fully mature to eat them, but to eat them before they are fully mature. We eat these pods as vegetables. They are also called beans. The ones you see now are long beans. Long beans are different from soybeans. They grow on vines, like ropes, and will grow outwards. Their green leaves can cover the ground. If there are any trees or shrubs around, they will automatically climb up. We build these shelves in the ground to allow the beans to grow and the vines to climb up on their own initiative, so that they will not be spread all over the ground. Watering, fertilizing, and picking are very convenient, and it can also save land area and maximize the use of land. Of use. Cucumbers and loofahs are also vegetables. They also grow on vines, so they need to be planted on a shelf. However, if these things are not for sale, you don't need to plant a lot. Each family should plant 2 or 3 loofahs, and the resulting loofahs will be grown by your family. I can't even finish it. This thing grows very fast in summer, and I can harvest a basket full of it in one day. I can't finish it every day. Cucumbers are slightly different. Although they have a lot of knots, it doesn't matter if they are of different varieties. Even if you can't finish them all, you can pick them and pickle them. The pickled cucumbers are extremely crispy and can be stored for a long time. You can usually use them as a morning meal. If you eat too much meat during the Jingdan festival, you can also use pickled cucumbers to relieve the greasiness. The same goes for cotton. Although cotton is used for weaving and is not edible, it grows on vines like beans. When it grows up, it will produce many pods on the vines. The pods are green when they first grow, then gradually matures, hardens, and turns yellow. When it is fully ripe, it will turn into dark brown. When the sun shines at noon, it will explode by itself and divide into 4 petals. Those cotton fibers grow in its petals. After listening to Jing Chun's explanation, Guan Tao couldn't help but marvel. They had never seen such a magical plant. They didn't know where the Han tribe got these good things from, and how they thought of planting and utilizing them. After Guan Tao understood it himself, he began to relay these introductions to the surrounding villagers, and then began to learn the techniques of binding shelves from the immigrants. The men over there brought silt to use as fertilizer, and after applying base fertilizer to the fields, they began to plant beans, peppers, and peanuts. Among these 3 crops, beans do not need to be ridged and can be directly planted and drilled, and this can better fertilize the field. Peanuts and peppers are better to ridge if conditions permit. The pods of peanuts grow under the soil and are more afraid of waterlogging. Planting on the ridges by digging ditches can keep the peanuts slightly above the ground surface and keep the moisture moderate. However, if they are flooded, just water them directly in the ditch when watering. Peppers should not be planted too densely, as they are prone to root rot. It is best to dig furrows and ridges first, and then sow them in holes to keep the peppers at a certain spacing. The villagers enthusiastically followed them to learn the planting techniques. It was not until 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning, when the sun had fully risen, that the women who had prepared breakfast went to the fields with bamboo baskets to deliver meals to their men. Women from other families indeed only carried a basket, but Xiao Li's daughter-in-law carried 2 wooden barrels on a pole, which were filled with freshly boiled soy milk and extremely smooth tofu. Their children are still carrying baskets in the back, which are filled with side dishes and condiments. The Han tribe immigrated here, because they have to work in the fields today, so naturally they can no longer fill their stomachs with porridge and water. steamed buns and pancakes are always indispensable. Yes, some people even make rice dumplings as a staple food early in the morning, but there are basically no steamed rice. When Xiaoli saw his daughter-in-law coming with a load on her back, he hurried over to greet her. After taking the pole over, he put it on the dirt road next to the field, and then greeted Guan Tao and the others. "Come on, Brother Guan, Brother Tian, and Brother Jing, come here and try our homemade soy milk and tofu curd. This is the most common good food over there. Every household eats it." Guan Tao was naturally very happy to hear Xiaoli's invitation, and Tan Qiao and Jing Chun were also polite. When they saw the 2 buckets, they were so happy that they couldn't close their mouths. "Oh, I'm so hungry. I've been here for 2 months, and I've long been hungry for tofu. I can't even eat it here. If you hadn't come here, it would have taken me half a month to smell this soy milk. Taste." Jing Chun trotted over and started to find a bowl to fill it up. "Haha, you are only 2 months old. I have been here with the sheriff for a long time. I haven't tasted this taste for several years. I have almost forgotten what tofu tastes like. Today we are also taking advantage of you. Eat it with a bowl of tofu." Tanahashi also hummed. Guan Tao became very interested after hearing this. It seems that people in the Han tribe like this kind of food, but he doesn't know what it is. Jing Chun had already found a pile of white porcelain bowls from the basket, and took an iron spoon to start serving. What he was serving was white tofu, which was half a bowl of soy milk, and then he filled it with half a bowl of tofu curd and drank it together. Very common among Han tribes. In addition to this way of eating, there are also tofu curd with brown sugar, or boiling a pot of salty brine and pouring it on top, then adding a little spicy oil and eating it with sesame cakes, which is definitely a must-have. The so-called dispute between salty and sweet parties is a choice made by naive children. Isn't it delicious if all adults want it? There are different ways to eat salty tofu brain and sweet tofu brain, but Luo Chong likes both kinds anyway. But today Xiaoli's family only got tofu curd and soy milk. Because sugar is too expensive and they don't sell it here, even if they are willing to give it to everyone, they can't buy it after eating. As for the salty stew, there are no vegetables now, so what kind of salty stew can I get? Just have fun eating pickled cucumbers. Let me see what this is that you like so much. Guan Tao followed the 2 of them, and Xiaoli had already served him a bowl of white tofu. "Come on, brother, try our specialties. If you like it, we will cook it every day in the future. If you want to eat, just come to my house and buy it. Our home is open in the north." From Tofu Fong, Xiaoli greeted quickly. Okay, let me try it." Guan Tao took a curious sip and smacked the taste in his mouth. At the same time, he suddenly realized that this guy made this thing to try their taste first, and then in the village selling this thing? He frowned and tasted it carefully before saying, "This thing seems to have the smell of soybeans and a refreshing fragrance. It tastes good, but it doesn't make you feel full, and it also fills up your stomach. I drank a bowl of this, and then some porridge. I can't drink any more." Xiaoli was suddenly stunned for a moment, and then suddenly realized something. He thought to himself that it seemed that the tofu pudding and soy milk would not be sold in the short term. The staple food here on Qingshu Island is corn, and they don't have stone mills, so the daily way to eat is corn porridge in the morning, which is a bit like the northeastern specialty large stubble porridge. At noon and evening, they usually boil the whole corn cob and eat it as a staple food. There is no food such as dry food. As for soy milk and tofu, it can be regarded as a drink at most, and it can also be equated with porridge. When the Han tribe drank soy milk and tofu, they usually had other dry foods as their staple food. Looking back at Shangha village, what they receive at home is originally corn porridge. If you ask them to drink corn porridge and drink soy milk at the same time, isn't this nonsense? How can I eat it this way? If you want the locals to accept this kind of food, you must at least wait until the village's mill is repaired, grind the villagers' corn into cornmeal, and then teach them how to stick corn cakes. First turn the corn into dry food, and then mix soy milk and tofu brain is sold. After making up his mind, Xiaoli explained, Brother Guan is right. This thing is made of soybeans. Soybeans are a good thing. They can grind soy milk, make tofu, grow bean sprouts, and make dried tofu, tofu skin. There are so many ways to eat it. I will make it for you later. Made from beans? Can beans be made into something like this? Guan Tao asked in surprise. He looked at the milky white liquid and the solidified tofu brain in the two buckets, but he couldn't connect these things with soybeans. That's right, it's made of soybeans. If Brother Guan is interested, please go and have a look when our family makes it next time. Brother Guan, look, there are so many more here. Hurry up and ask the folks to come and try it too. Taste it. Sherry said again. Okay, but it will cost your family a lot of money. With so many things, you need a lot of beans. But to be honest, if you want to sell this thing in our village, I'm afraid no one will buy it, and we have it in our hands. I don't have much money, so even if I want to buy it, I can't do it. Guan Tao directly introduced the local situation to Xiaoli. It doesn't matter. As long as everyone likes it, there is definitely a way to buy it. In fact, in our place, the tofu shops never charge money. Everyone buys tofu in exchange for soybeans. We collect part of the beans for use, continue to make tofu, save the excess, and sell it to oil mills or grain stations for money. Xiaoli also introduced his business methods to Guan Tao. Okay then, I'll let everyone come over and have a taste first. Guan Tao nodded. This kind of barter method is acceptable to them, and soybeans are also grown locally. It's true that the money is not much, but if they collect beans, they will have plenty. Guan Tao drank the white tofu from the bowl and called the villagers to come over and try it. However, everyone was not very interested in this kind of thing that was similar to milk. There was almost no demand for soy milk, but some people were willing to try tofu now. Xiaoli's family didn't have that many bowls, so they simply served the porridge directly to the local villagers' bowls. The way to eat this big porridge with tofu curd was quite novel. But it is obviously impossible for them to buy it now, but several families who immigrated together have expressed their support. Soy products are the most common food eaten by the Han tribe, especially tofu and cabbage, a home-cooked dish. Cut the tofu into thick cubes, then fry both sides with soybean oil until golden brown, then stir-fry with the cabbage. It tastes super fragrant. There is also the tofu 3-fried dish, which is to stir-fry 3 bean derivatives, tofu skin, fried tofu, and soybean sprouts, into one dish. It is also a favorite home-cooked dish among Han tribesmen. Although the villagers are not very interested in tofu and soy milk, Xiaoli still wants to make more tofu at noon and make various ways to eat it and teach everyone to try it. This is not only for his own business, but also for the leader to give them. The mission of these immigrants, wasn't he here just to spread the Han tribe's food style? The first appearance of tofu pudding was immediately declared a failure due to the unique local eating habits, but the most inconspicuous pickled radish and crisp pickled cucumber in the baskets of immigrants' homes were particularly popular. Due to the local food culture, this kind of pickled vegetables is really delicious when eaten with large stubble porridge. Unfortunately, the immigrants did not bring many pickles, and they were already eaten on the boat migrating here. I don't know if the few jars of pickles left are enough to last until the new vegetables are harvested. Although the villagers like it very much, they are embarrassed to eat more because there are too few and they are not familiar with it. However, several immigrants from Shangha village have told the villagers that if they like it, they can wait for the vegetables and fruits from each family to make it. Well, they can teach the villagers how to make pickles. For this reason, everyone is more interested in learning to grow vegetables. They all want to wait until their own vegetables mature and learn how to pickle vegetables from the Han tribe. There is one chapter before 0 point. Although it is 3 chapters, it is still 10,000 words. The next 2 chapters are 4,000 words per chapter. In addition, please give me a reward, guys pi_pi. While the people in Shanghe village were learning to grow vegetables from the immigrants, a construction project unprecedented in the world was also underway in Anqiao, Jiahai County, hundreds of kilometers away. Tens of thousands of people gathered on the coast at the north end of Anqiao. Countless rammed earth, simple houses were connected together. The scale was no worse than a county town of the Han tribe. On the sea, countless sailing ships were connected in a line, covering the entire strait between the mainland and Qingshu Island on the opposite side. On the shore at this end of the mainland, the mountains facing the sea are completely bare. All the trees have been cut down and turned into materials for building houses, as well as the temporary dock on the coast. There was a loud bang, and thousands of kilograms of black gunpowder flew up the earth and rocks on the mountain, raising a cloud of smoke that covered the sky. When the smoke cleared, thousands of prisoners of war held shovels and pickaxes and were buried like quails. The soldiers rushed up the mountain, then poured the sand, gravel, and soil into sacks, then pushed them down the mountain one by one in small carts, and finally transported them to the dock for loading. Although there were many of them, although they held pickaxes that could easily break armor, and although they had shovels that were sharp enough to chop off heads, none of the prisoners dared to resist. Just kidding, no matter who sees the Han tribe's magical ability to crack mountains and rocks, he won't be able to resist. Didn't you see that the huge rocks as big as houses on the mountain were blown to pieces? Resist? Fight head-on? Thousands of prisoners of war moved like ants, loading loose rocks and earth that had been blown up by gunpowder into sacks, and then transported them to ships docked at the dock. These sailboats then carried countless sandbags to the top of the hidden bridge. The remaining thousands of slaves were either carrying sandbags down the ship or building sandbags in the sea water. They planned to use these countless sandbags to construct a gravity dam to block the sea. This kind of behavior was something they would have never dared to think about before. Blow up the mountains on the shore and put them in bags to fill the sea? Isn't this just moving mountains and reclaiming seas? Is this something a human can do? But these Han tribesmen who captured them were so crazy. However, it is not standard to say that it is a sea-blocking dam. In fact, it is more like a well inserted into the sea. The engineering command camp on the shore is almost as big as the official office of a county town of the Han tribe. After all, it has to manage tens of thousands of people, so the necessary management institutions are indispensable. Elder Zhu Qingshu was filled with excitement when he looked at the huge sand table in front of him. Although he named himself the governor of Jiahai County, the Han tribe did not let him govern personally. Instead, he was asked to take charge of the cross-sea bridge project. However, it was not until he understood the requirements and ideas of the Han tribe leaders, and waited for the construction bosses of the Han tribe to make actual models, that he realized how outrageous and grand the scale of the project he was involved in was. In this project headquarters, a large number of construction leaders gathered. Finally, everyone discussed the leaders' requirements and design indicators, and then combined with the actual local conditions, they jointly made a plan, and Fei Ying sent a letter to Luo Chong, obtained project approval. Zhu Ping still has no administrative qualifications in this project, and he is not responsible for the design of the main body of the bridge. He is mainly responsible for providing local hydrology and geographical conditions. After all, he was born on Qingshu Island since he was a child, and he studies architecture. It can provide a lot of help to the bridge construction project, but that's all. Zhu Ping is still very satisfied. He feels that he can personally participate in this project. As long as he can see the day when the bridge is completed, even if he dies on that day. It's worth it too. In the startup stage of the cross-sea bridge, the local hydrological conditions were first collected to determine the high and low tide levels, as well as the length and width of the bridge, as well as the geological conditions of the underwater bridge. Shui Qingyao specially hired 100 young men from the Yu clan in Chaoyang County at a high price. Taking advantage of their good diving skills, they went deep into the seabed to find out the situation. Combined with the information given by Zhu Ping, they finally determined the construction plan of the bridge. Environment. From the prairie continent to Bamboo Island via the hidden bridge, the length hidden underwater is more than 23 kilometers. If the bridge connection part on the land on both sides of the strait is included, the total length of the bridge will be 25 kilometers. Such a long bridge, and it is also a road and railway bridge, is absolutely unprecedented in the world. The structure of the cross-sea bridge adopts an elevated continuous arch bridge structure. According to Luo Chong's opinion, it should be built according to the structure of Xiaozhou Bridge. This is the current level of technology and materials of the Han tribe, which is relatively reasonable and strong. Durable construction. The main geological structure of the hidden bridge hidden under the water of the strait is reef rock. The top layer is covered with limestone formed by coral polyps and shells. However, this is not important. The Han tribe used the bottom layer of rock. The single-hull arch bridge of Xiaozhou Bridge has no piers in the middle and the main span is more than 37 meters. But this is not enough. Moreover, the cross-sea bridge that the Han tribe wants to build is more than 20 kilometers long. One arch as it was definitely not enough, so Luo Chong's idea was to build a continuous arch bridge. The specific construction method is to first anchor the position of the bridge piers on the reef of the concealed bridge, set up bridge piers with a width of 50 meters as a span, that is to say, set up bridge piers every 50 meters, and first build a gravity dam with sandbags around the bridge piers. Keep seawater out of the sand wall, thereby forming a waterless construction space. Then vertical holes are drilled on the reef. There is no steam drilling equipment for the time being, so we can only use explosives and manual drilling. First, we manually drill the hole, then fill it with explosives and blast until a vertical well is drilled on the reef of the hidden bridge. Insert the reinforced cement prefabricated pipes that have been prepared on the shore in advance, and finally inject concrete into the pipes. This is equivalent to wedge a giant reinforced concrete nail into the reef, connecting the bridge and the underwater reef together. For nails like this, a set of 2 should be made for each rivet point, which is the width of the bridge. The same anchoring points, one group every 50 meters, require a total of 460. This is only counting the underwater line. If you add the piers on the shore, such as reinforced concrete piers tens of meters high, the bridge requires nearly 500, and then a large Xiaozhou bridge is built on each 2 groups of bridge piers. This is equivalent to connecting 500 Xiaozhou bridges to form one bridge. In the middle of the entire bridge, there are 6 extra-long arch bridges with a span of 100 meters, which are mainly used for the passage of ships under the bridge. The reefs in the middle of these groups of bridge piers will be blown up in the future, to be used when the water level is low. It allows the passage of 3-masted sailing ships, thereby reducing the height of the entire bridge. In terms of the current project progress, Han tribe has completed the preliminary geological survey and the design of the bridge body. The entire bridge requires nearly 1,000 reinforced concrete piers, tens of meters high. The main bridge is 23 kilometers long, equivalent to 2 more than a dozen Wuhan Yangtze River bridges are 35 meters long and 35 meters wide, with a total 2-way 6-lane design. In the middle of the bridge are 2 wide-gauge heavy-haul train tracks with a gauge of 1.8 meters. The 2 train tracks can ensure that they run in opposite directions at the same time, so that they will not affect the traffic efficiency on the bridge. The design speed is 60 kilometers per hour. On both sides of the train track are 5-meter wide 2-way lanes. The 2 sides add up to a 4-lane route, mainly for horse-drawn carriages. In other words, this road-rail dual-purpose bridge is not a double-layer design with a railway below and a highway above like the Wuhan Yangtze River Bridge. Instead, all roads are on the same level, with trains running in the middle and horse-drawn carriages running on both sides. This kind of design is the limit that the Han tribe can achieve at present. In fact, according to modern bridge technology, most of the ultra-long span bridges like this will be solved by steel wire cable-stayed bridges, but the Han tribe cannot manufacture them at all now. Qualified alloy steel wire does not have the construction capacity to hoist hundreds or thousands of tons of steel cables and bridge decks. As for using chains to pull a suspension bridge for heavy haul trains, it's better to wash up and go to bed as soon as possible. You can have everything in your dreams. The cross-sea bridge is still in the preliminary stage of construction. The prisoners of war piled bags of sand and gravel on the reef and surrounded the places where they were preparing to drill wells and install bridge piers, forming rectangular basins in the sea water. The areas to be constructed are separated from the sea water, and the piled sandbags are more than 5 meters above the highest tide level. Even if the tide comes in the middle of each month, these artificial basins will not be submerged. Originally, it stands to reason that this step should be carried out at the beginning and end of each month, when the sea water recedes and the hidden bridge emerges from the water. However, the surface of the hidden bridge is uneven, and cattle and horses must be very careful when transporting. Even more impossible. Besides, even if the surface of the hidden bridge can run four-wheeled carriages, its carrying capacity cannot be compared with that of ships. Moreover, the hidden bridge is only exposed from the water for less than 2 days and nights every month, which leaves them with not enough working time at all, so there is still instead used boats to transport sandbags. They started from the north bank of the cross-sea bridge. In just a few days, they have already built nearly 20 basins. Now the dam construction work is proceeding in an orderly manner. They are just waiting for Luo Chong to deliver the reinforced concrete. Pouring of the bridge piers can begin immediately. At the same time, another project was also under construction in Yashan County, Qingshu Island. That was the Shuguang Lighthouse that the Han tribe planned to build here. It was located in the reef area in the northeast corner of Qingshu Island, standing on a large reef. On the lighthouse. This is the only way from the Luyang River estuary in Tuahai County to the Qingshui River estuary on Qingshu Island. It is an important waterway for the Han tribe. In addition, there are indeed many reefs in this northeast corner. If you are not very familiar with strange ships in the nearby waters, it is very easy to hit the rocks and sink when sailing in. In addition, the Han tribe will expand the development of marine fisheries here, and fishermen will definitely sail at night. Therefore, it is necessary to build a lighthouse here. It's just that unlike the cross-sea bridge project, the Dawn Lighthouse is just a small building, so the construction team is not large, with only a few dozen people, not slaves. The bricks and stones to build the Shuguang Lighthouse were prepared since last year when Bamboo Island was not conquered. The mission led by Bestia directly collected rocks from Yashan County and carved them into stone bricks. There was definitely a surplus for building the lighthouse. Can't be used up. After this construction team of dozens of people completes the construction of the Shuguang Lighthouse, they will go to the port in Takumi County to build another flowing light lighthouse to temporarily light up the 2 Han tribe harbors to provide guidance for passing ships and direction identification standards. In early March of the first year of the Great Ming Dynasty, the Han tribe was under construction in various places, such as cross-sea bridges, lighthouses, strategic reserve granaries in various places, and the people were working hard to cultivate, creating a prosperous scene. On the 5th day of March, Luo Chong was still guiding them in the cement solidification testing experiment at the Research Institute in Xingang County. As a result, his bodyguard came to report that Yu Ji had returned and had now arrived in Dongxing County. It took 1 day to reach the dock in Luyang County. The personal guards came to ask Luo Chong where he was summoned. Luo Chong thought for a while. He was specifically planning to recall Yu Ji and make him responsible for the construction of the capital palace, so he might as well arrange to meet in Luoyang County. It happened that the palace model he had people make was also in Luoyang County. It was a good time to introduce relevant matters to him. So Luo Chong said to the guards around him, "You go and send a message first, asking Yu Ji to wait at Luoyang County, and then arrange my schedule. Let's set off for Luoyang County today and go directly to Sidong County. Relatively fast." No. The guards agreed and went out to prepare. Luo Chong explained to them again in the research institute. The composition of this cement is not static. We need to experiment with several sets of formulas, especially the ratio of calcined clinker and gypsum. In terms of clinker, we must consider the property changes brought about by adding iron powder and clay. Iron powder and will adding more clay make concrete harder, more resistant to compression and more resistant to impact? There is also the ratio of clinker to gypsum. Gypsum is mainly responsible for rapid solidification in cement. How much gypsum can be adjusted to make quick-drying cement? You have to experiment with these. Then there is the proportion of concrete. Mix it according to the ratio of 40% gravel, 20% coarse sand, and 10% cement. Then use wood to build a formwork, and then pour the concrete into it. Test the drying speed and pressure resistance of each cubic meter of concrete, impact resistance, etc. You can test these slowly. I'm not worried about how fast you can build it, but the quality must be guaranteed. I don't want the project that I finally repaired to collapse in an instant, and you don't want to see the train you built end up falling into the sea due to bridge quality problems. Bar? Okay, I have to do some other things, so you guys have to work hard. After explaining some key issues in cement research and development to the researchers, Luo Chong and his guards set off for Luoyang County. Since he was not in a hurry, Luo Chong stayed one night in Sidong County and visited Sidong County by the way. After looking at the various constructions in Sidong County, the scale of this county is still limited. Because the county is located on a hillside and the farming area is relatively small, the agricultural development in this county is not very good. Luo Chong saw this in his eyes and thought that if the 8 counties of Hanyang continued to expand in the future, they would definitely develop in the 3 counties from Luoyang County to Nanjing County and Ruyang County. There is sufficient fresh water here and the plain area is large, is very suitable for cultivating food. As long as there is food, you can survive. For this era, these are enough. Early the next morning, Luo Chong and his guards continued on their way to Luoyang County, and finally arrived at the official office of Luoyang County before noon. At this time, Yu Ji had not arrived yet. According to the message he replied yesterday, Yu Ji was the fastest. We can't arrive in Luoyang County until dinner that day. And like him, Yu Fu, who received Luo Chong's recall order at the same time, would have to wait for more than 10 days at night, because Yu Ji had been operating in the 3 counties of Honghu before, while Yu Fu was active in Tuahai County. The distance between Yu Ji and Luoyang County is still a little further. Fortunately, Luo Chong doesn't need the help of these 2 people urgently, but he is not in a hurry. Luo Chong first went to see the craftsmen who were making palace models in the Luoyang County government office, checked the progress of their production, and then asked someone to prepare a sumptuous dinner, preparing to meet these craftsmen after Yu Ji came back. Eat together, and it will be a good time to introduce them to both parties. Anyway, when Yu Ji goes to supervise the construction of the imperial city, he will definitely bring these craftsmen with him. It was like this until around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, when the sailboat Yu Ji was riding finally arrived at the dock in Luoyang County. Luo Chong had already arranged to meet his personal guards at the dock, and he also brought the boy to Luo Chong immediately. In the lobby of the backyard of Luoyang County's government office, Yu Ji, who had been traveling south for almost 2 years, finally returned here. When he saw Luo Chong, he immediately bowed respectfully and was very happy. When he was in the grassland before, because he assisted the army in the expedition to Zhudao and provided a lot of information, Luo Chong had already recorded a merit for him, and his title was promoted accordingly. Now Zhudao has been taken by the Han tribe. Next, the Jingwu guards under him basically have nothing major to do, and they are not as nervous as before. So when Luo Chong summoned him back this time, there must be a new task for him, right? As Yu Ji thought this, people had already arrived in front of Luo Chong. Your Majesty, Jing Wuwei Commander, Yu Ji, pays homage to the leader. It's good to come back. Come and sit down quickly. We haven't seen each other for such a long time. Let's sit down and talk to me first. Luo Chong sat still and gave him a weak hand, indicating that he should sit aside. Thank you, Chief. Yu Ji hugged his fists respectfully again, and then sat on the chair to the right of Luo Chong in the hall. When Luo Chong's personal guards brought tea to the two of them, Luo Chong took a sip before speaking. You did a good job on Bamboo Island and the grassland before, which saved our tribe from a lot of unnecessary losses. This is worthy of praise. Luo Chong first praised and then said again. Now that Zhudao has been completely owned by our Han tribe, the Xian tribe has also been destroyed. Mao Dun was killed by an arrow, and his tribe either surrendered or died. The Jingwu Guard has no important targets for the time being, so do you have any other targets? What's the idea? Yu Ji secretly thought that it was indeed the case. Jing Wuwei was of little use now, so the leader must have wanted to find other jobs for him, but he definitely couldn't say this himself, otherwise what would happen? Take the initiative to ask for an official position from the leader? It's your honor if the leader gives you an official position. But if the leader doesn't give it to you and you take the initiative to get it, it usually won't end well. Don't you see that Yunji of Ruyang County asked the leader for a county? Shoudu, what's going on now? Anyway, as far as Yu Ji knew, Yunji was not doing well. So Luo Chong asked him what he thought. He didn't mean to change his position, but talked about his own work. Just listen to Yu Ji say, Chief, I think that although we now control the southwest of Honghu Lake and the grassland and the entire Bamboo Island, we cannot give up our vigilance against the herdsman tribes in the grassland. Although Mao Dun and his forces are finished, but we can't guarantee that there won't be another Moton. The grassland tribes are good at riding and shooting, and have many horses. Although they are usually very scattered and not conspicuous, when they gather together, their power cannot be underestimated. Just like the time in Mao Dun at the beginning of last year, who would have thought that he could gather tens of thousands? The human cavalry came out. Oh? Did you discover something else? Luo Chong asked curiously. Could it be that, because of the demise of Mao Dun, new forces on the grassland have come out to cause trouble? But this shouldn't be the case. Currently, half of the lush grassland area near Honghu Lake is controlled by the Han tribe. The hidden bridge from the grassland to Zhudao has also been temporarily cut off by the Han tribe due to engineering problems with the cross-sea bridge. Besides, the Bamboo Island on the other side of the hidden bridge has now become Qingshu Island. So a problem has arisen for the time being. There is currently only one Han tribe left on the entire grassland that can sell daily necessities to the herdsmen, especially white salt and metal utensils. Apart from the Han tribe, there is no other force that can sell them to them. If the grassland tribes are still unwilling to comply, then the Han tribes will not need to send troops at all, but will directly impose material sanctions and cut off their supply of white salt and metals. This alone is enough for them to bear. Another problem is that in the past, most of the grassland tribes used bamboo arrows sold by the Xian tribe. Now that the Xian tribe is gone and the Han tribe does not sell this kind of weapon material, it will be difficult for them to use cheap arrows in the future. They can only find the materials to make it yourself. This alone can greatly weaken the herdsman's combat effectiveness. So under such circumstances, Luo Chong was very suspicious. Who else would dare to do anything under the noses of the Han tribe? Aren't they afraid of sanctions from the Han tribe? Hearing Luo Chong's question, Yuji immediately explained. Back to the leader, since Mao Dun was defeated and died, the largest force on the grassland now has become our Han tribe, and the Su-Ritu tribe, which has had contact with us before. This guy, Su-Ritu, is not honest. He took advantage of the fact that our Han tribe invited them to participate in the counterattack when Mao Dun attacked. He boasted everywhere on the grassland that he has a close relationship with our Han tribe. They are as close as brothers, and they even fight together in wars. In order to threaten some small tribes to rely on him, from the beginning of last year to now, his tribe has expanded to a strength that is no less than that of Mao Dun last year. If he is determined, he should be able to summon about 40,000 cavalry. And there is another important thing. He bought a lot of ironware from our Han tribe, but he did not buy it himself, but asked the small tribes who relied on him to come and buy it in their own name. Then this guy learned the cavalry tactics of our Han tribe, and now he makes his own stirrups and high-bridge saddles, which are completely imitated by our tribe's horse gear. Moreover, among his forces, this kind of horse gear is very popular, to say the least. There are tens of thousands of tools. Even his small tribes who cannot afford iron stirrups have learned to use rope, wood, rattan, and other things to make soft stirrups. Although this person still treats our tribe with respect for the time being, he already has the ability to threaten our 3 counties in Honghu. We cannot take it lightly. Yuji first reported to Luo Chong the information he had gathered during this period, and then solemnly reminded Luo Chong. Luo Chong did not speak, his face was neither happy nor sad, he just nodded calmly. He had actually expected this. Just like what Yuji said just now, Mao Dun is dead now, but if the grassland is not protected, he will still be alive. There are other Motons out there. As long as the Han tribe still has interests in the grassland, and as long as the Han tribe still sets foot on the grassland, this kind of thing is inevitable. The 2 completely different lifestyles of farming and nomadic life will eventually lead to irreconcilable conflicts. Luo Chong has thought about this problem more than once, and also recalled the history of his previous life. Why did the nomadic people in the north repeatedly invade the farming people in the Central Plains? It is no exaggeration to say that this problem lasted from the Western Zhou dynasty to the last feudal dynasty. What exactly is it? The reasons led to conflicts between the 2 parties. He thought about it carefully countless times, trying to find a once-and-for-all solution, but he still didn't think of it because this was a fundamental lifestyle problem. Their nomadic living habits mean that they have no ability to withstand disasters. So even if it snows heavily in winter and the snow buries the grass and deprives the livestock of food, their livestock will starve to death in large numbers, or simply snow. If it were bigger, it would crush their tents and freeze all the livestock to death. This was not impossible. The farming people cultivate the land and eat food. They can save the food they can't finish in normal times and use it to tide over the difficulties in disaster years. But the nomadic people have no way. They were unable to store food, and only living livestock could bring them a continuous supply of dairy products. Some people might say that the Han tribe could store food, and the nomads could also store more livestock. But in fact, it is not the case. Food will not consume anything. At most, it will take up space and build a granary. However, the livestock are alive. The more livestock there are, the more feed will be consumed. However, the area of the pasture is limited. A piece of grassland, it's just enough for the livestock. You don't just need to raise 2 more if you want. The extra animals will have nothing to eat and will starve to death sooner or later. Even in 2020, as long as there is a snowstorm on the northern grasslands, the government will immediately send assistance, find ways to send feed to the herdsmen, and then let the slaughterhouses in various places collect more cattle and sheep from the herdsmen, so as to solve the problem of the herdsman's livestock. Winter pressure. So in the final analysis, if the Han tribe wants to control the entire grassland, they must make plans to feed all the herdsmen. They are fine when they are fine. When problems arise, the Han tribe must provide timely assistance, like the modern government. As long as the herdsmen are hungry, they will not risk their lives to rob. To put it bluntly, it is still a matter of survival. As long as they can survive, they will definitely not become enemies. Of course, this is not the best way. The best way is to continue to absorb nomadic tribes, just like the tribe of Maodun this time, continue to absorb them into the Han tribe, and then gradually assimilate them into farming nation, change their living habits. But even so, there will definitely always be people on the grassland, but as long as the nomadic tribes on the grassland are controlled within a certain number, and the remaining people have enough pasture, they will have enough livestock. Under normal circumstances, there won't be any huge conflict. It would be great to be able to maintain the state. And in addition to this, it is not only necessary to control the number of nomads on the grasslands and ensure timely support when nomads encounter difficulties, but also to support a few obedient nomadic forces and let them join the Han tribe and become nomadic people of the Han tribe. Take charge of the entire grassland for the Han tribe. In a word, the grassland Han tribe must have it, because it can produce a large number of livestock, so they cannot lose it. By purchasing the livestock of the nomadic tribe, they can make their life easier. As long as there is no survival crisis, they will not lose it. It will cause trouble to the Han tribe. This situation only needs to last for about 100 years. After 100 years, it is estimated that the Han tribe will even have machine guns, which will be a big weapon that can make the nomads sing and dance. Even if there is an irreconcilable conflict, by then, the Han tribe will have machine guns. The tribe has nothing to worry about. So Luo Chong is not worried at all about this. Just listen to him saying to Yu Ji, Suritu does need to pay attention, but we don't need to be too nervous. Wait until next year, we can even invite him to come to our tribe to have a look, let this guy open his eyes, and see if he can be conquered directly. His possibility. If he is willing to join the Han tribe, then it doesn't matter if he becomes stronger. Our Han tribe can give him a formal name and let him take charge of a grassland on our behalf, but these problems are not big. What I want to tell you is that while Jin Wuwei's intelligence collection work is not very busy now, I am going to arrange other things for you to do. You are still the commander of the Jinwu Guard, but do you know what the official functions of the Jinwu Guard are, apart from secretly collecting intelligence? On the surface? Of course they are Luo Chong's personal guards. Why did the leader ask that? Should I be transferred back to be a guard? This? It can't be true. Yuji suddenly thought uncertainly. Seeing the nervous look on Yuji's face, Luo Chong couldn't help laughing. He stood up and patted Yuji on the shoulder and said, "What are you thinking about? I have no intention of transferring you to stand guard next to me every day." Yuji quickly stood up and followed Luo Chong and said, "It is the duty of the Jinwu guards to protect the safety of the leader and our Han tribe. Even if the leader really wants to send me back to stand guard, I am willing." "Oh? Are you really willing to come back and stand guard? Then I really transferred you back?" Luo Chong continued to tease Yuji. Yuji suddenly had a bitter look on his face, and he thought to himself, why doesn't this leader follow the routine? Shouldn't he be humble and refuse a few more times, and then he should reluctantly accept what the leader wants him to do? I just wanted to express my loyalty. I didn't really want to come back and stand guard, right? Luo Chong looked at him with an embarrassed expression on his face and said nothing. Okay, I won't really ask you to come back and stand guard. The tribe still has a lot of things to do. It just so happens that the Jinwu guards are not too busy right now, so I want you to supervise a project, which is the future of our Han tribe. Capital. A royal palace will be built there, which is my new home. At that time, the protection of the palace will be handed over to the Jinwu guards. After all, the Jinwu guards are my imperial guards. In the future, the Jinwu guards camp will definitely be built in the palace, so this is not only a new home for me, but also a barracks for you Jinwu guards. Please be careful when supervising the work, Luo Chong said to Yu Ji as he led Yu Ji to a wing in the backyard of the government office. Building a palace? Is the leader's new home called a palace? Yu Ji asked, curiously. Yu Ji thought about countless possibilities, what tasks Luo Chong would arrange for him when he called him back this time, but asking him to supervise the work at the construction site was something he never expected. Besides, it's just a new home for the leader. How big can a home be? Even if it's 10 times bigger than the home Luo Chong lives in now, it's not a big project for the Han tribe, right? Does such a construction site still need him, the commander of the Jinwu Guard, to supervise the work? Or is there something special about this project that only Jinwei can do? Yu Ji couldn't figure it out, so he could only follow Luo Chong to the side room slowly. Since Luo Chong asked him to be the supervisor, he would definitely tell him the specific situation, right? Yes, my new home is called the Imperial Palace. The Imperial Palace is my home, but it is not only my home, but the largest administrative agency of our Han tribe will also be built together with the Imperial Palace. Can you understand this? After this administrative agency is established in the future, it will directly control the operation of various affairs of the entire Han tribe. Even local officials such as county guards and governors must obey the arrangements issued by the central government. Come, follow me in and take a look. The model of the palace is in this room. Luo Chong introduced you and led Yu Ji into the side room. The side room of the official office is not small. There is a huge sand table in the middle of the lobby of the main room. It is surrounded by a simulated plain between the west of Takumi County and the grassland Honghu Lake. On the plain, next to the river, there is a simulated capital city. Here is the palace. When Yu Fu saw those models, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. Because there were comparisons of city walls, city gates, and Shama Bridge, he could clearly see the actual proportions of the buildings in the imperial city. He imagined them. He stood under the city gate, then raised his head and looked at the Hanyuan Hall in front of him. Only then did he understand why the leader asked him to supervise the construction project called home. Is this really home? Isn't this too big? In terms of scale, this imperial city alone is several times larger than all the existing cities of the Han tribe. Moreover, this is just a leader's home. Outside the leader's home is the real capital. What will happen to that capital? How old? I'm afraid it can easily accommodate the entire existing population of the Han tribe. I've seen the leader. Just when Yu Ji was stunned looking at the model, several craftsmen in the wing quickly put down their work and stood up to salute Luo Chong. Luo Chong waved his hand casually and said, "You continue to work on your business, I will bring someone to see the sand table." No. Mo Xian and others responded, and then continued to work on their own. Their original carpenter team of 6 people had now expanded to 13 people. They found another painter from nowhere, and 2 specialized carpenters. The building's carpenter, 2 masons, and 2 bricklayers formed the new team. Carpenters are responsible for the architectural themes, painters and stonemasons are responsible for carving beams, paintings, and various artistic sculptures to create the beauty of the building. Bricklayers also use wood to carve the appearance of floor tiles. That's right, in this palace, even the floor tiles paving the square are not flat, but have to be engraved with flowers. Of course, this kind of bricks are usually laid in a courtyard within the palace or on the road outside a hall. It is impossible for all places to be paved with such bricks. However, the cost of making such bricks is not much more expensive than ordinary bricks. The main reason is that the materials and firing process are basically the same. It is nothing more than carving out a batch of molds with prefabricated patterns. After he finished greeting the craftsman, Luo Chong continued his introduction to Yu Ji. This is the model of the capital. The capital is divided into 3 areas according to different functions. The top is the imperial city, which can also be called the palace. In front of the palace is the official area, which will be the office space of various departments. The place further outside is called gushed, and this is where the people live. What I am asking you to be responsible for now is mainly the construction of the imperial city and the government administrative area, of which the imperial city is the most important. The models you see that have been made so far are basically from the former dynasty. The palace can be divided into 4 parts according to different functions. One part is used to discuss tribal affairs with officials. The place is also called the front, and behind the front and back is the back courtyard used for living. However, the model is not yet fully completed, and nothing can be seen in the back courtyard. Then there are the East Palace and the West Palace on the left and right. One side is a place for children to live, and the other side is for the elderly to enjoy themselves. And your Jinwu guard station is in the courtyard behind the West Palace, which is also part of the imperial city. Luo Chong pointed to the model of the palace in the sand table and introduced it to Yu Ji. In terms of the distribution of the capital, because Luo Chong plans to build an industrialized city in the future, there is no intention to build city walls for the outer gushed, because as an industrialized city, if there are no train stations and trains in the city, then there is no need to build a city wall. What is industrialization called? The city wall would keep out enemies, but it also blocked the process of industrialization. That's why Luo Chong only built city walls for the imperial city and the official administrative area, but not for the gushed outside. This structural layout is a bit like a modern capital city. The Forbidden City in the previous dynasty had city walls, but there were no city walls around the areas where people lived. We couldn't just build a few doorways to pass trains, but if we really wanted to do that, what's the point of building this city wall? The leader's home is really big, but apart from the main halls in the front that are used for discussing matters, the living area in the back courtyard is not that exaggerated. This project is really too big. It would probably take more than 10 years or 1 generation to completely build a capital city like this, right? Yu Ji couldn't help but sigh. It is definitely impossible to build the entire capital city at once, but the imperial city is not that complicated. The task I have assigned you this time is mainly to supervise the construction of the imperial city. It is estimated that it may take 1 or 2 years to collect materials, and the construction will also take a few years. It will take 2 or 3 years, but I hope that this palace will be built within 5 years. This should be no problem, right? Luo Chong immediately explained when he heard that Yu Ji thought the capital was too big. To be honest, the capital city is a bit bigger, but it is not a place for him alone. Besides, it is still early to build the capital city. Even if it is really built now, there will probably not be many people living there. Crowdfunding, we still have 500 to go, bosses. After listening to Luo Chong's words, Yu Ji nodded. If he was only responsible for the construction of the palace, it would not be a big problem. Moreover, the time given by Luo Chong was extremely generous. He was given 2 years to prepare the materials and 3 years to build the palace. The entire palace is expected to be completed in 5 years, so this kind of work time is already very generous, right? Chief, what is the situation in the palace now? Is there anything I should pay attention to after I go there? Yu Ji asked again. As for you, first reduce the number of Jinwu Guard personnel who have completed their tasks, select some people to put on the public display. It doesn't need to be too many, about 1,000 people should be enough. Then I will allocate you 3,000 more slaves, and you take them to the construction site for the construction of the palace. The specific location has been selected. The governor of Takumi County, Dashu, sent people to scout, but it is only a general range. After taking the people there, they first asked a craftsman to measure the land, confirm the construction site according to the specifications of the drawings, and then took the slaves to do the foundation part first. Building the foundation requires digging an artificial lake, excavating earth, and then raising a platform for the palace. This work will take a lot of time. You need to lead them to do it when you get there. Then let the craftsmen calculate the required building materials, such as where to cut the palace wood and how to transport it, as well as the masonry and tiles, which also need to be built in kilns and fired. In addition, there are various guardrails, steps, walls, and stones needed for stone carvings. The stones from Panchir County of Tang tribe are good, including bluestone, granite, and white marble. You have to agree with the big tree for these things. How much, and then let Dashu negotiate with the Tang tribe and let the people of the Tang tribe mine it. There are also paints, ironware, and glass needed for later decoration. You can ask the craftsmen to count these things when the time comes, and then the tribe will allocate them. Generally speaking, you need to arrange the foundation construction first. After it stabilizes, you can arrange for people to collect various materials. When the materials are almost collected, the construction of other parts of our tribe will be almost completed. Once it is completed, I will mobilize more craftsmen for you to start the formal construction steps. This matter should be easy for you. After all, we are Jinwei. You should give full play to your strengths and go to various places to contact building materials and other small matters. You should have an advantage over other departments. Luo Chong said as he introduced the stages of building the palace to Yu Ji. Yu Ji nodded again. If you put it this way, it would be much simpler. He also seemed very confident about things like contacting building materials from various places. Don't worry, Chief. I have memorized these steps. There is no problem in collecting building materials. In addition, there are craftsmen. In fact, we have also trained a lot of them ourselves. We have a lot of craftsmen in Jinwu Guard. Yu Jishan expressed himself no problem, then reminded Luo Chong and said, "Yes, I think about it, you were also responsible for handling this matter at that time." Luo Chong nodded, indicating that he had thought of this matter, and then he said again, "In this case, it would be easier to handle, if Jinwei has enough manpower, you can arrange things by yourself, such as stone carving, carpentry, and building kilns and firing bricks, and you can start operations in advance." There are indeed many craftsmen in Jinwei, or can we say that everyone has a craft? After all, when the Jinwu Guard was established, the first task was to infiltrate the Nyo Guard mission, follow them back to Bamboo Island, and then continue to lurk on Bamboo Island. What kind of people are more likely to be absorbed by them? Luo Chong decided to use craftsmen to attract them. The various production technologies of the Han tribe are very advanced and are urgently needed by all tribal forces. At first, Luo Chong recruited some craftsmen and deliberately arranged to work with the Niue people. Then they naturally valued them and let them dig these people out themselves. Walk. Later, when the Jinwu Guard was passed to Yu Ji, he was responsible for latent reconnaissance in the grassland areas. He also learned from Luo Chong's successful experience and recruited some technical personnel to sneak into Mao Dun's tribe. People who understand technology are popular everywhere. Even if they know that this person is from the Han tribe, they all want him very much. It is not a difficult problem to use such people as spies to sneak into enemy camps. Later, in order to expand the scale of Jinwu Guard and maintain the mystery of Jinwu Guard, Luo Chong did not adopt the same recruitment system as other guards. Instead, he opened almshouses, or orphan shelters, in various places in the name of the tribe. As the Han tribe continued to expand, more and more tribes joined the Han tribe, and the orphan problem became more and more obvious. The people of the Han tribe are generally relatively wealthy, and their families have endless food, so naturally there will be no abandoned babies, but these orphans were all born before joining the Han tribe. Maybe it's because their mother is too young? Or maybe their father died accidentally while hunting? Anyway, there are many such people. If they are adults, it is easy to say. As long as they are over 14 years old, they can marry a woman and establish their own household registration. The tribe will allocate fields and cultivate them well enough to support the family. And those younger orphans naturally need to be raised by public welfare organizations such as almshouses. The nursing home run by Jinwei is not only responsible for raising these orphans, but also teaching them reading, literacy, farming, and breeding, ensuring that every orphan can support himself when he becomes an adult. If he meets those who are more clever and eager to learn, he will also teach them learn various production techniques and then incorporate them into Jinwei's system, and train them according to the standards of spies from an early age. Using the identity of a craftsman to infiltrate various forces is a very effective way to infiltrate, so Yuji also works particularly hard in this aspect. Over the past few years, Jinwei has mastered a large number of craftsmen who are proficient in various skills. Once the organization has a mission, they can change their identities and immediately lurk next to the target. But now that there is no mission, they are craftsmen. That's why Yu Zhizai said that there are many craftsmen in Jinwu Guard, and there are no targets that need to be targeted. These people cannot be idle. Although they are still young men, it is not unreasonable to let them participate in the construction of the palace. Hone. Don't worry, leader, I will arrange these things and collect all the materials as soon as possible. Yuji promised again. Well, I can rest assured that you are doing your job. Let's go. I've been on the boat for a month this time, and there must be nothing good to eat. I'll have people prepare the food and wine for you. You and these 10 craftsmen will have a good time together. Dayton, get to know each other with them. Don't underestimate these people. This huge sand table in front of you was made by them. Every brick, tile, plant and tree of the entire palace is in their minds. When the time comes for the construction of the project, you will definitely not be able to do without them. Luo Chong greeted Yu Ji and the dozen model craftsmen to go have dinner together. Everyone also happily accepted the gift from the leader. They must not refuse it, otherwise they would not give the leader face. Besides, they just listened to Luo Chong's words and knew the identity of the other party. The person brought by the leader is the supervisor and person in charge of the entire palace project in the future. And the craftsmen in the house are the main technical personnel. They can't do anything without each other, so they naturally want to take this opportunity to get to know each other well. Luo Chong took them to the dining room and had a few bites with him. He mainly introduced the two parties in detail and chatted a few words about the project. At this moment, a guard suddenly came in to report the matter and came to Luo Chong. Chong whispered something in his ear, causing Luo Chong to frown slightly. Chief, there is something wrong with the rail experiment in Xingyang County. The crowdfunding is over, and the goal has been exceeded. I would like to sincerely thank the two leaders of No Pain or Hesitation for their rewards. One person collected the crowdfunding amount, and the operating officer of this book, Southern Kite, as well as several tips from the two bosses of New Happy Man. Thank you. There are also those dense reward lists and many big guys who support Lao Yu. Thank you. Omega? Worship all parents.jpg. Today is still 10,000 words, but it will be a little later. If you don't want to wait, you can read it tomorrow morning. I stayed up late coding. After listening to the guard's report, Luo Chong frowned slightly. He stood up and said to Yu Ji and the craftsman of the Ink Corps, you can eat it by yourself first. I have other things to deal with. Yu Ji, Moxin and others quickly stood up and handed each other away. After Luo rushed out of the dining room and came to a corner of the yard with the guard, Luo Chong asked, what happened to the rail experiment? Wasn't the production going well before? what happened? The guard quickly replied, back to the chief, it's not a problem with the narrow gauge rails, it's a problem with the heavy gauge rails, the ones that weigh 1 meter and 60 kilograms. In the past 2 days, the Qingshu County steelmaking plant has completed the production plan of 10,000 narrow gauge rails arranged by the leader, and steel bars have also begun stable production. In order to consume excess production capacity, the Institute has trial-produced a batch of heavy-duty rails for actual performance test. The result was something went wrong during the test. They laid 2 kilometers of heavy-duty railway on the slope, and then put a carriage on it, which contained a whole carriage of coal. When they released the brakes and let the carriage slide down, less than a mile away, the rails, there was a sudden deformation, and the entire carriage turned sideways. Coal was scattered all over the floor. Fortunately, no one was injured. The guard reported the news in detail. Luo Chong's frown deepened after hearing this. The previous narrow-gauge railway had gone through the same experiment. When it was used for testing, it was not just 1 carriage, but 15 carriages, which were also equipped with the same equipment. It was full of ore, and it turned out to be running very smoothly, without any problems at all. But now when the same method is used to test heavy-loaded rails, a problem suddenly occurs. The rails actually deform? Fortunately, there were no casualties. What is the reason? Have you found it? Luo Chong asked again. I heard that there was a problem at the joint between the 2 rails. The third joint was bent and flattened, and the rail in front was also tilted up, and a row of road spikes collapsed. The joint between 300 and 400 meters, and the section of rail more than 300 meters apart, were directly crushed to pieces. The carriage rolled over diagonally, and even several sleepers were broken. The guard replied again. Well, when did this happen? After hearing the specific experimental process and the specific circumstances of the accident, Luo Chong calmed down. The current loss can be completely ignored. He can still afford it. So I wasn't as panicked as before. It's what happened this afternoon. Someone was sent over immediately. It was just a message. The guard answered honestly. Then send another message back. Stop the production and experiments of heavy-duty rails first, clean up the accident scene first, and investigate the cause of the accident. The steel rolling mill will focus on producing steel bars first. We will make follow-up arrangements when I go there tomorrow. Luo Chong nodded, told the guard, and then asked him to deliver the letter. The guard quickly agreed, then turned and left. Luo Chong looked at the sky and saw that it was completely dark. He simply returned to the backyard of the government office to rest and began to think about the problems. According to Luo Chong's memory, the rails of high-speed railways are generally 500 meters long, so as to avoid joints in the rails as much as possible. However, not only that, in the actual laying process, each section of track needs to be laid. The 2 joints are welded together and then polished to make the rails into one. In other words, the train track should have no joints. But this was not the case with early steam trains. In the steam train era, the rails had joints. Otherwise, why would the train always make a what's more sound when it is running, that is the noise made when the wheels pass over the rail joints? But as technology improved later, people began to pursue quieter and smoother operation, and began to use fusion welding technology to weld rails to eliminate all rail joints. When the rails just left the factory, they were made very long. Reduce welding costs. However, this is still a huge problem for the current Han tribe. How should I put it? The current rail specifications of the Han tribe are based on 100 meters. Even so, it is already very difficult. 1 meter of narrow gauge rail weighs 35 kilograms, and 100 meters is 3,500 kilograms. So if you want to roll such a track, you first have to cast a 3,500 kilogram steel ingot, and you also have to cast this piece the steel ingot, which weighs nearly 2 tons, is heated twice, burned to an orange-red state, softened, and then stretched using a rolling mill. The heavy load is even heavier. 1 meter weighs 60 kilograms, and 100 meters weighs 3 tons. Then a 3-ton steel ingot must be cast first. Such a heavy thing, and it is still at a high temperature of thousands of degrees, it is hoisted with pulleys, chains, and tracks, otherwise there is no way to transport it. This is only 100 meters per piece. If you want to double the length, there is no problem with the rolling mill, but there is a problem with the hoisting machine. That is a 6-ton, red-hot steel ingot, which is not easy to transport. If the length is extended to a 500-meter piece is directly equivalent to a 15-ton red iron block, which directly increases the difficulty by 1 order of magnitude. After thinking about it, Luo Chong didn't think of any good solution. It is definitely necessary to extend the length of the rail, but it only depends on the ability of the research institute. Anyway, it must be extended to at least 200 meters. It is best to extend it. It is necessary to find a way to weld it and directly weld it into one piece when laying the railway in the future. This is the best solution. Early the next morning, Yuji first applied to Luo Chong to go home, and then took his family to live in a high county. In the next few years, he would be busy at the construction site in the capital, and it would be inconvenient to be too far away from his family. If it was placed into Kumi County, he could still find time to go back and take a look. After picking up his family, he took them south together and began to recruit the Jinwu Guard's manpower, and then took the 3,000 slaves Luo Chong said to the construction site. MOXIN, the technical team that makes sandbox models, will go south later. After they finish making the model, they can take their families to find Yuji. Luo Chong agreed to all of them one by one. After sending them away, he finished breakfast and went to the research institute in Shingon County with his guards to discuss the issue of rails. As a result, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, when Luo Chong arrived at the accident scene under the leadership of Lin Fei, he discovered that the matter was not as simple as he thought before, and the situation seemed to be more serious. Located at the joint 300 meters of the experimental track, the rail at the joint was not only bent downwards, but the entire eye-shaped load-bearing structure was also distorted by the pressure. Only then did Luo Chong understand what the guard said last night. What does gushed mean? He pointed to the severely deformed joint and asked Lin Fei, "What do the people at your research institute say?" This should not only be a problem with the joint, but is there a problem with the steel itself? Hearing Luo Chong's question, Lin Fei was filled with admiration. The leader only took one look and discovered the real reason. Returning to the chief, yes, after discussion, the people in our research institute also believe that there is a problem with the performance of the steel. The carbon steel we currently use to make rails has insufficient bending resistance, that is, insufficient hardness. This problem has not occurred in previous experiments on narrow-gauge railways. It may be that the load of small narrow-gauge trains has not reached the critical bearing capacity of the rails. So even if there are more joints, the narrow-gauge train can still run normally. But this time, the heavy-duty rails made of the same steel material directly increased the load capacity several times in a certain area, exceeding the limit of the steel material, so the current accident occurred. After our judgment, we believe that this accident was partly caused by the joint, but it was not caused by the joint. It should be caused by the insufficient bearing capacity of the rail. When the wheel passed the joint was bent first, and then the rail derailed and the track was tilted and turned sideways. Luo Chong nodded. This was similar to what he had judged. Although the heavy-duty rails had been enlarged to 60 kilograms per meter, the steel material had not changed. After all, the bearing capacity was limited, and the weight of heavy-duty trains was smaller than that of narrow rails. It is several times larger than the small train, but the area in contact with the rails is still the same as those wheels. In other words, the base remains unchanged, but the pressure per unit area has increased several times, exceeding the endurance limit of the steel. This is not, it's weird if something goes wrong. Then have you come up with a solution to the problem? Luo Chong nodded, confirming their conclusion that carbon steel has insufficient bending resistance, so other methods must be used to solve it, otherwise the railway will not be paved. Back to the leader, we are temporarily going to solve this problem in 5 aspects. Lin Fei pointed to the joints of the track on the ground and said, first we need to increase the number of sleepers at the joints to ensure that each joint is placed on the sleepers. To enhance the bearing capacity of the rails. Then, a row of sleepers is laid vertically under the sleepers at the joint to make it a tic-tac-toe structure, also to enhance the bearing capacity of the joint. Another thing is that we think we should extend the length of the track, at least double it, and turn it into a 200-meter track, so as to reduce the number of joints and avoid accidents. The above 3 are all considered from the perspective of laying. In addition, as for the rail itself, we also decided to make improvements. The first is to increase the thickness of the middle column of the I-shaped rail to achieve the purpose of enhancing load bearing. The third is looking for a more suitable steel formula. It would be best if we could solve this problem through alloy formula without increasing the track weight. Luo Chong felt quite emotional after hearing this. The 5 solutions Lin Fei mentioned are currently almost the limit of what the Han tribe can achieve. From the improvement of construction methods to the changes in the structure and composition of the rail itself, they are all correct ideas. This shows that the research institute of the Han tribe has matured. Even without Luo Chong, they can handle things by themselves. Maybe their improvements are not perfect, but they are indeed making progress. After Lin Fei finished speaking, Luo Chong added again, your idea is very good and very practical, but I think there is still one thing missing that you didn't think of. Lin Fei was curious. He thought that the 5 methods proposed were enough, but the leader said that there were others that they had not thought of. So is the leader really knowledgeable and unconstrained in his thinking? I wonder what the leader is referring to. Lin Fei asked humbly. You just said that you should reduce the number of joints and extend the length of the rail as much as possible, but why didn't you think of welding the 2 rail sections together? Wouldn't that mean there would be no joints? Luo Chong prompted. Said. Because of the existence of calcium carbide, the Han tribe has long had acetylene gas welding technology. Although there is no pure oxygen for assistance, simple acetylene can emit a high temperature of 2000 degrees after ignition, which is enough to melt any steel. It's just that rail welding is a surface-to-surface connection, not a point or line connection. The combination of gas welding and welding rod can only go around the welding surface in one circle at most, but the inside is still disconnected. This kind of welding does not exist at all. Meaningful. Lin Fei was not a fool, so he immediately understood what Luo Chong meant by fusion welding. To understand it literally, it means to first pull the joints of the 2 rails apart by a small distance, and then use the mold as fixed, and then the red-hot liquid steel is poured in. The 2 sections of rails are welded together by on-site casting, so that a surface-to-surface connection can be formed. After the welding is completed, it can be polished before use. After he figured it out, Lin Fei couldn't help but clapped his hands and praised, "This is a great idea, Chief." In this way, the railways will really be connected together, and there will no longer be any joints. Luo Chong waved his hand casually. He had no intention of using this method to gain praise from others. He just continued to remind him. This method of welding is only suitable for heavy-haul railways that do not need to change lines. For example, narrow-gauge railways that need to frequently change lines are definitely not needed. Moreover, the load of narrow-gauge railways does not exceed the endurance limit, so it can be used with confidence. This technology is not difficult. The stupidest method is to build a carriage with a furnace, provide molten steel while walking along the track to smelt the joints, and then add a pair of steam or pneumatic grinders under the wheels. What I'm more curious about now is the fifth point you just mentioned, changing the formula of steel alloy. Do you really have ideas and plans for this? How did you guys come up with this? Luo Chong asked equally curiously. When Lin Fei heard the inquiry, he immediately puffed up his chest and said very proudly, "This is not difficult. We all know that a metal or a mixture of multiple metals, that is, an alloy, has different properties, such as if you add too much tin, bronze will become hard and brittle, if you add too much lead, it will become softer, more fluid, and easier to cast. Iron also has many differences. Pig iron is brittle and easy to bend, while wrought iron is easy to bend and not hard enough. Steel is an alloy, which is both soft and hard, tough and sharp. So we thought, are there other formulas to make steel alloys that can improve bending resistance and hardness?" The corner of Luo Chong's mouth rose. It seemed that these guys had indeed studied the nature of metal. The so-called properties of metal were nothing more than using the characteristics of various metals to prepare a new alloy. "Have you found this kind of metal that can improve bending resistance and hardness?" Luo Chong asked again. Back to the leader, "Yes, but we are not sure yet whether it can work. We are currently testing this new type of metal." Lin Fei replied immediately. "To make up for yesterday, I had an argument with someone until midnight last night and forgot to write." "The research institute actually found a metal to improve alloy steel?" Luo Chong was very surprised by this. You must know that the Han tribe at this time had almost no way to detect metal components. After all, they could not even recognize the periodic table of chemistry. How could it be so easy to distinguish so many metal types? What experiment? Did you really find other metals? Luo Chong quickly asked, curiously. Lin Fei scratched his head and said uncertainly, "Actually, that's not the case. We just collected iron ore samples found in various places, smelted them separately, and then conducted comparative experiments on their properties. We want to use this method to find out to produce more suitable steel, because we found that even if it is the local iron ore in Xing'an County, the properties of the steel produced in different batches will be slightly different, so we wonder whether the iron ore in different places also contains other different ingredients." Luo Chong just nodded, making bold assumptions and rigorous verification. The institute has deeply engraved his own 8-character policy of scientific exploration into his heart. Because there are differences in the steel smelted from ores in various places, we suspect that the composition of iron ores in different places is different, and then conduct comparative experiments. This is indeed a good method. At least for now, it is the most practical method, but Luo Chong is not sure about this. The method does not hold out much hope. But he still asked out of concern, "So how is your experiment going? Have you found out?" "Not yet, but soon. The results may be available today. We started this ingredient comparison experiment before the accident. Would the leader want to go over and have a look?" Lin Fei answered and then sent an invitation to Luo Chong. "Okay, let's go and have a look." Luo Chong nodded and agreed. Now that the cause of the accident has been found, the Research Institute has also proposed a solution, and Luo Chong is quite satisfied, so there is nothing wrong now, so he might as well go look at the excitement. The two walked back to the industrial county factory. One of the 2 rail production lines in the steel rolling plant has now stopped. The current production is still narrow-gauge rails. The remaining Japanese steel is rolled into steel bars. In addition, one part is dedicated to the manufacture of small trains. The two passed through the steel rolling mill they had visited before and came to the train manufacturing plant. There are also some steam rolling equipment here, which are mainly used to roll wheels, connecting rods, springs, frames, and other large parts. Luo Chong walked in front, observing everything in the factory. There was a narrow-gauge railway in the factory that went directly to the outside of the factory. On this railway track, a vehicle frame was parked safely. The structure looked like the one during the new year. The enlarged version of the model car also has a 468 wheel layout, and the 3 pairs of power eccentric wheels appear full of power. The researchers are leading the workers to assemble the locomotive with the drawings. In the field on the other side, the horizontal cylindrical boiler for the main body of the locomotive is also being built. The huge steel plate is hoisted into the plate rolling machine, and then rolled several times, and finally rolled into a cylinder. The steel cylinder is then hoisted down and placed on the shelf, and the gas welders weld the gaps together. After the main cylinder is welded, large and small smoke pipes, steam generating pipes, and superheating pipes are welded and installed inside. There are dozens of pipes in total. Finally, the combustion chamber and water tank of the boiler are welded to one end of the steel cylinder, and the valve and control system are installed. The other side of the steel cylinder, which is the end of the front of the car, is punched with prefabricated circular steel plates and fixed with screws. On top of the steel cylinder are 3 protruding circular tubes, a superheat package, a chimney, and a steam waste release chimney. There are bronze bells, whistles, car lights, and other objects in the front. However, this car light does not use carbide boxes, but uses acetylene gas stored in high-pressure cylinders in advance to supply gas to the headlights of the car through pipes, which is more secure. The entire boiler and steam generation system are connected together using welding and hot riveting processes. The newly invented portable air hammer is hammering red-hot rivets into the prefabricated holes one by one, and the work is proceeding in an orderly manner. In the lathe and forging area on the other side of the factory, the axles are first cast into steel ingots, and then stretched under a steam-powered forging hammer to forge the basic shape, and then placed on a huge steam lathe for refinement. Finally, it is assembled with the wheels produced in the same process and installed on the frame. Each carriage has 2 sets of frames. 4 wheels are mounted on one frame, and one carriage has 8 wheels. These 2 frames are installed on a girder, and the rails are mounted on them. This carriage it's done. Now, dozens of carriage frames have been parked in the workshop of this factory. The preliminary budget can also be used to build more than 30 carriages. This is almost enough for 2 trains, but the current production has not stopped yet. After all, the leader said that this small train needs to be equipped in large quantities, and a lot of them are needed in the mines in various places. Luo Chong looked at the locomotive that was almost taking shape and asked Lin Fei, beside him. It has been more than 3 months since the Jingdan festival. I think the front end of this physical car is almost completed. When can the splicing of the boiler and frame be completed, and when can the official test run be completed? Is there an accurate time? Speaking of this train, Lin Fei straightened his back unconsciously. This was the pride of their Power Research Institute. Going back to the boss, according to the current construction progress of our first-generation Endeavour prototype, it will be ready to roll off the production line in half a month at the latest. Well, that's right. Let the workers hurry up and send someone to notify me in advance. If I'm not here, you must wait until I come in person before officially testing the car off the assembly line. Luo Chong specifically instructed. No problem, Chief, our current construction speed is a bit slow, but that's all because we have no experience, and the required equipment is put into use for the first time, and everyone is not familiar with it yet. When we build subsequent trains in the future, what we have here the production capacity will be increased. Lin Fei also happily introduced the situation to Luo Chong. Luo Chong walked forward while watching, saying hello to the workers from time to time, and then listening to Lin Fei's introduction. The 2 of them soon came to a large courtyard behind the factory, which is a part of the research institute. In the courtyard. Now that the scale of the Power Research Institute has grown, there are many projects that need to be studied, and the things they originally studied were relatively large, so now they have divided into many yards for each group to conduct experiments and daily work. Lin Fei brought Luo Chong here. This place is specifically responsible for analyzing the composition of iron ore and the properties of steel in various places. When Luo Chong came to the laboratory, he found that there was only one official researcher, and he was conducting experiments with several teenage interns. They held iron sheets and weights of different shapes and specifications to test the force-bearing force. Some samples were made into blades and were polished with the same method to test the sharpness, or they were marked with several different numbers. The steel knives are chopped or rubbed against each other to compare the hardness. When the researchers and interns saw the leader coming in, they quickly stopped what they were doing and saluted Luo Chong. Luo Chong casually waved his hand to stop them and allowed them to continue working. He did not interrupt the researchers' work, but asked Lin Fei in a low voice, "How many sets of steel samples do they have here in total, and where did they collect the iron ore from?" Seeing that Luo Chong had no intention of disturbing them, Lin Fei also whispered back to the leader, "There are about a dozen kinds, most of them are obtained from us, including the magnetite we use the most. There are also pyrite used for acid production, as well as chalcopyrite, hematite, and even some iron ore samples obtained from the Tang tribe before." Luo Chong nodded, stopped asking, and then looked at the interns doing experiments seriously. One of them, a boy with a relatively immature face, who looked about 13 years old, was holding different iron pieces to scratch on other iron pieces, and then compared the depth of the scratches. While making comparisons, he wrote on the paper record. After he finished, Luo Chong asked, "Which sample here has the highest hardness?" The young intern immediately replied, back to the leader, "The sample with the highest hardness here is the sample obtained by the Tang tribe. It is a steel sample made from low-quality hematite, but this type of sample can easily be used in other samples. It leaves scratches on it, and you can even use a knife to remove iron filings from other samples." Cutting iron like clay? The hardness was indeed high enough, and Luo Chong immediately became interested. He said to the young man, "Then can you demonstrate it to me?" "Of course, leader, please take a look." As the boy spoke, he took several types of blades from one side, and then used the Tang tribe blade to sharpen the backs of other blades. The iron wire or iron filings could be easily scraped off, but when other blades were used to sharpen this blade, but he couldn't cut it at all, and instead damaged his own blade. While demonstrating to Luo Chong, the young man added, "Chief, this steel sample smelted from the Tang tribe's iron ore is indeed the hardest, but it also has a bad drawback, that is, it is too brittle and it is easy to pass the steel." "That's what I'm talking about, boss, look at it." As he spoke, he used the Tang tribe iron blade to chop with other blades, and sparks suddenly flew everywhere. When he stopped, the iron cutting blade in his hand had become a dog-gnawed blade. It has the same jagged shape, with many gaps. It is indeed as he said, the hardness is enough, but it is a bit brittle. But when Luo Chong looked at the blade that cut iron like clay, he suddenly thought of a tool from his previous life, which was a handheld bow saw blade, a manganese steel saw blade that can be used to cut steel pipes. So, the iron ore in the Tang tribe is not a fierce iron ore, right? Meng iron alloy steel is a good material for making heavy-duty rails, but if there is no Meng iron ore in the Han tribe's Shingon County, then they can only go to the Tang tribe to mine it, but they can agree to give their iron ore to is it used by the Han tribe. Even if the Han tribe agreed to mine, would it still take the Han tribe more than a month to ship the iron ore back to the north for refining? Besides, manganese steel is the most suitable alloy steel for making rails, but it is not available in the Han tribe. There is magnetite here in Shingon County, and there are some iron ores in Babaishan, but they are not suitable for iron making. Pyrite is iron sulfide. Meng iron ore is currently found only in the Tang tribe, which creates a huge problem. Let's not talk about whether the Tang tribe is willing or not. Even if they agree, the Han tribe still cannot operate. After mining the iron ore from the Tang tribe, ship it to Shingon County in the north for smelting. This transportation process will take 2 months. Even if there is a Feiyu clipper in the future, it will take about 20 days. In this way, the cost has gone up. If you want to reduce costs, the best way is to build steel plants and rolling mills locally and produce them locally. However, there is no coal in the Tang tribe, so there is no coke for steel making. If you want to set up a factory in the south, you have to transport coke from the north. So no matter how you calculate it, the Han tribe must carry out transportation from north to south to meet the production needs of heavy-duty rails. This is so difficult. So Luo Chong is planning to give up the original heavy-haul railway construction plan. It's not that he really wants to give up, but that the current plan is not cost-effective. Another thing is that the Han tribe does not particularly need heavy-haul trains. There are small trains that can be used in the same way. The worst thing is to make 2 more trips and divide the heavy load into 4 transports. Luo Chong thought to himself, and Lin Fei also listened and figured out the problem. Was this super hard sample obtained from the Tang tribe? Doesn't this mean that if the Han tribe wants to take advantage of it, it will be in trouble? Chief? Look, this. Lin Fei didn't know what to say. Luo Chong glanced at them and could naturally see the expectation in their eyes. These people had paid so much for the railway and trains, and they definitely did not want to give up halfway, but the current conditions did not allow it. After thinking for a while, Luo Chong said, "Let's suspend the heavy-haul railway project first and do our best to complete the small train. What we are facing now is not the problem of whether the Tang tribe is willing or not, but our own transportation cost problem. Regardless of whether to transport iron ore from the south to the north or coke from the north to the south, the cost is very high and the time is too long. The blast furnace cannot be shut down casually. If something goes wrong, we will make up for it. So let's wait a moment. Anyway, we now have small trains available, so that's enough for the time being." Lin Fei, several researchers and interns in this group couldn't accept it when they heard Luo Chong's plan to suspend heavy-haul railways. They had spent so much time researching on this, and now they just stopped. Lin Fei is better. He can understand Luo Chong. The 2 problems Luo Chong mentioned just now are actually one aspect of the cost increase. The main reason is that the transportation cycle is too long, and the blast furnace cannot be stopped once it is started. For something, a long transportation period means that the furnace will stop at any time, which is indeed a bit outweighing the gain. After a while, Lin Fei asked again, "Chief, when can we restart this project?" "Restart, this is easy. Either you can find the same manganese ore as Tang tribe here in Xingang County, or you can find coal mines around Tang tribe. In this way, we can solve the problem of excessive transportation costs and excessive transportation cycle. The long-term problem will be the same whether it is produced in the north or in the south." Luo Chong directly gave his conditions. Lin Fei couldn't help but sigh after hearing this. Is this something he can find if he wants to? In the final analysis, it still depends on fate. Okay, don't be discouraged. Let's get the Endeavor type done first. At least we can still use it now, right? If you are really unwilling, then ask someone to search the surrounding areas to see if there is anything similar to the Tang tribe iron mine, but I guess the possibility is very low. Luo Chong patted Lin Fei's shoulder to comfort him, then turned around and left the yard. The current situation is not necessarily a bad thing for the Han tribe, because even with heavy-duty rails, it is very difficult for the Han tribe to build a heavy-duty railway. All railway subgrades must be made of reinforced concrete with ground piles at least 10 meters deep, and they are lined up one by one. This is a huge amount of work. At least taking the current Han tribe as an example, this cliff is a very large project. Even if there are steel rails now, it will probably take several years for the Han tribe to complete such a railway. Of course, this also depends on the terrain. If it is the line from Xingang County to Weishan County Wharf, because there is the industrial support of Xingang County behind it, and the terrain is relatively simple, so the construction must be faster. Instead of wasting a lot of manpower on building railways, it would be better to do other things and develop other aspects of the tribe first. After seeing the accident scene and the Institute's solutions, Luo Chong went home. Lin Fei wanted to adjust some projects and manpower applications according to Luo Chong's orders, and transfer back the people who wasted on the heavy haul railway first. Participate in the development of Endeavor and speed up the service of Endeavor. In early March of the first year of the Great Ming Dynasty, all counties and counties of the Han tribe were under intense construction. Drilling wells and building warehouses had become the top priorities of each county. The large scales produced by the Comprehensive Research Institute were also distributed to various places. In the official warehouse, Tuahai County and the 6 counties of Qingshu in the south are also applying for photo ID cards door to door at this time. Photography technology has also officially appeared in the south, but due to the relatively small number of people, it has not become popular yet. Only Tuahai, a new photo studio, has been opened in the county. There is also a set of photography equipment in Jiahai County. In addition to providing photography services to the public, it is mainly used to take pictures of the construction of the bridge and report the progress of the project to Luo Chong. In Shenghe Village, Xinhua County, the villagers had just completed the production of ID cards. This time the production was all free. Coupled with the magic of photography, the villagers seemed very cooperative and held up the free ID cards, as if taking advantage of the tribe. Guantao took his brand new ID card and looked at his black and white photo on it, and couldn't help but sigh. Oh, this Han tribe is really powerful. They actually have this magical technique and can actually imprint a person's shadow on this gold piece. What's this? I've seen their photo album at Renzua's house. The photos were clearer and much larger than the ones taken here. They were all taken on paper. They had everything on them, including those of the Han tribe in the north. All the counties are so beautiful, the youngest daughter in charge of the Tao family suddenly said. However, Guantao didn't care about the photo album. His first focus was on his daughter. Oh? So you often go to Ren's house as a guest? Which of the 2 brothers did you see? Is it Ren left or Ren right? Do you want Dad to go and marry you? When Guantao's daughter heard this, her cheeks turned red immediately. She called out Daddy in a sweet voice, then turned around and ran out of the bamboo building. She didn't know where she ran. Guantao stood in front of the window of the bamboo house and looked at the back of his daughter below. He was actually very willing to facilitate this marriage. Now that he could marry someone from the Han tribe, he would definitely make a profit. 1-4. After half a month of construction in Shenghe Village, initial results have been achieved. The windmill in the village has finally been built. With this mill, local eating habits can be changed. An oil pressing mill with a water wheel has also been established by the river, but no one comes here to press oil yet. The newly arrived immigrants have not yet harvested peanuts and soybeans, and the local villagers who have soybeans at home are not used to the soybean oil for the time being. Shanpeng found a stable source of clay, which was beside a naturally formed small pond outside the village. With this stable supply of clay, he built a ceramic kiln in his own yard, which was the best for firing porcelain. Pure white kaolin clay makes it easier to glaze and paint on the surface, but if you just make some clay pottery and bake a few pots and bowls, you don't need to be particularly particular about it. Shanpeng's business has been good recently. He asked Lu Jianan, a carpenter in the village, to build him a foot-operated drawing machine. As long as you step on the pedal back and forth with your feet, the circular operating table on the drawing machine can rotate. Convenient for the potter to shape clay shapes on it. Shanpengjia currently sells 2 types of pottery best. One is jars of various sizes used for pickling kimchi, and the other is basins used for kneading noodles. The local villagers didn't need this thing before, but now that there are mills, immigrants from the Han tribe have learned how to cook vegetables in large pots and eat pancakes with pancakes on the sides. Therefore, the basing used for mixing noodles has also become popular and has become a popular method for various people. Essential daily necessities for every household. As soon as corn cakes appeared in Qingshu village, they were well received by the local people. The villagers who were used to drinking dazizi porridge had this satisfying feeling of fullness for the first time. The key is to resist hunger. And the taste of sticky pancakes is also acceptable to the public, so it spreads quickly in the village. In the past, eating porridge was purely out of necessity. Eating boiled corn directly is because I have been used to eating it since childhood. Otherwise, if a person who eats refined grains every day eats a few corns, he will definitely have acid reflux and vomit acid water. But compared to dry food, porridge and water are not enough to relieve satiety. At that time I really felt full and couldn't drink any more. But after peeing twice, what else is left in my stomach? Dry food is different. Even though it is still corn, if it is made into pancakes and stuffed into the stomach, it will be difficult to digest. The slow digestion will naturally make you less hungry. You will not feel tired after working all morning, and you can even do more. Take the pancakes with you. If you go out to chop firewood or get tired from doing farm work, you can take out the pancakes and eat one to replenish your energy. They didn't even dare to think about this before. In the past, the dry food for the people of Zhudao was probably to carry a few dried corn cobs with them. When they were hungry, they would light a bonfire and sit down to roast the corn cobs to eat. Since they couldn't bring much, not very satiated either. In order to allow the local people to cooperate with the Han tribes in establishing households, all the people were provided with benefits. As long as they were willing to join the household registration register and accept government management, they were given a large iron pot. Now this iron pot has come in handy. The most popular delicacy in the village now is stewed fish in an iron pot with corn tortillas stuck on the side of the pot. The people in Qingshu village are very good at fishing. Whether they use harpoons cut from bamboo poles to insert fish or use bamboo baskets to make traps for fishing, they are all very effective. I don't know if it's because there are more fish in this era, or what. Until the rabbits in the village grow up, fish in the river has temporarily become the main source of meat on the villagers' tables. Similarly, thanks to the emergence of corn tortillas, Sherry's tofu was finally sold in the village. Soybeans are not even considered supplementary grains. They can only be considered as a type of miscellaneous grains. In the past, the people of Zhudao grew soybeans because they had the ability to fertilize the land and could increase corn production when rotated with corn. Eat it as a meal. After all, it is not a problem to eat corn every day. It is also good to drink 2 bowls of bean porridge occasionally to change the taste. The local people have not even studied the simple way of eating fried beans, and the application methods of soybeans are extremely poor. But things are different now. The appearance of xiaoli has turned the humble soybean into a variety of delicious foods. In the past, because they drank porridge every day, it was a bit inconsistent with the eating habits of the Han tribe, so the people were not very interested. Now they have also begun to eat pancakes. After eating dry food, they also learned how to stir-fry vegetables and stew meat. They also hope to make a bowl of soup after eating the pancakes. In addition, the villagers are good at fishing. Xiaoli is the best eater among the 10 immigrant households. The chef took the opportunity to introduce the fish head and tofu soup. There is no need for too many ingredients, just stew the tofu and fish together, sprinkle with some salt, and the deliciousness of the fish and the fragrance of the tofu will be perfectly displayed. Eating fish and tofu, and eating pancakes. When you are full, you will fill the seam with a bowl of fish soup. Everyone will pick up the thumb and say, "It's beautiful, it's beautiful, it's..." Also because of the 3 meals a day of dry food, Xiaoli's tofu puffs were also sold. In order to promote his tofu puffs, Xiaoli specifically contacted Tanahashi and asked when the county would have sugar for sale. Similar news was gradually collected on Andel's desk, and he didn't read much. He directly made a list of things needed by immigrants from various places, and then sent it to Takumi County to ask if there was a way to get it. They would pay for it. Of course, Takumi County has no problem with this situation, and they are even relatively happy. Others may not be able to satisfy them, but there must be sugar. Because both the Tang tribe and their Tuahai County plant a large amount of sweet sorghum, each harvest season is a crushing season. There is countless sugar produced in the two areas, but the local people's consumption capacity for sugar is limited. If it weren't for the fact that sugar has almost no shelf life problem, can be stored infinitely, I am afraid that Tuahai County has already gone crazy with anxiety. Now that there is a new dumping ground, Takumi County directly sent 2 ships of brown sugar without saying a word, telling them that they could save it and sell it slowly. In fact, Dashi didn't even care about such a small matter. There are still many big things to do. For a small matter like selling candy, you can only listen to a report from your subordinates, then nod and say, "I understand," and that's all. After Xiaoli got enough sugar, his tofu puffs were easy to sell. The pasties were delicious and filling, but relatively dry. A bowl of tofu puffs in brown sugar water was an excellent snack. In addition, there are almost no sweets to enjoy in the village. This brown sugar tofu has even become a favorite snack and dessert for adults and children in the village. Many people also complained that the brown sugar tofu was much more delicious than the white tofu they were treated to that day. The emergence of various new things has brought more interactions between the villagers and the 10 newly arrived immigrants. Just like the youngest daughter of Guantao's family, she is only 12 years old now, but because she wants to learn the breeding techniques of the Han tribe, she often going to the homes of immigrants. It is inevitable that I will see and hear a lot of new things from the homes of immigrants. Seeing his daughter running out shyly, Guantao smiled and shook his head, and went down the bamboo building to follow. As expected, he found that the child had indeed gone to the Ren brothers' house again, and was lying outside the Ren family's rabbit circle and watching. Renzhua was chatting with his daughter, not knowing what they were talking about. The Ren family was given a total of 10 big rabbits, 4 of which were male and 6 of which were female. The males and females were usually raised separately to prevent the male rabbits from going into heat and killing the newborn babies. After these rabbits settled in the new place, they quickly gave birth to the first generation. 5 of the 6 female rabbits were pregnant with cubs. In the end, a total of 34 little rabbits were born. The same was true for several other immigrant families. Condition. The local villagers were delighted when they saw this. They had never thought that this rabbit could be so fertile. If more than 30 rabbits were grown up in this way, they would give birth to 1,800 rabbits at once. Good guy, it seems that what the Han tribesman said is true. As long as you raise rabbits, you will no longer be short of meat in the future. Brother Renzhua, can this snow rabbit give birth to a litter in 2 months? Guantao's daughter Guanqing asked, curiously. That's right, so when the rabbit grows up in the future, you have to eat it quickly. If you can't eat it in time, I'm afraid there will be more rabbits running around in the future. But it doesn't matter if you can't eat it. It's popular to make sausages over there. Rabbits have a lot of intestines. When the time comes, the rabbit meat can be packed directly into the intestines and smoked into bacon, which can be stored for 2 more years. Renzhua said while introducing the situation. After hearing this, Guanqing laughed and couldn't help but said with envy, "It's so nice over there with the Han tribe. They live in beautiful houses, grow delicious food, and have endless meat. Life there is so bad for you. At ease. Hey, it's nothing. Once our rice is planted and the livestock is raised, we can still live a good life. Then we can save some money and build a new tile-roofed house and a big yard. Renzhua, he said, looking forward to the future life. Guanqing's face turned slightly red after hearing this, and she asked tentatively, Brother Renzhua, will you marry a woman from here when you have your ID card? Renzhua nodded seriously before saying, when I apply for this ID card, I guess the household registration on it will become here. Of course I will marry a woman here. Besides, I don't know other places. Guanqing blushed even more after hearing this, but Renzhua didn't expect that Guanqing was hinting at him. The straight man thought the girl was just chatting with him. At this time, Guantao also appeared and walked into the courtyard of Ren's house. Renzong was making a clanging sickle in the blacksmith shop built in the courtyard. This sickle will be used to harvest rice in the future, although now they haven't planted it yet, but they must prepare it in advance. When the harvest comes, at least one family will need to prepare 2 or 3 sickles. There is a big gap in the sickles in the village. Seeing Guantao come in, Renzong did not stop what he was doing. Instead, he raised his head and looked at him. He kept moving his hands and said, hello, it turns out that Brother Guan is here. Sit down quickly. There is a table in the yard. There's sugar water, you can drink it yourself, you're welcome. Okay, you go ahead, I won't be polite to you. Guantao responded, then he moved a small stool to sit at the table, took a tea bowl and poured a cup of sugar water to drink. Guanqing, who was chatting with Renzhua in the yard, also saw her father coming. She said shyly, Dad, why are you here? Guanqing thought her father was really here to kiss her. What's wrong? You are allowed to come, but Dad is not allowed to come to visit. Renzhua, I heard my daughter say, what album do you have? It is the same as the photo on the ID card, can you let me take a look? Guantao poked his daughter's forehead, said. 2-4. When Renzong heard Guantao's request, he immediately said to his son, Renzhua, why don't you go and show your uncle Guan the album and introduce the contents to him? Hey, okay Dad, I'll go right away. Renzhua agreed and quickly went to the back room to get a photo album for Guantao to look at. Guanqing quickly moved aside, although she had already seen it before. But the photo is such a rare thing, I still can't help but want to take another look. Guantao was sitting on a small bench and saw Renzhua taking out an exquisite black wooden box. The lid of the wooden box was engraved with red paint, and it read, the Han tribe presented a commemorative photo album to Qingshu immigrants. The words household chief trace look very beautiful. Renzhua opened it and revealed the photos inside. Although it was said to be a photo album, these photos were not framed. They were all packed in boxes one by one. It may have been for the convenience of immigrants to take them out for viewing. Besides, all of them were, the mounting price was too expensive, and there was no time at all, so I made a delicate wooden box for packaging. Renzhua took out some photos and handed them to Guantao, took some more photos and placed them on the table, and then introduced them. Uncle Guan, please look at this photo album. This is a commemorative photo album specially made for us by the leader when we moved here. It contains photos of some people or things from our own family, as well as those from the 8 counties in the north. There are special scenery, and there are also photos of the leaders, a total of 100 for each family, so that we can take them out when we feel homesick. Okay, let me take a look. Is there any photo of the leader of our Han tribe here? Take it out and let me see it. I've heard that our leader is so powerful at a young age, but I don't know what he looks like. That coin, although there is a leader's appearance, I asked the county officials, but they said that the appearance of the coin was only 60% similar, saying that it was older than the real leader. Guantao looked at the beautiful photos, as if he had seen another fairy world, which made him. I'm so dazzled that I don't know which one is better. Renzhua also laughed after hearing his request, took out a few photos with leaders and introduced them. Uncle Guan, this is the leader of our Han tribe. The leader is only 18 years old this year. These photos were all taken by him last year, when he was only 17. After Guan Tao took a family photo taken by Luo Chong in the courtyard of his home, Ren Zhuozai introduced it again. Uncle Guan, this is our leader. Next to him are the leader's 2 wives, and a pair of the leader's children. Guan Tao's eyes widened as he looked at the photo. The young man sitting in the middle of the photo was the tribal leader who controlled their entire tribe, so much territory, population, army, and ships. And I heard that he was responsible for all of this. What was founded, even the complex management system of the Han tribe, etc., were all thought up by this young man alone. He was wearing rich clothes and a high crown, and he was sitting on the chair with a calm and confident expression. He seemed to be revealing a sense of pressure from being in a high position. Just sitting there made people feel. Don't dare to look down upon it. Beside the leader are 2 beautiful girls on the left and right. They are slender, wearing light gauze and satin. They have extraordinary temperament, and their eyes have a kind of wisdom and agility. They are definitely not comparable to women who only know how to farm and raise pigs. In front of the 3 people stood 2 dolls, about 3 or 4 years old, also wearing brocade clothes and black gauze hats, staring in front of them with curious faces. It must have been the person who took the photo of them that attracted the children's attention. This is the family of the leader of the Han tribe. This person said something casually, and tens of thousands of armored sergeants came to their bamboo island in a fleet covering the strait. Behead, kill, and the blood will flow like a river. Guan Tao's hand holding the photo was trembling a little, and his mood was very complicated. He didn't know what he was thinking. Then when he was stunned, he heard his daughter saying enviously next to him, "Dad, look at the beautiful clothes our leader and his wife are wearing. I heard that what they wear is not linen or cotton, but a kind of cloth made of silk spun by insects. It is so gorgeous that only the Han tribe can make it. Well, yes, it's a pity that this is not something we can wear." Guan Tao came back to his senses and followed his daughter's words. "No, Dad, I heard Brother Renzwa say that in the Han tribe, even commoner women without titles can still wear wedding clothes made of silk when they get married. Dad, look, this is the wedding dress of the Han tribe." Guan Qing skillfully dug out the wedding photo of Chu Bing from a pile of photos. The 2 were sitting on the big bed in the wedding room. The photo was taken of Chu Bing and his fiancée Zhan in their wedding clothes. Among them, Zhan, the phoenix crown and harem are even more gorgeous. Although it is only a black and white photo, it is not difficult to see how soft and beautiful the clothes will be through the reflection of the photo. Yes, Uncle Guan, common people can wear such wedding clothes when they get married, but even commoner women can't wear silk every day, but they can still wear beautiful clothes. Uncle Guan, look, this is a photo we took at my aunt's house after the Jingdan festival. Although the new clothes my sister is wearing are made of cotton, they are also very beautiful. We have many weaving and dyeing techniques. Yes, even ordinary cotton and linen fabrics can be dyed into beautiful colors. It's just that the photo is colorless and you can't see it. Renzwa introduced the costumes of the Han tribe to Guan Tao, but Guan Tao was obviously not very interested in this. On the contrary, his silly daughter was very interested in the beautiful clothes of the Han tribe, especially looking at Luo Chong's 2 ladies. And the fiancé who is recovering from illness is reluctant to look away. When Renzwa saw Luo Chong's family photo, he took it over again and introduced it. By the way, Uncle Guan, the 2 wives of our leader are not ordinary people. According to legend, it was when our Han tribe was still very young. Before the eldest lady married the leader, our Han tribe did not have weaving skills. This method of knotting grass and weaving cloth was passed down from the eldest lady's tribe. However, our leader is very knowledgeable and has unconstrained ideas. After learning the weaving method, he asked the carpenters in the tribe to make a loom. Later, he improved it many times and finally had the extremely fast one we use now. Shuttle loom. Later, after the eldest lady stopped weaving herself, she studied the printing and dyeing method, which made the Han tribe's cloth colorful. The tribe of this second lady is good at growing glutinous rice. After marrying the leader, she became obsessed with cooking. She developed many novel ways of eating, which were widely spread among the tribe and benefited all people. The most commonly eaten tofu, steamed buns, and steamed buns. It was the second lady who taught the people how to eat noodles, bake sesame seed cakes, stir-fry vegetables, and stew meat. Guan Tao was greatly surprised after hearing this. Before, he only knew that the leader of the Han tribe was powerful, but he did not expect that his 2 wives were also strange people. One taught the people how to weave and dye cloth, and the other taught the people how to cook and eat. It directly supports half of the Han tribe. Is it possible that the leader and his family are all capable people? He flipped through a few photos of Luo Chong's family, and suddenly saw another photo with Tang Yao, and then asked, curiously, who is this person? Seeing how well-dressed she is, could she be the leader's sister? She also has what special ability? 3-4. Renzo looked at the woman standing next to the leader that Guan Tao mentioned. In fact, he didn't know who this woman was at first. Later, on the boat going south, he heard what the boatman said, and then he knew Tang Yao's identity. I even doubted whether the leader had already arranged a marriage with this woman from the Tang tribe. He recalled the rumors he had heard, and then introduced them to Guan Tao. Uncle Guan, this person is not from our Han tribe. She is the next female leader of the Tang tribe across from Tuahai County. She was appointed by the current leader of the Tang tribe to be an envoy to our Han tribe, just like our Han tribe. It's like the tribe sent an envoy to Zhudao. The envoys of the Tang tribe are good at medicine and can identify medicinal herbs. Now there is a lot of cooperation between the Tang tribe and the Han tribe. Our Han tribe promotes currency and various planting and breeding methods in the Tang tribe. In exchange, the Tang tribe he must teach the medical methods he is good at to our Han tribe. At present, this envoy lives in the leader's home all year round. He usually works at the medical school in Ruyang County and is mainly responsible for compiling the medical pharmacopoeia. Oh? That's it. But is that the kind of ability that can cure people's diseases? Is that really a strange person? Besides, I think it would be appropriate to marry the leader because he is so handsome and beautiful. Guan Tao is going to be a grandfather. Naturally, he is not a fool. After hearing Renzo's introduction, he immediately guessed some things. Although some things have not been officially announced, anyone with a discerning eye can see what is going on. Not to mention that the envoy of the Tang tribe is a cute little girl with medical skills and the next leader of the tribe, but now he lives in the home of the leader of the Han tribe and stays together all day long. Is it even necessary to think about it? It seems that although the Han tribe is strong, it still needs some marriage methods to stabilize and expand the tribe. The leader is young and promising, so powerful. Doesn't he also choose this peaceful method? It's a method that all leaders admire, so it shouldn't be a problem for you to learn it yourself and facilitate the marriage between your daughter and the Ren family, right? Marriage is very beneficial to the consolidation and strengthening of the previous relationship between the clan and the family. After all, no matter what kind of alliance or stakes, the relationship between relatives is not more stable than the marriage. After all, they become relatives and the 2 families have descendants of the same blood. This is a family. Guan Tao secretly made a plan in his heart, and then let Renzo introduce the photos. It's not easy for us to speculate on the leader's family affairs. Renzo responded sarcastically, signaling Guan Tao to drop the topic, and then took out other photos to introduce to Guan Tao. Uncle Guan, please look at this. This is the official building in Hanyang County. This building is built on a platform with a brick and wood structure. It is 5 stories high and contains dozens of large and small halls and rooms. The doors and windows are all transparent. The glass is the same as the doors and windows of our leader's house. It can protect you from wind and rain, and you can see through the glass. It is very magical. Oh, this glass is the layer on the outside of the lantern we use. Have you ever seen it? There is also the city in Ruyang County. The city towers are strong and tall. The city is very prosperous. Streets and houses are spread all over the city. There are more than 10,000 people living in the city. It is the largest single city among the 8 counties in the north. There is also the wharf in Luoyang County. Uncle Guan looked at how many sailboats were docked at the wharf. These ships have to load and unload cargo here. Oh, by the way, look at the several trestles here. This is our Luoyang shipyard. The special trestle is usually used to outfit sailboats. Almost all the ships of our Han tribe are built here. It is currently the largest shipyard of the Han tribe. The hull and hull will be built first in the shipyard, and then they will be launched into the water and then towed to the pier for outfitting. This outfitting is equivalent to the decoration in the later stage of building a house. You need to add masts to the hull, install pulleys, and hang sails, otherwise it will not be able to move on its own. Ranzuota Teo continuously introduced the characteristics of the 8 counties of Hanyang. Each photo recorded another prosperous and advanced world. The delicate and exquisite photos seemed to bring the father and daughter into this beautiful world. Uncle Guan, this is the wharf of our Weishan County. Weishan County is to the north of Luoyang County. It is an important freight wharf. It mainly transports coal and steel. It is also the county with the most sorghum cultivation among the 8 counties in the north. Best at making sugar and brewing wine, this is the birthplace of the sugar-making technology of the Han tribe, and it is also the only place where koji can be made and fine wine can be brewed. There is also the first lighthouse of the Han tribe here, called the Morning Star Lighthouse, which is specially used to guide ships at night. There is a spotlight room on the top of the lighthouse. The lights are lit every night, and the white light emitted can illuminate several people. 10 miles away, it can be used to guide ships in the surrounding rivers and lakes. Here is a photo of a factory in Qingyang County, where the Han tribe produces iron. Qingyang County has a population of tens of thousands, and is responsible for mining and iron smelting, respectively. No one in the county is farming, and they can only support themselves by earning wages from work. The family lives a prosperous life. After listening to the introduction, Guan Tao was shocked again. The Han tribe was so rich and powerful that they could concentrate so much labor force to mine ore and smelt steel. The fact that so many people were used to smelt steel meant that even if these people were not needed for farming, the Han tribe could also provide them with food and cloth for food and clothing. This alone can prove the strength of the Han tribe. Renzhua took out photos of my county, Nanzhong County, and Dongxing County, and introduced the main output and population size of these counties respectively, which gave Guan Tao an idea of the 8 northern counties of the Han tribe. From the initial concept, I know that this is the basic foundation for maintaining the strength of the Han tribe. These 8 counties are close together. They have fertile arable land that can produce endless amounts of food. There is rock salt, which is not lacking in daily necessities. There are mineral deposits that provide the Han tribe with the steel to conquer the world. They have forests and swamps. The Han tribe made sailing ships capable of expeditions, and even had pastures, which provided draft animals and meat for the Han tribe. Basically, everything a tribe needs, and everything that can make it strong, is available here. It was by relying on this basic base that the Han tribe opened up so much territory and absorbed more people. Not only did it extend its tentacles to the end of the Luoyang River and occupy the seaside land, it also crossed the sea and occupied them. The Bamboo Island has now become the 6 counties of Qingshu of the Han tribe. The Han tribe even relied on the advantages of sailing ships and the weight of salt and iron to occupy half of the grassland in one fell swoop. They also included the land with lush water and grass in their territory, providing the Han tribe with a steady stream of meat and draft animals, and also formed a dumping system for agricultural products. The land produces its own people. The goods are continuously sold to the nomadic tribes on the grassland, thereby making the people rich. Not only do they have enough food and clothing, but they also have some spare money in their hands to do what they want, such as spending money to take pictures. Take some photos in the museum as a souvenir. If you can't even eat enough, who has the spare money to watch this for entertainment? After introducing the overall overview of the 8 northern counties of the Han tribe, Renzhou showed Guan Tao some photos of their own homes and relatives' homes. These photos taken by ordinary people at their homes can most intuitively reflect the Han tribe. The living conditions of the people. What kind of house they live in, what kind of clothes they wear, what kind of food they eat at home, what kind of livestock they raise, and what kind of work they usually do can all be reflected in the photos. These things were something Guan Tao could not even imagine before. The lives of the people in the photos can be regarded as well-off families in this era. No matter how many people in the family there is no shortage of food to eat, and everyone has clothes and clothes. Not bare buttocks. Children on the street play games in groups. Playing football, skipping rope, throwing sandbags, and playing chess are the most common entertainment games, and there are even some teenagers joining in. This alone can prove the prosperity of the Han tribe. Nonsense, I still have free time to play games, no need to work endlessly, no need to worry about daily meals, and I can still have fun. What kind of fairy life is this? Only in prosperous times can there be a developed entertainment industry. Although the Han tribe is not currently in a prosperous age, there are still conditions for children to play games freely. Doesn't this show how powerful the Han tribe is? 44. See you tomorrow. Just as the immigrants in Shanghe village, Xinhua County were introducing the situation of the 8 northern counties of the Han tribe to the local people, in mid-March, after the contact between Shui Qingyao and Dashu, the second batch of immigrants sent to Qingshu Island also successfully landed. These immigrants actively played a role in the local area. While teaching the local people to plant various crops of the Han tribe, they also promoted the living habits of the various Han tribes to them, gradually assimilating the local people into one. Villages in the 6 counties of Qingshu are also steadily promoting the transformation of paddy fields. The first batch will give priority to areas close to rivers or where there are already dug canals. Such places are relatively easy to transform. Rice can be planted locally first. Other places that are difficult to transform can be put into the second batch. After the transformation is completed, planting will be carried out in the 3rd quarter of this year. Although this may disrupt the local farming rhythm, these are all things that must be experienced in order to carry out corresponding reforms. It is not too late to carry out unified scheduling in the coming year after the transformation in various places is completed. It is worth mentioning that the 4 county governors sent by Luo Chong to serve as officials on Qingshu Island at the beginning of the year finally landed on Qingshu Island with the second batch of immigrants. Niewei is revisiting his old place. He has grown up on this island since he was a child, and he is very familiar with it. This time he was assigned to Xianfeng County as the county guard, and he had already made some plans in his mind. Xianfeng County is not a large county. It has a small population and does not have much fertile farmland. Most of the people are engaged in the production of salt from the sun, creating a large amount of sea salt for the Xian tribe every year for foreign trade. But things are different now. Niewei has received orders from above. Xianfeng County must develop both sides. The existing agricultural land must continue to be developed. The salt fields used to produce sea salt need to be renovated and the personnel streamlined. The people who have been laid off will also be put into agricultural production. Along with Niu Wei, there was also a contractor from the Han tribe sent by Luo Chong. This man took the drawings given by Luo Chong and was specifically responsible for the renovation project of the salt field. The work of sea salt drying can be roughly divided into 3 steps. The first is to collect seawater and introduce the seawater into the salt field. During this process, it is best to filter the seawater first to avoid introducing unnecessary impurities. Then there is brine production. Yes, brine production is also required for seawater sun salt. The general process of brine production is to increase the salt concentration of seawater so that it can gradually reach the level where salt can be produced. Specifically, the seawater introduced in the primary stage is dried. When the primary seawater is evaporated to a certain extent, the salinity of the seawater will increase, turning it into primary brine, and then the salter seawater is introduced into the second stage. In the brine concentration tank, continue to dry, seawater evaporates, and the salinity increases again, and then continue to transfer to the tank. This process will go through 3 to 4 times, and finally the introduced primary seawater will become concentrated brine with saturated salinity. As long as the water evaporates some more, salt will crystallize. Finally, the concentrated brine is introduced into the salt drying field and dried until all seawater evaporates, and sea salt is produced. This is the general process of seawater salt drying. However, during the Qian tribe period, most of the salt fields in Xianfeng County were naturally formed salt fields, and some were semi-natural salt fields. After a slight transformation by the local people, they finally became salt fields. Most of the natural salt fields in the past were stone mountains on the coast. After being washed by sea water all year round, some stepped stone tidal flats were formed. When the tide rises, the sea water automatically flows through the highest steps. After the tide recedes, the depressions on the steps will remain. Some seawater. This seawater is evaporated by natural sunlight and then turns into brine with a certain saltiness. Then it flows down the stairs and then merges with the lower stairs to gradually form saturated brine with a higher concentration. At this time, the local people will use various tools that can hold water, such as bamboo tubes, animal skins, earthen jars, etc., to lift the saturated brine from the lowest level to the highest ladder by manpower for the final crystallization process. Because seawater ebbs and flows at a fixed time, if the saturated brine at the bottom is not artificially lifted to a high place, the seawater will rise again before the saturated brine begins to precipitate and crystallize, turning the saturated brine into saturated water. If the brine water reintegrates into the sea, all previous efforts will be in vain. Therefore, this has caused an important problem in the sea salt industry in Xianpeng County. First of all, there are not many salt fields, because they are basically formed naturally, so the output is directly limited. As far as Niu Wei knows, there are only 6 large and small salt pans in Xianfeng County. The smallest drying area is only a dozen acres of land, and there is only one largest salt pan. The total area of salt ponds at all levels can be 3 or 4. The football field is already huge. And because manpower is needed to lift the saturated brine from the bottom salt pond, these salt ponds also occupy a lot of labor, because every time the water is lifted up, it is equivalent to a race against the tide, and it must be done before the tide rises. Lift the brine below to the top, otherwise the work will fall short, so it is not enough if there are fewer people. These people were just trapped in the salt fields for no reason. They were basically not used in normal times. When work was needed, they couldn't do it without a few people, resulting in a huge waste of labor. Even Ushio himself knew this. Ushio himself once said that if nothing else, just replacing the salt workers with some tools would increase salt production and save a lot of manpower. For example, build a road specifically for carrying water upwards, and then replace the bamboo jars and other broken things that the salt workers use to collect water with wooden barrels and poles, so that the salt workers can carry 2 buckets of water at a time, and then a large amount of water. Popularizing the shovel, a convenient tool for transporting salt and pumping water, can definitely save 2/3 of the original manpower. As for increasing production, there is nothing we can do about oxtail, because sun salt depends on the weather and the season, and the salt field is so big, it can only hold so much sea water at a time. The sea water is dried to precipitate white salt. The time is basically fixed. This does not mean that you can solve the problem quickly by bringing up the brine. You can't speed up the ebb and flow cycle of the sea, right? This is definitely impossible. But when you get to Luo Chong, these are naturally no problem, because he already has a universal steam engine and a recently built water pump. There is no such thing as carrying water. It is not good to pump saturated brine directly from the salt pond below. The work that used to require hundreds of people to carry water upwards now only requires a few people to look after the steam engine, water pumps, and water pumping pipes. It can be done by up to 10 people. This is only a saving in manpower. In terms of production, who said that production cannot be increased if there are few salt fields? Will Yantian be built a new one? There is a cycle of high and low tides. If the seawater doesn't come up, wouldn't it be pumped out with a water pump? Besides, even if the Han tribe didn't have a steam engine, even if they just used windmills, pumps, or water wheels to lift water, they could still do these things. Putting these salt fields in the hands of the Han tribe to save manpower and increase production capacity would be a fool's errand. The same thing is not a problem at all. This is what Ushio wanted to do when he came here this time. First, he brought steam engines to the existing salt fields, and then released the labor force in the 6 salt fields. Some people were asked to switch careers directly to farming. The other group were directly recruited into public salt farms as workers, and would later receive wages for food. If someone wants to open a salt field privately, that's fine, but first they have to pay a heavy tax, and then build the salt field themselves. The salt produced in the end can only be sold to the tribe at the price offered by the tribe. In short, the salt is still sold exclusively by the government. No one is allowed to retail private salt. Ushio is actually very puzzled by this. Since private individuals are allowed to open salt farms, why are they not allowed to sell them privately? Since private sales are not allowed, why are they allowed to open salt farms privately? In fact, this is Luo Chong's plan for the future. If any project is run solely by the government, corruption, false reporting of output, and reduced quality are bound to happen. Perhaps now that Luo Chong, a leader with almost divine prestige, is suppressing him, and the bureaucracy is in its infancy, those people have not thought about corruption and will not play such tricks, but what about in the future? After several generations, who can guarantee that no one will touch this huge piece of cake? Therefore, the operation of the salt field must be divided among the private sector to allow competition between the government and the private sector. However, the salt produced must be sold to the tribes. When the tribes purchase it uniformly, by comparing the output and quality of both parties, they can always find out what is happening in the public salt field. There is no problem. 2 chapters today. More than 5,000 words, and there will be one more chapter before midnight. I've run out of details, so I'll reorganize my thoughts, and then I'll continue to recover from tomorrow. There is no charge for the 2700 plus in this chapter. Niuwei is rectifying the reform in Xianfeng County, and Zhang Mao has also arrived in Guanhai County, south of Qingshu Island. Although Guanhai County has a small population, there is a lot of land that can be used for farming. It should be developed well. It can also become a major grain-producing county in the future. Moreover, this is the southern coast of Qingshu Island. It can also develop sunsalting or fishing. The future development potential is not small at all, but currently it is limited by population restrictions and can only carry out some basic agricultural production. Zhang Mao had the experience of managing a large tribe with thousands of people, and now with the assistance of the entire government staff, he had no problem managing dozens of villages in Guanhai County. After going to Xinhua County in Anvil for a meeting with others, learning about the local situation, and quickly starting to deal with it, Jiang Xian was also very experienced. He had managed tribes with thousands of people, and later worked with Jiandun to manage local affairs in my county. Although Jiandun was mainly the governor of my county, the number of people in the county at that time was the agricultural aspect is mainly managed by him, and Jiandun is responsible for the overall situation and the livestock industry of Makino County. Now that Jiang Xian has come to Chaoyang County, he has also put agriculture first. Although the Yu clan in Chaoyang County has obtained 4 trawlers, the current seafood is mainly sold within the county. At most, some are sold to Yashan County, and there is no market at all. In addition, there are only 4 fishing boats, and there are not many people in total. At most, the women are mending the fishing nets at home, and most of the other people are still engaged in agricultural production. The Han tribe is based on agriculture, and with Luo Chong's new 5-year plan this year, it is always right to manage agriculture well. As for the seafood, it is just used to supplement the meat before the scale of breeding is established. The people in Chaoyang County are very miserable and poor, so poor that they can only survive on seafood every day. However, Jiang Xian decided to change this situation. He decided to achieve food self-sufficiency in Chaoyang County in the second half of this year, so that the people here can live a life of eating rice. At the same time, in order to increase the income of the local people, Jiang Xian also decided to better develop the local fishery. He found Shui Qingyao, the governor, and Yang Feng, the governor of Qingshu, and decided to let Chaoyang County make dried or pickled fish. Specializing in supplying military supplies to the 6 counties of Qingshu. There are tens of thousands of troops in the 6 counties of Qingshu. These soldiers always need to eat meat. Where does so much meat come from? Marine fish has become one of the best sources of meat. First of all, it does not occupy local agricultural and animal husbandry resources, and will not affect the local agricultural and animal husbandry development plan. In addition, the current sales of seafood are not remunerative, but the harvest is quite abundant every time you go out to sea. Basically, you can get something every time you go out. We came back with a lot of money, and there were so many fish that the cabin couldn't even hold them. In such a situation, the price of sea fish must be very cheap. In order to make more money and to prevent the 4 fishing boats from sitting in the port every day, the fishermen are willing to wholesale to the army at low prices. Now, except for the army, almost everywhere else, no one buys their fish. Shui Qingyao and Yang Feng are both very supportive. First of all, this can be regarded as the army supporting local construction. Secondly, sea fish is used as a source of meat, which is indeed cheaper than pork and mutton. Anyway, the army needs to purchase food. Whoever buys it is not buying it. From the grassland herders purchasing mutton there also requires money, and the journey is too long and transportation is inconvenient. After Yang Feng bought a batch of sea fish, he felt that these various fish meats were indeed very good, and directly recommended them to the cross-sea bridge construction site in Jiahai County. There are nearly 15,000 prisoners of war, soldiers, and craftsmen on the bridge construction site. These people do heavy work every day and also need a lot of meat. Cheap fish and meat from the sea naturally become a very suitable source. 2 large orders came in from the military and the construction site, and the 4 2-masted fishing trawlers owned by the Yu clan were temporarily out of supply. Faced with this situation, Jiang Xian contacted Shui Qingyao and Luo Chong again. They hope to increase the number of fishing boats in Chaoyang County, which will also expand the scale of the fishery. When the information reached Luo Chong, he originally had the idea of developing fishery. Only when the Han tribe had more fishing boats would the fishermen go further, and the Han tribe could continue to draw wealth from the sea, and then make people aware of the resources in the sea. lay a solid foundation for continued expansion of overseas influence in the future. This first allows fishermen to feel the surrounding sea conditions and even draw a sea map. Second, it allows people to see the wealth in the sea and focus their attention on the sea. As for other things, such as discovering the New World or even colonizing overseas, Luo Chong felt that he had no chance in this life anyway, but Xiao Luoqing could give it a try if he had a chance. In order to achieve these two strategic goals, Luo Chong decided to provide certain policy support to the marine fishing industry, mainly from two aspects. First, there need to be more ships. Fishing boats are definitely very expensive, not to mention that the fishermen themselves cannot afford them. Even some wealthy households in the Han tribe may not be able to afford them, so Luo Chong decided to use the rental boats that have been formed in Hanyang County and Ruyang County. System. The tribe established a fishery administration office, then borrowed money from the bank to build boats, and then rented them to common people who were registered as fishermen, allowing them to rent boats to go fishing. In addition to paying the rent of the fishing boats, the tribes also received daily maintenance, and the rest was their own harvest. Then after a certain number of years of leasing, the property rights of the boat will be transferred to the fishermen who use it. This is a bit like the modern loan to buy a house, but it is more free than taking out a loan to buy a house. The fishermen have not become house slaves and have to repay a certain amount every month. That kind of pressure is too much. With this rental system, if you feel that the income is too small and not very cost-effective, the worst thing you can do is not rent. Anyway, the rent will be settled for as long as you use it. If you don't use it, you don't have to spend a penny. It's relatively free. A lot. As for the property rights of the fishing boat, that is enough. After a certain period of time, the property rights of the fishing boat will be automatically transferred to someone. For the Han tribe, although the return of capital is slower and the initial investment is too large, it can quickly expand the scale of the fishery, which is obviously beneficial to the strategic layout. The second is to establish more seafood deep processing enterprises. Marine fish can not only be eaten, but even if it is eaten, there are various ways to eat it. For example, canneries can be set up in Qingshu Island and Tuahai County to make canned fish in various flavors to extend its shelf life. In this way, the canned fish can be sold to the grasslands and 8 counties in the north, thereby expanding consumption. After all, there is no consumption in the market, so how can you drive production? Moreover, eating sea fish regularly has many benefits for the body. This is a good thing that benefits the country and the people. It can strengthen the body, enrich the menu of the people in the mainland, and make the people on the coast richer. Of course, the Han tribe can also benefit from it. Less taxes. And there are other uses for deep processing. For example, fish offal can be made into organic fertilizer and sold to farmers for fertilizing their fields. After all, just pointing at the excrement may not be enough, unless the breeding industry is very developed and there is a large amount of livestock excrement. Meat composting needs. The bones and skin of fish can also be broken and ground into powder to make feed, which can be used to raise pigs, cattle, and sheep, and even freshwater fish and shrimp on land, as well as chickens, ducks, geese, and other poultry. These are very nutritious. Regular consumption of fish meal by poultry and livestock can also improve immunity and disease resistance. Fish meat is eaten by humans and made into dried or canned fish. Fish skin and fish bones are fed to livestock and made into feed. Even the most useless offal can be used to make organic fertilizer. This deep processing alone can drive an entire agricultural and animal husbandry industry chain. And the influence of industry cannot be underestimated. To develop fishery, you must first have ships, and then there must be shipyards, which can feed how many people? For canning, you also need iron canneries, glass factories, and ceramic pot factories. These companies are responsible for packaging. Moreover, after things are produced, they must be sold. Transporting them to Han tribes all over the country can also drive the transportation industry of the entire empire, which is another income. In short, developing fisheries can not only broaden people's horizons, but also bring massive wealth to the Han tribe. In the future, just collecting taxes from these related industries every year will be an astronomical amount. How can this upfront investment be calculated? This chapter has 2,500 plus words. Starting tomorrow, it will be 10,000 words per day. In March of the first year of dashing, the entire spring was spent in construction in various places among the Han tribes. Projects in various places were started one after another. Granaries and wells were built. The immigrants and officials of Qingshu Island were all in place and were busy. We will start to transform paddy fields, harvest the first quarter corn, and then promote rice planting in April. On this day at the end of March, news from Lin Fei, the head of the Xinjiang County Power Research Institute, once again reached the ears of Luo Chong, who was resting at home. The leader, Lin Fei from Xinjiang County, wrote a letter saying that the Endeavour locomotive is about to be completed. They are undergoing final debugging and testing, so they sent a message to the leader in advance to ask what he meant and whether he wanted to go over for inspection. In addition, they also asked, if the test is to be carried out, the first railway must be laid first. Where should this railway be built? Is it built on the mine in Xinjiang County, or on the line where the heavy haul railway was planned to be built? The guard stood in front of the desk in Luo Chong's study, respectfully stating the contents of the letter. Well, show it to me. Luo Chong reached out and took the letter. As expected, it contained Lin Fei's notice and inquiry. In addition, this guy also kept up with the times and took a photo of the locomotive and sent it to see for yourself and look at the situation in the photo. The locomotive is basically completed, but as Lin Fei said, if you want to experiment with this thing, you still have to have a railway. Otherwise, you can't let the train run on dirt roads. Bar. The locomotive in the photo is about the length of a house. The cylindrical boiler part in the front alone is about 3 or 4 meters tall. It is not very high. Compared with the adult workers standing next to it, it only reaches the waist of an adult. The abdomen is only so high, maybe about 1.3 meters tall. It looks very small, not at all majestic and domineering like a steam train, but more like a large toy. The track gauge is a standard 75 centimeters, but the width of the front of the train is about 1 meter or more, and the carriage at the back is even wider. If it is a passenger carriage, there is no problem for 2 people sitting side by side. Luo Chong nodded with satisfaction after looking at it, and then began to think about the first railway route. It would be no problem to lay it on the mines, but the impact would be too small, because the people could not see it. Except for the miners in the mountains, who else would know about the Han dynasty? The tribe has a train? Therefore, Luo Chong decided to lay out the previously planned heavy-haul train route, which was the line from the Xinjiang County steel plant to the Weishan County wharf. However, due to the technical substandard, the heavy-haul train was temporarily abandoned and replaced designated as a narrow-gauge light rail. The construction of such a light rail railway is not much slower than paving a dirt road for carriages. The main reason is that there is no need to drive piles for the foundation. It only needs to be leveled and compacted, so Luo Chong decided directly. He immediately picked up a pen and wrote a reply, writing down his opinions on the paper. Then, while fanning the ink on the paper, he gave instructions to the guard who sent the letter. Immediately send this reply to Lin Fei and ask him to lay the railway according to the letter. I will mobilize slaves for him to lay the railway. You ask him to discuss with Dolly and send someone to supervise and manage it. In addition, tell him, I will leave for Xinjiang County tomorrow and let them check the front of the car. I will definitely be on the car on the day of the test. Promise? The guard accepted the promise, took the letter from Luo Chong and turned around to leave. At this time, Xiao Dai and Zhang Ning suddenly came to the study with a plate of snacks and hot tea. Seeing Luo Chong looking at the photos, Xiao Dai asked. Husband, can't you stand on the ground and watch? Why do you have to be in the car? You are the leader of the tribe. If something happens to you, what will happen to the Han tribe and what will we do? After hearing this, Luo Chong directly handed the photo of the locomotive to her and the two of them to look at, and said comforting words. Look, although this thing is a real car, it's not that big. The front of the car is not as tall as a donkey, and the chassis is not even close to the edge of the bed. This thing doesn't run very fast either. It's about the same as the model in our yard, and it's all the way everything we run on is flat ground, and it's not like you don't know the plain terrain from Qingshu County to Weishan County. With this kind of car and this kind of road, what could happen if I was sitting in the last carriage? Even if you jump off halfway, you won't necessarily be injured. Luo Chong said, comforting the two of them. But Zhang wanted to continue to persuade, but was stopped by Luo Chong. Okay, nothing will happen. This is a major event for our Han tribe. I definitely have to go. This test run will be recorded in history in the future. Seeing Luo Chong's resolute attitude, the two of them could not continue to say anything. Luo Chong took his two pregnant wives and talked for a while, then began to call the personal guards, and then sent several people to inform various parties. People. Some are responsible for Luo Chong's schedule tomorrow, some are traveling far away to notify the mobilization of slaves, and some are contacting the person in charge of the project. The railway line from Qingshu County to Weishan County Terminal is referred to as the Sinway Line or Sinway Railway. The entire new satellite line is located in plains and hilly areas, with more soil and less rocks, and is simple to lay. It is about 150 kilometers one way. However, Luo Chong plans to build two lines side by side, one back and forth, allowing trains to start from both ends at the same time, so as not to waste transportation time and cost. Otherwise, when the train departs from Qingshu County to Weishan County cannot depart from Qingshu County, otherwise the two vehicles will collide. Therefore, the round trip is about 300 kilometers, and it may be even more after the actual construction. For example, Qingshu County needs to build at least two stations. One is directly connected to the Qingshu County coal station, which is used to replenish coke fuel for steelmaking in Qingshu County, and then there is another station to be built at the steel rolling mill, used to transport products from the steel rolling mill. In addition, it is best to have a station leading to the grain station to replenish food to Qingshu County. Therefore, the most economical and reasonable solution for the laying of railway lines is to build an extension line to connect the three warehouse sites together, and leave a joint to facilitate further extension in the future. As for Weishan County is also a large county. The plain area along the lake has fertile land, countless fertile fields, and a population of tens of thousands. It is developed to 6 county towns. The main dock is located in Weishan County, where the county governor's office is located. In the mountain county town, there must be a site here, and it is the main site. There is also another county town, Luo County, located to the west of Weishan County. This town happens to be on the only route of the Sinway Railway, so a station must be set up. To the north of Weishan County, there are Qiming County, Qianzhou County, Iza County, and Misao County located on the island in the center of the lake, arranged next to the lake. However, there is definitely no way to connect the lake center island to the train. It is impossible for the tribe to build bridges and railways in swamps and lakes. It is not technically possible, and it is not necessary. As for the other counties, it is best to let the train pass through, so that the economy of the counties along the line can be boosted. What specialties they have can be quickly circulated through the train. This line is not very long, and the difficulty of construction is relatively low. Even the person who built it, Luo Chong, had thought about it and used the more than 1,000 prisoners of war of the Qian tribe captured from Kaiyuan County in the grassland at the beginning of last year to make the Qian tribe. The prisoners of war came to build the railway for them, so that they could see what mistakes they had made and what kind of tribe they were facing. 1-4. Luo Chong's order was quickly sent to various places, by the guards. After receiving the order, Lin Fei and Dolly from Xingyang County immediately began to form construction and management teams. Fortunately, they are already made here in Xingyang County. The nearby mine originally had miners divided into teams according to their establishment. On the other side, Dongxin County in Jingyan also received a notice, asking him to send the more than 1,600 surrendered soldiers of the Qian tribe who were captured to Weishan County, and then from Weishan County to Xingyang County. It is said that there is a road over there that needs these slaves to repair. As soon as Jing Yan heard the news, he counted the days and realized that the train was almost ready to be researched. When everyone paid New Year's greetings at the leader's house on the New Year's Day, they agreed that the train would be built around this time. I think the railway must be built now, otherwise how could so many slaves get there? Although the transfer of more than 1,000 slaves will reduce Dongxin County's coal production in a short period of time, as long as the tribe's train experiment is successful, will there be a shortage of people on our side in the future? So Jing Yan loaded these people on the ship and sent them away without hesitation. It has been more than a year since these prisoners of the Qian tribe were captured by the Han tribe. Since they were captured by the Han army outside Kaiyuan City, they were put on sailing boats and transported from Honghu in the grassland to Dongxin County. Then he dug coal mines in Dongxin County for a whole year. Originally they were not very cooperative, but after a month or two of training and paying the price of nearly 100 deaths, these people finally chose to obey. Although coal mining is very dirty and tiring, and the people of the Han tribe don't regard them as human beings at all. They are all treated like animals, they still have 3 meals a day, and as long as they are obedient, the supervisors of the Han tribe will also don't hit people casually. As a result, more and more slaves have become accustomed to this kind of life. Although it is numb, boring, and extremely hard, they are still alive at least, right? Originally, they had accepted their fate and were willing to dig those black stones in the coal mine until they died. Although they did not know what these black stones were used for, an unexpected situation suddenly occurred today. The guards who were monitoring them asked them to leave in advance. Workers and drove them to the river to bathe. Although they usually take a bath, they have to wait until dark and everyone has finished eating before they can take a bath together. The slaves who didn't know why were driven to the river, and then walked to the riverside of the dock to get into the water. Fortunately, the weather at the end of March was already late spring or early summer. The river water was not very cold, and the slaves felt very comfortable taking a bath. However, some people still had doubts. "Uncle, what happened to them today? Why did they ask us to finish work early?" A 16 or 17-year-old boy asked the uncle next to him. The 2,000 infantrymen sent by the Qian tribe to Kaiyuan County were all clan soldiers, and all the soldiers in the army were related by relatives, so now many of these slaves are still related by relatives. How do we know this? But look at the few empty ships over there. They don't look like they are transporting coal. They may be specially transporting us. The man called uncle said guessingly. What? Transport us away? No way. I see that the Han tribe never has enough coal. I thought we would have to dig coal here for the rest of our lives. Where can they take us? Hey, what's the use of it now? You have to go wherever you go. Anyway, you just have to work and eat. I don't think about anything else now, as long as I can live. I'm afraid they want us to do some other dangerous work that will cost us our lives. So what should we do? The young man asked worriedly. This is really possible, but you shouldn't worry. Even if there is any job that requires human lives, the older ones like us will definitely be chosen first. You are still young. I can still work for many years if I keep you. Yes, the Han tribe doesn't want you little ones to die. The young man smiled bitterly after listening to his uncle's words. Although it sounded harsh, he also knew that what his uncle said was right. This is the situation now. The Han tribe completely regarded them as working animals. Even if they really wanted to, if you want to kill a few animals to offer sacrifices to heaven, you must kill the old ones first. After a while, the boy continued to scrub the black mud off his body while continuing to ask. Uncle, I heard that our tribe was defeated by the Han tribe before the beginning of this year. Do you think this is true? Who knows? It doesn't matter whether we beat him or not. Anyway, we can't go back, and the tribesmen can't come to save us. The middle-aged man on the other side said, completely giving up. Stop talking and wash up quickly. Otherwise, you won't be able to get food for a while and you will be hungry. Be honest. After you finish this meal today, I will send you to work elsewhere. While the slaves below were bathing and chatting, the guard who was monitoring them suddenly appeared on the pier of the dock, holding a whip in his hand and yelling at them. The slaves did not dare to continue talking nonsense. When they heard that it was late and there was no food to eat, they all started to clean themselves quickly, and then they all climbed ashore and went to eat together under the guidance of the guards. As for escaping while bathing in the river, that's impossible. Do you want to know more about the 5 consecutive seats system? The whole team who ran away were killed together, and the other 5 people in the same group were also whipped and fasted. When these people were first captured, there were still more than 1,700 people at that time. The prisoners of war at that time did have the idea of escape. However, after they were organized according to the Shirwu system, if anyone escaped again, the whole team would be immediately. More than 1,700 people were whipped to death and eventually beheaded, and more than 1,600 people were killed simply because of the joint seat system. Nearly 100 people died tragically under the harsh joint seating system. The direct result was that when someone tried to escape again, the 4 people in the same team directly reported the person who wanted to escape, or started taking the initiative as soon as they found out that the person was missing. Go after it and find it. Why? Or because I am afraid of death. Later, because of this system, the slaves now all work in groups. No matter what they are doing, whether they are eating, sleeping, or shitting, they are not allowed to leave their fellow slaves alone at any time. Later, after everyone got used to this system, no one thought about escaping anymore, because it was too worthless and the possibility of escaping was not high. Moreover, it was too far away from Bamboo Island, and they simply couldn't. Unable to run back home. The slaves followed the guards to dinner obediently, and were put on the sailboat that night. They formed a fleet with the coal-carrying ships and headed to the dock of Weishan County together. This was the first time that these slaves had been there since they were captured. This was the first time I left the coal mine in Dongxing County and went to other places among the Han tribes. It was also the first time I knew where the Han tribes had transported the coal they dug out and for what purpose. One morning 3 days later, the slaves finished eating their dry food in the cabin early, and then were urged by the guards to get up and move around. They were about to disembark later. Everyone was very nervous after hearing this. They didn't know where the Han tribe would send them after leaving the coal mine where they had been for a year. Many people came directly to the deck, and then saw the 3rd large city of the Han tribe they had seen so far, Weishan County. At the wharf of Weishan County, sailing ships of all sizes are docked here. The coal ship that has arrived in advance is docked here. Someone is using hanging baskets and wooden cranes to transfer the raw coal on the ship, and there are also coal ships from the Huxin Island coking plant. Shipped coking coal. 2 different kinds of coal are loaded on 2 types of carriages. The carriages have begun to gather on the street. The drivers are eating at the stalls near the dock. After the loading and unloading here is completed, they will rush in groups. The carts transported the coal to Qingshu County. It's just that the drivers driving the carts are a little depressed. They have heard the news recently that the tribe is going to build a road from Weishan County Pier to Qingshu County, and they heard that iron cars will be running on it, so they are no longer needed. The carriage is gone. Although they know that even if the railway track is built, they will not be unemployed, but they will definitely need to move and change places. This is the current situation of the Han tribe. No matter how you reform, no matter how many people are laid off from any positions using high technology, you can properly arrange the laid-off manpower. The Han tribe is not unemployed at all, because there are not enough people in the first place. Yes, you are no longer needed here. There is plenty of work for you elsewhere. It's just that after living for a long time, it's a bit reluctant to let them move. After the coachmen had finished their breakfast and bought some dry food from the stall, when everyone came back to the pier, they saw that several ships had just docked on the pier, and there were guards with whips on the pier directing some slaves to queue up. The team went ashore. The coachmen all looked at each other and thought to themselves that these 80% slaves were here to build the road. 2/4. Wow. Beside the huge and busy dock, large and small ships are loading and unloading goods in the water. On the shore are four-wheeled carriages waiting to load goods. Next to them is a tall white lighthouse. In the distance is the majestic Weishan County city wall. This place is much larger than Dongxing County. In terms of the size of the city, it may not be as big as the Kaiyuan County city they have seen before, but in terms of prosperity, even the three Kaiyuan County cities may not be able to compare with it. This is the first time that slaves from the Xian tribe have seen such a prosperous and huge city, and this is also the territory of the Han tribe. Okay, stop looking at it and stand up according to your respective organization. The guards immediately began to shout orders to sort out the team of slaves who had come ashore. Everyone quickly stood up in line according to the usual distribution, and then heard the guard say again. Now the 5 tents are divided into one village. Each village carries a flag, and then everyone marches in line, following the flag. No noise, no fighting, no running away. Anyone who dares to disobey the order will be severely punished. Okay, now we divide team. The guards gave the slaves a brief lecture, and then began to divide the 5 adjacent teams into groups, and then gave one of them a white flag carried on a bamboo pole with the words New Wayline Railway Engineering Team No. 1 written on it. The word for a certain village. It is also easy to see from this number that engineering tasks will definitely be assigned to these people according to the establishment in the future. The slaves did not stay in this bustling city for long. After they were divided into teams, they formed a long marching formation and began to march all the way west. The slaves were very anxious as they walked on the road, not knowing where they would be taken. They were walking on the main road they usually used for horse racing. Not long after they set off, before they left the urban area of Weishan County, there was a sound of horse bells shaking on the road next to them. It turned out to be those waiting on the pier just now. The coal carriage that set out now finally set off. The slaves looked at the convoy passing by and were very curious. Did the black stones that the Han tribe asked them to dig out have to be transported so far away for use? Look at the black cinders left along the way, almost covering the loose road surface, and some of the ruts are even darker. It is obvious that the wheels have pressed the cinders into the ground. Where are we going? Someone asked in a low voice during the march. I don't know, but it looks like we are going to the place where the black stones go. There is black foam along the way we are walking, covering the ground with color. I guess it is the road they use to transport the black coal stones. The slaves whispered about their destination, but they did not dare to stop. Following the long queue, everyone moved along the rutted direction of the road, preparing to go to the unknown place. On this day, Luo Chong was also preparing to go to Qingshu County to see the completed train. Just as he was riding his big black horse and preparing to go out, Tang Yao suddenly appeared at the door and stopped Luo Chong. The way to go. Luo Chong, I heard that the iron car that can run by itself is ready. Do you want to go and see it? Can you take me with you? I want to see it too. Tang Yao looked at Luo Chong with expectant eyes. Chong said. You? What are you going for? We are going to ride a horse so that we can go faster on the road. You don't know how to ride a horse. Are you going to follow us on a bicycle? Can you keep up? Luo Chong asked with raised eyebrows. He didn't. Do you mind letting Tang Yao go visit the train, because after this thing is made, Luo Chong already wants to use it in the Tang tribe. Otherwise, how can he mine various stones from Tang tribe's Panchir County? Tang Yao was very happy when she heard that Luo Chong did not refuse directly. She asked tentatively, can you take me with you? Well, okay, go pack some clothes and hurry up, we're going to leave soon. Luo Chong pondered for a moment, then nodded and agreed. Tang Yao immediately jumped up with joy, quickly took the package containing the change of clothes from Xiao Dai, and then came to Luo Chong's side, looking eagerly at Luo Chong who was standing on the horse. Luo Chong looked at Xiao Dai who came so proactively to pay tribute, with a wry smile on his face. This must be Xiao Dai's arrangement again, right? Was she the one who told Tang Yao about the successful development of the train? Because he was worried about Luo rushing to take the car to participate in the experiment, he specially asked Tang Yao to take care of him at any time. After all, both she and Zhang are pregnant and can't even take care of themselves. How can they take care of Luo Chong? Furthermore, Xiao Dai still wants to promote the marriage between Luo Chong and Tang Yao, and wants to use this method to let the Han tribe absorb the Tang tribe openly. In fact, this is a good idea. Maybe this is the reason why Luo Chong didn't reject Tang Yao directly. Luo Chong controlled the horse under his crotch, reached out to catch Tang Yao's little hand, then bent down to grab her waist, and with a strong lift, he lifted the girl onto the horse, who happened to be sitting in front of him. In arms. Tang Yao blushed and sat in Luo Chong's arms, holding the two reins with both hands and not daring to move. The guards also came over and hung Tang Yao's baggage on Luo Chong's saddle. After everything was packed, Luo Chong he pulled the reins, knocked the horse's belly lightly, and controlled the horse to turn around while talking to Xiao Dai. We are leaving now. It may take more than half a month to come back. You and Zhang stay at home and take good care of our children. Well, we have a maid at home to take care of us, and my mother will come here often. Don't worry, husband. But I am away from home. You should listen to others' advice and don't take risks easily. You are the leader of our Han tribe, so nothing can happen to you. Sister Tang Yao, Sister Zhang and I are not here, so you have to take good care of our husbands. Xiao Dai first nagged to Luo Chong, and then gave Tang Yao a hint of words. Tang Yao's face flushed again after hearing this, and then she nodded shyly, not daring to look back at Luo Chong. After Luo Chong said goodbye to his family, he turned around on his horse, and then led a group of personal guards to gallop towards Qingshu County. The spring breeze blew across her face, and Tang Yao's slim figure rose and fell in Luo Chong's arms as the horse ran. Her long black hair fluttered back, and from time to time it crossed Luo Chong's face, bringing with it a faint scent of soap. Fresh fragrance. Luo Chong looked at the body dangling in front of him, and simply pulled the reins with one hand, and directly wrapped the other hand around Tang Yao's waist, fixing it tightly in his arms. Tang Yao felt Luo Chong's movements, his face suddenly turned redder, and he turned his head back curiously, looking at Luo Chong with searching eyes. He didn't know why he was so proactive today. Didn't this guy usually ignore him? Seeing Tang Yao's nervous, aggrieved, and somewhat searching complex eyes, Luo Chong asked her directly, "You will be the leader of the Tang tribe in the future. If you still want to marry me, your aunt Tang Ji will. Do you agree to this marriage? 3 to 4, I can't finish it, so I'll finish the remaining chapter tomorrow. Wow. After hearing Luo Chong's question, Tang Yao quickly explained, yes, Empress Ji is not a person without vision. We all know how powerful the Han tribe is. Whether it is production technology, written language, management structure, monetary system, etc. It's not something we, the Tang tribe, can do on our own. We can only learn from the Han tribe, but Empress Ji and I both know that if the Tang tribe cannot merge with the Han tribe, I am afraid you will not teach us everything the Han tribe has to offer, am I right? Tang Yao twisted her face and looked at Luo Chong seriously. Well, of course. Luo Chong admitted without hiding anything. In fact, there is nothing to hide. Your tribe is your tribe. If we just cooperate, why should I teach you all my unique skills without reservation? So Luo Chong didn't look guilty at all when he admitted it. But after a pause, Luo Chong said again, according to what you just said, you and Tang Ji both agree to our marriage? And you are also planning to merge the Tang tribe and the Han tribe? Tang Yao nodded directly, well, Empress Ji has this plan, but she hasn't formally proposed it yet. Luo Chong asked again, but your aunt is not the only one who has the final say in your Tang tribe. Even if she can agree, will the other chiefs of your tribe be willing to give away their tribes? Tang Yao rolled her big eyes and rolled her eyes at Luo Chong, and then asked, as long as my aunt and I agree, others will object, but will their objections be useful? Based on the experience of the Xian tribe, even if they object, they will still look at your own strength. And I believe you. If you let the Han tribe take over the Tang tribe, you will definitely let the people of the tribe live a better life. As long as everyone has a better life, why should they oppose it? Even if they object, who will listen to them? Haha, I didn't expect you to actually understand this truth. Luo Chong nodded with satisfaction. It seems that this little girl has learned a lot after studying in the Han tribe for more than a year. In addition, over the past year, the food and clothing expenses, living habits, appearance and clothing of Luo Chong's family have become more and more in line with Luo Chong's aesthetics. For women in this era, if they want to get a wife at home, it is essential to train them in advance. The group continued to ride towards Xingang County. In order to take care of Tang Yao, who could not ride a horse, the team's progress was slightly slowed down. On the other side, the slaves of the Xian tribe were marching straight towards Xingang County. It took the slaves 5 days to travel a distance of more than 100 kilometers. This was a speed of 60 miles per day when traveling lightly. At the beginning, you could still see some farmland, human traces, and carriages, but after walking for 2 or 3 days, except for the road under your feet that was covered with black cinders, there was wilderness everywhere. And there wasn't even a single big tree. Either plain grassland or shrub hills. Fortunately, they could see some carriages going back and forth between the two places every day, otherwise they would really doubt whether they were being taken away by the Han tribe to do a job that would lead to death. Finally, 5 days later, the slaves saw a Han tribe city again. Just looking at the size of the area, they knew it was definitely a big city. But this place was different from other places. Only Xingang City itself in Xingang County had city walls, and outside the industrial county, as well as steel mills and other places, are actually integrated with the city wall. Therefore, the city wall of Xingang County is not completely enclosed, otherwise it will be inconvenient to transport things in and out. Where is this place? It seems that all the black stones we dug out were sent here. Is this a place for stone refining? Someone looked at the huge city in front of them and couldn't help but guess in a low voice. Who knows, no matter where we are here, we just need to work honestly. Someone said indifferently. Indeed, they could not do anything else except work, and it was even less likely that the Han tribe would let them go. Stop talking, just rest where you are, supervise each other. And each of you who have contributed something will come with me to get the meal. Finish the meal first, and then tell you what to do. The guard suddenly gave a few instructions to the slaves, and then ordered everyone to sit down and rest where they were, while those who ordered something went to get food. After the guards took the people away, the slaves sat collectively in the large open space outside the city to rest. Then they chatted and discussed what the Han tribe wanted to do by bringing them here. This is where the black stones were consumed, so some of them speculated whether this was also a mine. Mainly because of the surrounding terrain, it did look like a mine. Could it be that they were asked to dig somewhere else? However, this was not the case. After a while, those who followed the discipline came out not only with slaves carrying food on poles, but also many carriages with various tools. Those tools were obviously not used for mining, so the Han tribe did not let them they came to mine. Someone curiously took a look inside the cart. There were long-handled hammers, pickaxes, rakes, shovels, a small tamping cart with wheels, and a large stone roller pulled by horses. A stone roller must weigh several thousand kilograms. In addition, there are some small pottery rollers, covered with a layer of loess, which seem to roll around on the ground frequently. Could it be that they were asked to build the road? But building roads shouldn't require hammers and rakes, right? When everyone was confused, the guard asked someone to divide the food among them, and then said to the group of slaves, "Everyone, listen, now your chance has come. Our leader takes pity on you and now gives you a chance to start a new life. From today on, you no longer need to mine, but you must learn to build roads. This road is not easy. As long as you study hard and work hard, when the road is built, the leader will give you the identity of a Han tribesman. So that you can enter the household registration of the Han tribe and no longer be slaves. However, you will still have to be responsible for building roads in the future, but when the time comes, the tribe will pay you for your work, so it will not be in vain. The tribe will also find ways to marry you, settle down, divide the fields, and have children. As long as you are honest. Be obedient and you will have a chance to live a good life in the future. The Xian tribe on Judao no longer exists. You should have heard of it. Now it is also the territory of our Han tribe. It has been renamed Qingshu Island. It is divided into 6 counties. You'd better think about it clearly and understand it yourself. In the current situation, even if you resist and escape, you will not be able to return to the tribe you once were, so you might as well think about your future life. If you want to understand, after dinner, I will start arranging tasks for you. April 4th, make up for yesterday's. Wow. Lifting the status of slaves, granting a household registration unique to Han tribesmen, allowing them to allocate land to settle down, marry a wife and have children, and get paid for their work in the future? Everyone found these conditions incredible when they came out of the prison guard's mouth. We don't have to mine anymore? As long as we build roads for the Han tribe, we can avoid being slaves? Someone else asked in disbelief. That's right, the leader will not joke with you about this kind of thing. If the leader says he will give you household registration, he will definitely give you household registration. After hearing the slave's questions, the guard immediately confirmed with certainty. Now that the Xian tribe has perished, even the people of the Xian tribe have been absorbed by the Han tribe. There is really no need for these former Xian tribe warriors to be treated as slaves. They are different from the cannibals in the north. The cannibals do not deserve to be treated as human beings at all, but these people in the Xian tribe are just prisoners of war. If these people are willing to join, then Luo Chong will not mind giving them household registration. It just happens to be able to increase the number of people on the payroll. In addition, railway construction will definitely be a key construction project for the Han tribe in the future. If these people are used as the first batch of railway workers, and then they can be rewarded with household registration and let them study hard, they will definitely cultivate a group of professional railway workers. A little bit is very rare. As long as this group of workers can be trained, the scale of Han tribe railway workers can be quickly expanded in the future, laying a good talent foundation for the construction of future major projects. That's why Luo Chong made such a decision. The slaves were very excited when they heard the news that the leader of the Han tribe was going to exempt them from their status as slaves. Although they did not know why Luo Chong made such a decision, nor did they know what kind of road the Han tribe wanted them to build, but as long as it doesn't matter if the leader of the Han tribe didn't lie to them. The Han leader shouldn't lie to them, right? Probably not. After all, the Han tribe is so powerful. How could the leader lie to them just because of their human affairs? The slaves thought in their hearts and started communicating quickly with each other. While stuffing cornmeal buns into their mouths, they discussed with the slaves around them. Hey, tell me, since our Zhudao island has been taken over by the Han tribe, if we can obtain the household registration of the Han tribe in the future, can we still return to our hometown to settle down? Who knows? Otherwise, why don't you go ask the correctional officer? I don't dare to go to you. No matter whether he can go back or not, as long as it is a territory under the jurisdiction of the Han tribe, there will be no big difference. Anyway, we will live the same life. Besides, even if I give you the household registration and settle it in my hometown, it will be of no use. Didn't you listen to what the guard said just now? After we build this road, we will be settled in. But even if we are settled in the future, we will continue to build the road with the team, and we will not let you go home to farm. I just said after that, we will just be paid for road construction. That's much better. Even if we still have to do hard work, it's different now that we have wages. We just work for ourselves. Then we can use the money to find a wife and have children. Everyone chatted and ate while talking. As for disagreeing? Do you still want to remain a slave? Sorry, no. Even if there was, it would have been strangled to death by people from Tungwu Tongshire. Why does this kind of harm still exist? It will only bring trouble to everyone. Now that the Han tribe has offered such good conditions, everyone is already satisfied. At least it's much better than the life of a coolie who never got ahead in the coal mines. Although it's just as hard to build roads and sleep in the open, there is hope, and hope at least, isn't it? After everyone finished eating, no one raised any objections. The staff in each camp sat there honestly and waited for instructions. The guards in each camp looked at them with satisfaction and nodded, and then said, Okay, since no one wants to continue digging coal, let me tell you about the next task. The guard started talking first, attracting everyone's attention, and then said, The road we want to build is called a railway. We must first smooth the ground according to the drawn lines, then compact it firmly with a ramming truck, then sprinkle it with white ash and grind it flat with a roller. This is a team specialized in roadbed repair. Then there is the team that lays the sleepers on top. At that time, the sawn wood will be delivered. Everyone arranges the wood according to the master's instructions, and then lifts the rails and sets them on top. This is the team specifically responsible for laying the rails. The last group is the team responsible for fixing the rails. They must nail the rails to the wood with nails according to the master's instructions, and finally lay gravel in the middle of the wood. The road is considered repaired. Let me tell you firsthand that this road is not easy to cultivate, so you must study it seriously. The 3 types of work and the 3 steps I just mentioned must be done in rotation in units of villages. That is to say, all people must learn the full range of road construction skills. When this road is completed, if you haven't learned it yet, don't blame me for not reminding you. By then, you can only watch others settle down, and then go back to the mines to dig coal. So I hope you can be more serious when you work, watch hard, study hard, and seize this life-changing opportunity. Okay, today the project officially starts. You all line up, follow me, I will tell you what you should do. The words of discipline made the newly excited slaves feel nervous. They knew that the Han tribe would not let them go in vain. It seemed that the road that the Han tribe wanted them to build seemed quite troublesome. If they didn't work hard, it would be possible. Can't learn. If you really don't learn it in the end, you will really have no choice but to do what the guard said. If others divide the fields and rooms, marry a wife and have children, you will have no choice but to go back to the mine to dig for black stones. Everyone took a deep breath and prepared to study hard this time. At this moment, Luo Chong, who had arrived in Xing'an County in advance, was standing on the city wall of Xing'an County with Tang Yao and a group of guards, holding a telescope in his hand and looking at the group of prisoners of war and slaves from a distance. They were given a chance to return to civilian life and pass on the family line. They should work hard to learn skills, right? Luo Chong raised a confident smile on his lips. He believed that with hope and pressure, the Han tribe would soon obtain a group of skilled railway workers. There were a total of 1,631 slaves. According to the organization of Shiwu Tun, there were 5 people per corps, 10 people per troop, and 50 people per ton. More than 1,600 people were organized into a total of 32 tons. The remaining 31 fractions were specially selected for those who were older or physically disabled in the team. These people would not have to do the heavy work of paving roads, but would be responsible for doing some logistics work for the entire team. For example, piecemeal tasks such as delivering water, food, and tools to frontline workers. The railway of the New Way line is 2 lines that go back and forth. Together, they form a circle. In the first phase of the project, they will start from the northern line and build a line from the northern end of Gongye County to Weishan. It is a one-way line that runs through Iza County, Qianzhou County, Qiming County, and finally arrives at Weishan County Pier. Then the second stage is another loop, which is the road that starts from the dock in Weishan County, takes the west road to Yuanxian County, passes through the wilderness of plains and hills, and finally returns to Xing'an County. By making a circle in this way, all the counties in Weishan County can be connected by railway. The journey will not be very far, but it will benefit all these counties. Why not do it? All the workers in the 32 villages were brought to the open space outside the locomotive factory building. 2 dark eye-shaped steel rails extended out from the door of the factory building. The rails were placed on a row of large logs and fixed with iron nails. Such a strange road immediately made the slaves look at it. Confused. Is this the road we are going to build? If I read correctly, that thing should be iron, right? With so much iron, the Han tribe actually used so much iron to pave the road? The slaves were so shocked that they couldn't believe it. Said, "Hey, why do we care about that? As long as the Han tribe is willing to use iron to build roads, we can build them. We should still listen to the rules, study hard, and watch well. Don't come back without learning. Then you will have to go back and continue digging coal." "Yes." The person next to him said nonchalantly. What did the Han tribes use to build roads, and did it matter to them? No, as long as they still have use value, it's enough. No matter what they do, they can't have any impact anyway. The craftsmen in each village have received tasks, respectively. The open space in front of the factory has been marked with branches on the road to be repaired. Thin ropes and red cloth strips have also been hung on the branches. It looks very conspicuous. The mark stretches far away to the east, which is the direction they came from. A little closer, the branches, ropes and cloth strips have all been pulled out, and replaced with white lines drawn on the ground. Someone used a shovel to shovel white ash and drew them according to the previous marks. The area between the white lines is the area where they will be constructing. After everyone understood, they began to assign tasks. Some people were leveling the ground with shovels and rakes, leveling the raised areas and patting them in potholes. Others were holding particularly wide wooden boards and pulling them with ropes on the ground. Rake level. The next step is to ask the tamping team to step forward and compact the ground. After tamping it once, they will pull soil from elsewhere to fill it in. Then continue to compact and level the ground until it sinks, then pull soil from elsewhere to replenish it, and compact it repeatedly. Finally, use a stone to grind it flat. The standard is not reached until the roadbed is slightly higher than about half a meter above the ground, and the area in the middle of the drawn white line needs to be leveled. On both sides of the roadbed, a 2-meter wide slope must be padded with soil. Outside the slope, drainage ditches must also be dug, and it is best to plant trees on both sides of the ditches. After the sleepers and rails are laid on such a roadbed, gravel, that is, ballast, is then spread on the diagonal paving on both sides, or grass seeds are transplanted directly to prevent water and soil erosion. During heavy rains, the roadbed will not be washed away. The roadbed is slightly higher than the ground. Essentially, it is used to prevent the roadbed from being washed away by rain. The drainage ditches on both sides also serve the same purpose. After all, it is a roadbed made of loess. We are afraid of nothing but water, so we must take the necessary precautions. 1/3, today's big chapter. Wow! The construction of the new guard line is relatively easy, especially the earth used to lay the roadbed. There are short hills everywhere. Just pick one of those small earth bags nearby and level it. Some guards took their teams to dig the soil around, and then transported it to the construction site by horse-drawn carriage to use it as a foundation. The soil from the drainage ditches dug on both sides of the roadbed could also be used to cushion the foundation nearby. Due to the large number of people participating, there were a total of 32 villages, which were deployed in different processes. On the morning of the first day, everyone went to lay the foundation and built a 2-kilometer journey. This was just the beginning. For familiar reasons, it seems a bit slow. In addition to the road section extending from the open space at the entrance of the locomotive factory, by the time it got dark and the work was about to end in the evening, the entire engineering team had already laid 10 kilometers of roadbed. After all, it is just a simple, loess roadbed, and it is a single lane. The width of the track is only 75 centimeters. The width of the sleepers is just over 1 meter. The roadbed below is wider on one side. A total of 2 meters wide is enough, and it is not necessary. Repair the extra width. After all, this is not a horse-drawn carriage. The train can only walk along the track and cannot swing back and forth. At night, a tent had been set up in the wilderness next to the construction site. Some tents were not available, so they just piled up and spread straw mats, found a small earth bag to lie behind, and the workers fell asleep. Workers who build railways have always had the most hardships. This is just a railway on flat ground, and most of them sleep in the open air. If it is a railway in mountainous areas, digging tunnels and building bridges is not only hard work, but also dangerous. People may die for some reason. After the workers started work the next day, the engineering team was divided into 4 parts. One part continued to dig the surrounding soil, one part laid the foundation, another part tamped it, and the last part started laying the rails. The rail-laying team has a total of 6 villages. One village is responsible for placing sleepers, 2 villages are responsible for driving spikes, and the remaining 3 villages are responsible for transporting rails. Because the rail was 100 meters long and it was not very far from the steel rolling mill, Lin Fei directly asked the workers to carry the rail over manually. Several guards led the people from the 3 villages to the gate of the steel rolling mill, and when they saw the scene inside, they were instantly stunned. At the entrance of the steel rolling mill, tens of thousands of rails were neatly stacked in the workshop. The steel was piled as high as a hill. The iron that they thought should be very expensive was now as worthless as mud on the ground. Holy darling, are these all iron? Is this city a place where the Han tribe specializes in smelting iron? Are the black stones we dug before used to smelt iron here? A teenage boy was surprised, sighed. The older worker on the side opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. If they had known that the Han tribe had so much steel, they would have dared to come and fight against the Han tribe. If they had so much iron, if they were all made into weapons and armor, I am afraid that all the Han tribes would be in trouble. There's still plenty of money for one person, right? What do they use to fight against such a tribe? If these steels were used to make agricultural tools, how much farmland could the Han tribe cultivate and how much food could they grow? How many people can it feed? I would like to ask how to defeat a tribe that has no worries about food, can feed countless people, and can equip countless people with iron armor and steel swords? Sorry to bother you, this is a fart. Even if they all have strong heads, I'm afraid they won't have as many strong heads as the Han tribe. The factory is constantly filled with the roaring noise of machines, the rotation of steam engines, the sound of orange-red steel ingots being squeezed, and the red rails being squeezed into shape and then rolled down to the racks aside to cool down naturally. Seeing the rails being produced one after another, these 150 slave workers felt inexplicably shocked. We don't just want to use these irons to pave roads, right? The Han tribe has so much iron that they can't use it up. Are they all going to be used to pave roads? Some people in the crowd couldn't help but complain. Okay, stop talking, everyone line up and come over, let's see how to get this thing to the construction site. The foreman who led the team clapped his hands, and then directed the slaves to lift the rails. At first, their idea was to have a pair of 50 people put the rails on both sides, tie them with ropes and straddle them on the poles. Then 50 people would line up in a column, and everyone would use the poles to lift 2 rails at the same time. But when they lifted it up, they realized how strenuous it was. At a distance of 100 meters, the average distance between each person was only more than 1 meter. The 2 rails weighed 7,000 kilograms, shared among these 50 people. On average, each person has to bear more than 100 kilograms of weight on their shoulders. This is actually equivalent to each person using a shoulder pole to pick up 2 baskets of grain, and then moving forward in a column. Although it is more strenuous, it can still be picked up by these people who often do heavy work. And once the rail is long enough, there is no problem in turning, because as long as it is long enough, even the rail can be bent at will, but turning a corner is not a big problem. After the first group carried the rails in groups of 2 to the construction site, the second group hurriedly followed, and then the third group. 150 people carried 6 rails to the construction site at the same time, and they all grinned under the weight of the poles. After several foremen and guards saw this situation, they couldn't help but discuss it. I said, it's a bit too heavy to carry 2 poles at a time like this, but don't tire yourself out. No, in fact, it doesn't weigh much after calculation. Even if the farmers in the village carry 2 baskets of grain, they will still weigh almost the same. However, the rails are too long, so everyone's pace must be basically the same, otherwise it will be difficult to walk alone. There's nothing wrong with the weight, don't forget there are so many people. Don't, I think it's quite mysterious. The 2 trips this time are not obvious, but it won't work if it takes a long time. How many strands are we transporting today? Yesterday, 10 kilometers of roadbed were paved. 1 kilometer was 20 roads, and 10 kilometers was 200 roads. Just picking them over would make them vomit blood. And don't forget, this is going further and further, it's really tiring people to death, it's a small thing for us to be punished, it delays the progress of the project, and we don't get any good results. Then what do you think we should do? We can't let 2 of them carry 1, right? It's such a waste of manpower, and how long will it take to lift it? Another foreman retorted. Let me see, forget it this time. Anyway, it's just to carry it to the entrance of the locomotive factory. It's only a few hundred meters in total. On the next trip, we'll carry 1 rail at a time. 100 meters of rails. 1 person will stand every 2 meters, half standing on each side, so you don't even need a carrying pole, and you can still maintain balance. After the paving has been carried out for 1 kilometer, we will ask Director Lin to see if we can drive the train out directly and use the train to pull the rails and sleepers. We will transport them forward while paving forward. What do you think? You don't really want to rely on these hundreds of people to lift a few thousand kilograms of rails 100 kilometers away, do you? That would be really tiring. A few people thought for a while and agreed. This was a good idea, and it also saved them the trouble of running back and forth. They just didn't know whether the sample truck used for the experiment would work, and whether it could be used to transport building materials. Task. The foreman and the supervisors calculated it together and left the supervisor here to be responsible for the next rail transportation. The foreman went together to find the project leader Lin Fei, who was the director of the Power Research Institute. On the other side, at the break of the rails at the entrance of the locomotive factory, the workers responsible for laying sleepers were also busy. They led the carriages to pull carts of dark sleepers from a nearby warehouse. These sleepers were all shipped from the shipyard in Luoyang County. The wood was made of pine wood harvested from several surrounding counties. The wood was then cut into sections using equipment at the shipyard, and then the bark was peeled off and dried. After drying, use a steam table saw to cut it into wooden squares according to the specifications of the sleepers, and finally heat-treat these sleepers uniformly. That is to say, the surface of the sleepers is burned black until the surface is carbonized, and basically roasted with fire. This way, the treated sleepers are not prone to mildew and deterioration, and can be antiseptic to a certain extent and can be protected from insects. In fact, for real sleepers, it is best to paint the surface with asphalt for anti-corrosion treatment. However, the existing asphalt in the Han tribe is extracted as a byproduct from coal tar and coking plants, and the output is not large in nature. Now it is directly used for waterproofing in shipbuilding. There is basically no excess asphalt for the Han tribe to use for the luxury of painting sleepers, so they have to use surface carbonization for anti-corrosion treatment. The durability of burned wood is quite high, just like the wooden telegraph poles on the street when I was a child. They are basically black and burnt. They have been stuck on the roadside for decades, exposed to wind and rain, and I dare not say how long they have grown. It is still guaranteed for 20 or 30 years. These sleepers, whose surface has been burnt black, are each 1.2 meters long, 20 centimeters wide and 16 centimeters high, based on 1.6 times the track gauge. The two ends are 10 centimeters away from the edge. They are wrapped twice with iron wire and tightened, to prevent the sleepers from cracking due to driven road spikes. When laying on long-distance routes between stations, because the trains run fast, the density of sleepers should be larger and the intervals should be smaller. One sleeper should be placed every 35 centimeters. If it is inside a station, you can expand this distance to 40 centimeters. Anyway, the train has to slow down when entering the station, and it doesn't matter if the sleepers are sparse. According to this density, 1,818 sleepers are needed for each kilometer of the main line. Although the number is large, it is not difficult to lay. There is no technical difficulty in this. It only needs to be laid out overall. It is just that it is tiring to load and unload the truck back and forth. A little. By the time the 3 teams carrying the rails picked up the 6 rails, the people from the team responsible for laying the sleepers had already arranged all the sleepers within the nearest kilometer. 2/3. Wow. With a bang, the 2 rails were slammed to the ground, causing a burst of smoke and dust. The workers who had only walked a few hundred meters collapsed on the ground in exhaustion and couldn't help but breathe heavily. Fortunately, the guard who was following them quickly came over and ordered the person in charge of logistics to bring them mung bean soup to replenish their strength. Then the guard said to them, "If you think it's too heavy, then we will move it one at a time. But let me tell you first, our 3 villages are responsible for moving the rails today. We have to move a total of 200 rails. We will finish them before dark. Everyone is mentally prepared to start rotating the villages tomorrow. When everyone heard this, they breathed a sigh of relief. Were they really worried that they would be exhausted if they stayed like this for a whole day? It was not easy for the people on the other side to carry the sleepers. Although there were horse-drawn carriages pulling them back and forth, the sleepers were not light either. A solid piece of wood was 1 meter and 2 meters long, and it weighed dozens of kilograms. They had to move the sleepers up and down, and they were also responsible for tying the two ends of the sleepers with wires. 50 people were responsible for this task. 1 kilometer was nearly 2,000, which was also not easy. If picking rails and moving sleepers are hard work, then those responsible for fixing rails are manual labor and technical work. There are 10 workers in the other 2 villages, and each group has selected a captain and a team leader. A total of 20 people are learning how to fix the railway with the craftsmen sent by Lin Fei, and then wait for the 20 after individuals have learned it. Let them each lead 4 people, so that they can learn quickly. Everyone, take a look. The row of black wood placed on the roadbed is called sleepers. Before you work, use this long-headed hammer to measure the distance between the sleepers. If it is not in place, use the hammer to measure the distance between the sleepers from both sides. Knock lightly until the distance is exactly the same as the length of the hammerhead. Then take this black rubber pad, which is made of sesame balls, asphalt, and rubber. Place this thing on the place where the sleepers are placed on the rails, and then put a piece of this steel plate base on top of the rubber pad. They are aligned. The craftsman responsible for teaching them the technique placed a 1 centimeter thick forged steel plate on top of the rubber pad. The rubber pad mainly acts as a cushion and increases friction to prevent the rails from shaking left and right on the sleepers. And there is a slot in the middle of the forged steel plate track seat, which can clamp the bottom surface of the rail in the slot to prevent the rail from shaking. There are also 3 holes on each side of the extra steel plates on both sides of the slot. It is used to drive in road spikes. Several craftsmen first taught them how to position the sleepers, and then placed a rubber pad and a steel plate rail seat on it. Then they directed everyone to work together to lift a rail onto the sleepers, and then continued to teach them the next step. Watch them all carefully. After placing the rails in place, use the spikes to insert into the holes of the plate base. Press the side with the nail caps on the base of the rails, then smash them in with a hammer, and hit 2 on each side. Clamp the rail from both sides, then hammer a nail into the outer hole of the base, and nail the steel plate to the sleeper. Let's watch me do it first. As the craftsman spoke, he asked the workers to enlarge the circle first, take 2 steps back to leave room for themselves, then check the distance between the sleepers, then make fine adjustments, and then set the spikes in the reserved holes on the steel plate. Then he swung the sledgehammer a few times and smashed a finger-thick road spike into the sleeper. Road nails are generally flat-headed and not sharp, so when they are smashed in, they will break the fibers of the wood. If they are smashed in, they will not crack the sleepers. If you use pointed nails, it will definitely happen. Breaking the sleepers apart. The craftsman demonstrated and introduced the technique of hammering nails. Although the road spikes are large, they also have nail caps, which are the flat objects that protrude from the ends of the nails. However, unlike ordinary nails, only one side of the railroad spikes has a cap that protrudes outwards. The purpose is to specifically in order to use it to hold the edge of the rail. If you want to use nails like this to block the track, you need to tilt it inward slightly when nailing, so that the nails on both sides can bite the track tighter. Wait until all 12 spikes on a sleeper are nailed. The craftsman once again took out several bent spring buckles in the shape of paper clips, and then said to everyone again. Everyone, wait until the road spikes are nailed, then use this clamp to clamp one at the connection between each rail and the sleeper, clamp it directly on it at an angle perpendicular to the rail, and then use a hammer to smash it to death. This sleeper, the work is done. There are more than 180 sleepers to be nailed for each section of rail. Now you can do it yourself according to the method I told you. If you are not familiar with it, you can ask again. Remember, you people must learn it, because you are responsible for teaching the same people to learn this technology. If you can't learn it, you should know the consequences, right? After the craftsman finished teaching the 20 corps commanders and chiefs, he asked them to start working immediately, in pairs, starting from both ends of a sleeper at the same time, so that the construction speed would be faster. They started construction on the part that extended from the factory and the joint they had just laid. 20 people lined up and began to correct the spacing of the sleepers. Then they began to drive in the spikes, and then used spring buckles to completely block the track. Several craftsmen stood nearby and patrolled back and forth. If they found that someone was not nailing well or in the wrong order, they would personally provide guidance on the spot. Until they nailed the first 100-meter-long section of rail, this group of people also nailed it. The basic processes and operating techniques are all understood. Then these chiefs and team leaders each returned to their own teams and began to explain the track installation process, as well as techniques and precautions to their team members. In this way, the installation teams of these two villages, with a total of 100 people, the installation started slowly. When everyone installed the 500-meter rail, the 100-person installers basically understood the steps, processes, and precautions. Everyone started to install the track faster. As long as the sleepers and rails were in place, it only takes 100 of them about 10 minutes to install a 100-meter-long railway track. In this way, until the afternoon, the 6 villages that paved the railway had laid the railway 1.6 kilometers away from the locomotive factory. At this time, Lin Fei, who was in charge of the entire project, made a decision to temporarily let the paving team. The decision to stop work was made after he received reports from the following craftsmen, discussed it with the leader, and finally decided to agree to the craftsman's suggestion. He would drive out the train now, pull up all the materials needed, and move forward while laying. Walk. Now it has been paved for 1.6 kilometers. If we still follow the original method and 50 people carry one rail at a time and walk across it, let's not talk about whether we are tired or not. Just walking back and forth will waste a lot of time. It is really efficient. Too low. Luo Chong asked Lin Fei about the situation of the Endeavour prototype and whether the train car could take on this task, and the answer he got was yes. The Endeavour prototype was completed a week ago and was even painted in black and red. As for the carriage that carries the rails, this is not ready-made. According to the calculation that the carriage width is 2 to 2.5 times the track gauge, then the carriage width used on this railway with a track gauge of only 75 centimeters is about 1.5 to 1.8 meters wide. In order to save costs and improve the car body in order to improve the stability, Luo Chong set the width of the car at 1.6 meters. If this width is used for passenger transportation, it can accommodate 3 seats side by side. Based on the calculation that the length of the carriage is 7 to 8 times the width, then the length of a carriage that is 1.6 meters wide is between 11.2 meters and 12.8 meters. Luo Chong directly made up the whole length and set the length of the carriage to 12 meters. Therefore, the passenger and freight carriages previously produced by the locomotive factory were all made according to the width of 1.6 meters and the length of 12 meters. However, the carriages used to pull goods have carriage walls on all sides, which limits the length of the load. It is possible to transport scattered sleepers, but it is obviously impossible to transport 100 meters of rails. To transport the rails, at least 8 carriages are needed, and it must be a flatbed truck, so that the rails can run through the 8 carriages and be placed on the flatbed. Such flatbed carriages are not available in locomotive factories now, but fortunately they have produced many semi-finished products of freight carriages, which only have 2 front and rear wheel frames, and then the wheel frames are equipped with the girders of the carriage floor, but there is no carriage floor. There are no erected carriage walls, the kind where you can see the track below even if you stand on the beam. In other words, the keel and ribs have just been laid out for the carriage, but the meat and skin have not yet been wrapped. Naturally, such a carriage cannot be used to load or transport people. It cannot even be used to install sleepers, but it does not hinder the loading of rails. Anyway, the thing is long, stretching from carriage 1 to carriage 8, even if it is full of there is a hole, and it can't leak through it. Just do it. Lin Fei discussed it with Luo Chong and several train project researchers, and finally formulated a plan to drive out the Endeavour prototype and hang 8 semi-finished carriage trusses on the back for open-air transportation. Rails and then hook them up. 8 complete freight carriages are filled with 8 carriage sleepers, and finally 4 passenger and cargo carriages are attached to carry accessories such as road spikes, rail seats, and rubber pads, as well as hammers, shovels, picks, etc. tools, and the people responsible for paving the way. Lin Fei and the craftsmen and researchers at the Research Institute were very excited. The train they produced was finally going to be driven out. Although it was destined to not run 10 kilometers today, after all, it was just going out to pull the rails, but at least it could finally be seen. When this little guy went out, everyone was still very excited. When the Endeavour prototype started running for the first time, Lin Fei volunteered to be the first driver. He went around the front of the car and directed the craftsmen to check everywhere, adding engine oil where oil should be added, and coal water where coal water should be added. I personally checked all the control systems and then started lighting the boiler. The Endeavour locomotive is very small. After all, it is only half a person tall, and the driving position is not large. Therefore, this model does not have a driver, co-driver, and stoker. There is only one driver and co-pilot. Generally, only one person is needed. It can control the train, add coal and water, and place a co-pilot purely to prevent accidents. Lin Fei did not find a co-pilot. He did the work of the stove and driver alone. Although his hands were covered with black ash, he was very busy and enjoyed it. After a while, the water in the boiler water tank started to boil. It rises up, generating a large amount of steam, which is then reheated by many smoke pipes and exhaust pipes, turning it into superheated steam. Finally, when the valve is released, it rushes into the cylinders on both sides of the front of the car. Boom! Steam poured into the cylinder, pushed the piston, drove the connecting rod, and pushed and pulled the 3 pairs of driving wheels to suddenly rotate forward for half a turn. The entire locomotive suddenly shook and jumped forward half a meter. Everyone watching around was very excited. This big guy really started to move. Woo! Lin Fei suddenly sounded the whistle, and the locomotive suddenly screamed. He stood on the driver's seat and shouted loudly, "Get out of the way, the train is leaving the station." He was as happy as a child playing with a big toy. He put away the whistle and opened the air supply valve. Steam poured into the cylinder again, and the train began to move forward slowly. Ha 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 ha. Streams of white gas spurted out from both sides of the wheels. Since its birth, the Endeavour prototype finally drove out of the workshop where it was manufactured. Outside the workshop, the 4 slaves who were originally gathered here to carry sleepers and rails suddenly looked in the direction of the workshop with confused expressions. After the guards and foreman just told them to wait here, they all started together. I went to the workshop, and soon after I heard a lot of noise coming from inside. There was a cooing sound, as if everyone inside was very excited, and then suddenly there was a scream that didn't sound like a human voice. I don't know what it was, but it was loud, and then there was a steady stream of screams. Smoke sprayed out from the door of the workshop, and some people thought there was a fire inside. The slaves were very confused. They knew that this city was the iron-making base of the Han tribe, and they also knew that there were many steel rails stored in the workshop of the previous steel rolling mill. However, they did not know what was being done in the workshop in front of them. They only knew that the railway to be built extends from the ground in this large workshop. So, there must be something important inside. Otherwise, why would we spend so much manpower and material resources to build a railway to this big house? Just when they were puzzled, there was another ear-piercing scream, and a group of craftsmen and supervisors suddenly ran out of the workshop. Everyone's eyes were focused on the deep workshop door, as if something was about to come out. Average. Accompanied by a burst of white mist, a red and black steel monster suddenly broke through the white mist, stepped on steel wheels, and ran out of the workshop door with howling sparks and lightning. March 3rd, make up for yesterday. Wow. The white mist spewed by the steam locomotive to both sides is like the monster's snort, and the whistle blowing overhead is like the monster's roar. Hoo hoo hoo. Streams of high-pressure steam pushed the piston back and forth, and the steel wheels rolled, smoothly driving the locomotive out of the workshop. The slaves were stunned. They couldn't imagine that there was such a monster in the world. Is this a car? Someone asked stupidly, looking at the pure metal locomotive. Probably, right? Look at this thing. It also has wheels, and it's just as wide as the 2 iron bars they laid. So this road is just for this guy to run, right? The companions next to him also looked at the situation. Said the train wheels on the track. Look at the back of this car. Isn't it filled with the coal we dug out? So this car is specially used to transport coal? Another person speculated, looking at the locomotive in front of him. Why are you all thinking about this? Aren't you curious about how this thing moves forward if there are no oxen or horses to pull it, and no one to push it? The crowd rang out in surprise again. However, the people around them shook their heads. It wasn't that they were not curious or didn't want to know, but they naturally thought that no matter what incredible things appeared in the Han tribe, it should be normal. There was nothing strange about it. Just like the large sailboat of the Han tribe, as long as it is hung with a piece of cloth, it can be blown away by the wind. Who would dare to believe it if they have never seen it before? Just like when they were captured, the Han tribe used a weapon that could drive an iron ball several miles. If they hadn't experienced it personally, who would have believed it? There is also the windmill driven by the wind, or the huge iron car in front of you. Who knows what it relies on to move forward, but does it have anything to do with them? Just know that this is a kind of car made by the Han tribe. The slaves present, or everyone in the Han tribe, have long been numbed by the technological explosion brought by Luo Chong. All kinds of magical things appear from time to time, and everyone is used to it. They only need to know that this is the leader's idea, what is the purpose of this thing, and what impact will it have on them. It is enough to know this. As for the principle of this thing, I'm afraid only a handful of people will be interested in this. Ha 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 ha. When the train spewed white smoke and passed in front of them, and finally stopped 200 meters away, the craftsmen and guards came to greet them. Okay, don't stand there, follow me to the workshop. Let's push out the carriage at the back and hang it on the front of the car. You can just load the rest of the rails onto this car. That's it. You don't need to carry it on your shoulders. The guard called the slaves to go to the workshop to push the carriages, and said that the carriage would be used to transport the rails. Everyone immediately became excited after hearing this, because they already knew in the morning that a total of 200 rails would be delivered today. Go to the construction site, but they have only managed to get more than 30 pieces so far. If they had to carry the rest to the construction site on their shoulders, they might really be exhausted, and even if they were exhausted, they would not be able to finish the job today. A crowd of people followed the guards from each village into the workshop. After everyone came in, they discovered that the ground here was paved with many tracks similar to those outside, and there was even a turnout for turning around the circular tracks. Those carriages and the front of the car can be rotated at will. A group of 20 people were divided into groups. Each group pushed a bare carriage truss out of the workshop, and then pushed it all the way to the back of the locomotive. There were craftsmen waiting here, holding a steel latch as thick as a rolling pin in their hands, inserted the hook of the carriage into the hook at the end of the locomotive, and easily connected it to a carriage. The slaves were very surprised when they saw it. Can all these things be hung on the back of the car? Think about the many carriages parked in the workshop just now. Could it be that they all have to be hung on this? Oh my God, if they were all hung together, wouldn't this car be as long as a snake? Doesn't this mean we need to connect all the cars to this one? Someone asked in disbelief. It must be. Didn't the guard just say that? Let's install all the rails on this. Think about how long the rails are. I don't think if more than 10 sections are hung, they won't fit on the rails. Someone else affirmed analysis. Well, that's right. Everyone nodded, and then continued to be busy. The trusses of each carriage were hung on the front of the car. There were 8 carriages in total. Each carriage was 12 meters long. Adding the gaps between the carriages, it was exactly 100 meters long. Then there were workers working on the carriages. Some iron rods were inserted on both sides to serve as rails to prevent the rails from falling from the sides of the cart. By the time the 3 teams responsible for transporting the rails began to transport the rails to the train, the other team responsible for transporting sleepers had already hung the other 8 carriages behind them. Their 8 carriages all had carriage walls. It was designed to hold ore, but now it can be used to hold sleepers, so a group of people started loading materials up. The slaves were discussing in a low voice while loading things. I just counted, not counting the red front of this car, there are 16 sections hanging on the back, which are either steel rails or big wood. These things add up. How heavy is it to lift? Can this iron cart really move? It should be possible, otherwise they wouldn't ask us to install it. Anyway, we can't just install it and then let us push it, right? Even if we are willing, we may not be able to push it. That's right, what you said makes sense, and no wonder the road we built is made of iron, with so much wood underneath. If we put such a heavy car directly on this dirt road, I'm afraid it would directly crush the wheels. Will it sink? Everyone nodded in agreement, and then continued to load the goods into the car. After working for 2 hours, when the rails and sleepers were full, they were called to the workshop again, and then pushed 4 more sections and the one just now. Different carriages came out. This is the passenger and cargo carriage that the locomotive factory got according to Luo Chong's plan. There are currently only 2 types of carriages in the Han tribe. One is a carriage specially used to pull ore. This carriage has solid walls on all sides, with angle steel as the ribs and frame, and embedded solid wood boards. It is very strong and can be used for decoration. Boxes of ore are no problem. Moreover, on both sides of this kind of carriage, there are discharge openings specially used for unloading ore. As long as you use a crowbar to open the opening using the principle of leverage, the ore inside will pour down. Although it is not a dump truck, it's a simple dump truck. This kind of carriage has no roof, and can be covered with a layer of canvas at most, or even no canvas at all. Based on the current situation of the Han tribe, the most can be covered with a straw curtain made of straw. In addition, this kind of carriage specially used to pull ore can also be used to carry live livestock, such as cattle, horses, and sheep. With this kind of carriage, the livestock can stand directly inside, and it is originally a cart for pulling coal. You are not afraid of getting dirty, even a little poop and urine is acceptable. In addition, there is another kind of carriage, which is the passenger and cargo carriage that the slaves just introduced. Yes, the Han tribe does not have a dedicated passenger carriage at all, because no one is running around anyway, so why do they need such a professional passenger carriage? The reason why this version of the passenger and cargo carriage was developed is to consider possible passenger transportation needs, and it still meets the passenger transportation needs of this era. In a normal passenger carriage, the seats are all arranged horizontally, and a narrow aisle is left in the middle. For a train with a track gauge of about 1.5 meters, the carriage can be 3.3 meters wide, which is the most common passenger train layout. There is an aisle in the middle, with 2 seats on one side and 3 seats on the other side. There are 5 seats in a row. This is the most conventional layout. Narrow gauge trains with a track gauge of about 1 meter are the most common in Japan. Their carriages are narrower in width. There is an aisle in the middle. There are 2 seats on each side of the aisle, so there are 4 in a row. For example, with a 75 centimeters track gauge like the Han tribe, the width of the carriage is 1.6 meters. If it is designed according to the conventional layout, then only 3 seats can be placed in one row, with an aisle in the middle, and then 2 seats on one side, and another on the other side. There is a single seat on one side, and the aisle and seats are very narrow. After all, it is only 1.6 meters, which is about the same width as a family car. Imagine that there are 3 people in the back seat, and then there is an aisle in the middle, and you will know what it is. How narrow it is. And once it is arranged like this, a lot of seats need to be stuffed into the carriage, and it is impossible to decorate it with anything else. From now on, it can only be used to attract passengers. However, it is not known whether there are so many people from the Han tribe taking the train. The tickets sold may not fit into one carriage. In this case, as long as the conventionally designed passenger carriages are produced, they will inevitably lose money. So Luo Chong changed the layout of the carriage and arranged the 12-meter-long and 1-meter-6-meter-wide carriage as a hospital corridor. Anyone who has been to a hospital must have seen it. In the corridors of hospitals, there are often some benches placed on both sides of the wall for patients to rest temporarily. This design is very suitable for the current situation of the Han tribe. Luo Chong directly asked the craftsman to build a clean and tidy carriage first, and then used the carriage as a corridor. On the carriage walls on both sides, a row of foldable wooden benches were installed. If there was a need to carry passengers, they could put the benches on both sides down from the wall, and then 2 rows of guests can sit facing each other on both sides of the carriage, and the open space in the middle can be used as an aisle. If there are a lot of people that day, you can also stand in the middle aisle like a bus, and the seat design is like wooden benches. Don't even think about selling seats. If someone buys a ticket, it will be based on person time. Come and buy. The advantages of wooden benches are this. First of all, they are cheap and easy to clean. Secondly, there is a large margin for the number of passengers. 4 people can sit on them, and 8 people can squeeze in. These are the advantages of benches. If there are no passengers taking the train that day and you need to transport goods, then fold all the benches on both sides and attach them to the wall, and then the entire carriage will instantly become a flat and empty carriage on all sides like a container. It can be used to load various goods. However, considering that passenger and cargo carriages may be used to carry passengers at any time, there are regulations for the cargo carried by such carriages. For example, cotton, grain, equipment, utensils, and other things can be placed in this kind of carriage, because such goods are basically clean and will not make the carriage dirty and affect the passenger experience. If you are transporting ore, logs, and other such things, just throw them directly into the carriage specially used for hauling ore. Anyway, the wood is not afraid of getting dirty. Another thing worth noting is that this kind of passenger and cargo carriage is not completely enclosed. In other words, although there is a roof on it, it is just a roof used for sunshade. Of course, it's no problem to keep out the rain, but the upper half of the carriage walls on both sides are empty and are usually fully open. There are no inlaid glass windows. There is only a rolled-up bamboo curtain that can be lowered manually to temporarily block the sun and rain. However, only one curtain has limited effect after all. If it is transporting passengers, there is no need to perform other unnecessary operations. If it is used to transport cargo, It can be covered with a layer of tarpaulin on the roof to keep out the rain. In a word, Luo Chong didn't expect this thing to really play any passenger transport value. In terms of design, it was prepared for transporting goods. It didn't matter to him whether it could attract passengers or not. But now this design is playing its due role. After the 4 empty passenger and cargo carriages were hung at the back of the train, the guards and foremen began to greet the slaves to get on the train. Okay, hurry up and get in line. These 4 carriages are for the 4 of you to sit in, 1 carriage at a time. Get on the carriage quickly and see if the chairs on the walls on both sides of the carriage are gone. Put those things away. You can sit on it when you come down. Everyone took their tools and squeezed each other. If they couldn't sit down, they sat on the floor in the middle aisle. Everyone was overjoyed when they heard this. They had been busy for a day. In the past, they used to use their 2 legs to measure step by step wherever they went. Unexpectedly, the Han tribe actually gave them a ride in a car today, and it was such a high-end car. In the 4 carriages at the back, everyone found their seats and sat down, leaning comfortably on the wall of the carriage behind them. Looking at the people sitting opposite them in the same posture, everyone smiled heartily. There were 50 people in each group. This car is suitable for sitting down. Some people couldn't help but sigh. What should I do if I suddenly regret it? What do you regret? The person next to him asked, curiously. I regret that I listened to the clan leader and had to follow them to rob the Han tribe city, otherwise I wouldn't have ended up like this. Let's see what the Han tribe is like. Before our tribe even popularized carriages, the Han tribe had already built this kind of magical carriage. This carriage could actually hold 50 people. And there's still room in the middle. This is just one of the carriages. In front of us, there are 3 more carriages like this, and it seems that the carriages of this car can be added or subtracted at will. Doesn't this mean that if there are more people, we can just hang a few more carriages? Just 1 carriage? Do you dare to imagine such a magical car? Anyway, I don't even dare to think about it, and I don't know how the Han tribe people came up with these good things, and not only did they come up with them, they also made them. We actually regarded the Han tribe as our enemies at first. Now that we think about it, it's really ridiculous. I'm afraid the Han tribe didn't even look at us. Compared with them, we are like monkeys who have just learned to farm. Everyone around them was completely silent. At this point, they didn't know what to say. Regret? Who wouldn't regret it? But what's the use of regret? Just when everyone was sitting in the train car with a lot of emotions, suddenly there was a sound of duong from the rear of the car. It turned out that after several foremen discussed it, they felt that it was already evening. After going out to the construction site this time, it would definitely not be the same at night. After the party came back, several people discussed it and simply hung up 2 more dining cars. 1 car was used to haul grain and other ingredients, as well as clean water. The other car contained several coal stoves and set up chopping boards, specially used for cooking. After the 2 dining cars at the back were loaded, the guards from each village also carried a portable carbide lamp onto the 4 passenger cars. In the evening, the passenger compartment was already a little dark. After a carbide lamp was brought up, it instantly illuminated the entire compartment brightly, from the front to the end of the compartment, and also illuminated the faces of many slaves. They all couldn't help, but he looked towards the bright light and heard the guard say, "Everyone has been busy all day today, and it's getting dark now. Let's take a short break. When we arrive at the construction site later, we will cook and eat, and then we can rest today. Wait until tomorrow, our village won't have to move rails. The rails and sleepers loaded on this train should be enough for a day or 2. Then you will all learn to install rails, which is the work of nailing. Everyone should seize the opportunity, watch carefully, and study hard. When the project of this line is completed, you can all learn the technology of building the railway and get the household registration of the Han tribe. Your Xian tribe is already a thing of the past. Open your eyes and take a look at the future. Look at the trains and railways of our Han tribe. Our trains are so powerful. They don't need oxen and horses to pull them. Just put a stove in front to boil water. Walk. Not only can you walk, but you can also pull so many people and things in one go. I won't hide it from you. This is the train that our Han tribe has just developed. The railway you built is the first railway of our Han tribe. When this road is built, you will know how powerful this train is. It can pull more than boats and run faster than horses. In the future, if our Han tribe has such a thing, no other tribe in the world will be our rival. And you are the first batch of railway workers in the Han tribe. As long as you learn this craft, settling in the Han tribe is the most basic. If you want to live a good life in the Han tribe, it is not a problem, because the tribe will definitely settle down in the future. More railroads will be built, and you are the most experienced railroad workers. 12. 5,000 words chapter. This chapter is for trial use. Steal. Section, please go to .asks, or QQ, for the genuine version. After 15 minutes, genuine readers will be able to automatically refresh and replace it with normal chapters. Don't worry, the number of words will only increase, and the subscription cost will not change. This chapter is for trial use. Steal. Chapter, please go to .asks, or QQ, for the genuine version. After 15 minutes, genuine readers will be able to automatically refresh and replace it with normal chapters. Don't worry, the number of words will only increase, and the subscription cost will not change. This chapter is for trial use. Steal. Chapter, please go to .asks, or QQ, for the genuine version. After 15 minutes, genuine readers will be able to automatically refresh and replace it with normal chapters. Don't worry, the number of words will only increase, and the subscription cost will not change. This chapter is for trial use. Steal. Chapters, please go to .asks.website, or QQ, for the genuine version. After 15 minutes, genuine readers will be able to automatically refresh and replace it with normal chapters. Don't worry, the number of words will only increase, and the subscription cost will not change. This chapter is for trial use. Steal. Chapters, please go to .asks.website, or QQ, for the genuine version. After 15 minutes, genuine readers will be able to automatically refresh and replace it with normal chapters. Don't worry, the number of words will only increase, and the subscription cost will not change. This chapter is for trial use. Steal. Chapters, please go to .asks.website, or QQ, for the genuine version. After 15 minutes, genuine readers will be able to automatically refresh and replace it with normal chapters. Don't worry, the number of words will only increase, and the subscription cost will not change. This chapter is for trial use. Steal. Chapter, please go to .asks, or QQ, for the genuine version. Early the next morning, Luo Chong and the others packed several animal skin bags with saltpeter and went back. The saltpeter was placed on Ruru's back. Luo Chong and the eagle leader Rue rode the Grey Mountain together, and several others also rode the horned deer. They did not go back by the original route, but went all the way west. However, they did not cross the river and kept walking south along the river. Luo Chong wanted to confirm whether this river was connected to the one of the Han tribe. If it is connected, then they can come directly along the river next time without taking a long detour, and the mined ore can also be transported back by boat. Because every time Maoli took people to the Han tribe to do business, they would come back within 4 days. However, something unexpected happened this time. The more than 20 tribesmen who went out never came back, just because that guy Mowgli was not around. At the right time, he said something to threaten the Han tribe, but the Han tribe would not tolerate threats. One can imagine what happened next. The 10 soldiers from the Li tribe who came to look for fellow tribesmen were detained by Dashu again. Dashu was now full of self-confidence and confident in doing things, because just last night, following Dashu of the 5 cavalrymen who came back with the troops, 2 have already returned early to deliver the good news. In this western expedition, under the leadership of their leader, the Han tribe army won a complete victory. No one was seriously injured and only a dozen were slightly injured. 17 giant apes were killed, more than 200 slaves were captured, and a group of monkeys were brought back. Planting new crops and joining a small tribe, the team of more than 700 people on the return trip is now less than half a day's journey from the tribe and will return soon. The good news spread on the night they arrived at the tribe. The women were very happy because the messenger said there were no serious injuries, which meant that all their men were back and had defeated the enemy this time. Even if the Han tribe had defended its territory, they can continue to live here with peace of mind. Dashu was also very happy, and at the same time he felt a big stone put down in his heart. He had personally participated in the first encounter with the giant ape. In that battle, although Dashu did not play a key role, he saw it up close. The strength of the giant apes, and this time, according to the news, there are more than a dozen, he is really not sure. But now he is not worried anymore. The team has returned in triumph. If the Li tribe threatens the Han tribe again, he dares to personally lead his people to destroy the Li tribe. More than 30 people from the Li tribe were temporarily tied up, fasted, and given only a bowl of water every day so that they could not resist when they were hungry. Dashu learned this from Luo Chong. But at this time, Li Wu, who was still anxiously waiting for the return of his tribe, couldn't eat. He was a senior member of the Li tribe, the tallest one, besides the leader. Li Wu naturally knew Mowgli's little thoughts and was interested in using the Han tribe to develop. He also agreed with his own strategic plan. It's just that he is not as extreme as Mowgli. He never thought that one day he would be an enemy of the Han tribe. Just imagine, will a tribe that grows with the help of the Han tribe's strength surpass the strength of the Han tribe? Don't forget that since the Han tribe can give these things from you mean that they have more. This is where the two people have different ideas. There is nothing wrong with Mowgli's development strategy, but his behavior is more radical. For the development of his own tribe, he went to the Han tribe to extort bronze wares by any means at all costs. He was simply desperate. After all, Li Wu is older, so he is more mature and stable. He just wants to see the Li tribe better than before in his lifetime. He doesn't ask for much. It is this dying old man who is still worried about the tribe, the leader who is not mature enough and stable enough, and the tribesmen who have not returned yet. What exactly happened to them was something that he couldn't know now. He would only know it 2 days later, when the 10 tribesmen who went out to look for people came back. However, 2 days later, Li Wu did not wait for the tribesmen returning from the north, but instead waited for a team from the south. It was a team of more than 60 people, but this team was very strange. They had a house pulled by 2 old oxen. That thing seemed to be what the Han tribe called a cart, and there was also a young leader riding a horse. Only deer with horns. The most eye-catching thing is that there is also a group of beasts in this team that are not much smaller than people. There are 10 young girls, holding things like branches, driving dozens of grunting black and white piglets. It seemed that they were just passing by and had no intention of stopping at the Li tribe. The entire cart of cabbage had been eaten by the pigs. Yufu had to slow down his return journey and spent a lot of time every day with this group of cabbages. The little pig is looking for food to eat everywhere. Yufu didn't want to stop, but he was stopped by the old man Li Wu. "Chief, are you from the Han tribe? Are you going hunting? Have you seen the people from our tribe who went to trade with the Han tribe? They haven't come back for several days." Li Wu stopped Yu Fu's horned deer and asked him. Seeing the man in front of him riding a horned deer with an ox cart following behind him, he mistook Yu Fu for a member of the Han tribe. Only one thing did not match what the tribesman described, because the people in front of him did not have their hair tied up. However, Li Wu had never been to the Han tribe in person, and his impressions of the Han tribe were all told by tribesmen who had heard about the Han tribe. Huh? Han tribe? I'm not from the Han tribe? Yu Fu replied in confusion. What about you horned deers and bullock carts? Oh, you're talking about this, we are friends with the Han tribe, and we got this from trading with the Han tribe. Yu Fu pointed at those things clearly. Did it come from trading? Didn't the Han tribe not exchange these things? Li Wu was very confused about the explanation given by Yu Fu. Haha, I told you, we are friends with the Han tribe. If we can help the Han tribe will naturally be willing to give us things in exchange. By the way, does your tribe also trade with the Han tribe? What are you trading? When talking about the bullock carts traded with the Han tribe, Yu Fu is always very proud. After all, so far, he is the only one who has traded for the bullock carts from the Han tribe. We traded a poisonous tree with the Han tribe for their pottery and white salt, but this time our leader went to the Han tribe to trade and never came back. Chief, judging from the direction you are going, you should be going to the Han tribe. So can you go to the Han tribe and help us ask why our people haven't come back yet? After learning that Yu Fu's team was not from the Han tribe, Li Wu immediately asked Yu Fu for help to see if he could bring back any news about the missing tribesmen. Oh, that's okay. Our trip this time is to go to the Han tribe, but we won't be back so soon. If you want us to send news specifically, you have to give us something in exchange, and then I can send someone. Tell you. Yu Fu started his old business of selling information again. In this western expedition, under the leadership of their leader, the Han tribe army won a complete victory. No one was seriously injured and only a dozen were slightly injured. 17 giant apes were killed, more than 200 slaves were captured, and a group of monkeys were brought back. Planting new crops and joining a small tribe, the team of more than 700 people on the return trip is now less than half a day's journey from the tribe and will return soon. The good news spread on the night they arrived at the tribe. The women were very happy because the messenger said there were no serious injuries, which meant that all their men were back and had defeated the enemy this time. Even if the Han tribe had defended its territory, they can continue to live here with peace of mind. Dashi was also very happy, and at the same time he felt a big stone put down in his heart. He had personally participated in the first encounter with the giant ape. In that battle, although Dashi did not play a key role, he saw it up close. The strength of the giant apes, and this time, according to the news, there are more than a dozen, he is really not sure. But now he is not worried anymore. The team has returned in triumph. If the Li tribe threatens the Han tribe again, he dares to personally lead his people to destroy the Li tribe. The more than 30 people detained in the Li tribe were temporarily tied up, fasted, and given only a bowl of water every day so that they could not resist when they were hungry. Dashi learned this from Luo Chong. But at this time, Li Wu, who was still anxiously waiting for the return of his tribe, couldn't eat. He was a high-ranking member of the Li tribe, the tallest one, besides the leader. Li Wu naturally knew Mao Li's little thoughts and was interested in using the Han tribe to develop. He also agreed with his own strategic plan. It's just that he is not as extreme as Mao Li. He never thought that one day he would be an enemy of the Han tribe. Just imagine, will a tribe that grows with the help of the Han tribe's strength surpass the strength of the Han tribe? Don't forget that since the Han tribe can give these things from you mean that they have more. This is where the two people have different ideas. There is nothing wrong with Mao Li's development strategy, but his behavior is more radical. For the development of his own tribe, he went to the Han tribe to extort bronze wares by any means at all costs. He was simply desperate. After all, Li Wu is older, so he is more mature and stable. He just wants to see the Li tribe better than before in his lifetime. He doesn't ask for much. It is this dying old man who is still worried about the tribe, the leader who is not mature enough and stable enough, and the tribesmen who have not returned yet. What exactly happened to them was something he couldn't know now. He would only know it 2 days later, when the 10 tribesmen who went out to look for people came back. However, 2 days later, Li Wu did not wait for the tribesmen returning from the north, but instead waited for a team from the south. It was a team of more than 60 people, but this team was very strange. They had a house pulled by 2 old oxen. That thing seemed to be what the Han tribe called a cart, and there was also a young leader riding a horse. Only deer with horns. The most eye-catching thing is that there is also a group of beasts in this team that are not much smaller than people. There are 10 young girls, holding things like branches, driving dozens of grunting black and white piglets. It seemed that they were just passing by and had no intention of stopping at the Li tribe. The entire cart of cabbage had been eaten by the pigs. Yu Fu had to slow down his return journey and spent a lot of time every day with this group of cabbages. The little pig is looking for food to eat everywhere. Yu Fu didn't want to stop, but he was stopped by the old man Li Wu. "Chief, are you from the Han tribe? Are you going hunting? Have you seen the people from our tribe who went to trade with the Han tribe? They haven't come back for several days." Li Wu stopped Yu Fu's horned deer and asked him. Seeing the man in front of him riding a horned deer with an ox cart following behind him, he mistook Yu Fu for a member of the Han tribe. Only one thing did not match what the tribesman described, because the people in front of him did not have their hair tied up. However, Li Wu had never been to the Han tribe in person, and his impressions of the Han tribe were all told by tribesmen who had heard about the Han tribe. "Huh? Han tribe? I'm not from the Han tribe?" Yu Fu replied in confusion. "What about you horned deers and bullock carts?" "Oh, you're talking about this, we are friends with the Han tribe, and we got this from trading with the Han tribe." Yu Fu pointed at those things clearly. "Did it come from trading? Didn't the Han tribe not exchange these things?" Li Wu was very confused about the explanation given by Yu Fu. "Haha, I told you, we are friends with the Han tribe. If we can help the Han tribe will naturally be willing to give us things in exchange. By the way, does your tribe also trade with the Han tribe? What are you trading?" When talking about the bullock carts traded with the Han tribe, Yu Fu is always very proud. After all, so far, he is the only one who has traded for the bullock carts from the Han tribe. "We traded a poisonous tree with the Han tribe for their pottery and white salt, but this time our leader went to the Han tribe to trade and never came back. Chief, judging from the direction you are going, you should be going to the Han tribe. So can you go to the Han tribe and help us ask why our people haven't come back yet?" After learning that Yu Fu's group was not from the Han tribe, Li Wu immediately asked Yu Fu for help to see if he could bring back any news about the missing tribesmen. "Oh, that's okay. Our trip this time is to go to the Han tribe, but we won't be back so soon. If you want us to send news specifically, you have to give us something in exchange, and then I can send someone. Tell you." Yu Fu started his old business of selling information again. In this western expedition, under the leadership of their leader, the Han tribe army won a complete victory. No one was seriously injured and only a dozen were slightly injured. 17 giant apes were killed, more than 200 slaves were captured, and a group of monkeys were brought back. Planting new crops and joining a small tribe, the team of more than 700 people on the return trip is now less than half a day's journey from the tribe and will return soon. The good news spread on the night they arrived at the tribe. The women were very happy because the messenger said there were no serious injuries, which meant that all their men were back and had defeated the enemy this time. Even if the Han tribe had defended its territory, they can continue to live here with peace of mind. Dashi was also very happy, and at the same time he felt a big stone put down in his heart. He had personally participated in the first encounter with the giant ape. In that battle, although Dashu did not play a key role, he saw it up close. The strength of the giant apes, and this time, according to reports, there were more than a dozen, he was really not sure. But now he is not worried anymore. The team has returned in triumph. If the Li tribe threatens the Han tribe again, he dares to personally lead his people to destroy the Li tribe. More than 30 people from the Li tribe were temporarily tied up, fasted, and given only a bowl of water every day so that they could not resist when they were hungry. Dashu learned this from Luo Chong. But at this time, Li Wu, who was still anxiously waiting for the return of his tribe, couldn't eat. He was a high-ranking member of the Li tribe, the tallest one, besides the leader. Li Wu naturally knew Mao Li's little thoughts and was interested in using the Han tribe to develop. He also agreed with his own strategic plan. It's just that he is not as extreme as Mao Li. He never thought that one day he would be an enemy of the Han tribe. Just imagine, will a tribe that grows with the help of the Han tribe's strength surpass the strength of the Han tribe? Don't forget that since the Han tribe can give these things from you mean that they have more. This is where the two people have different ideas. There is nothing wrong with Mao Li's development strategy, but his behavior is more radical. For the development of his own tribe, he went to the Han tribe to extort bronze wares by any means at all costs. He was simply desperate. After all, Li Wu is older, so he is more mature and stable. He just wants to see the Li tribe better than before in his lifetime. He doesn't ask for much. It is this dying old man who is still worried about the tribe, the leader who is not mature enough and stable enough, and the tribesmen who have not returned yet. What exactly happened to them was something that he couldn't know now. He would only know it 2 days later, when the 10 tribesmen who went out to look for people came back. However, 2 days later, Li Wu did not wait for the tribesmen returning from the north, but instead waited for a team from the south. It was a team of more than 60 people, but this team was very strange. They had a house pulled by 2 old oxen. That thing seemed to be what the Han tribe called a cart, and there was also a young leader riding a horse. Only deer with horns. The most eye-catching thing is that there is also a group of beasts in this team that are not much smaller than people. There are 10 young girls, holding things like branches, driving dozens of grunting black and white piglets. It seemed that they were just passing by and had no intention of stopping at the Li tribe. The entire cart of cabbage had been eaten by the pigs. Yu Fu had to slow down his return journey and spent a lot of time every day with this group of cabbages. The little pig is looking for food to eat everywhere. What exactly happened to them was something that he couldn't know now. He would only know it 2 days later, when the 10 tribesmen who went out to look for people came back. However, 2 days later, Li Wu did not wait for the tribesmen returning from the north, but instead waited for a team from the south. However, 2 days later, Li Wu did not wait for the tribesmen returning from the north, but instead waited for a team from the south. Wow! Luo Chong and Tang Yao returned home, and the railway construction project in Xingang County was also progressing smoothly at this time. Because with the help of trains, more materials can be transported at one time, so more manpower can be invested in the installation of rails. On the 5th day of the construction of the new satellite line, the mileage has reached 17 kilometers. Using trains to transport rails, 8 carriages can load 300 rails at a time, which translates into a mileage of 15 kilometers. Originally, there were more than 1,000 people laying the roadbed in the front. They were building the roadbed much faster than the railways in the back. The roadbed had been built for 30 kilometers, and the railway that could be opened to traffic in the back was less than 10 kilometers. However, as time goes by, this gap becomes smaller and smaller. There are a total of 32 slaves in the entire engineering team. These people are divided into 4 parts: earth mining, road paving, tamping, and track laying. The 4 teams rotate every 3 days, so that all slaves can master these 4 parts. Part of all the technology, the Sinway Line is the first railway line of the Han tribe, but it is also a good opportunity to train road builders. Luo Chong will never waste this opportunity. If the scale of road construction workers is to be expanded in the future, these experienced people can be dispersed like seeds and serve as the backbone of the new team. These people can then be used to train the new team and then gradually expand. In addition, although this project has the purpose of training workers, in order not to slow down the progress of the project, every time a new person is replaced for track laying operations, they will not be replaced directly because it is too slow to retrain a new batch of workers. Luo Chong asked them to only replace half of the team at a time. For example, the two teams responsible for installing the track would only transfer one team at a time. After the new team became proficient, they would transfer the old team and replace it with a new team. In other words, although a group of people needs to be changed every 3 days, each group of people can stay in the track laying process for 6 days, which is enough for them to learn the technology involved. In fact, there is basically no technology in laying rails. After all, they are the lowest level of rails, and they basically run in a straight line. You lay the foundation, arrange the sleepers, then raise the rails up, and finally use nails. Just nail it on and secure it. It's not like the high-speed rail track in Luo Chong's previous life. It has concrete sleepers and spring steel pads. The spikes are also screwed with screws. It is much more troublesome to operate than the steam train track with wooden sleepers. At the same time, just as Luo Chong was taking Tang Yao home to pack her things and prepare the gifts she would bring to Tang Ji when she returned, the personal guard sent Luo Chong another piece of news. It turned out that Luo Chong had recalled Luo Chong before. Yu Fu has returned from Tuahai County. Chief, Yu Fu has already arrived in Luoyang County. Should we let him come here directly, or should we go there later? The guard asked Luo Chong for his opinion. Let him come over and meet me in Hanyang City. Luo Chong thought for a moment. He had already arranged the time to send Tang Yao off. It was useless to go there now, so he might as well let Yu Fu come back to talk. No, the guard agreed, then turned around and went out to deliver the message. The giant eagle quickly flew to Luoyang County with the news about Luo Chong. Yu Fu, who had already landed in Luoyang County and was waiting, also received the message from Luo Chong asking him to go to Hanyang City. When he saw the letter, he felt uneasy. In the past, when the Han tribe was still very weak, Yu Fu always played the role of pioneer. He took a few people on adventures, opened up transportation roads for the Han tribe, looked for waterways to the south, established trade strongholds in the grasslands, and found a way to the Luoyang River. He arrived at the mouth of the sea, made friends with the Tang tribe on behalf of the Han tribe, and also recruited small tribes to establish the Tuahai County in the south. His contribution is absolutely indescribable. But this year, Luo Chong suddenly changed his reign name and released the great fortune he had accumulated in the world, which suddenly caused the tribe to shift from strategic expansion to strategic contraction. Previously, Luo Chong wanted to find benefits everywhere and occupy resources everywhere. Whether it was land, grain, livestock, or population, as long as the Han tribe could use it, Luo Chong wanted everything. But now, the Han tribe suddenly stopped expanding and began to strategically shrink and consolidate its own food reserves for construction. This was originally a good thing, but it was also the development bottleneck that the Han tribe encountered now. Yu Fu knew that this was the right thing to do, but he just inexplicable panic. He felt that he was suddenly useless. The two brothers Yu Fu and Yui didn't like to stay in one place and farm the land. They liked to explore everywhere for excitement. Otherwise, they were willing to run around doing business. But now the Han tribe suddenly, if he doesn't need these anymore, what else can he do? If a person is not afraid of being used, but is afraid that he has no value in being used, he will really become a waste. Although Yufu knew that Luo Chong was not the kind of person who would just throw him away after using him, he still felt nervous when he was about to face an unknown future. But you always have to face what you have to face. At the worst, you can calm down and ask the leader to be a local official. The leader shouldn't reject you, right? With an uneasy mood, Yufu finally returned to Hanyang County. When he came here, it was just a large open space. Thinking about that time, he went to find more than 100 savages for Luo Chong for an ox cart. Things that look back now always make people smile. In Hanyang City, as soon as Yufu came back, he was taken directly to Luo Chong's home by Luo Chong's personal guards. The guards told the leader to receive him in his study room. This kind of treatment naturally makes Yufu very happy. The study room of the leader's house is not accessible to anyone who wants to go. People with average connections or whom Luo Chong is not familiar with will only be received in the office of the government building, and he Yufu after all, he can be regarded as the elder of the Han tribe, right? Being led all the way into Luo Chong's study by the guards, Yufu immediately saluted Luo Chong and said hello. Relationships are relationships, and there are still indispensable rules. Yufu pays homage to the leader. Chief, I'm back. This guy came to Luo Chong's desk, bowed to the ground and gave him a big gift. Luo Chong didn't hesitate. After all, he was the veteran who had lived together in the thatched shed. He quickly got up and walked around the desk to help Yufu up himself. He sighed while reaching out to hold Yufu's arm. Okay. I haven't seen you for so long. I feel like you've gained some weight. Are you doing well in the south? Yufu blushed. He had indeed gained some weight. The main reason was that he no longer had to run around. Although he was responsible for negotiating with the independent clans and tribes around Takumi County before, he was still near Takumi County and he had no shortage of everything. Naturally doing well. Thank you for your concern, Chief. I have nothing to do, but I have gained a few kilograms of meat. Yufu complained to himself. Ha, you didn't even take a break when you came back, so you were immediately summoned back by me. Sit down quickly. Come here, bring some refreshments. Let's have a good chat today. Luo Chong pulled Yufu to the study window. Then he ordered the maid standing guard at the door. Yes, thank you, Chief. Yufu agreed quickly, and the two of them sat cross-legged on the futon next to the coffee table. After the maid brought the tea and cakes, Luo Chong took a sip of tea and then said, Just now you said you had nothing to do, so you mean the independent small tribes around Takumi County and the Tang tribe are gone? Back to the leader, yes, now near the Luyang River estuary, including the east bank where the Tang tribe is located, except for the Tang tribe and our Tuahai County, there is no other population nearby, let alone those independent large and small tribes. Basically even the savages have been plundered by us. Yufu ate a cake made of chestnut noodles and wild honey, and took another sip of tea before continuing to report to Luo Chong. We are very powerful in the Luyang River estuary area. The scale of Tuahai County is not small. In addition, we have a very friendly relationship with the Tang tribe. Moreover, we have sufficient food and advanced production. We can do it just by recruiting. Recruited many small tribes. Those tribes are not fools. There will definitely be countless benefits for joining us, but if they refuse us, they will have to bear our blow. Especially at the end of last year, when the leader asked Dashu to lead troops to force those clan tribes, the local small tribes were even more afraid of us. So my lobbying mission went very smoothly. Basically, as long as I revealed my identity as a Han tribe and publicized our tribe's policies and what kind of life they could live after joining, these people would immediately agree and would also bring out a lot of food to entertain me, otherwise I won't gain weight. Yufu introduced the situation while complaining about himself again. Haha, it seems that you are living a comfortable life there. They are afraid of the strength of the Han tribe and do not dare to resist. In order to gain more benefits, they will definitely find ways to please you. This is normal. Luo Chong said teasingly. No, no. Yu Fu waved his hands quickly and continued to complain, the leader is right. They really want to please me, but what can they give me? Those small tribes can't come up with anything good at all, just some meat and grain, plus some local fruits. Do our Han tribes lack these? Besides, I also know what I can and cannot agree to. If it is something forbidden by the tribe, no matter how they try to please me, I will not agree to it. Luo Chong also nodded in agreement. Yu Fu came from the Han tribe. What good things has he not seen? He may not necessarily like the things of those small tribes, but he does eat and drink. This shouldn't be wrong, right? At most, it's just a diplomat's entertainment. After a pause, Luo Chong asked Yu Fu again. Since there is nothing to do in the south, have you figured out what you want to do when you come back this time? I don't have any special arrangements for you at the moment. If you have something you want to do, I can consider it. Yuji was stunned when he heard this. Did the leader not think of anything to arrange for him? I'm not in the mood today, no more, that's all, waiting for me to think about my next thoughts. Wow. Yu Fu didn't expect that Luo Chong would call him back but not arrange tasks for him in advance. This is impossible, right? Could it be that the leader is testing himself? Want to see what you would choose? Thinking of this, he immediately hesitated again. He originally planned to ask Luo Chong to find a local magistrate to do it, but now he didn't dare to say it. Yu Fu thought for a while and saw that Luo Chong had no other words to express, so he asked tentatively. Chief, why don't you let me go out and explore the areas around us, either to the east or west? Yu Fu paused for a moment before explaining his thoughts. Now our Han tribe has occupied 4 places in the north and south, from the camp of the survivors in the north, to the 8 Hanyang counties here in the middle, to Tuahai County and the capital in the south, and the overseas island Qingshu, which covers thousands of miles from south to north. The place is basically the limit we can reach. But I think the east and west sides are still worth exploring. At present, our Han tribe basically has no shortage of anything. Food, vegetables, livestock, various minerals, etc. are enough for us for the time being, but if our tribe wants to continue to expand, then only absorbing more people can solve this problem. According to the current development of our tribe, we have no enemies, no wars, too much food to eat, and have even begun to make large reserves. Under such circumstances, our population will definitely grow very fast, maybe 15 in a few years. Our population will double by more than a dozen, but this will still take time. According to my thinking, since we were able to find the Jiang family with a population of several thousand from the central and southern part of the east bank of the Luyang River, are there other tribes around the Jiang family's original territory? If there are really other tribes, can we contact them, and how will we eventually absorb those populations? In addition, there are also the west of our Hanyang County, such as Remengshui Valley in the southwest of Madian County. It used to be a place where we held gatherings between various tribes. Now we have not been there for many years. Will there be new tribes coming? If not, can we go further afield and look for it? Luo Chong was very moved by Yu Fu's suggestion. Yes, the development of the Han tribe has encountered a bottleneck. From south to north, all the places that can be occupied have been occupied. They want to continue to expand outwards, but they suffer from the lack of spare population. At this time, if we can quickly recruit a group of people to the Han tribe within a few years, it will definitely be very useful for the construction of the Han tribe. But there is only one Yu Fu, so even if he really wants to continue exploring, he can only choose one direction. So is it going east or west? To the west, there are lofty mountains. Although there are no high-altitude mountains to the west of the Han tribe, there are many small mountains. Some of them are only 1 or 200 meters high, but they cover a very large area. Just like Bomagwan County to the west of the Han tribe, it is located in a canyon between two hills. Further west is the area used for Rumengshui Valley. It is either green mountains or green water. The environment is certainly good, and there may be a lot of mineral deposits, but the population is really not necessarily that big. And in such a terrain, even if there are people, they must be tribes that make a living by hunting and gathering, because it is too difficult for an agricultural civilization to be born in such an environment. All the ancient human civilizations in the world were born on the plains of large rivers. This is not without reason. Without rivers and plains, how could we think of growing food? Isn't the game in the mountains delicious? In view of the above considerations, Luo Chong finally decided to explore eastward. The east side is a large unknown area bounded by Luyang River and heading east to the coast. Although Luo Chong has never been to the terrain here, nor has he sent anyone else to visit it, he can make inferences based on some previous discoveries. That is, the unknown territory to the east should be very vast. Second, there are very rich lakes, rivers, and other water veins there, from which we can infer that there are more plains than in the west. Of course, this is just Luo Chong's speculation. If there are many mountains to the east, the water veins may be blocked from flowing out, but looking at the rise of the river water every year, there is definitely an outlet there. It is enough to know this. After all, since barbarian tribes and large clan tribes with thousands of people like the Jiang family can be born east of the Luyang River, there must be other tribes. I remember that Jiang Xian once said that they had neighbors near the Jiang family. The tribe that could become neighbors with the Jiang family would obviously not be that small in size. If such a tribe could be absorbed by the Han tribe, that would definitely be of great help to the growth of the Han tribe. Thinking of this, Luo Chong finally made up his mind and said, in that case, then you can continue to explore eastward, from the east of Yunmengs in our Weishan County, or from the east of Dongxing County, or from the original Yujiang starting from the location of Shi's place. You can also search from the north direction of Tang tribe. Luo Chong took a sip of tea and continued, although you propose to continue exploring outside, and I agreed, let's agree first that your main task this time is to explore first, and I will assign you more people. Sergeants, photographers, you must bring this camera, and so on. I won't mention it if you didn't have it before, but now you have to bring it. This is a sharp tool for reconnaissance. If you encounter something that you are not sure about after you go out, or if you want something, take a photo and send it back to me for a look. Maybe I can recognize some things. In addition, the search mission after you go out this time will still be the same as before, but the focus will be changed. The first is to explore waterways and land transportation. If we want to develop there in the future, which roads can be used for walking, which rivers can be used for boating, and which places are suitable for people to live. You must have these most basic things. Write it all down. Then there are samples of animals, plants, and minerals that you have never seen before. If you can collect them, collect some samples. If you cannot collect them, take photos of them all, and then write down the detailed introduction of the characteristics. When you come back in the future, must come back with these photos. While Luo Chong was telling Yu Fu what to pay attention to after the trip, he watched this guy write quickly with a pen and paper, taking notes on some of the key points Luo Chong said. Such an attitude is very good and serious. Luo Chong likes Yu Fu's attitude in doing things. Yu Fu listened more seriously, because this time out was really different from before. When they went out to explore before, how could they have imagined that there would be such a magical thing as a camera in the world? After Yu Fu finished remembering the key points, he heard Luo Chong speak again. By the way, let me add something I forgot to mention just now. When you go out this time, don't be anxious to bring back the population or the tribe. You can bring more food seeds with you, and then scatter a handful of them wherever you go. If there are tribes in the area, you can also give it to those tribes. Why is this? Yu Fu stopped taking notes, then looked at Luo Chong and said. Luo Chong raised a smile on his lips and then explained, this is called sowing civilization. You may not find many large tribes when you go out this time. You may not like small tribes with dozens or hundreds of people, but these small tribes do not mean that they have no development potential and value. Instead of trying your best to get these people, when we come back, it's better to spread our farming techniques. As long as they are willing to learn, there will eventually be tribes that can grow up, and it won't be too late for us to go there and harvest. Yu Fu will understand after a while, sowing, since it is sowing, there must be a time to harvest. The leader feels that it is too slow to rely solely on the development of the Han tribe, so he wants to spread some seeds in advance and let them develop to a certain extent on their own. When they reach a certain scale, let the Han tribe absorb them. This is indeed a good idea, and neither Luo Chong nor Yu Fu thought about whether the seeds would grow too big in the future and be able to compete head-on with the Han tribe, because that was simply impossible. The seeds are growing, but the farmers of the Han tribe with sickles in their hands are also becoming stronger. No matter how good the seeds grow in the future, they are just crops sown by the Han tribe, and they still have to be cut. The two chatted about this issue for a while, and Luo Chong stayed with Yu Fu at home for a meal at noon. When Yu Fu left after lunch, Luo Chong gave him some advice. Don't be in a hurry to leave so soon. You haven't been back for a long time. This time, walk around the 8 counties of Hanyang more and take a look. There are many things that are different from when you left. There are other places you don't need to go, but you must go to the railway construction site in Xing'an County, meet that big guy, and talk more about future development with Lin Fei and Dolly, and you will know this how to do it when you go out for the first time. No. Yu Fu will remember the leader's teachings. Yu Fu nodded solemnly, then said goodbye to Luo Chong, and then left the courtyard of Luo Chong's house. After seeing the railway and chatting with Dolly and the others, he will know what Luo Chong said to the county guards in the study on the Jingdan festival, and he will also know what kind of people he should bring with him when he goes out for exploration and reconnaissance this time. This time, Dolly and the others will also support Yu Fu with several talents who are exploring railway terrain and add them to his exploration team. Days passed by, and by the end of April in the first year of the Great Ming Dynasty, all counties and counties of the Han tribe from south to north had completed the harvesting, drying, and storage of the first quarter's grain, and the second quarter's grain had also been replanted. Down. In the first batch of paddy fields renovated in the 6 counties of Qingshu Island, immigrants from various places have also taught local people how to sow seeds and how to transplant rice seedlings. Unlike the usual corn cultivation, rice cultivation is indeed hard work, especially the transplanting process. Standing in the mud soup and bending over for several days is really tiring. But they have also seen rice. Rice has high yield and, more importantly, it is more palatable than corn. It is suitable for both adults and children to eat. For this reason alone, the local people are willing to learn. In a place where the Han tribe is so developed, the people there can endure such hardships. What can the islanders on my own island not do? With the guidance and leadership of immigrants from various places, the rice planting project went very smoothly. After the rice transplanting was completed and the rice returned to green safely, the local people discovered a problem again. It is indeed troublesome to sow rice. It is sowing and seedling emergence. After the seedlings appear, they have to be lifted out before transplanting. However, after the seedlings are transplanted, there is basically no need to perform any operations. In the subsequent growth stage, you don't even need to weed, because you only need to store more water in the field, and the weeds will drown themselves. If you raise some frogs, loaches, fish, etc. in the rice fields, you will not only increase your additional wealth, but also increase your wealth. It can also prevent pests. Frogs can capture pests in rice fields, which is equivalent to biological control. Fish and loaches can also eat bugs and even flowers that fall from rice fields. The excrement they produce can be used to fertilize the fields, which can be said to serve multiple purposes. However, given the current situation of the Han tribe, it is impossible to popularize such an ecological polyculture model. The most it can do is conduct experiments in experimental fields. Luo Chong was sitting in the study at home, looking at the first quarter production plan summaries and reports coming back from various places. He was quite satisfied. The situation in various places was very good, especially in the 6 counties of Qingshu. As long as the local people accepted the changes, it would be fine. When all the bamboo islands in the past were covered with rice, they would no longer remember the bamboo island ruled by the Qian tribe. They would only remember that the Qingshu island of the Han tribe was covered with rice. At the end of April, another good news also came from Weishan County, that is, the good news of the new Weishan Railway. The total length of the new satellite railway is 327 kilometers. At present, the first phase of the northern line has been completed and opened to traffic, that is, from Xing'an County to Gongye County, and then through Qianzhou, Qiming. This one-way trip goes through Iza, 3 counties, and finally arrives at Weishan Junqing Pier. Pulling things from Xingang County to Weishan County Wharf is no longer a problem, but it is inconvenient to go back. You have to separate the front of the car from the body, then build a special steering platform, drive the front of the car up, and then use manpower to push the front of the car in a circle. Then return to the track, then go back to the main line around the auxiliary line, and finally hang the front end of the car on the original rear end. Only then can you complete a U-turn and return to the original route. Of course, although this kind of cunning operation is a little troublesome, it is very practical for this small train that is only half a person tall. And if there is only one train running on this railway each time, then the Northern Railway that is now built lines are sufficient to meet transportation needs. However, this is impossible. Which railway in the world has only one single line? If we don't create 2 round-trip lines, then there will always be only one train running on this road. Doesn't this neuter the role that should have played? Train capacity? However, when Luo Chong learned the news, he immediately conveyed the news to all parties, asking Dongxing County to transport several ships of coal, and the coking plant on the island in the middle of the lake to also bring several ships of coke. He also asked Qingshu of Luoyang County to send people to take the outfitted little flying fish to the wharf of Weishan County. Luo Chong planned to do an experiment with the northern line of the New Way line first. If a small train was used to pull a full truck of reinforced concrete from Xing'an County, then transport it to the Weishan County pier to unload the truck, and then load the coal and coke from Weishan County. Go back, how long does it take to make a round trip like this, and how much more carrying capacity can be improved compared to the previous carriage? I'm so old today. Union, Omega, Union. On the 8th day of April in the first year of dashing, the newly built simple train station in Xing'an County was as lively as if it was a festival. The county guards from the 8 counties of Hanyang came, including Youfu, who was temporarily at home, and Tang Yao, who was preparing to return to his hometown. Also arrived with Luo Chong. There is also Lin Fei from the Xing'an County Power Research Institute and a group of researchers, who are today's protagonists. The first Comprehensive Research Institute of Huxin Island and the shipyard of Luoyang County also sent representatives to participate in the commissioning ceremony and subsequent tests. A big red flower was hung on the front of the locomotive, and the paint on the car was shiny. It looked like a groom about to get married. The scene was huge, and there were several photographers with cameras, taking pictures of everyone. With photos. Among them, Luo Chong was the busiest. He first had to take a group photo with the 8 county guards on the side of the locomotive, and then he had to take a group photo with the workers and researchers from the Power Research Institute who were responsible for developing the train. These are all heroes of the Han tribe. Each of their names is qualified to be recorded in history. Of course, these photos are no exception and will also be recorded in history. Then some other guests took photos, such as Yu Fu, representatives from the Luoyang County Shipyard, representatives from the Comprehensive Research Institute, Luo Chong and Tang Yao, the envoy of the Tang tribe, and everyone stood together again for a photo. This is just the first step. When the train starts to move later, when we are in the carriage, we will inevitably have to take a few more shots. After the first round of photos was over, Luo Chong stood on the wooden platform of the station and delivered an impromptu speech. My Han tribe compatriots, I am very happy today. Our tribe has been researching steam engines and steam locomotives since the autumn of the year before last. Today we finally have the results that we can put forward, and that is the car behind me. Endeavour steam locomotives, and the 176-kilometer-long new satellite line Northern Line. Everyone in the audience applauded enthusiastically after hearing this. The 8 county guards had already experienced the model car during the Jingdan festival. Naturally, they knew what kind of changes this car and this line would bring to the Han tribe after they were completed. People from other research institutes and shipyards know more about these machines and other things, and they understand the power of them better than the county guards. This Endeavour steam locomotive has completed preliminary experiments. It has also contributed a lot in the construction of the railway and has demonstrated its practical value. Therefore, today we specially held a transportation experiment here. The content of the experiment is that this train will carry 8 wagons of steel bars, 2 wagons of construction machinery, 6 wagons of cement, 3 passenger carriages, and 1 dining car carriage, a total of 20 carriages. From the new steel, the transportation journey starts from Ven Station and arrives at Weishan Ven Pier Station via the new satellite line North Line. The train will not stop during the journey. The journey is 176 kilometers and is expected to be completed in about 4 hours. I will use a mechanical clock made by a company to measure time and test whether the speed of this train can meet the standard. Okay, now if you want to follow, you can start boarding the train. After Luo Chong finished speaking, he was the first to board the penultimate car at the end, which was the car in front of the restaurant. Several photographers also quickly took pictures of Luo Chong's moment of boarding. Tang Yao followed closely behind, and others filed in after Luo Chong and Tang Yao got up. However, because there were 3 passenger carriages today, even though there were a lot of people, they didn't feel crowded at all. Moreover, this trial operation did not make any specialization of leadership inspections. What it should be like in normal times is still what it is now. Several county guards, Yu Fu, Lin Fei, Wen Nong, Ao Fei, and others followed Luo and rushed into a carriage. As soon as they got on, they found that the interior of the carriage was cleaner than their faces. The entire carriage was just a long strip. The large empty room looks like a truck for loading goods. There is nothing in it. Could it be that this car is so down to earth? Can't you just sit on the floor? If this is the case, it will indeed attract a lot of people, but it will definitely be a little inconvenient. Seeing everyone staring at each other, and even Tang Yao next to him didn't know where to sit, Luo Chong introduced with a smile. Everyone, please sit down. The long wooden boards on the walls on both sides of the carriage are chairs. When used, they can be put down like this and used to sit on people. Luo Chong took the lead in finding a position in the middle of the carriage, and then moved the wall, put down the bench and pulled Tang Yao to sit on it. When everyone saw the leader's demonstration, they also exclaimed in amazement. This design is interesting. The chair is hidden on the wall. If the leader hadn't reminded me, I wouldn't have realized it was a chair. Jian Dun, the governor of Makino County, said with emotion. Hey, this is actually the idea that our leader came up with. Because the population of our Han tribe is not very mobile, so the train can rarely catch up with passengers. In order to prevent the passenger carriages from being idle, the leader came up with this idea. I came up with an idea and came up with a passenger and cargo carriage. As you just saw, the chair is folded up and hidden in the wall when not in use. The carriage immediately becomes an empty freight carriage. When it is necessary to transport passengers, the chair can be put down, so as to utilize these carriages to the maximum extent so as not to cause idle waste. Hearing someone complimenting the design of the carriage, Lin Fei, who was also in this carriage, immediately introduced more detailed information about this dual-purpose carriage. Wow! It turns out that this was also designed by the leader. The leader's wild imagination is beyond our reach. Jian Dun said with conviction. Wen Nong and Ao Fei, who were in the same carriage, also agreed. There were countless things in their research institute, and there was more or less the shadow of Luo Chong behind them. Whenever they developed something new, they would show it to Luo Chong. Rushing to take a look, Luo Chong was like a prophet who could predict the future. He was able to comment clearly, and even just by looking at it, he could put forward suggestions for improvement. Moreover, as long as they followed the leader's instructions, they would be more or less rewarded. This is what they admire most. After everyone had found their seats and sat down, the approach conductor on the platform also blew his whistle and waved a small flag, giving instructions to the driver who was also the train conductor to allow him to leave the station. The next moment, bursts of whistles suddenly came from the direction of the car, breaking the quiet and peaceful morning. Ha 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 ha. The driver opened the valve of the steam pipe, and steam poured into the cylinder, pushing the piston and connecting rod to do work. The train finally started to move slowly. Luo Chong also looked at the mechanical clock hanging at the end of the carriage. It was now 8 o'clock in the morning. If nothing else happened, the train would take a full 8 hours to reach its destination? One more chapter in a while. 176 kilometers, completed in 8 hours, what is the concept? This speed is estimated by the Research Institute. After all, it has never been actually tested before. According to the design theory, it is calculated by multiplying the movement speed of the cylinder piston by the diameter of the power wheel. It is about 50 kilometers per hour. Converted to hours, it is 25 kilometers per hour. This speed is about the same as that of an electric bicycle. It's really not that fast. The speed of a war horse when charging can reach 75 kilometers per hour in a short time, but you can't stop it from pulling too much. How many horses can you pull so much and run at this speed? Moreover, large items such as steel bars and steam mixers cannot be loaded on a horse-drawn carriage. The standard steel bars of the Han tribe are 6 meters long. How can a horse-drawn carriage be 6 meters long? But the length of one train carriage can hold 2. The length of such narrow-gauge train carriages is 12 meters. If it is a wide-gauge heavy-haul railway, one carriage can be 25 meters long. It is a pity. It is not yet possible to produce rails for heavy-haul railways. In order to better compare the speed, Luo Chong also arranged a team of horse-drawn carriages to transport iron ingots for civilian use in various counties. In addition, there were dozens of Luo Chong's personal guards, all riding war horses to follow the train. Go ahead. As soon as the train started, the guards jumped out on their war horses. In a blink of an eye, there was only dust raised along the way. The convoy transporting iron ingots also started to set off. At first, it was slightly faster than the train. But when the train picked up its normal speed, the horse-drawn carriage convoy was immediately left behind and soon disappeared. In the passenger compartment of the train, everyone was chatting with each other, discussing the various benefits of the train and their own riding experience. Because the track is too short, there is a joint every 100 meters, so the vibration sound when running is particularly obvious, and the sound of what's more can't be heard, one after another. But everyone had only been on the train for about 10 minutes, and the excitement of seeing a train for the first time and riding a train for the first time hadn't worn off yet, So they still didn't realize there was anything wrong with the sound, and even felt that it made a loud noise. The banging sound is nice. Hey, tell me, why is this train banging when it is running? Is there something that was not done well? In the carriage in front, a representative from the Luoyang County shipyard asked in confusion. This guy kept banging and banging when he ran. He thought it was not installed properly, as if it was about to fall apart at any time, but he definitely couldn't say this. After all, it was the first official trial run. It was said that the new car was falling apart. I'm afraid it wasn't true. Looking for a draw. A craftsman from the Power Research Institute in the same carriage said, No, the vibration you heard is just the sound of the wheels and the track colliding. The wheels of this train are made of iron, and the road is also made of iron. Iron and iron, how come there is no sound when there is a collision? It's normal for the sound to be louder. Yes, each of the rails we produce is 100 meters long. When the wheels run over the joint of the two rails, they will make such a clanking sound. So every time you hear a clang, it means that we have run out. 100 meters, so you know how fast this car is. Another researcher from the second institute also added. Oh? So that's how it is? Every time it rings, it's 100 meters? So this car is indeed very fast. Some people immediately sighed. To be honest, although they were sitting in the car, they were always looking outside. The scenery on both sides of the railway was rapidly retreating, making them feel that the current speed must be very fast, but how fast it was, they were confused in their hearts. I had no idea at all, but now I heard the relationship between vibration and speed. Many people immediately sat down on the benches, then closed their eyes and listened, specifically counting their breaths and the banging sound made every time they passed the rail joint. Seeing that most of the people in the carriage were sitting there not talking or opening their eyes, as if they were sleeping, but in fact they were calculating the speed of the train. Hubang-dang, hubang-dang. Everyone listened to the whistling wind in their ears, and could hear a vibration every 2 breaths or so, indicating that within 2 breaths, the car pulled so many people and goods for 100 meters. Indeed, it's super fast. But compared to the excited crowd, Luo Chong, who was sitting in the penultimate carriage, didn't look happy at all. Tang Yao sat sideways next to Luo Chong. She stretched her head to look out of the carriage window and asked Luo Chong curiously. Why do you look unhappy? Is there something you are dissatisfied with? There's nothing to be unhappy about, I just feel a little slow. Luo Chong replied without opening his eyes, as if he were concentrating with his eyes closed. Tang Yao was surprised, is this car still slow? But I already feel it is very fast. Don't forget how many people are sitting in this car and how many things are being pulled. She had heard that the cement pulled in front was actually stone powder. Don't you know how heavy the stone is? What's further ahead is the steel bar, which is real steel. Just the steel pulled by this cart would not be able to be smelted by the Tang tribe in several years, let alone shaped like this. A car pulling so many things can still run as fast as a war horse. Is this still called slow? She really couldn't understand what Luo Chong was thinking. It's okay. Luo Chong still didn't open his eyes and just replied perfunctorily. What should he say to this question? It can't be said that in my previous life, I took a train from Beijing to Shanghai in 6 hours, but the train I take now can't cover 200 kilometers in 8 hours. If this isn't slow, what does it mean to be slow? Even the green train that Luo Chong rode on when he was a child could easily reach a speed of 100 kilometers per hour, right? 8 hours. Logically speaking, it is considered a long distance in modern times, but the Han tribe's current train takes 8 hours to travel from this county to the next county? Isn't this called slow? Tang Yao couldn't understand Luo Chong's thoughts at all. If she couldn't figure it out, she just didn't think about it. She folded her arms and lay on the car window, tilted her head and looked at Luo Chong and asked, Luo Chong, after we get married, will you let people build railways and trains in our area? Of course, your rubber, iron ore, and various stones are all hidden in the mountains, especially the stones from Panchir County. Without this narrow-gauge train, how would you transport them out? Also, our research institute has recently discovered that if you want to make rails for heavy-duty railways, you must use your iron ore. If you don't have coal mines nearby to support iron smelting, I would be prepared to build them in your place. A second steel smelting base has been established. Just as he was talking, Luo Chong opened his eyes suddenly. He suddenly thought, yes, how could he forget this? Luo Chong quickly glanced at the entire carriage, and then greeted Yu Fu, come here. Yu Fu was standing at the back door of the carriage looking outside. When he heard Luo Chong calling him, he immediately came over and bowed his hand to Luo Chong before asking, Chief, what are your orders? I asked you to choose the starting point for this exploration. Have you made your choice? Luo Chong said straight to the point. Not yet. Does the leader have any suggestions? Yu Fu hesitated and said. Then don't choose. You start from Tang tribe this time, use Tang tribe as the base point, and search outward in a fan shape in 3 directions, northeast and west. I want to find a coal mine closest to Tang tribe. If there were no coal mines nearby, if we wanted to make steel in the south, we would have to ship coke there from the Huxindeo coking plant in the north. This distance was too far, and the cost and time were unreliable, so we found a place not far from Tongshan. The closest coal mine to the tribe is the most important. You must keep this in mind and look for it as the most important target. Luo Chong spoke very solemnly, and Yu Fu didn't dare to be careless. He immediately corrected his attitude and replied meticulously, Niwa. I remember, the first target is the coal mine closest to the Tang tribe. Finished today. Luo Chong and Yu Fu discussed the starting point for the next exploration. Naturally, everyone around them heard it, and many people present suddenly understood. It doesn't matter whether they explore or not. What's important is that they heard a message from this news, that is, the relationship between the Tang tribe and the Han tribe has changed. The Han tribe wanted to create a second steel smelting center in the south based on the Tang tribe's iron mines. This news shows that their leader has reached some kind of agreement with the Tang tribe. The 2 tribes will definitely merge in the future, and now that Tang Yao is next to Luo Chong dares to say in front of her that the 2 tribes will naturally merge. It's impossible to start a fight. This shows that the merger must be peaceful, and given the strength gap between the 2 tribes, there is only one outcome. The Tang tribe will be integrated into the Han tribe as a whole, and eventually become part of the Han tribe. This is a good thing. You must know that although the Tang tribe has a smaller population, its territory is not small. It has 8 counties, which is no smaller than the 8 counties in the north. And to be fair, the Tang tribe's last census counted 80,000 people. Although the number of people is a little less than that of Qingshu Island, in this era, there is no other tribe except the Han tribe that can compare. There is no need to consume a single soldier, nor much money of food. It can support a wave of construction at most. At such a price, it can be peacefully exchanged for the territory of 8 counties and a population of 80,000. How do you think it is a good deal? The Han tribe is really getting stronger and stronger under the leadership of its leader. After everyone sighed, their thoughts returned to the train they were riding. Now that the Han tribe has this train again, in the future, the world will be so big, where can they not go? Woo woo woo. The locomotive roared, pulling the train of carriages weighing tens of thousands of tons, roaring and galloping forward. After driving for 20 minutes, Luo Chong and the others saw outside the car window the leader's cavalrymen who had rushed ahead from the beginning. Those personal guards rode war horses and led the way. When they first set off, they left the train far behind. Even the flying dust raised by their horses' hooves could not catch up. But now, 20 minutes have passed. Even the war horses have exhausted their energy after running so fast for such a long time. They can only move forward slowly. If they are urged to continue running, they may be exhausted. The train Luo Chong and the others were riding on, pulling so many things, was still moving leisurely and steadily at a speed of more than 20 kilometers per hour. It was indeed not running very fast, but this long steel dragon did not. There is a hint of weakness, as if you add enough coal and water to it, this long steel dragon can run forever. Of course, it is impossible to run all the way to the end of the world, because the railway is only more than 100 kilometers long. No matter how powerful it is, it has to stop at the station. An hour later, the train is still moving forward calmly. Although everyone is no longer surprised at the beginning, they have to be convinced. This thing is really an artifact. Even if it is a carriage, it has to let the horse rest after running for so long. It's done, but the iron bump is not used at all. In the front cab, the driver is controlling the train. In fact, the train is not easy to operate. This thing has no steering wheel at all, and it will not let you turn. It will run along the rails by itself. The only use of the driver is to keep an eye on the railway in front of you to avoid any obstacles. For example, the driver just encountered a group of wild antelopes crossing the railway. After seeing it from a distance, he quickly sounded the whistle. The whistle blew, and the antelopes were immediately scared away. The other thing is, keep an eye on the railway section and adjust the speed from time to time. If it is a long straight line, put the steam valve to the maximum, use the maximum power output, let the train accelerate and accelerate again. If you see a fast curve, just quickly turn down the steam valve, slow down the train, pass the curve at a low speed, and then increase the speed after passing the curve to avoid running off the track or overturning when cornering at high speed. The co-pilot next to him was filling shovelfuls of coal into the boiler. As for adding water, he added water through metal pipes and valves. Moreover, adding water to the boiler does not directly add water to the boiler. If cold water is added directly to the boiler, the core temperature of the boiler will be rapidly reduced in a short period of time. Once the temperature drops too fast, the output power of the steam locomotive will drop off a cliff at best. Otherwise, due to thermal expansion and contraction, the steam pressure in the boiler will rapidly decrease, and even form a negative pressure state. In serious cases, due to the principle of air extraction, the boiler will shrink inward and dent, or even directly explode the furnace. This is a very dangerous thing, so you must preheat before adding water to the boiler. First, transport the cold water through the pipes to the middle of the front superheated pipe, smoke pipe, and steam pipe. Use the heat emitted by these pipes to preheat the water in the water supply pipe. When the preheating reaches 70 or 80 degrees within a certain period of time, add it to the boiler again. At this time, since the new water already has a very high temperature, after it is added to the water tank in the boiler, it will be heated again by the boiling water and steam in the boiler. Basically, it will boil in less than a minute and turn into steam and superheated steam again. Entering the cylinder pushes the piston to do work and convert it into power. The front-end boiler of the Endeavour model is not large and the power is limited, so it is not expected to run very fast, but small has small advantages. With such a front end, the coal water tanker behind the cab can load 1 ton of coal. These 2,000 kilograms of coal are enough to support the Endeavour to run 500 kilometers with a full load, which is equivalent to 400 kilograms of coal consumption per 100 kilometers. 400 kilograms of coal is really not much, just 4 bags filled with the kind of fish scale woven bags used to hold feed. 4 bags of coal hauling tens of thousands of tons of cargo for 100 kilometers is not much at all, right? Of course, compared with the internal combustion engine with higher thermal efficiency, this loss is still too large. The thermal energy conversion ratio of the steam engine is only 10% at most. Moreover, because the endeavor of the Han tribe does not have an advanced control system, it cannot even reach 100%. 10 times can't do it. As for a better gasoline engine, the heat energy conversion ratio can reach 423%, which is already the most advanced engine in mankind. The difference between the two lies in internal combustion and external combustion. The internal combustion engine injects fuel into the cylinder, ignites the fuel in the cylinder, and uses the flame expansion gas to directly push the piston to do work. As for a steam engine, its combustion chamber and cylinder are separated. The heat energy must be converted into steam in the outer combustion chamber, and then the steam is used to push the cylinder piston to do work. This creates an additional layer of heat energy loss, and the steam also releases heat during conduction. All this heat energy is wasted. However, even the steam engine is now the best power machine for the Han tribe. Even if there are internal combustion engine cars, it will be very difficult for the Han tribe to support such a large amount of oil consumption. Besides, the wheels of the train rolled against the joints of the rails, making constant noises, but everyone was now used to this feeling. 2 hours passed, and at 10 o'clock in the morning, everyone in the car began to feel a little bored, mainly because there was nothing to do in the car, and they didn't bring any recreational toys. At this time, Luo Chong was holding things that become coveted by everyone. Tang Yao took out an exquisite wooden box, which was filled with black and white ceramic chess pieces. Tang Yao unfolded the box directly, and the surface of the box became a chessboard. She and Luo Chong put the box on their laps and started playing backgammon. Others were stunned and regretted that they didn't bring a chessboard. This was what Luo Chong specifically told Tang Yao to bring. After all, among everyone present, only Luo Chong had taken a long-distance train. In this era, there were no mobile phones. There were just these few people in a closed carriage for 8 hours. What kind of entertainment could they do? Luo Chong and Tang Yao played a few games. Seeing several county guards standing beside them eagerly to watch, they felt sorry for themselves, so they gave instructions to Lin Fei. Lin Fei, you go to the dining car at the back and ask. Let the dining car prepare some tea, pastries, or fruits for everyone. If that doesn't work, you can get some peanuts for everyone to eat. Hey, this is good, this is good. It would be great if there are fried peanuts with shells. I like that. Yunji became happy when he heard this. He got some peanuts to peel and play with. That is also a kind of fun, isn't it? It's better than being in a boring days here. Lin Fei responded, then walked directly from the outside of the back door of the carriage, grabbed the outer railing, and stepped to the door of the dining car behind. Those who didn't know it thought they were the railway gorillas car-picking gang. This is also a mistake in the original design, or it cannot be counted as a mistake. Because the Han tribe didn't even have a serious passenger carriage. They were all used for both passenger and cargo. The carriage was bare and only provided one seat at most. How could there be so many other ancillary facilities? Therefore, there are neither toilets nor connecting passages between these carriages. It is impossible to go from one carriage to another. You can only use the outer wall of the carriage and step over the railing to the door of the other carriage. It looks like doing acrobatics. Fortunately, the speed of this train is not very fast, and it is not too dangerous. Moreover, when it is used to transport passengers, passengers are not allowed to rush back and forth in several carriages. Not long after, Lin Fei brought over a wooden food box from the dining car. The food box had 8 layers. It was a large food box. The bottom contained tea bowls and tea leaves, and the upper layers were filled with peanuts, fried soybeans, and even tea. There are also dried meat snacks, candied fruits, persimmons, and other snacks. When everyone saw it, they immediately became divided. Luo Chong only wanted a cup of tea and nothing else. After everyone was divided, Lin Fei stood at the back door of the carriage again, holding the railing next to the door with one hand. He shouted to the back, and a cook immediately appeared at the door of the dining car behind him. The guy stood at the front door of the dining car in the same posture, holding the railing with one hand and holding a large iron teapot with the other, and then handed it directly to Lin Fei. The two of them were like railway gorillas, holding the iron teapot on the train. Outside the carriage, a handover of hot water bottles was completed. Damn, it's so hard to drink hot water. After their compartment had replenished hot water and snacks, Lin Fei used the same method to deliver some hot water and snacks to the two compartments in front of him. The journey was safe and smooth. By noon, that is, at 12 o'clock, the train had traveled nearly half of the way. However, everyone was already hungry by this time, and it was time to eat again. There was no other way, so Lin Fei had no choice but to pick up the train and deliver meals to the 3 passenger carriages one by one. Finally, when the work was over and everyone was eating together, Lin Fei gave Luo Chong some advice. "Chief, this is a bit too troublesome. I won't say whether it's tiring or dangerous, but this operation is too troublesome. I think this passenger and cargo carriage needs to be improved. It should be on the front and rear walls of the carriage. A double door opens up, so even if you don't let people pass by, it's convenient to pass things between the front and rear compartments. If you are worried about the 2 horizontal seats on the front and rear compartment walls, then you can open 2 windows on the front and rear compartment walls, as long as people can stand in the compartment and pass things forward and backward. Well, by the way, if you open the windows, I suggest opening the left and right sliding windows. This will save the windows from swaying and making it easy for the windows of the front and rear carriages to collide." "Well, this is a good suggestion. You can just do it yourself. You don't need to ask for my opinion on such a small matter. Isn't this just a trial run?" "That is to find problems during the trial run and then make modifications again. Nowadays, trains have not been installed in large quantities. Even the current one is just a large-scale experimental product. Only by discovering problems as early as possible and making improvements as soon as possible can the final shape be finalized as soon as possible. When mass production occurs, you can make improvements if you want. It's hard to change." Luo Chong nodded and agreed to Lin Fei's suggestion, and then reminded him again. After everyone had lunch, someone wanted to go to the toilet. The carriage in front was okay, and there were all the old men. Many people stood at the door of the carriage and peed outside. There was no need to be ashamed. Anyway, it was a wild field outside, and there was no one there. But there is a woman like Tang Yao in Luo Chong's carriage, and she is also the leader's woman. How dare they, so they can only hold it in, and if they can't hold it in anymore, they pick up the train and run to the front carriage for convenience. Said, drop by. Waiting until 1:30 in the afternoon, the train finally passed the first intermediate station on this trip, which was the temporary railway station in Isa County. However, the driver had no intention of stopping at all, because this time the test was about driving speed. How can I measure the fastest speed when the time has stopped? However, the people in Isa County roughly knew the time when the train would pass through their station. They calculated that the time was almost up, and the people rushed to the railway line with their families to see the big train. When they saw the train spewing steam and billowing white smoke as it sped towards them, the local people immediately cheered on both sides of the railway. Another artifact of the Han tribe was born. The driver quickly sounded the whistle, firstly to warn people not to block the train path, and secondly, to pay tribute to the people along the line. In the 3 manned carriages at the rear of the train, Luo Chong and a group of elites from the Han tribe also stood at the carriage door, waving to the people below. Luo Chong stood directly at the carriage door, and others were at the back door. Some of them leaned half out of the window and waved to the people. A photographer among the people below held up a camera to capture this exciting scene, witnessing a historical scene. In the carriage where Luo Chong was sitting, Ao Fei, the founder of the camera, also personally took a picture of Luo Chong waving to the people. This was the first time that the leader took a train developed by the Han tribe and waved to the people along the way. Pay tribute. This is a big chapter. I'm dead now, Zoo, 3 Zoo. The train whined and whistled as it sped through Isa County, and people along the way lined the streets to welcome it. However, in order to test the fastest speed, the train did not stop at the Isa County station. During the next journey, there were gradually more and more people on both sides of the railway. Neat rice fields were lined up along the roadside. However, it was impossible to see houses. The houses were all built in the city, and there were no private houses outside at all. In the final analysis, it is because the population of the Han tribe is too small. The Han tribe is essentially a city-state tribe. The main population centers in various places are the county towns and county towns of each county. There are no villages outside the county towns and county towns. In this regard, only Hanyang County and Ruyang County, the oldest counties, have some villages outside the city. Because these two counties were the earliest to develop, the cities they built in the early days were not large in scale. After these years of reproduction, the population naturally increased. Will migrate to surrounding areas. Qingshu Island, which was just taken over by the Han tribe, is a counterexample. The population of about 100,000 is distributed in hundreds of villages of various sizes. There is not even a larger town, let alone a city wall. If a railway is to be laid there, it is really possible to build it close to residents' homes, because there is not even a city wall there. The train continued to rumble forward, and Luo Chong also called several county guards in the same carriage over. You county guards, as well as Tang Yao, Yu Fu, and Lin Fei, come here. Let's discuss how many trains and rails are needed now. You should have seen the functions and benefits of trains, and after experiencing it, I roughly know the usefulness and importance of this thing. We will definitely popularize it in large quantities in the future, so let's discuss how much we need in a short time. Luo Chong asked several people. Yi Dao. Several people nodded after hearing this, and then found a seat close to Luo Chong, or sat opposite Luo Chong. Lin Fei was the first to speak. Chief, let me report on the production situation first. According to our current production level, there will definitely be no shortage of rails. The rails produced every day, at the current rate, they can't lay as much as we can. Produced quickly. In addition, as for the locomotive, we can only say that the production of the locomotive has just started. It is equivalent to being semi-mechanical and semi-manual, so it takes a long time. The good thing is that we have accumulated a group of professional workers, especially those who were involved in making trains before. They are the backbone of our future expansion of production. However, it is still difficult for us to expand production in a short period of time. Next, I estimate that it will take about 1.5 months to produce another car head, and it will be very fast. If it is set to be one every 2 months, can be completed relatively easily. Luo Chong nodded after hearing this, then shook his head again, and then said, the production speed is too slow. Let me conservatively talk about how many trains we need. First of all, on the new satellite railway we are currently on, we must ensure that there are at least 2 trains in operation. Then there are Xingyang County, Dongxing County, and the Babaishan copper mine in Luoyang County. Together, these 3 places have at least 5 trains, all of which are used for mining. Then there is the route from the south, from Takumi County to the capital city. This line requires at least 2 vehicles, and the capital city itself requires at least 1 vehicle for internal construction. Tang tribe currently needs at least 1 train, and currently it is mainly the route from Panchir County to Tangcheng County. Qingshu is currently unavailable, but after the bridge is built, the railway will have to be built sooner or later, and it will be an ultra-long line that runs through the entire Qingshu Island and connects the grasslands to the capital from the cross-sea bridge, but this can wait until the future. The technology for heavy haul trains is under repair. The total number of what I mentioned above is 11. We can first produce them in batches. First, there will be another vehicle for the new guard line we are taking now. Get this one out first, and then 5 vehicles for the 3 mining areas. Cars, this is our basic base, we must do this well first, and then the few cars in the south. Luo Chong first summarized the number of trains needed with everyone, and then talked about the issue of train manufacturing. Lin Fei, your research institute is responsible for sending people to the motorcycle manufacturing plant to train workers. Based on the number 2 train of this road, when building the number 2 train of the new satellite line, each workstation must bring at least 1 apprentice. And be responsible for bringing them to the church. When the time comes to produce the 5 trains in the mine, you must have the ability to produce 2 trains at the same time for at least a month and a half, and you must maintain this number in the future. Even if the production of the train stops, you must keep these. Know when building new cars, we are responsible for maintaining existing ones. In short, this group of people must not be lost, and students from schools will be recruited to join in the future, to gradually replace older workers. Lin Fei nodded after hearing this. The Han tribe currently needs these in total. No matter how much they are produced, it will be useless. This is a total order, but if it needs to be produced in the future, it will not be possible without people, so it must be raised. Batch people. Lin Fei has even thought about sending the old group of people to stations in various places, when the newcomers mature in the future, to be responsible for maintaining trains in various places at any time. This kind of work is not that busy, but the income is definitely not that good. Low, after all, there are still only a few people who understand trains. However, he still asked Luo Chong a question. Chief, it's okay to lead apprentices as you said. We can do it, but the key is that no one lets us lead them. Generally, people who don't understand these things will find it difficult to teach them even if they learn them. It's impossible for them to learn so quickly. Able to work alone. In this regard, it won't work even if you send me a group of students with the best academic performance in the school. They must understand mechanics and preferably have done relevant work. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that these students will be. You can become a teacher. Lin Fei said with some embarrassment. This is easy to handle. Find someone with relevant work experience. You don't have such people, right? Negotiate with Dali yourself, directly transfer positions internally, select some with good skills, young and energetic people, and let them learn from you. As for the positions vacated by these people, you will soon no longer worry that no one will use them, but you will have to make plans for how to place them. Luo Chong said directly. What? What does the leader mean by this? Dali asked in confusion. What? What do you mean? Once our train is completed, many transportation personnel who used to run on this line will lose their jobs. As for the carriage convoy that set off with us this morning, do you think it is still necessary for these coachmen to exist? One train trip would take them a month. These people will no longer pull cars, so what do you want them to do? Are you all going home to farm? This is not impossible, but there is no problem in selecting some people to enter your factory, right? So you don't need to worry about lack of people at all. Luo Chong explained to them directly. In a short meeting, Luo Chong decided on the locomotive production plan for the next period of time. Starter. 11 trains are the current urgent needs of the Han tribe. This is a plan that must be completed. As for how many trains will be built in the future, it depends on future development, but there will definitely be more and more. During the remaining journey of the northern route of the new Weiline line, we met more and more people. In the last part of the journey, we had to pass through 4 counties in Weishan County. Every time we reached a county, there would be people crossing the road. Welcome, Luo Chong and the others also stood on the train and greeted the people enthusiastically. This trial run not only revealed the upcoming changes to the Han tribe in the future, it was also a political inspection for Luo Chong to wash away his prestige, letting the people along the way know that the leader and the elites of the tribe had come up with another plan for everyone. Nice one. The small train whined out smoke and steam as it drove all the way to the dock goods yard in Weishan County. That is the terminus of the northern line of the new satellite line and the midpoint station of the entire new satellite line. However, there is currently no station on the southern line. Just fix it. Chief, look at the city wall in front of you, the county seat of Weishan County has arrived. Lin Fei stood at the door of the carriage, holding the railing and leaning out half of his body and said. Luo Chong was stunned, and immediately stuck his head out and looked ahead. Sure enough, he saw the city wall of Weishan County, and it was still approaching quickly. The driver of the car in front had already sounded the whistle, warning passers-by to stay away from the track. They were going to enter the pit. But the time is wrong. Luo Chong turned to look at the mechanical clock in the carriage again. The time displayed on it should be only 2:20 in the afternoon. They set off at 8 o'clock in the morning, and it would be 6 hours until 2 o'clock. It's been an hour and 20 minutes, and we're already heading into the station? Originally, everyone estimated very conservatively that if this car could pull such a heavy load, it would be good to complete the distance in 4 hours. Unexpectedly, they underestimated the strength of this car? Woo woo woo. The whistle blew loudly, and the driver had already started to slow down in the last few hundred meters. The train still gradually slowed down, and finally slowed down to the point where it was like walking. It stopped at the terminal platform and then braked. Luo Chong looked at the clock one last time. This time, the time was about 2:28 p.m. Due to accuracy issues, there may be errors, but even if it was 2:30, it would be 8 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. A total of 6.5 hours, a total of 176 kilometers. Luo Chong did a quick mental calculation and found that the average speed reached 28 kilometers per hour. 56 kilometers per hour. It seems to be faster than you expected. Luo Chong immediately calculated the result and told everyone. Yes, Chief, I didn't expect this car to run so fast. Even along the way, I was praying to God. It doesn't matter if I run slower, as long as there is no malfunction on the way and the train breaks down. I'm so grateful to have finished the race. Lin Fei said excitedly as he looked at the time displayed on the mechanical clock in the carriage and the perfect score shown by the Endeavour train. The other county guards were not as excited as he was, because what everyone cared about was not the speed, but that this car could really pull so many things with just 2 people burning the fire, which was already amazing. As for whether it is 4 hours or 3 hours, does this mean anything? Anyway, they are all equally awesome. The speed of 28 kilometers per hour is actually not bad. Luo Chong was not too excited, but in order not to offend the people in their research institute, he still said it boldly. Okay, this trial run not only successfully completed the task, but also allowed Endeavour to achieve good results that exceeded the design indicators. I would like to mark a great contribution to all the personnel involved in this project in your institute, and wait until the end of the year to conduct the knighthood again. Evaluate. Also Dolly, the workers in your steel mill and motorcycle factory will also receive half a month's salary as a reward, so that everyone can work hard and teach the new apprentices well. They are not allowed to hide their secrets. If they follow the time after completing the task of guiding the disciples, I will receive an additional month's salary and record merit for them. At the end of the year, the merit will be re-evaluated. Yes, thank you, Chief. Dolly and Lin Fei immediately came to Luo Chong, and they both saluted Luo Chong respectfully. The train gradually came to a stop, and people in the last 3 carriages began to get off. Luo Chong led everyone to take photos in front of the train. After the ceremony was completed, the trains began to be unloaded. All the steel and cement must be loaded onto the sailboats anchored here and prepared to be transported to the construction site of the cross-sea bridge. The little flying fish is currently parked here. Tang Yao will take this boat home soon. Going south with him are Moxion's dozen craftsmen who are responsible for making models of the palace, and the models they produced, including with their participation, I believe the construction speed of the palace should be faster. Yufu also wants to take this fast boat, and he is also responsible for the task of searching for coal around the Tang tribe. This is related to the construction of the Han tribe's second steel smelting base in the future, and is also related to whether the Han tribe can own it. Manganese steel with higher hardness. If manganese steel is available, the rails of heavy-duty railways will no longer be a dream. As for the difficulty of repairing the railway, I will just cultivate slowly in the future. Anyway, Luo Chong is not in a hurry now, after all, he is still young. The stevedores at the dock are using lever cranes to lift bags of cement and steel bars. On Luo Chong's side, his own guards are also helping to move things for Tang Yao and the others. The people who are going to be on the little flying fish clippers, this time there are quite a few. For example, the families of the craftsmen and machine must follow them to settle into a high county. Otherwise, they will definitely not be able to come back before the capital is built. We cannot let the families live apart in two places for several years. On the deck of Xiao Feiyu, Luo Chong was standing on the side of the ship saying goodbye to Tang Yao. If nothing happens, it should be very quick to go back this time. When we have more clippers like this in the future, it will be easier for you to go home again. But it probably won't take long. When the palace in the west of Takumi County is built, I will move there with my whole family. If you want to go home then, I will go back with you. We will take the train all the way. What do you think of it being able to come to your doorstep? Well, thank you Luo Chong. I will get things done quickly when I go back this time. When I inherit the position of leader of Empress Ji, I will marry you. Tang Yao opened her big watery eyes and looked at Luo Chong seriously. Luo Chong didn't say anything, but directly embraced her in his arms and held her tightly for a while, then he and Tang Yao cherished each other. On the pier, Luo Chong got off the boat and stood on the pier, waving to Tang Yao. Tang Yao also stood by the boat, waving and looking at Luo Chong. When the two meet again next time, the Tang tribe should not be called the Tang tribe. Should it be renamed and create a state or something? So what state should it be called? Luo Chong thought secretly. P.S. Think about it quickly, what state is it called? I'll wait for your reply tomorrow. The fleet set sail, with Xiao Feiyu taking the lead and rushing forward. The blade-shaped bow split the river water, and the streamlined and slender hull quickly cut across the water. The 5 ships were wider than the sides of the ship. The sail provides powerful power, allowing the flying fish boat to fly forward rapidly, as if it is really flying on the water. Only 10 minutes later, after turning a corner, the flying fish could no longer be seen from the ordinary cargo ship behind. The passengers on the boat also found the speed of the boat very surprising. Even the crewmen who were operating the boat felt that it was the first time they had driven such a fast sailing ship. Departing from Weishan County, it originally took a day to reach the dock of Luoyang County. The Feiyu arrived in just a few hours. The 3-day voyage from Luoyang County to Dongxing County took only it arrived in less than a day. Faced with such speed, even the dozen or so people on board Moxion were shocked. You must know that they used to specialize in making ship models. They were extremely familiar with the various types of sailing ships of the Han tribe. They also knew the performance of various ship types, but no ship could reach the same speed as this flying fish. Higher and lower. The little flying fish drove so fast, heading south day and night, and finally arrived at the dock of Takumi County on the evening of the 11th day after departure. The photographer accompanying the ship immediately disembarked and stood on the pier to take a photo with the pier as the background, as well as a photo of the flying fish boat and the Tang tribe city behind it. These were evidence that the flying fish boat had arrived here, and then the man went to find Dashu in Takumi County and asked him to testify. He wrote the time of the flying fish ship's arrival on the photo, and then stamped it with his seal to prove that he had actually seen the ship. With such double proof, it was finally confirmed that the ship arrived at Takumi County Pier from Weishan County Pier within 11 days. This is absolutely explosive news. Dashu was unable to return to the 8 counties in the north during the Chinese New Year, nor had he seen the flying fish model ship at Luo Chong's home, so when he heard that the ship took less than 11 days to travel from Weishan County in the north, when I arrived here, I was very surprised. After all, he is the governor of a county. Dashu still has some political sensitivity. He knows very well what such a fast speed can bring to the Han tribe. With such a powerful transportation capacity, I am afraid that the leader's plan to build the South will begin. Speed it up. Everyone, please rest here for one night. I have prepared a post house for you. You can stay in the post house today. As for the envoy of the Tang tribe, I can send someone directly to take you back to Tang City. What do you think? Dashu first discussed today's reception schedule with Yu Fu, Moxin, the craftsmen, and their families, and then asked about Tang Yao. Okay, I will go back today, so I won't trouble Sheriff Lin here. If Sheriff Lin wants to reply to Luo Chong, remember to tell him that he is safe for me. Tang Yao also nodded and agreed. Next, she would take over Tang Ji's position as leader, and she was still a little nervous, even if the title was only temporary. Don't worry, I will definitely report to the leader. Dashu agreed and began to arrange for people to send Tang Yao home. As for Yu Fu and Moxin, who are traveling with Tang Yao, Yu Fu has to gather his old troops here in Tuahai County to form a new exploration team. He will not start setting off until the people and tools are ready. As for the families of the craftsmen in Moxin, they will all be arranged in Tuahai County for the time being. Dashu has already made preparations for this and immediately arranged for his subordinates to arrange new homes and fields for their families so that you can survive here too. In addition, while settling the families of the dozen or so craftsmen, Dashu also wrote a special letter to Yu Ji, who was at the capital construction site, asking him to send someone to pick up the dozen or so craftsmen and the large palace complex they built. Model. When Yu Ji heard that the people were coming, he was very happy and immediately sent his Jinwu guards to Tuahai County to pick them up. By the time the Jinwu guards who picked them up arrived, the new homes of Moxin and the others were almost ready. These dozen carpenters and bricklayers even made some furniture and other things for the new home, but no time was wasted. It continued like this until the 3rd day of May, when 20 Jinwu guards knights took machine and a dozen of them, as well as the huge palace sand table, firewood, grain and other supplies, pulled 4 carriages, and 20 horses. The war horses headed towards the capital city in the northwest of Tuahai County. On the way there, Moxin and others sat in the carriage of a 4-wheeled carriage. On both sides of the convoy were 12 cavalrymen carrying helmets. There were 4 cavalrymen in front and behind, each of them responsible for exploring the road and cutting off the rear. It can be said that the dozen or so craftsmen were well protected, which was enough to show that the leader and the commander of the Jinwu Guard named Yu Ji valued them. While driving, Moxin noticed that there was a simple dirt road where they were walking, so he asked the cavalrymen following him. This little brother, dare I ask, when this road was built? Ah? Master, are you talking to me? You asked about this road. In fact, there is no road here. It was just a road paved by our commander when he led us to escort 3,000 slaves to march to the capital. In addition, it was run over by many cars and horses, so it became the road you mentioned. In fact, it has not been properly repaired at all. But to be honest, although I don't know how to build a road, it's definitely not that difficult, mainly because this place is so nice. Let me tell you this, we have only been walking for half a day. We walked for 4 days when we came here. The distance from the capital to Takumi County is flat and plain. There is no road construction in such a place. Simple? After hearing Mo Xian's question, the little cavalryman who was following the car started talking. If everyone didn't talk much during such a long journey, I'm afraid they wouldn't all die of boredom. At this moment, the 4 cavalrymen who were exploring the road at the front suddenly turned back and 2 of them came back, and then they yelled at the convoy. Everyone is on alert. There are unidentified people hunting 3 miles ahead. It is initially suspected that they may be savages from other tribes. Upon hearing this, Mo Xian and others were stunned, and then asked the soldiers of the Jinwu Guard next to them in confusion. Savages, are there other small tribal populations in the area between Tuahai County and the capital? When you came here, didn't you absorb those people in advance? Well, to tell you the truth, Master, when we first came here, in addition to guarding the slaves, we also had to search for water sources and terrain. How could we have time to carefully look for any savages around us? But there really weren't any at that time. Who knows where these savages came from? The little cavalryman said while observing the surroundings vigilantly. Some even took out binoculars from their waists to look around. A cavalry commander leading the team asked the scout, "Where did the savages come from? Where were they found? How many are there?" Returning to the banner master, those who are hunting are a dozen adult men with animal skins around their waists. They are hunting wild goats drinking water by the river. They are equipped with homemade bows and arrows and spears. There seems to be a group of similarly dressed men not far away. There were hundreds of people in the crowd. There were old people, women, children, and young children and babies in the procession. It seemed like they were migrating as a whole. Oh? Migrating the whole clan? What a good thing. Brothers, it is our duty to make a contribution. If we can recruit this group of people into our tribe, it will be a great achievement. The general flag immediately became interested. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this. If there were only a dozen adult men hunting, then they would not mind their own business. Everyone would go their own way, and they would also escort the sandbox model and the dozen craftsmen. I had a mission, so I didn't want to cause trouble. But there are women and children in the opponent's team, so the nature is different. If you encounter this kind of migration of a wild tribe with no clear destination, they will definitely be recruited into the Han tribe. However, the general flag did not abandon Mo Xian and others directly. Instead, he rode towards the convoy and said to the leader, Mo Xian, "Master Mo, there is a tribe of several hundred people ahead. They seem to be migrating. We are going to persuade them to join our Han tribe. Do you want to go there with us?" Mo Xian immediately laughed, then patted the sword hanging on his waist and said, "Master General Banner, don't worry, we can protect ourselves. I just want to see what kind of tribe this is, so why don't we go together?" "Okay, then we'll go together." Everyone packs their gear, grabs their weapons, and stays vigilant. "Let's go." The flag officer nodded with satisfaction, and the convoy immediately began to speed up and approach the front. Just when Mo Xian and the others were quickly approaching the savages, the dozen men who had been hunting goats by the river also started to panic. They were holding spears made of polished stones and simple bows and arrows, and they were watching with vigilance. The 2 Jinwu guards riding horses wandering in the distance were 2 of the 4 people who were scouting ahead. Who are those people? How can they tame wild beasts and ride them? A young man from the hunting team by the river said in surprise as he looked at the 2 Jinwu guards a little further away. "I don't know, let's go, we can't stay here any longer." The older captain of the hunting team said warily. Then where are we going? Are we going to the clan's place? No, that will lead them there. Let's run in other directions. Let's run separately. If anyone can return to the clan, tell the elders to take everyone and hide quickly. The leader of the hunting team had just finished speaking when he noticed that among the two cavalrymen in the distance, one suddenly seemed to have discovered something and immediately drove the tall beast under him and ran towards their migrating group. He immediately shouted in surprise, "No, that person has found our tribe. Everyone, run back. If they are enemies, fight them." As soon as a dozen men heard this, they immediately packed up their weapons, picked up the 4 goats they had just hunted on the ground, and ran barefoot towards their own tribe. Their group was resting in a small forest upstream of the river, collecting firewood and preparing to light a fire. Some teenagers and women were also touching fish and shrimps in the knee-deep water by the river, while younger children were digging around in the woods, trying to looking for any edible roots or wild fruits. Except for the very young children, the remaining adults, old and young, male and female, were all busy with their own things. At this time, several women standing by the water fishing suddenly saw a strange man in the distance, wearing clothes made of unknown things, and riding a beast. The beast was running wildly towards them. "Come here quickly." "Ah? There's a man over there. He's coming towards us on a beast." The woman held a green shrimp in her hand and shouted to the tribesmen around her. Everyone quickly turned around and saw that there was indeed a man riding a tall beast coming towards them. Further away, the hunting team of his own tribe was also running towards here quickly. It seemed that they had encountered that man first. On top, does the other party want to steal the hunting team's prey? Everyone quickly pick up your spears, gather together, and put the children and women in the middle. There is only one person on the other side. He should not be our opponent. Don't panic. In the tribe, an old man about 50 years old loudly greeted the tribesmen. Hearing the elders' greeting, everyone seemed to have found a backbone, and immediately began to look for weapons to gather together, protecting the women and children in the middle, and watched the man riding the beast warily. When the Jingwu Guard's soldier ran about 100 meters away from them, he stopped on his own initiative and began to swim sideways. He stopped approaching them and only looked back with his binoculars from time to time. When the elder of the ethnic group saw this scene, he suddenly screamed in his heart that something was wrong. He knew from the look of the scout that this guy must be looking at his companions. How many companions do they have? Are they all riding such beasts? If there are dozens of them, can we all stop them with the men in our tribe? Why haven't the members of the hunting team returned yet? Have they been killed by that guy's companions? Just when the elder was in shock and doubt, a dozen people from the hunting team also ran over, shouting as they ran. "Elder, someone is chasing us. They are all riding wild beasts, and there are 7 or 8 hands behind them. Let everyone be careful." Just as the leader of the hunting team was talking, Moxin and his convoy came over from behind. Seeing that the people had not left yet, everyone slowed down and approached slowly to avoid misunderstandings and unnecessary conflicts. "Huh? What is that? In that tribe Biao told us about, does anyone know how to tame animals? And what is that thing pulled by wild animals, with many people sitting on it?" The elders in the crowd looked at it. The Han tribe's convoy, which was slowly approaching in the distance, said warily and curiously. The elders of this tribe looked at Moxin and others who were slowly approaching not far away in surprise and curiosity. They were very vigilant and pointed out stone spears and bone spurs. However, those riding giant beasts seemed not to see them. There was no weapon in his hand, and he was still approaching them. When the distance between the two sides was only 50 meters, the flag officer in silver armor raised his arm, stopped the team, and then said, "Everyone, stay alert and wait here while I go over to negotiate first." Then the commander got off his horse, led the horse, and continued to approach slowly. He had the Yenling knife hanging on his waist, but he did not pull it out. He also led the horse and stood on the side of the horse. He could get on the horse at any time, even if the opponent suddenly throws a spear and shoots arrows at him. He can also use the body of the horse as a cover to avoid the fatal blow. As long as he dodges the first blow and has the cover of the team behind him, absolutely no one can kill him. This kind of preparation is foolproof. The people of that tribe were even more confused when they saw that the chief flag officer of the Han tribe actually got off his horse and did not hold a weapon in his hand. This man took the initiative to get down from the tall beast and came alone without holding a weapon. This was undoubtedly a gesture of goodwill and did not look like an enemy. "Stop, what do you do?" In the small tribe, the captain of the hunting team, Yen, who had just returned, raised his spear and pointed it at the chief flag officer. Although the chief flag officer, Ying, could not understand what he said, he could also understand him. Meaning, he quickly stopped and said to them while gesticulating, "Friend, we don't mean any harm. It's just that it's noon and we're going to eat, but there's no fire. I saw the smoke from your kitchen, so I came here to borrow a fire from you. I don't know if that's okay? We're willing to use it. Some food and salt in exchange?" The so-called lack of tinder was just an excuse to strike up a conversation. They had carbide lamps in their fleet, and there were more than one. The carbide lamps had a flint ignition device inside, which could actually be used as a lighter. The reason why I say this is just to find an excuse to get close to the other party, and then use food and white salt to arouse the other party's interest. As long as they are not stupid, they will definitely agree. After taking the food and white salt from the Han tribe, I don't believe they will return it. Don't take the bait. Hunting Captain Yen couldn't understand what Ying was saying, but he could understand the meaning of his gestures. Ying first made an eating gesture with his mouth, and then pointed to the bonfire and smoke in the woods. Then he took out a piece of firewood and expressed that he wanted to borrow a fire. Finally, he took off 2 small bags from the horse and threw them directly in front of Yen. Yen poked the 2 bags with the spear in his hand, and then looked at Ying. Ying nodded, and gestured with the firewood in his hand and the bonfire in the woods, trying to express his meaning to the other party. Yen understood. He first walked over and picked up the 2 small cloth bags. He opened them and looked at them. One of the bags contained 5 palm-sized dough cakes and 3 smoked sausages. This was Yi Ying's own dry food. Every soldier in their team of 20 people has such dry food. The other bag contains a pound of white salt, which is also for their team to prepare for the march, but the team there are more, but these are not the only ones. Yen held 2 bags and pointed at the contents of the bags to Yi Ying. Yi Ying nodded, then made a gesture of eating, then pointed at the other party, indicating that the other party should eat, and then waved the firewood in his hand to express that he would borrow a fire. This time Yen no longer hesitated and looked at the dough cake in the bag. He didn't know what it was. Anyway, it didn't look like naturally grown food. It should have been made by these people themselves, but it smelled like food. The aroma. He tried to take a bite. The dried yeast bread was very hard and chewy, but the aroma of the dough was very rich. The flour was rich in starch. When chewed in the mouth, it was converted by salivary enzymes. It can convert starch into sugar and turn it into energy needed by the human body. This is the role of staple food. Yen took a bite of the pancake and felt that it was full of sweetness. Although it was a bit hard, this thing should be able to be soaked in water and eaten, right? He looked at the 3 sausages again. He recognized these. They should be the intestines of animals, which were filled with things and then smoked. He also took a bite of the sausages and found that they were actually minced meat. But the minced meat has been integrated into one after being squeezed and smoked, and there should be some condiments in the minced meat. It tastes salty, so it is very suitable for this noodle pancake. After trying the next two kinds of food, he tasted the bag of snow-white salt, dipped a little in it and put it in his mouth. The pure salty taste made his eyes light up, and he knew it was good stuff. He smiled and nodded, then asked Ying to throw the firewood over and went to light a fire for him. Ying is not in a hurry. When it comes to attracting people, especially when they are in contact with a strange tribe for the first time, they should not be anxious. Now that the two parties have just met, the other party is still very wary. They must not make any drastic actions at this time to annoy them. The other party. Ying smiled and nodded. The man opposite Yan did not leave directly. He grabbed the two small cloth bags in his hands, and then handed the firewood that Ying threw over to the people around him, asking others to light a fire. Then he still stood there and confronted Ying, which showed how vigilant this guy was. A bag of food and a bag of white salt could not dispel the other party's vigilance. After a while, someone handed over the lit firewood. Yan took it with his own hands, then bravely stepped forward to the opposite side of Ying, and handed the lighted firewood to him. "Thank you, friend." Ying took the firewood, then clasped his hands in his fists and thanked Yan, then turned around and returned directly to the motorcade. Yan froze on the spot, and then imitated Ying's example and clasped his fists, completely confused as to what the other party's gesture just now meant. However, when he saw that the other party was gone, he stopped worrying and turned back to his tribe's temporary camp in the woods. On the other side, at the Han tribe's convoy 50 or 60 meters away from the grove, a soldier asked curiously, "Master General Banner, is this all right?" "Whether it works or not, the bait has been thrown out. Now it depends on whether the other party will take the bait. If the other party takes the bait, then it will happen naturally. If the other party doesn't take the bait, let's find a way. Anyway, this group of people will definitely not be able to escape. If they understand, then we will take them back as common people. If they don't, it happens that we are short of people to work on the construction site," Ying said without paying much attention. Being able to recruit people who are willing to join the tribe is naturally a great achievement. If it is to capture slaves, it is certainly a big achievement, but slaves are not as valuable as ordinary people. "Then what should we do now? Do we want to leave?" the soldier next to him asked again. "How can we communicate with each other without Gamao? Let's camp on the spot, which is right next to the river. We can replenish the water source, wash the pots, light a fire, bury the pots and make rice. We will cook next to them. Didn't you see a small group of wild goats just now? You go 2 or 3 people, ride horses with bows, shoot a few goats, and come back. We will eat 2 ourselves, and give the rest to each other. Look at how many there are of them. People, the 3 sheep we just hunted shouldn't be enough for them," Ying said with a smile. The soldiers also understood what Ying meant, and laughed along with them. 3 of them, who were better at riding and shooting, volunteered to hunt sheep first. They greeted everyone, turned around and left, carrying their bows and arrows. The remaining people on the convoy really started cooking pots. They took a big iron pot from the car and went to the river to wash it. Some people took off the military shovels from their horses and went to the river. A simple smokeless stove was dug in a slightly higher place. After digging it, he threw in the dry firewood he brought with him and lit the fire. He also came over with a pot of water, washed the rice and stewed it in the pot. More than a dozen craftsmen also got out of the car to help, and everyone actually prepared meals next to the woods. In the grove on the other side, the hunting captain Yan handed the 3 wild goats he had just captured to the women of the tribe and asked them to skin them for everyone to eat. However, for this small tribe of 600 to 700 people, it is said that 3 sheep only produce 50 to 60 kilograms of clean meat. If you just use these muttons to cook a dish for 600 to 700 people, it will definitely be enough. But they had no staple food, so everyone could only fill their stomachs with meat, so these 3 sheep seemed a bit too few. Yan had previously prepared to take the hunting team around after the group of people who borrowed the fire left, and get some more food for everyone, but when he looked back, good guy, this group of people. He lit a fire dozens of meters away from them and started cooking. It is absolutely impossible to put such a group of strangers next to their tribe without taking precautions. Although the other party does not show any malicious intent, they have to take precautions. But if they are on guard, how can they go out to hunt? This made him anxious. There were still hundreds of people in the tribe waiting eagerly for food to fill their bellies. They couldn't go out to hunt. What should he do? Yan had no choice but to first tell the men in the hunting team to be wary of the Han tribe's convoy, and then went to find the elders with the 2 bags of things Ying had just given. Elder, look, those people who were riding wild beasts just now asked me to exchange the food for fire. I asked someone to get fire for them, but they didn't leave. They just started getting food next to them. Let's see what we can do now. I want to take my people to hunt some more horned beasts, but they are right next to me, so I don't worry. The elder, who had long gray hair, took the 2 bags. This old guy was a mature man, and he could tell at a glance how extraordinary these things were. First, let's talk about these 2 cloth bags. Look at the fine stitching on it and the material. It's not comparable to animal skin at all. It should be something hand-woven, and it's actually so finely woven. More importantly, if such a good thing were in their tribe, it must be a material for making clothes. How could the other party use such a good hand-woven product to make bags and hold food? He opened the bag again and looked at the food inside. He tasted the bag of white salt, and the pure salty taste immediately told him what it was. It was just salty stone, but he didn't know what method the other party used to actually make the salty stones so exquisite. Another bag contained noodles and sausages. The elder looked at the gap in the bag and asked Yan. Have you eaten? Well, I just took a bite of each one. It's edible. You can eat it. No problem. This is meat. They minced the meat and stuffed it into the intestines of animals and smoked it until it looked like this. What is this made of? I don't know, but it's edible, and it's a little sweet, Yan said to the elder, pointing to the sausages and pancakes inside. The elder took out the bitten pancake and examined it carefully, but no matter how he looked, he could not tell what the pancake was made of. And there are 5 of these things in total. Together with the meat, it seems that they should be the staple food that the other party often eats. They are also made into the same shape and carried with them. So such food should be very popular in the other party's tribe, right? The elder broke off a small piece of flour cake with his hands and put it in his mouth to chew, tasting the unique sweet smell of flour. After a long time, he suddenly asked Yan. Yan, do you still remember why we moved as a family? Remember, because Biao said that our Chiao family's population is increasing, and we can't support 10,000 people in one place by hunting, so every time the tribe's population increases to a certain level, part of the population must be expelled. Let them find a new home by themselves. That's how Biao was kicked out, Yan said to the elder as he recalled what happened. This is the fact. Natural selection means survival of the fittest. When people's hunting skills reach a certain level and their lives become stable, the population will naturally grow without limit. However, there are only so many prey in one place, which is ultimately limited. If the population is large, if there is not enough prey, then everyone will starve. Faced with this situation, there are only 2 ways, either to continue to divide and let some people move away from their original residence to find a new home with more prey. Either you have to find a new way of survival, whether it is grazing and breeding, fishing with nets, or growing food, there is always a way that suits you. If not, you will have to be eliminated by nature and rely only on hunting. It will never be able to carry that large population. The Biao, the elders mentioned, was a man who found a new way after being expelled from the tribe. I remember that it was last year. Biao returned to the tribe alone and brought everyone a message: when the sun rises, there will be valleys, and 10,000 people can survive. In the distant land of the rising sun, there is a large tribe there. They grow a plant called valley. People can feed tens of thousands of people by planting valley. It's a pity that Biao was injured on his way back alone. After telling them the news, he died not long after. And this year it was time for the Qiao family to expel the population, and Yan and his branch of several hundred people were expelled. Because they had received news from Biao before, they moved eastward thousands of miles away, hoping to find the one who a place where grain will be grown. Thinking of this, the elder pointed to the noodle cake in his hand and said to Yan, "Yan, do you think this thing is made of grain?" Yan said he didn't know whether the noodles were made of grain, but he could tell that the other tribe was very powerful. First of all, they had convenient transportation, the thing pulled by wild animals. It can seat about 10 people on it and can also be used to store many other things. Moreover, the other party can also tame animals. There are more than 20 of those very tall animals. They can not only be used for riding directly, but can also be used to pull the load, that is, the car, but he does not know that what is the thing called. The cooking utensils used by this group of people are also very strange. They are not the pottery they are familiar with, but something unknown. More importantly, the other party seems to be from the east where they are going. So could this tribe be the tribe that Biao said is the tribe that grows grain in the east? The elder had obviously thought of these things. He suddenly asked Yan, "Yan, they seem to come from the land of the rising sun. Do you think this tribe is the tribe that Biao said can grow grain?" Yan is not thinking about this at all now. He is still thinking about the group of wild goats. If he goes a little later, the group of wild goats will probably run away. They don't have those tall four-legged beasts. You can ride them, but if the goat runs far away, how will they chase it, and more importantly, what will they eat for lunch? This is a fatal problem. There are still hundreds of people in the tribe with their mouths open waiting for something to eat. Elder, let's think about what to eat today first. If there are no more prey, I'm afraid we can only last a few days. If there is no more prey in the future, we will have to abandon some people. Yan said very anxiously. Yan, don't be anxious. Why don't we go find those people first and ask them if they know about the tribe that grows cereals in the east? If they know, or if they are, then maybe we don't have to go further east. The elder photographed. He patted Yan on the shoulder, stood up on crutches, took the 2 bags of food, and asked Yan to follow him and walked towards the Han tribe's convoy. In the temporary camp of the Han tribe not far away, Ying led the horse to drink water, looked at the reflection in the water, and smiled at the people around him. Hey, look, I'm hooked. The other people around looked at it and laughed too. Sure enough, in the reflection of the river, there was an old man holding a wooden stick and the young man from the hunting team walking towards them. At this time, the sound of horse hooves suddenly came from the distance, and the 3 Jinwu guards who had gone out to hunt were driving back a group of sheep. Yes, they did not shoot the sheep to death, but drove the sheep directly. Driving sheep is a specialty of grassland herdsmen. The Han tribe dominates half of the grassland and has nearly 100,000 herdsmen. Some Jinwu guards who have been active in the grassland for a long time are not very good at driving sheep. Sorry, they saw that there were 20 or 30 sheep in the flock, and there were only 3 of them. Under such circumstances, if they shot the sheep to death, each of them could only bring 2 at most, so they might as well just drive all the sheep over. The sheep were chased by 3 cavalry and rushed straight towards the Han tribe's camp. However, the sheep were not stupid. Seeing more hunters ahead, they hurriedly wanted to turn around, but before they could break out of the siege, a cavalryman from the side rushed over on horseback. He leaned on the side of the horse's back and chopped off the head of the sheep with a wave of his knife. Such a fierce hunting method, as well as the weapon that can directly cut off the sheep's head with a knife, made the elders of the Qiao family and the leader of the hunting team Yan all dumbfounded. They had never seen such a sharp hunter. Ying also saw this situation by the river. He knew that the purpose of the 3 cavalrymen in driving the sheep back was to seek their support. "Get on the horse, don't let anyone go." Ying greeted the people around him, got on the horse, and the people dispersed and surrounded them from the outside, preparing to surround and annihilate all the wild goats here. 20 war horses formed a large circle, surrounding the sheep in the center. The 8 coachmen in the convoy were even more powerful. Although they were dressed as infantry and had no horses, their divine arm crossbows were quite good. The 8 people found the divine arm crossbow from the carriage and stood directly on the 4 carriages, looking down at the entire area within the encirclement. Chirp! There was a scream of a crossbow bolt rubbing the air, and a goat that was trapped in the encirclement and running around fell to the ground on the spot, followed by the sound of crossbows one after another. Zhung, the bowstring was released in an instant, then tightened by the bow arm, and a crossbow bolt was quickly ejected. The sound of chirping arrows kept ringing, and all the sheep in the encirclement quickly fell to the ground. There were a total of 28 wild goats, but none of them could escape the Han tribe's encirclement. They all fell to the ground and died. Such a scene made the Qiao tribe next to them dumbfounded. They had never seen such efficient hunting before. No, this shouldn't be called hunting, this should be called killing. If the sheep in the middle were not a flock of sheep, but a crowd, I'm afraid the result wouldn't be much different. This team, which belongs to an unknown tribe and does not know what it does, is so powerful. However, after the shock, when the elders of the Qiao family and Yan saw each other starting to pick up the dead goats on the ground, Yan suddenly collapsed and was about to cry. Isn't this the same group of goats that I just targeted? Now that the entire flock has been killed by the other side, where can they find other prey? Do they really want their tribe to starve to death on the migration journey? Elder, what should we do? Yan asked the elder helplessly. Calm down. There are few people on the other side. They can't eat so much meat. They deliberately killed all these sheep for their own purposes. The other side is deliberately luring us over. The elder analyzed it very shrewdly. Eh? It seems to be true. Yan Yi suddenly realized that the total number of people on the other side was only 40 or 50. Even if they only ate meat, they could eat as many as they wanted. There was no need for them to kill all the sheep, but they still did it. I can only say that there is no other purpose, and their purpose is probably people like themselves. Thinking of this, Yan secretly increased his vigilance. After leaving the dead sheep to the soldiers and coachmen, Ying and Mo Xian had already discovered Elder Qiao and the hunting team leader who were with him, so they simply stopped waiting and went over. Ying and Mo Xian stepped forward, hugged the old man and Yan first, and then asked, "Two friends, what can I do for you?" The elders and Yan naturally didn't understand. They just tried their best to express their meaning with gestures. The elders mainly narrated it and Yan Lai conveyed it to them. Are you a tribe from the east? Where are you going? Do you know a tribe in the east that can grow grain? There are many of them. Where can we find them? Our tribe is migrating. We hope find that tribe and ask them how to plant the valley. If you can find a new place to live, that would be even better. Elder Heian repeatedly expressed these questions, hoping that the other party could understand. In terms of body language understanding, Jinwei is still relatively good. After all, they come into contact with a lot of strangers. Even within the Han tribe, many new people who have not learned Chinese yet often need to use gestures to communicate, so it is not very difficult for Ying to understand what the other party means. Ying understood the other party's question and his eyes lit up. Unexpectedly, this group of people took the initiative to defect. You must know that there are only two tribes in the east, the Tuahai County of the Han tribe and the Tang tribe. The one the other party mentioned in the Far East, the tribe that could grow grains, probably refers to the Tang tribe. Why did Ying make such a judgment? Because if Biao met the Han tribe and let the Han tribe know that such a tribe existed, he might not have sent people to recruit this tribe long ago, and he still had to wait until the other party came to find it on his own. But Ying would not be stupid enough to send the people who came to the door to the Tang tribe, so he said it. We are the tribe in the east that you mentioned, because from here to the end of the east, it is all the territory of our tribe. From here to the end of the west, after crossing the big lake, and further to the west, it is still the territory of our tribe. In our territory, there are dozens of settlements with a population of over 10,000, totaling hundreds of thousands of people. Ying said while making gestures, and Moxin was also making supplements on the side. When the elders of the Chia family, He Yen, flipped their hands back and forth and figured out how many hands there were for hundreds of thousands of people, they all froze on the spot in shock. Oh my God, there are so many people in the other tribe, and the territory is so huge. Even the place they are standing on is the other side's territory? It may be a bit overbearing to say this, because this is an unclaimed land now, but since people from the Han tribe have come here, can it still be someone else's territory? In the distance between Tuahai County and the capital, the Han tribe was destined to be unable to allow other forces to exist. Seeing the two people standing there in a daze, Qingshu was afraid that they wouldn't believe it, so he directly pulled the two people towards the carriage and walked to the car specially loaded with food and supplies. Ying got out of the car. He pulled over several sacks and opened them to show the other party. Look, this is the grain you are talking about. If you plant a grain like this in the ground, you can grow a lot of grains. We call this rice, and it is the most important food for our Han tribe. There is also this one. This is called flour. It is also ground from a kind of grain called wheat that grows from the ground. Use this, add water, knead it into dough, steam it, bake it or bake it, and you can make it. The flour cake I just gave you is made of this. Ying said while pointing to the two small cloth bags in the other party's hands. Then, as if to show off his wealth, he opened another bag of grain. This is called corn flour, also called cornmeal. By the way, I remember there are a few cobs in the car. Wait a minute and I'll look for them for you. Ying seemed very active. He jumped onto the carriage and turned over several cobs. Bag finally found a bag of golden corn cobs, then opened it, took out two and handed them to the other party to introduce them. This is a corn cob. Dig it out, bury it in the soil, water it, and it will grow. This seed can grow a corn, which can grow to the height of a person, and then two corns will grow on it. A cob like this can be broken off and dried in the sun when it is mature, and then it can be ground into cornmeal like this to make food. Of course, if you want to grill or cook it directly, that is also possible. Elder He Yen was also surprised when he saw Ying conjuring the same goo from the car. He didn't expect that this tribe had so many kinds of valleys. Moreover, the elder carefully discovered that in addition to the three kinds of things Ying introduced to them, there were several bags of other things in the car that Ying did not introduce to them, and they were different from these three kinds. In fact, those several bags are filled with beans, which they use to feed their horses. Of course, they can be eaten by humans, but beans cannot be used as a staple food. After introducing the food, Ying took the two of them to the cooking area of the Han tribe, let them look at the rice that was almost simmering in the pot, and then continued. It looks like you have been migrating all the way. There shouldn't be much food left. If you are willing to join our Han tribe, I am willing to introduce you and provide you with a place to live. I can also provide you with food on the way. Wait. When you arrive at the place, you must obey our management, and we will also send people to teach you various skills, such as farming, raising livestock, spinning, and weaving. See if our clothes are made by our own people. He Yan, the elder of the Qiao family, was very moved after listening to Yi Ying's words. They had been migrating for a long time. With their future uncertain, they didn't know how far they would have to go. If they continued like this, they might soon be I can't hold on anymore. The person in front of them, who is suspected of being a very large tribe, promised them a place of residence, the ability to grow food, and various other production technologies. The price is only to obey the other party's management. Of course, there is no problem with this. Whoever joins has to listen to whoever joins, it's not the same everywhere. The key is that Elder and Yan really saw what the other party brought out. They have cars, can tame animals, and can bring out several kinds of food at will. This is what really impresses them, otherwise others will just brag about it. Can you deceive them by force? You have to have something real to come up with. Now there is only one last question left. The elder thought for a while and asked Ying. Are you the leader of this tribe? Does what you say work? Can you really let us join your tribe and do what you just said? Teach us how to farm? Ying was asked whether he could laugh or cry. How could he be the leader of the Han tribe? He had never even seen the leader's face. Of course, if you don't count the photos and coins. Ying was asked dumbfounded, how could he be the leader? He had never even met the leader, but for such a thing as introducing a strange tribe to join the Han tribe, it doesn't matter who he was, and what he promised. The conditions are nothing more than a necessary process for the Han tribe to treat newly joined people. My father-in-law, I am not the leader of the Han tribe, but I can guarantee that you will do what I promised you just now. We don't need our leader to take care of such small things. Ying had no choice but to do so. Explain to the other party again. Then, what do you do? Since you are a tribe in the east, what are you going to do? Elder Qiao asked again in confusion. How could the other party decide such a thing even though he was not the leader of their tribe? Big thing? Could it be some very important figure in their tribe? When the other party was interested in joining the Han tribe, Ying was very patient when explaining the problem. After all, as long as he persuaded this group of people to join, it would definitely be a great achievement. To get such credit, it would be worthwhile to spend a few more words. What? Old man, this Master Mo, and the dozen or so masters over there, they are all craftsmen. Do you understand the craftsmen? Look at this car, this is what they make. They can also make boats and houses. These dozen masters are going to build a house for our leader's new home now. Those of us in armor are all warriors. Soldiers, you know, are the ones who escort these dozen masters to the construction site. Ying struggled to explain and make gestures, but Elder Qiao and Yan still understood little. However, they understood a little bit, that is, the carriage Ying was talking about was made by the dozen or so people without armor next to them. They should be going to the west to do something, so their tribe sent this hunting team to escort them. There is no way for the Qiao family to understand what a warrior is. In their hearts, protecting the tribe and people, this kind of function should belong to the hunting team, so Yi Ying and the Jinwu Guards cavalry are automatically understood. For the hunting party. Okay, the hunting team will be the hunting team. Ying did not dwell on this issue, but pulled the two of them to another carriage, lifted the covering canvas, and revealed the sand table of the royal palace complex inside. Model. Old man, we are going to the west. These dozen masters are going to the west specifically to build this new home for our leader. You see, this is our leader's new home. The moment they saw the sand table, Elder Qiao and Yan were immediately stunned, not only because of the beautiful and carved palace model, but what shocked them even more was the grandeur of the palace complex. Because there are not only models of the palace in the sand table, but also some other things used for scale display. For example, at the Shema Bridge at the entrance of the palace, there are several model carriages parked, with 2 horses standing in front of each model carriage. By comparing these horses and carriages with other models, they can clearly see the actual size of this palace. After all, there are carriages and horses in front of them now. Comparing themselves with the carriages, they feel even more. The momentum is magnificent. Starter. This is your leader's home? Why does it feel like a temple where gods live? Is the leader of your tribe a god? Yan from the hunting team said in surprise and gestured. Of course he couldn't speak Chinese about gods, but he kept gesturing to the sky to indicate whether the leader of the Han tribe lived in the sky. Ying and Moxian both laughed. Their leader did not live in the sky, but if he said he was a god, it would not be an exaggeration, because the leader had led them to create one miracle after another. Ying and Moxian looked at each other and nodded in agreement. In their hearts, the leader was indeed as omnipotent as a god. When Elder Qiao and Yan saw them nodding, they felt very complicated and didn't know what expressions to make. On the one hand, they thought this seemed reasonable. If the leader of their tribe was not a god, how could they grow so much food? Technology, and even the magical ability to tame wild beasts for their own use, but on the other hand, they felt that such a superior leader was too far away from them. Maybe this is the little thing Ying mentioned just now. The matter of hundreds of people like them joining the Han tribe is indeed just a trivial matter. It is so trivial that the leader Luo Chong does not need to personally intervene. Such trivial matters can be handled by any county magistrate below. You must know the jurisdiction. The number of civilians on the payroll has increased, which is also a great political achievement for them. After seeing the sand table and understanding the destinations of Ying and Moxian's team, He Yan, an elder from the Qiao family, became more determined to join the other party, because the sand table model showed them not only their work, but also their work. It has the strength of the Han tribe. I would like to ask if there is a god as the leader of their tribe, will their lives be worse? Just look at Ying and Moxian in front of them and they will know that although they are traveling a long distance like their own tribe, looking at how they are traveling, and then looking at how they are traveling, it is like heaven and earth. Old man, since you have plans to join our Han tribe, why don't we have this meal together? I see that there are many of you, but it seems that there is not much food. We just happen to have a cart of grain here, as well as what we just hunted. So many sheep. Let's have a meal together. It will also let your people taste the food that will be grown in the future, to see if you like it. What do you think? Ying invited them again in order to leave a good impression on the other party. It would be the best if someone invites someone to eat. They also really want to try the taste of the Han tribe's grains that can live up to 10,000 people. Moreover, they really have nothing to eat. If they continue to wander aimlessly as the migration continues, this branch with the Qiao family is likely to end up in a dead end. The two sides hit it off and quickly merged into one place. The Qiao family did not move, so the Han tribe moved their small camp directly to the woods by the river. At noon in early summer, it was really hot without any shade from the woods. Ying also began to call on the soldiers to prepare food for the tribe with Qiao family. They took out all the pots, but there were not many pots in total. There were only 6 pots in total, one for Moxian and the dozen of them. There are craftsmen, and there are 4 people who are the drivers of 4 cars. They often go on long journeys. Carrying pots and firewood when going out is a basic operation. The last one is left by Ying and his team of Jinwu guards. Yes, when they came over on a mission, they also brought a pot with them for cooking. With 6 medium-sized iron pots and 6 freshly dug smokeless stoves, the Han tribe began to show off their specialty eating. Even though all the Han tribesmen are men, when it comes to cooking skills, none of them are bad at cooking, and they are even more proficient in dough-making skills. Because the main purpose is to show the other party the food taste of the Han tribe, coupled with limited ingredients and limited time and environment, it is impossible to steam steamed buns and make dough pancakes, but it is still no problem to use cornmeal to paste the pancakes. Ying even directly sent a soldier, assigned him 2 war horses, asked him to bring dry food, and rushed to the construction site in the capital, reported the matter to the commander Yu Ji, and asked Yu Ji to dispatch as soon as possible support and ask people to send some food over. Because the food their convoy carried was only enough for the dozens of them to eat on the road. Of course it was enough for them to eat themselves, but with the addition of the 600 or 700 people from the Qiao family, it would definitely be difficult for them to last for 2 days at most. We've run out of food, so we need support as soon as possible. The soldier who delivered the message did not dare to delay, and immediately galloped westward on his horse. An elder from the Qiao family came to ask after seeing it, and Ying also told the truth. The food we brought was originally for us to eat on the road, but now that we have to take you with us, we will run out of food in 2 days at most, so I asked him to go to our camp and ask for more food. The elder nodded after hearing this, and was grateful again. At the same time, he was also surprised. It seems that the other party's transportation ability is very strong, and judging from this, the other party should have a lot of food reserves. Otherwise, how can we say how much food to prepare? Just adjust how much? Even if you can adjust it, you still have to have so many. Seemingly seeing what the other party was thinking, Ying introduced it to the elder again. Luo Chong, the food of our Han tribe can be stored for a long time. For example, this kind of rice and wheat can be stored until the 5th winter from the beginning of harvest. This corn can also be stored for 3 years. Our Han tribe's food can be stored for a long time. There is a lot of food, just let them eat it, I guarantee you won't go hungry. The other party doesn't know much about the method of counting years, but there is no problem in saying winter, because Qiao family also spends winter, and 1 winter means a year has passed. Is there any problem with this understanding? After understanding this meaning, everyone with the Qiao family was even more surprised. No wonder Biao took the risk and came back to tell them that there is a valley in the east where thousands of people can live. This thing called valley is really powerful. It can not only easily stabilize, the key to harvesting is that it can be stored for a long time. If it is meat, how can it be stored for several years? The cooking speed of the 6 large pots is limited. 2 of them are specially used to simmer rice. The remaining 4 pots are used to stew mutton soup. Corn tortillas are attached to the edges of the pot, and a small amount of white flour is added to the cornmeal, can effectively increase the stickiness of cornmeal, so sticking the pancake is not a problem. Fortunately, when this branch of the Qiao family migrated, they also brought a lot of pottery utensils with them, and some pottery pots also joined the cooking team. A woman from the Qiao family also processed some freshly caught fish. Make fish soup all at once, adding as much food as possible. Their hunting team also followed the soldiers of the Han tribe to help process the mutton. These people used stone knives to cut the sheepskin and mutton with great effort, and even started to tear it directly. However, the soldiers of the Han tribe each carried a dagger and saber, and peeled off the mutton. Sheepskin is a nimble person, especially the few warriors who have been on the grassland. Their craftsmanship it is even more exquisite and can peel off a complete sheepskin very quickly. It is the kind of complete sheepskin that can be taken off directly after removing the head and limbs. After such skin is processed, it can be directly used to make a sheepskin water bag. Or for sheepskin rafts, even if the fur is used to make fur, the intact sheepskin can still be sold for more money. The Qiao family's hunting team was very envious of the steel knives held by the Han tribe warriors. No wonder the warrior just now was able to chop off a sheep's head with just 1 blow while riding on a horse. It must be said that their knives are indeed sharp and cannot be compared with stone knives. It is even more convenient to use a steel knife to remove bones and cut meat. Even Yan was very excited when he saw such an artifact. He even went to Ying directly and asked him, Ying, when we join the Han tribe, can I also have such a weapon? Ying naturally knew what he was thinking, so he answered calmly. The kind of equipment we use is the standard equipment issued by the army. You can only get it by becoming a warrior of the Han tribe. However, the people of the Han tribe are also allowed to wear weapons. If you want it, then farm the land well and work hard. After you sell the grain and have money in your hand, you can go to the blacksmith shop to buy iron yourself and ask the blacksmith to customize a weapon of your own. Did you see the sword hanging on Master Mo's waist? It was made by a blacksmith with his own money. Only then did Yan and the others become happy. It turned out that ordinary people in the Han tribe were also qualified to wear weapons, but there was a strange thing about the Han tribe, that is, no matter what they wanted to get, they needed money to exchange for it. As for ordinary people in the Han tribe, there are only 3 ways for them to get money, either selling food, working for others to earn wages, or raising some livestock. It seems easier to sell the livestock when they are raised. After the meal was ready, everyone ate the rice, corn tortillas, roasted corn, boiled corn and other staple foods provided by the Han tribe, plus mutton soup and their own fish soup, using the white salt provided by the Han tribe. While feasting, they discussed some basic information about the Han tribe. For example, the Han tribe is composed of many clans, so they don't need to worry about being forced to change their surname after joining the Han tribe. Ying even used his own surname as an example. His surname is Yi, and Master Mo's surname is Mo. In their team, there are very few people with the same surname. In addition, the territory of the Han tribe is very large, ranging from the mountains in the north to both sides of the river, to the seaside in the south, to the islands on the sea, to the sea in the east, and to the grasslands in the west. The current location they are in is just south of the Han tribe. It is located halfway between Takumi County and the capital city. And these people who have just joined the Han tribe will soon be taken to the capital to settle down. Although there are currently no officially settled people in the capital except slaves and soldiers, in the future after the capital is built, immigrants will definitely have to settle. Besides, there is indeed a need for such a small town next to the construction site to provide space for the construction site. People provide some conveniences, such as growing some vegetables nearby, and the food can be transported, but transporting vegetables is still a bit troublesome. It would be great if there was a nearby village that could provide vegetables. The Qiao tribe tasted the food provided by the Han tribe. It was the first time for them to eat this kind of food made from pure plants, but it tasted surprisingly sweet. Whether it was rice or corn tortillas, it was rich in. Starch can be converted into sugar after being decomposed by salivary enzymes. Sugar is the main source of energy needed by the human body, followed by protein and fat. Only when too much sugar is consumed and cannot be consumed, sugar will be stored in the body in the form of fat. Therefore, although these grains are all plants, they can make people feel full. Of course, grass can also be eaten, but can people eat grass until they are full? Of course they cannot, so this makes food precious. The elders of the Qiao family, He Yan, and the others tasted a little of everything, from steamed rice to grilled corn, boiled corn, and more tortillas. It was their first time to eat this kind of food. But they all liked these sweet smells very much. Elder Heian, Ying, Moxin, and the others sat around a pot, eating corn tortillas. There was no choice but to eat on a running table as there were few pots. Everyone lined up and took turns eating. Ying, is this kind of food easy to grow? How much does it need to be planted? How much does one need to plant to be able to produce his own food? How long does it take to harvest this thing? The elder is very interested in these grains, and he is also very interested in how to cultivate grains. In his eyes, crops that can stably harvest food just by planting them are like artifacts. Ying also introduced the situation to them while eating. Corn and rice are the two crops with the highest yield and the shortest growth cycle. In the zone we are in now, it only takes 3 months at most from sowing to maturity. Do you understand a month? It means 30 sunrises and sunsets. Every time the 2 moons meet in the sky, it is 1 month. It takes 3 months to plant this. The elder nodded repeatedly. Although he had never heard of the Chinese term month, he knew the difference between day and night. They had Qiao, who could tie knots, to keep track of days. 30 days equaled 1 month. He could still count this, even if he doesn't know how to calculate, he can also count. After understanding the growing time of this crop, the elder continued to ask, how do the people of the Han tribe live? Do you need to farm every day? Ying suddenly had a headache. These were extremely basic questions. It was not difficult to explain them, but it was boring, but he still explained patiently. People in our Han tribe all live in family units. For example, Yan, he has to live with his wife and children. After joining the Han tribe, the tribe will register his household registration, and then the tribe will give him a piece of money. He will be given a homestead to build a house, and each of him and his woman will be given 20 acres of land. As the head of the household and the only adult man in the family, Yan has to cultivate the grain of these 20 acres of land. Whatever he grows must be subject to the arrangements of the government, which is the department that manages the people of the tribe. He listens to them and what grain is planted according to the government's instructions. If you don't know how to grow any kind of food, the government will send someone to teach you. The tribe will also give you the seeds, farm tools, cattle, and other things you need. The 20 acres of land your woman was assigned is used as auxiliary fields. Generally, auxiliary fields do not grow food. They mainly grow cotton and hemp, which we use for weaving, as well as vegetables and other cash crops, such as lacquer grass and so on. Ryan, and your women, as people of the Han tribe, you are obliged to pay taxes to the tribe. In other words, every time you harvest food, you must hand over 20% of the harvest to the tribe. Your women's crops 20% of the cotton, hemp grass, and lacquer grass must be handed over to the tribe, and the rest is your own. Elder He Yan immediately became anxious after hearing this. What, the things he grows have to be handed over to the tribe? Why? If you hand it over to the tribe, what will you eat? They used to rely solely on hunting and fishing to survive. They had always produced and shared the fruits of their labor together. Now, even if they suddenly join a private ownership tribe like the Han tribe, why do they still have to hand over the harvest of their labor to the tribe? Something happened. The elder and Yan asked hurriedly. Ying, why do the grains we grow have to be handed over to the tribe? Also, who is this tribe you are talking about, and what is the use of the grain they want us to grow? If the people of the Han tribe have to be handed over to the tribe food, how much food does this tribe have, and what do they need so much food for? Ying immediately covered his face. This is nothing. The tribe has done so much for the people, can't the people themselves not see it? Well, they haven't officially joined the Han tribe yet, and they haven't seen the tribe's dedication to the people. Ying couldn't speak anymore. He poked Mo Xian with his elbow and said, Master Mo, you should explain to them. I'll eat something first. Mo Xian's face darkened. He shouldn't have laughed just now, but since he was named, he still had to explain. First of all, you must know that as people of the Han tribe, you must pay taxes. There is no reason, because it is an obligation, because we are not separate individuals, we are a complete collective. You are in the Han tribe. If you are in a group, you must contribute to the group, otherwise why would the tribe care about you? Then we didn't let the tribe you mentioned control us? Can't we live on our own farm? Yan retorted stubbornly. It doesn't matter. If you don't pay taxes or obey the government's discipline, you are not a member of the Han tribe. The tribe has no obligation to give you land for building houses, land for farming, seeds, farm tools, and cattle, nothing at all. You can do whatever you want, as long as you don't show up in the Han tribe's territory. Mo Xian didn't tolerate him, so he directly retorted. Then he continued without waiting for Yan and the elders to refute. The tribe is the Han tribe. The Han tribe is the Han tribe of the leader, and it is also the Han tribe of all of us. If the leader wants to manage such a large tribe, he cannot manage it alone, so the leader established a government office, which means to manage the people on behalf of the leader. It is composed of people. If you listen to the government, you are listening to the leader's arrangements. Do you understand? You must first understand the meaning of the government's existence. Let's start with the basics. You need a stable piece of land to live your life, right? Where does this land come from? The leader sent thousands of soldiers like Ying to snatch it back. They paid their lives, shed their blood, fed, drank, and clothed themselves every day. The weapons they used, as well as the armor, the horses they rode on, and the pensions after their death were all costs. The leader spent so much money to replace them for the people. You are not willing to pay anything for this land, so why should the leader give it to you? Does the leader owe you anything? Mo Xian's remarks caused a great psychological impact on Elder He Yan. So, is this the reason for collecting taxes? The leader sent soldiers to seize the land for the people to survive. Since the people used the land, they were obliged to make contributions? There seems to be nothing wrong with that. But Yan just couldn't figure it out. There was so much land in the world. If they couldn't find a piece of land to grow food, why did they have to cultivate it on the land assigned to them by the leader? So Yan raised this issue again, and Mo Xian was also very angry, but what could he do? In fact, newly joined people always have problems of this kind. They have never been exposed to this kind of system of the Han tribe. It was normal to have some unfamiliarity and questions, so he had no choice but to continue explaining patiently. He glared at Ying next to him. Now he finally knew the pain of explaining the problem to these two people. Okay, then we will treat you as if you have a piece of land that can be cultivated and lived in. But where do your food seeds come from? Where do your farm tools come from? If you don't know how to farm or store food, who will? Come and teach you? You have limited strength, limited time, and limited energy. How can you cultivate enough food for your family? If you don't let the tribe control you, where will you get these things? He asked back, once again making the other party speechless. Yan opened his mouth, not knowing how to refute, and thought for a long time before speaking. Then can't I buy it from the Han tribe? No, the Han tribe never trades grain with outsiders. Even within the tribe, people are not allowed to trade grain. Except for the 20% tax paid to the tribe, the rest of the grain produced by the people belongs to themselves. These in addition to keeping part of the grain for their own consumption, the excess grain is usually sold to the tribal official warehouse in exchange for money, so that the money can be used to buy other daily necessities. This is only the case of grain and seeds. Then there are farm tools. Useful farm tools are just like this sharp weapon. They are all made of steel. The leader hires people to mine the mines with food, and then feeds many craftsmen to refine them. Finally, they are made. If you are not a member of the Han tribe, why would the leader sell agricultural tools to you? The chief raises so many people and is responsible for producing all kinds of utensils that the people of the tribe need. If the people can't provide the money and food to support these people, can you let the chief provide it himself? The chief has 12 legs and a dozen pairs of arms, and he also has 12 legs and a dozen pairs of arms. We can't grow so much food. Finally, there are the officials in the government. If you have difficulties, you can go to the government office to see the officials. If you don't know how to farm, the government will send someone to teach you how to farm. If this person leaves his own land uncultivated and comes here to teach you, then who will support his own family? Is it a lot to ask you to pay 20% tax? If you can't eat it yourself, it will rot at home. Then there are cattle. The tribe has a limited number of cattle. One for each family is definitely not enough, so only a few cattle can be distributed to the government in each village. These cattle are sent by the leader to send troops, vehicles, and ships to various parts of the tribe thousands of miles away. If you don't want to pay taxes, why should the leader give you free cattle? Moxian paused and said again, of course, these are only the most basic expenses. In order to create the best life for all the people of the Han tribe, the leader has also built many departments. Where are these departments? You don't need a lot of money, food, and manpower. In short, you only need to know one thing. The leader collects 20% of the people's food as tax and leaves nothing for himself. Besides, he can't finish it himself. He just uses these. Food has done a lot to make people's lives better. Well, that's all Moxian can say. If they don't understand, there's nothing they can do about it. It's better to see this thing than to hear it from others. It's better to experience it yourself than to see it. As long as you join the Han tribe and go through the government and through school education, they will eventually understand the leader's intentions and painstaking efforts. Seeing the two of them, they still looked incomprehensible. In the end, Ying grasped the key point of the problem. They are unwilling to hand over the food they grow to the tribes, and want to keep it all in their own hands. This is just because these people are hungry and afraid. This is the core of the problem. Just like the old people who have experienced famine in modern society, it's the same reason that I always like to store rice, noodles, and cooking oil at home. Finally, Ying said, you too, you don't have to worry about whether you have to pay taxes or not. I'll just tell you one thing. As long as you obey the government's arrangements and farm according to the government's guidance, your family will have 20 acres of grain fields. It's enough for you, an adult man, 2 or 3 women, plus a dozen children, and after paying 20% of the food tax, your family can't even finish 3 decent meals a day, so in the end you can only save it. In the past, there were newly joined people like you. After paying the grain tax, they were not willing to sell the remaining grain to the government, so they wanted to keep it in their own hands. But in the end, they couldn't eat it themselves, and they couldn't eat it themselves. If they don't save it well, they will regret it when there are bugs in the grain and it becomes moldy and rotten. In the end, don't they take the initiative to sell the excess grain to the government for money? Ying's answer went straight to the core of the problem. If he had said this earlier, they wouldn't be so worried. Just as Ying guessed, this tribe, which purely relied on hunting and fishing to survive, was just afraid of hunger. They were afraid that the food they had finally grown would be given to the tribe, and then they would continue to starve themselves. If it was true, as Ying said, that even if he paid the grain tax to the tribe, his remaining grain would not be eaten by more than a dozen people, then he wouldn't mind making a contribution to the tribe. If I don't have enough to eat and I'm hungry, do I still care about the life and death of your tribe? I'd better make sure my family doesn't starve to death first. In fact, hasn't this been the case in every dynasty from ancient times to the present? If the people are really hungry and don't rise up directly, it would be good to kill officials and rebel. Will they still pay taxes to your government? What are you thinking about? Go to bed quickly. After the elders of the Qiao family and Yan Du had a preliminary understanding of the lifestyle and farming model of the Han tribe, as well as the tribe's management system, they were almost done with the meal. After half an hour of internal discussion, Elder Heian finally did some ideological work for their migration group of 600 to 700 people, and everyone unanimously decided to join the Han tribe and follow Ying and the others. Ying also made an immediate decision. They must lead this group of immigrants to speed up towards the capital construction site in the west, so that they could catch up with the food delivery team supported by Yu Ji before the food they carried was finished. I'm very tired and busy right now, so I can only keep updating the basics of one chapter and 4,000 words every day? In order to speed up the march, Ying and Mo Xian discussed it and finally decided to let the craftsmen from the Han tribe follow the convoy on foot. Instead, some old, weak, women and children from the migration team including Mr. Qiao, crowded into the car. There are 4 vehicles in the convoy, one is specially used to haul the sand table model of the palace, the other 2 are used to load people, and the last one is loaded with food, firewood and cooking utensils, but now, except for the one used to load the model except for our car, which was empty of people, the other cars were full of people, especially the car that was used to carry food and cooking utensils. Although the food was not moved, the pots were taken down and a few people were found on their backs. The pot man carries it on his back to increase the space for pulling people. The entire team reorganized, rested for a while, and basically put all the children who couldn't walk fast on the car. Some women with poor health were also put on the car. Most of the men, even their elders, followed suit. On the Han tribe's side, craftsmen were also following the car. Although they no longer ride in the car, they are also the targets of key protection. Of the 20 cavalrymen led by Ying, except for one who went to report for support, and one who contributed his own horse to become an infantryman, the remaining 18 people all moved forward at a distance. While protecting the team, they had to do their best. Possibly expand the search range, hoping to catch some prey to make up for the lack of food in a short period of time. This kind of hunting method is much more efficient than using 2 legs to measure the ground with Qiao's hunting team. The elder also followed beside the motorcade, holding a cane in one hand and holding the carbine with the other. He looked at the excited and screaming children sitting in the car, with a smile on his face. If it weren't for these vehicles from the Han tribe, I'm afraid they would still be trudging on foot, right? Looking at the rolling wheels around him and the 2 strong draft horses pulling the cart in front, the elder took out his hand and asked Mo Xian beside him while making gestures with him. Master Mo, do you specialize in making this kind of cart in the Han tribe? How many such carts and horses do the Han tribe have? After all, in the eyes of the elder, this kind of 4-wheeled carriage is an artifact. Just such a carriage can carry 30 or 40 children. How can such a terrifying transportation capacity not make people surprised and envious? In his thoughts here, I'm afraid this is the most powerful artifact of the Han tribe, right? Our Han tribe does have many such carts, but I don't know exactly how many there are, but there are always tens of thousands. As for horses, there should be about 20,000 draft horses used to pull the carts, and those used for riding there should be more horses, maybe tens of thousands. Because the Han tribe attaches great importance to the training of cavalry. There are no less than 10,000 warriors like Ying and others in the entire tribe, and the cavalry is also divided into levels. In the frontline combat troops, many cavalry are equipped with 2 horses per person. There are even 3 horses. Ying and the others are on an escort mission, so each of them only has 1 horse. After introducing the horses, Mo Xian introduced the craftsman like himself. Most of the dozen of us are carpenters, there are also bricklayers, potters, stonemasons, and even craftsmen who specialize in painting. Of course we can try to make this kind of carriage, but I have never done it before. Most of us who have made carriages were shipbuilders before. The elders of the Qiao family and the people in Yan's hunting team were all shocked when they heard Mo Xian's words. The Han tribe actually has tens of thousands of carriages like this, and about 20,000 horses to pull them. There are also tens of thousands of warriors like Ying riding horses. Such a tribe is too terrifying, and one warrior actually has to match how many horses? They obviously have the same, but can they ride over this? The people in Yan's hunting team couldn't help but start to envy them. They also hoped to be able to hunt prey on horseback like Ying's soldiers, and they even had an excuse to ask them for a horse. You only have 1, but why do you need so many horses? Can't you give me a share? There seems to be nothing wrong with people who don't understand horses thinking this way. In fact, Moxin underestimated this for them. If the Han tribe really had 10,000 four-wheeled carriages, the number of horses pulling the carriages would definitely be more than 20,000. This is just the right number, no more, no less. Even the cavalry knows to switch horses to ride. When one is tired, he will ride the other. The carriage will be more diligent when changing horses. In fact, the carriages of the Han tribe rarely have fixed horses, and they are all used in rotation. A carriage with 2 horses driving the shaft will be equipped with 3 to 4 groups of horses for rotation at any time. This is the 6 to 4 horses. 8 horses. After thinking for a long time, when the elder understood how much this number was, he asked, curiously, Master Mo, what ship are you talking about? A boat is, well, a vehicle similar to a horse-drawn carriage, but it is designed to run in the water. It cannot go ashore, and it is not pulled by horses, but by sails. As long as there is wind, the boat can move forever. Sailing on the water. There are big and small sailing ships. The small ones are equivalent to the carrying capacity of 4 or 5 carriages, and the large ones can carry thousands of people or even hundreds of horses at a time. They look like a city floating on the water. Moxin tried his best to describe the function, shape and size of the sailboat, but he had neither a drawing nor a model of the sailboat, so everyone in the Qiao family still couldn't understand what the sailboat was. However, they did understand a concept, that is, boats can be made much larger than carriages. After all, as Moxin just said, small boats are the size of several carriages, and larger ones are even bigger, can carry thousands of people and hundreds of horses, so how big must this thing called a ship be? When you get there, you should have the opportunity to see sailing ships. Our capital city is also close to the river. The place where you come back to farm must also be settled by the river. This way, you can make use of the natural environment to transform the paddy fields. If the sailing ship comes to the capital to deliver things to people, you will see it. Moxin finally reminded them. Since the introduction is not clear, let them see it for themselves. After waiting for a long time, the elders of the Qiao family and Yan and others digested the concept of the ship, and the elders asked Moxin again. Master Mo, that sailboat is so big and can carry so many people and horses. It should be the largest means of transportation for the Han tribe, right? The elder has temporarily understood the definition of a means of transportation. Whether it is a carriage or a sailboat, as long as it can things used to carry people and things for walking are called transportation tools in the Han tribe. However, Moxin was not sure. Maybe they might have said before that, yes, the boat is indeed the most powerful means of transportation for the Han tribe, but they only took the train from Xin'an County to the Weishan County pier to board the boat a few days ago. He has seen with his own eyes how terrifying the train's carrying capacity is, and he also heard from the tribe's train builders that this is only the most basic type of train. When the technology matures in the future, it will be possible to build a train twice as big as this one. When the train comes, one carriage is 25 meters long, and at least 20 carriages can be hung on one locomotive. What the hell, one carriage can catch up with a ketch, and a train is equivalent to a cruise fleet on land. The carrying capacity is simply unbelievable. No wonder the leader has to do this even if he consumes so much steel. And judging from the shipbuilding history of their Han tribe, wasn't the small boat built by the leader at the beginning only 8 meters long? It didn't even have a mast, sails, or stern rudder. It was still a purely manual rowing boat. But what about now? The 80-meter-long Fubo battleship carries 1,000 people, and has 120 large-caliber artillery deployed on both sides. There are countless 2-masted and 3-masted sailing ships. Now even the 5-masted little flying fish is being mass-produced. Now, the design and construction of the big flying fish, which is more than 100 meters long, has also begun. According to this development trend, it is not known to what shocking extent the railways and trains of the Han tribe will develop in the future. After sighing in his heart for a long time, Mo Xian said to the elder of the Qiao family. Currently, in terms of water transportation, sailboats are indeed the most powerful means of transportation for the Han tribe. But in terms of land transportation, our Han tribe already has something that surpasses sailboats. It is a train made of iron, with hundreds of them. The carriages were so long that if they were strung together and pulled by a fire-burning stove, they could carry as much as 1,000 carriages at a time. However, there is currently only one such train in the entire tribe, but soon, I estimate that by this time next year at the latest, the capital will be using the same train. Mo Xian made the introduction while calculating in his mind. It doesn't matter if there is no train. You can lay the railway first, but laying the railway requires rails. At present, the south of the Han tribe does not have the ability to produce rails. It can only be transported by water from the north. The Han tribe currently does not have a ship that can carry 100 meters. The rails are long, so we still have to wait for the big flying fish to be built and the first ship of rails to be delivered to the capital before the railway paving can be officially started. At this rate, the big flying fish will be built in one summer this year, and rail transportation and rail laying will begin in the second half of the year. The locomotive factory will build the locomotive in the first half of next year. By next summer, we will definitely be able to see trains in the capital. Everyone with Qiao's family was shocked again after hearing Mo Xian's introduction. My dear mother, hundreds of carriages are strung together? How long does this car have to be? There are so many things, but a fire stove is used to pull the cart. What kind of monster is this fire stove? Why does it have this magical power? However, Mo Xian also has no model here, not even a photo, so he can't explain what the railway and train look like. Anyway, let them know that the thing called train is the one that the Han tribe pulls the most in land transportation. Everyone chatted and marched forward until it got dark. Ying and the others did not encounter any other prey. Maybe the wild animals smelled the scent of such a large group of them and were scared away. Fortunately, the nearly 30 sheep that were hunted in the morning were not finished yet. If we process the offal haggis, we can eat 2 more meals. In order to save food as much as possible, they did not eat any more rice at night. Instead, they took all the rice and cooked it with mutton to make meat porridge, which was considered a one-night stand. However, this is not a long-term solution after all. In order to catch prey, Ying left 8 cavalrymen to protect the convoy, and all the other 10 cavalrymen dispersed to let them see if they could catch some by the river at night. Animals drinking water. Especially in summer, many wild animals do not come out at all during the day and are looking for a place to escape the heat. They only come out at night to look for food and water. Ying's decision was right. In the middle of the night, the sound of horse hooves woke up some people in the camp. It turned out that the small flag sent out for hunting in the evening had returned. Everyone gained a lot. Not only did they shoot 7 or 8 wild geese, but also 13 red deer were obtained, 4 of which were dead. They were shot through the chest with an arrow, bleeding and suffocated to death. The remaining 9 were still alive and were roped back by a few soldiers who were good at riding. This result can be said to be a happy one, because if they are all dead and they can't finish it, the meat will not only be difficult to preserve, but even if it is carried, it will consume a lot of vehicle space, or it must be carried by people, but there are still a few alive. Okay, they can just follow the team and wait until there is no more food before killing them. The timely acquisition of prey solved their food shortage problem to a certain extent. Everyone saved food while marching forward quickly. Finally, one afternoon 2 days later, a cavalry team of 30 people came from the west, There are also 6 carriages carrying grain and 10 empty carriages coming. These are used to pull people. The leading cavalrymen held high flags with Chinese characters and their military flags with the words Jinwei, allowing Ying to recognize the other party's identity at a glance. The two sides connected smoothly, and the little soldier who went to deliver the letter came back safely and told Ying and Moxin excitedly. "Commander, you already knows what happened. He said that each of us will be credited with great achievements. Now we just need to bring everyone over safely as soon as possible. Commander, you also said that we must protect Master Mo and the others. If there is a problem with the safety of the sandbox model, we will take legal action." Okay, military law is engaged in military law. Ying didn't care at all. They originally had 20 cavalry, and now the cavalry team has increased to 50. With these 50 armored cavalry in hand, even if they encounter, when it comes to ordinary small nomadic tribes, they dare to take the initiative to fight each other. If they are only used to protect people, then there is no need to worry. Moreover, there is not much distance left between them and the capital construction site. It is estimated that they will be able to reach their destination in another 3 to 5 days. Everyone from the Qiao family also got more people to sit on the new carriage, because of the new carriage. Even the craftsmen like Moxin and the elders from the Qiao family were no exception, and they all sat on the car as well. As a result, the team's advance speed accelerated again, and there were 50 cavalry accompanying them to escort them. It was estimated that it would only take 2 or 3 days to reach their destination.